I'm sorry. The cold wine splashed onto Lin Wu's face. The strong smell of alcohol cleared her confused mind. A panicked companion beside her hastily handed her a towel. Lin Wu took it instinctively, but her gaze wandered blankly around the room. The girl in front of her stammered, dressed in a banquet server uniform, her small face lightly powdered, pure, yet fragile. It was Xia Ruoruo, but not the urbane woman who had a bright future and a perfect love life. It was the 17-year-old, still green Xia Ruoruo. This scene she would never forget. At 17, she attended a banquet as usual, and a server spilled a drink on her. The young mistress' new dress was ruined, and she lost her temper on the spot. Xie Yanhuai took the initiative to defend the server. So Lin Wu, who had always been proud, remembered Xia Ruoruo for the first time. From then on, this person haunted her life like a ghost. Lin Wu grabbed the towel and casually wiped the wine from her face. In those brief seconds, Lin Wu used her other hand to pinch her own thigh. The pain made her clearly realize that she had truly returned to her 17-year-old self. This was the last period of her life when she was still a glamorous young heiress. In her past life, she only understood after death why she could never compete with Xia Ruoruo. The world was a huge school life novel. Xia Ruoruo was the heroine, poor but beautiful, with an alcoholic and abusive father, a weak stepmother, and a cold, gloomy stepbrother. A difficult start, but she relied on her excellent grades to enter a prestigious high school and became classmates with the male lead Xie Yanhuai. The male lead Xie Yanhuai was cynical, arrogant, and cold, born into a top-tier family, and had a fiancé of equal status. Such a favored son of heaven eventually fell for the heroine and became a loyal dog. It was indeed a beautiful story, if only Lin Wu weren't the unlucky fiancé. Her role was to pave the way for the sweet love story of the protagonists. She was a wealthy heiress, but because she challenged the heroine multiple times, she was taught a lesson by the male lead. Eventually, the Lin family fell. Lin Wu ended up living in a rented room, ordering budget food. Due to a gas leak in the neighboring unit, she died young, at the age of 22. The banquet manager immediately scolded, fearing to displease the young mistress. Xia Ruoruo bit her pink lip, her body swaying. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Manager, what's the use of apologizing? Enough. A low male voice cut off his words. The manager immediately shut up. Xie Yanhuai stood tall and slender, his white suit accentuating his noble bearing. Thanks to his movie star mother, he had a face that rivaled top male celebrities, handsome and with a natural arrogance. His narrow eyes fell on Lin Wu. We're all classmates, why make things difficult for her? Class president. Xia Ruoruo's voice carried a sob, looking at Xie Yanhuai with gratitude. Lin Wu wiped the wine off her face and almost laughed when she saw this. Lin Wu, you're such a fool. To have lost your whole life over two such people. It's not that I want to make things difficult for her. Lin Wu said calmly, unlike her past life, where she would have flared up and questioned why Xie Yanhuai defended a female classmate. This dress is a limited edition. It arrived only last night. I've worn it for less than 2 hours, and it's been splashed with wine. The cost must be compensated. As Lin Wu's words fell, a few of her friends quickly chimed in. Yes, compensation is needed. It must be compensated. Such dresses are delicate, water ruins them, let alone wine. Xia Ruoruo bit her lip and asked timidly, compensation is fair. How much? Lin Wu sneered, for the sake of being classmates, ill-rounded down. 900,000. 900,000. Xia Ruoruo's eyes nearly popped out. What dress could cost 900,000? Was Lin Wu trying to scam her? You can't cheat me just because I'm poor, she said, her voice trembling, but her expression stubborn. Before Lin Wu could speak, a few friends laughed. The low laughter fell into her ears, extremely mocking. It hit Xia Ruoruo's fragile self-esteem. She looked at Xie Yanhuai for help. Xie Yanhuai pressed his lips together, about to speak. Lin Wu, who had been watching their interaction, interrupted directly. Just shut up. This has nothing to do with you. Xie Yanhuai was taken aback. He had grown up with Lin Wu, and she had always been all smiles with him. This was the first time she had spoken to him in such a tone. The wet dress clung to her skin, very uncomfortable. Lin Wu only wanted to go to the restroom to change. She walked up to Xia Ruoruo. Xia Ruoruo was just over 1.6 meters tall, while Lin Wu was nearly 1.7 meters. She patted Xia Ruoruo on the shoulder, leaned in slightly, her long hair falling over her shoulder, the strong smell of wine mingling with a faint jasmine scent. If you don't believe me, check the official website. They'll give you 2 days. School starts Monday. They'll send you my bank account. With that, Lin Wu left without looking back. Her black dress accentuated her graceful figure, her hair swaying. She left behind a stunned Xie Yanhuai and Xia Ruoruo. Once inside the private restroom, Lin Wu couldn't hold back her joy. She took off her dress, changed into a casual one, lay on the bed, and checked her WeChat and Alipay balances. Looking at the long string of zeros, she felt at ease. In her past life, Lin Wu had always thought love was everything, that money was the most useless thing. Until her family went bankrupt, her weak father went to prison for his brother, her fierce mother was locked in a mental hospital, and her love-struck brother sold a kidney for a girlfriend's bag, dying from infection. Lin Wu was not only alone, but also broke. Having truly been poor once, she knew the value of money. After lying down for a few minutes, she urgently took a car home. Passing by Huawong International School, Lin Wu looked out the window with interest. After all, it was her high school alma mater. Huawong International School was the most famous aristocratic school in the capital, with annual tuition up to 5,000. Each student underwent a detailed background check. The school's architecture was European style, with towering castles looking elegant and grand. It was the weekend, and the usually bustling school gate was unusually empty. At the bus stop, a young boy stood with a backpack slung over one shoulder, white earphone wires trailing from his pocket. Above, the lush green camphor tree blocked the hot sun. Light and shadow fell on him. He lowered his eyelids, his facial features sharp and handsome, as if he didn't care about anything. His demeanor was cold and gloomy, like a mountain of snow, distant and unreachable. It was Xie Yanhuai. Stop the car. The driver, though puzzled, obediently stopped the car. Miss. Lin Wu said nothing. Through the car window, she gazed at Xie Yanhuai from a distance. Xie Yanhuai was Xia Ruoruo's gloomy, cold, and obsessive stepbrother. He possessed a beauty rivaling the male lead, and the same poverty-stricken high intelligence as Xia Ruoruo. He was one of the few top students at Huawong International High School who had tuition waived due to outstanding grades. In her previous life, Lin Wu disliked Xia Ruoruo, and thus also disliked her stepbrother. Lin Wu had often caused him trouble. Xie Yanhuai accepted it all without complaint. That year, he became the top scorer in the college entrance exam with near-perfect marks. He naturally entered the most prestigious university and continued his studies. In his sophomore year at Xie Yanhuai's birthday banquet, Lin Wu and Xia Ruoruo both accidentally drank wine laced with an aphrodisiac. That night was the heated turning point for the male and female leads, where they gave themselves to each other. Meanwhile, in an unknown hotel suite, Lin Wu woke up the next morning in an indescribable pain. She was naked, panicked, and scrambled up. Xie Yanhuai, bare-chested, wearing only sweatpants, sat on the small bay window of the balcony, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Hearing the movement, he turned his head and silently met her gaze. That morning was too chaotic. In her anger, Lin Wu said many harsh words. Xie Yanhuai let her hit and scold him until she cried with grievances. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "He'll take responsibility." Lin Wu naturally would not let him do so. She fiercely threatened him, telling him to forget this night, not to tell anyone, and to act as if they didn't know each other. Xie Yanhuai lowered his head, put on his shirt, and said only one word, "Okay." After that, Lin Wu really didn't see Xie Yanhuai much. Her family fell from grace, burdened by huge debts, and she didn't even finish college. During those 2 years of debt collection, Xie Yanhuai started from scratch and quickly gained a foothold in the lavish, aristocratic-dominated capital. Their positions were still worlds apart, but now reversed. Drive on, Uncle Wang. Lin Wu withdrew her gaze. In this life, they should have no more entanglements. Sure, the driver, Uncle Wang, responded, and the car continued. Meanwhile, under the bus stop sign, the young man seemed to sense something. He lifted his eyes, stared at the black car, followed it until it disappeared at the end of the road, then lowered his gaze again, listening to the lyrics in his earphones. The black car drove all the way to Jiayuebei, the famous wealthy district of Jingqing. The Lin family lived at Villainess. 11. The car stopped. Lin Wu pushed open the door, her gaze first shifting left to the iron plaque above. Villainess. 11. Lin Wu had lived here since birth. In front was a small yard, a little artificial lake, and the goldfish worth tens of thousands inside were all her father Lin Xuanqiang's treasures. Late September weather, the sun, not too scorching, illuminating the whole house brightly. Lin Wu paused by the shore, the fishtails fanned out in the water sparkling. She missed this so much. In her previous life, after the Lin family went bankrupt, the villa was mortgaged. She had only 200 yuan and lived in a basement for a whole year. What are you staring at? Have you fallen for those muddy fish? A cold female voice came from ahead. Lin Wu was startled and looked over. Jiang Fanqing, with her arms crossed, glared at her discontentedly. Her thin face was pale with dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept well for a long time. Mom. Lin Wu almost ran over and hugged her tightly. Jiang Fanqing was stunned. The girl was a little taller than her. When she curled into her embrace, her soft black hair brushed against her cheek, and the faint jasmine perfume reached her nose, a scent she hadn't smelled in a long time. Lin Wu had grown more distant from her as she got older. She blinked, the fingers at her side moved cautiously, touching Lin Wu's hair ends. Then she pretended to be cold. What's wrong? Did someone bully you outside? No. Lin Wu's voice was a little nasally. Who would dare bully me? Jiang Fanqing pulled her out of the embrace. Then why are you crying? Lin Wu's dark eyes were red, her lashes sticky. As the eldest daughter and the willful young lady of the family, Lin Wu had never been wronged since childhood, she was the one who wronged others. I'm just about to get my period, so my mood is a bit off. Lin Wu stared at Jiang Fanqing without blinking. She used to dislike her parents quite a bit. Her father was too weak, spending all day gardening and keeping fish, nominally the head of the company, but letting his younger brother take power. Her mother, on the other hand, had nothing but harsh words, losing her temper at the slightest provocation. People said Jiang Fanqing was mentally ill, manic. For instance, in the previous life, Lin Wu couldn't understand why Xie Yanhuai would fall for a penniless charity student. She bravely confided in Jiang Fanqing. Jiang Fanqing, standing a few steps away, glanced at her and said sharply, "Don't you think about how many people can tolerate your spoiled temper?" After that, Lin Wu never spoke to Jiang Fanqing again. Not everyone in the world is close to their parents, right? After the bankruptcy, her uncle took Lin Wu in attempting to force her into marriage with a notorious pervert 30 years older than her. Lin Wu couldn't escape. It was Jiang Fanqing who stormed the company, set fire to her uncle's office, giving Lin Wu a chance to flee. Lin Wu escaped, but Jiang Fanqing was sent to a mental hospital by her uncle. In a worse mood. Jiang Fanqing looked world-weary. "Go find your aunt for comfort." With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Wu stood frozen for a few seconds, then followed. The living room was cool. She changed her shoes. "Where's Lin C?" Jiang Fanqing didn't look back as she went upstairs. "Went to be a simp." Lin Wu's lips twitched. "And my dad?" Jiang Fanqing, already on the second floor, called out distantly, "Dead." Lin Wu. Jiang Fanqing's excellent mental state. After Jiang Fanqing went upstairs, the nanny, Aunt Li, quietly slipped out of the kitchen, holding a large piece of garlic. The master went fishing with some friends, and the young master went out with his friends. Did Lin C say where he was going? Seems like someone's birthday. Went to eat at Wanshan restaurant, Aunt Li said. Lin Wu glanced at the date on her phone and smiled coldly. If she remembered correctly, today was He Wenxi's birthday. Her foolish brother was busy being a simp again. Lin Wu went to her room to change clothes. This time she didn't call the driver, but took a taxi to Wanshan restaurant. Wanshan restaurant was a famous high-end dining spot, quite popular online. Many big streamers would go out of their way to book a table, and the videos they shot there were very well received. In the private room on the eastern side of the third floor of Wanshan restaurant, He Wenxi, dressed in a high-end designer summer gown, sat at the main table beaming as she accepted everyone's compliments. "Cici, you look absolutely stunning today. I've seen my idol wear this dress. Its official website price is 67,000. What? That dress costs more than my living expenses for several years." Her classmates chattered animatedly about He Wenxi's outfit. Many boys gazed at her with even more fervent eyes. Although He Wenxi was still a student, she had worked as a model during summer break. A short video shot by a photographer went viral. In the video, her innocent looks attracted a large following. She smoothly launched her own account, and over 2 months amassed 300,000 followers, becoming a campus celebrity. Before arriving, He Wenxi had a stylist create a playful bun with a few strands of hair falling on her cheeks. She stuck out her tongue. "Oh, my mom bought this for me. She loves dressing me in pretty little skirts. I don't know the exact price." Her mother, wearing a cheongsam, pinched her cheek affectionately. "You're my precious baby. Oh, of course I want to dress you up beautifully. Cici, you're like a princess." "Exactly. Beautiful, academically gifted, wealthy family, tons of Douyin fans and doting parents. If that's not a princess, what is?" "Oh, He Wenxi blushed. "All right, stop flattering me. I invited you all today so we could enjoy some cake together." Her best friend quickly chimed in. "Cici specially ordered a 10-layer cake with fillings made from fruits flown in from abroad. Everyone, you must try it." "How generous, campus beauty," a boy from another table shouted. The term campus beauty made 2 rosy clouds float onto He Wenxi's cheeks. She glared at him playfully. "What campus beauty? Don't shout nonsense." Just as she finished speaking, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. Everyone froze and turned to look. The newcomer was not a waiter, but a golden-haired youth. The youth was tall and lean, wearing a loose white t-shirt. His front hair was slightly long, and a silver chain hung around his neck. His facial features were remarkably sharp and strikingly handsome, especially his exquisite peach blossom eyes, the corners seemingly brimming with endless affection. Yet the expression between his brows was fierce and ruthless, clearly marking him as a troublemaker. The room fell instantly silent. He Wenxi's face showed displeasure. A boy stammered, Lin C, why is he here?" It wasn't that he was timid. "Oh, anyone from Lin C know. One high school reacted this way upon seeing Lin C. Lin C had transferred to No. 1 high school at the end of the first semester of freshman year. Because he was incredibly handsome, many girls would gather outside his classroom to catch a glimpse. He remained indifferent, as if used to girls fawning over him. He entered the school with a high profile, preferring to be alone and do as he pleased. Naturally, the school's thugs couldn't stand him and planned to corner him in an alley for a beating. He entered the school with a high profile, preferring to be alone and do as he pleased. Naturally, that afternoon, Lin C had a lollipop in his mouth, his school uniform jacket stained with mud and blood. He shrugged it off with one hand, revealing a thin, pale face without a single bead of sweat. Boring. With those 2 words, he walked away. Because the scene was so cool and handsome, Lin Wu became the new school bully at No. 1 high school, gaining many admirers. After half a year of dealing with him, everyone realized he was indeed cool and good-looking, but his temper was terrible. People felt he could even hit a girl if provoked. Especially after rumors spread that he had hit a teacher. His reputation as a violent bully soared. Lin Wu classmate. He bit her lip and spoke first. I didn't invite you to my birthday party. Showing up uninvited is very rude. Lin Wu paused. Meeting the admiring gazes of others, a stubborn look appeared on Xie Yanhuai's face. Lin Wu, please leave now. Lin Wu's gaze fell on Xie Yanhuai's face. After a few seconds, he nodded. Fine. The door closed again. Her best friend Wang Shui whispered cautiously, Cici, is Lin Wu secretly in love with you? He seems to listen to you so. Yeah. If anyone else had that attitude, Lin Wu would have slapped them for sure. Don't talk nonsense. Xie Yanhuai bit her pink lips. My mind is on my studies right now. I don't know what he's thinking. He does come to me often. Wang Shui said he definitely likes you. After all, our Cici is so beautiful. After Lin Wu came out, he gritted his teeth and pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. As he put one in his mouth, a passing waiter immediately stopped him. Excuse me, sir, smoking is not allowed here. Sorry. Lin Wu bit the cigarette and left the restaurant. Outside, his underlings were waiting eagerly, their hair a riot of colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, like the 7 fairies. Passers-by gave the gang a wide berth. Brother C, the lead underling, asked quickly, why are you out so soon? The wind blew through Lin Wu's hair. He lit the cigarette, feeling restless and annoyed. With a cold face, he said, they wouldn't let me in. Why? Why wouldn't they let you in? Didn't the campus beauty accept your birthday gift? Yeah. She accepted the gift, so why wouldn't she let you attend the party? Just then a taxi pulled up. Lin Wu couldn't be bothered to glance at it. He bit the cigarette filter, his canine teeth fidgeting with it. Not really smoking, but venting his anger. I don't know. Lin Wu got out of the taxi, and among the flock of parrots recognized her foolish, love-struck younger brother. Amidst the rainbow of colors, the golden hair actually looked more refined. Lin Wu and Lin Wu were not close. When Lin Wu was little, he was quite adorable. Mischievous but sweet-tongued, always tagging behind Lin Wu. But after middle school, Lin Wu grew increasingly withdrawn, and Lin Wu was completely absorbed in Xie Yanhuai. The family of 4 each lived their own separate lives. Lin Wu's belongings were few. She rummaged through that shabby rented room for a long time, finding only a few cheap clothes, and Lin Wu's belongings were few. She rummaged through that shabby rented room for a long time, finding only a few cheap clothes and a school bag. Inside the bag was a photo of their family of 4. In the photo, the 4 of them stared coldly at the camera, as if they were a family afflicted with hereditary mental illness. Besides that, there was a small keychain of an armor hero. This was something Lin Wu had won from a claw machine when she was 7. She wasn't interested in that version of the armor hero, so she gave it to Lin Wu. He loved it in elementary school, always hanging it on his backpack. Later, Lin Wu forgot which year or when, but Lin Wu's backpack no longer had any decorations. She never asked, thinking it was lost. She never imagined it had been perfectly preserved for over a decade. In the cramped rented room, the plaster was peeling off the walls. The room was so tiny it could only fit a single bed and a small table. On the table was a half-drunk bottle of water. Lin Wu hugged the backpack and cried her heart out. A young couple next door was arguing. 2 children passed by outside. Amidst the noise, her tears soaked the backpack. The armor hero keychain was clutched tightly in her hand. Her palm ached just like when she was 5 years old and fell, scraping the skin off her hand. But back then, when she was 5, Lin Wu had rushed over, pulled her up, and gently blew on her palm. Pain, fly away. This time there would be no one. Lin Wu didn't lift his head, but his underlings all turned to look at Lin Wu and were instantly dumbfounded. Lin Wu closed the car door behind her. SSCC G. The red-haired underling stammered. Lin Wu blew a smoke ring absent-mindedly. Why are you stuttering? The orange-haired underling said, Triple, a beautiful girl. She's coming over. Just as the words fell, a pair of white sneakers appeared in his line of sight. Lin Wu paused in the act of biting his cigarette, lifting his eyelids impatiently. His gaze traveled upward over a slender pale calf, a white pleated skirt, and a light blue blouse. A blend of gentleness and playfulness. Unfortunately, Lin Wu's face was utterly incompatible with the word gentle. She had the striking features of a bold beauty, not a single strand of hair on her forehead, her long hair cascading like lustrous silk, revealing the tassel earrings on her earlobes. Her facial proportions were impeccable, her eyes jet black and luminous, the tip of her nose slightly upturned, and her lips the color of brewed peach blossom jam. Beautiful, yes, but she seemed unapproachable, arrogant yet aloof. Lin Wu instinctively stubbed out his cigarette, his Adam's apple bobbing, but before he could speak, the green-haired underling quickly said, Beautiful lady, our Xie Gu has already given his heart to someone else, so no contact info. Given his heart. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. Who did you give it to? Lin Xie turned his face away uncomfortably, his tone stiff. What business is it of yours? Lin Wu was very displeased. What kind of attitude is that? The rainbow-haired underlings gasped collectively. Knowing their Xie guest temper, he should be losing patience by now. Although he wouldn't hit a girl, his cold, sarcastic words were enough to make many girls cry. Just when the underlings expected Lin Xie to start cursing, he frowned impatiently. After a few seconds, he pressed his lips together and murmured, "This is just my attitude." The underlings stared at him in utter shock. Xie Gu, are you okay? The green-haired one asked. I'm fine, Lin Xie said coldly. Lin Wu tossed her hair and smiled at the rainbow-haired underlings. Are you here to eat? No, it's too expensive here. We can't afford it, just waiting for someone. Lin Wu nodded. Who are you waiting for? The red-haired underling glanced cautiously at Lin Xie and seeing no reaction ventured. We're waiting for the person our Xie Gu likes. It's her birthday today. Birthday? Lin Wu's lips curled. Then why aren't you inside? Did she not invite you to her birthday party? No invitation, the red-haired underling said, lowering his head. Xie Gu went in just now, but was kicked out. Lin Wu looked at Lin Xie incredulously. Lin Xie felt uncomfortable under her gaze. Don't you have an event today? Why are you here? Looking for you. Lin Wu said. Lin Xie was stunned. His eyelashes fluttered. What for? To help you chase Xie Yanhuai. It's got nothing to do with him. Lin Wu smiled. I just wanted to have a meal with you. Lin Xie was taken aback. He stared at Lin Wu for a long time without speaking. Lin Wu said, all right, this one's on me. Let's go in. The rainbow-haired underlings were all stunned. What does that mean? Miss, you're going to treat us to a meal at such a fancy restaurant. Yes, Lin Wu smiled slightly. Let's go. Lin Xie followed at the rear. The red-haired underling walked beside him and whispered, Xie Gu, I think this beauty is way better than the school beauty. Lin Xie stuffed his hands in his pockets and let out a dismissive snort. Better Howie. The red-haired underling said, prettier than the school beauty, no heirs willing to treat us all to dinner, and pretty rich too. Lin Xie licked the sharpest point of his canine tooth. Her taste is bad. The red-haired underling froze. Who calls themselves that? In her past life, Lin Wu only knew that Lin Xie spent every day with a bunch of hooligans. He was wallowing in self-destruction, and no amount of advice from others could change him. Moreover, back then, all her attention was focused on Xie Yanhuai. After today's interaction, she realized that these hooligans were just oddly dressed. They were actually quite honest people. When they got the menu, they were too embarrassed to order much. The menu ended up in Lin Wu's hands. She raised an eyebrow. 8 dishes. Is that enough? Enough. We just want to taste. Dishes here cost 4 digits each. These kids from ordinary families had never been to such a restaurant. Lin Wu didn't say much and added 10 more dishes. Sister, we don't know how to address you yet, the red-haired underling said, eagerly pouring her a glass of water. Thank you, Lin Wu said. My name is Lin Wu. The red-haired underling was surprised. Also surnamed Lin. Yes. Which Wu? The fog and mist. Lin Wu was born at 6 in the morning when a thick fog had risen and the Weather Bureau had issued a warning. Jiang Fanqing lay on the hospital bed, gazing at the lingering fog outside the window, and named the child in his arms Wu. The rainbow-haired underlings were all honest folk and quite outgoing. Over the course of one meal, they were already calling her Wu Jia with great familiarity. Lin Xie frowned and stood up. Lin Wu turned her head. Where are you going? To the bathroom. Lin Wu drawled. Oh. When the door to the private room closed, the noise instantly faded. Lin Xie leaned against the wall in irritation, completely baffled as to why Lin Wu had suddenly come looking for him. It left him at a loss. The door of the private room across the way suddenly opened. Wang Shi, who was walking in front, froze, her eyes widening when she saw Lin Xie. She turned and shouted, Cece, come quick. Wen Xie was chatting with the class top student and thought Wang Shi was making a fuss over nothing. Concealing her displeasure, she put on a gentle, amiable smile and walked over. What's the matter, Xie? Her smile froze the moment she saw Lin Xie. Wen Xie was secretly pleased, thinking Lin Xie had waited outside for half an hour. It made her feel important. In front of the whole class, she feigned annoyance. Lin Xie, my mind is on studying right now. This kind of behavior just makes me feel pressured. The classmates behind whispered among themselves. Wow, who knew Lin Xie, who looked so tough, could be so devoted? And he listens to Cece so well. When she told him to leave, he left, then couldn't bear to go and stood in the hallway for over half an hour. That's because Cece is outstanding and likable. How many people can compare to her? Lin Xie frowned. I know, but you've misunderstood. Misunderstood what? The top student Chen Jinghang summoned his courage. Cece already said she doesn't like you. Are you trying to force her hand? Hearing Chen Jinghang defend her like that, Wen Xie felt as if her heart had been sweetened with honey. She looked up at the boy's clean-cut profile with a moved expression. Class monitor. Lin Xie was amused and sneered. What's it to you? Who do you think you are? He was completely unpredictable, looking at Chen Jinghang as if he were already dead, with barely restrained violence in his eyes. Chen Jinghang was a model student. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he was fair-skinned, gentle, wore glasses, and had a slender build. He spoke and acted properly, but inwardly he was extremely proud and couldn't stand any setbacks. Now, with Lin Xi speaking to him in that tone, Chen Jinghang felt humiliated. He clenched his fists and said, "Then what do you think you are?" As soon as Chen Jinghang said this, the whole room suddenly fell silent. Even He Wenxi was startled. What was this bookworm doing? Did he have a death wish, provoking Lin Xi? Lin Xi curled his lips, his expression unreadable. "What did you say?" Chen Jinghang thought the silence was because everyone was impressed by him. He pushed up his glasses and continued, "Lin Xi, if I remember correctly, you ranked last in the class and second to last in the grade last semester, dragging down the class average. What you should be doing now is studying hard and reviewing your lessons so you don't hold the class back next time, instead of wasting your cheap time showing off your so-called affection here." As if that wasn't enough, he added, "And your feelings are particularly cheap. They won't provide any help to Cece. She's excellent in studies, comes from a good family, is beautiful and successful on the internet. She deserves better." Class monitor He Wenxi was deeply moved. Not just her, but the other girls in the class were also touched. Wang Shi whispered, "The monitor really seems like the male lead in a novel, so refined." Totally. After hearing this long speech, Lin Xi wasn't as angry as everyone expected. He narrowed his eyes. "What identity are you speaking to me as? He Wenxi's suitor, or? Cece and I are innocent." Chen Jinghang flushed red and pushed his glasses again. "I am the class monitor, and it's my duty to discipline you." Lin Xi let out a contemptuous sneer. He stepped forward, grabbed Chen Jinghang's t-shirt collar, and the latter's incredulous gaze, his dark lashes shielding the emotions in his eyes. "A lousy class monitor, thinking you're something special." He Wenxi finally panicked. "Lin Xi, stop it." "Exactly," Wang Shi chimed in. "The monitor didn't say anything wrong. You can't just resort to violence because you're embarrassed. What's the difference between that and a brute?" As the tension hung in the air, the door of the opposite private room suddenly opened. Everyone instinctively looked over. He Wenxi exclaimed in surprise, calling out the red-haired boy's name. "Fong Tsung, what are you doing here?" No wonder she was shocked. Fong Tsung was also in their class, although he sported red hair and hung out with Lin Xi all day looking tough. In reality, he was a pushover and a poor student. It was said his family lived in a dilapidated building slated for demolition. His father was a worker and his mother was bedridden due to disability. Fong Tsung was completely out of place in this high-end restaurant. "Someone must be treating us to dinner," Fong Tsung said, then looked nervously at Lin Xi. "Sigo, what's going on?" Just as Lin Xi was about to speak, a slender white hand landed on Fong Tsung's shoulder. Lin Wu said, "Move aside." Fong Tsung snapped out of it and quickly stepped aside. When He Wenxi saw Lin Wu, all her doubts vanished. He Wenxi's family background was actually quite ordinary. Her parents ran a fruit shop with poor profits. The image of a young lady she maintained was partly supported by her income from self-media over the summer break, but most of it came from Lin Xi, her unwitting benefactor. The haute couture dress He Wenxi wore was a birthday gift from Lin Xi, and even this birthday banquet was charged to Lin Xi's account. Few people at one high school knew that Lin Xi came from a wealthy family. Even He Wenxi had only inferred from the gifts he gave her that he was not short of money. But she couldn't imagine that Lin Xi's family was the top-tier tycoon living in the renowned Jiuyue Bay, wielding considerable influence in the upper circles of the capital. Such a circle was too distant for her. Besides, Lin Xi was usually not picky. He could wear street stall clothes and eat roadside food without any airs. But Lin Wu was different. She was born a pampered and noble young lady, particular about everything from food and clothing to housing and travel. Even with her long black hair casually draped, its luster and smoothness outshone everyone else. With a face of perfect bone structure and skin texture lightly made up, she looked at people with a casual, distinctly arrogant air. He Wenxi couldn't even force a smile, her heart immediately raising an alarm. Who was this girl? Could she be a suitor of Lin Xi? No, that couldn't be. She clenched her fingers. Lin Xi. Lin Wu stepped forward, grabbed Lin Xi's arm, and forced him to release Chen Jinghang's collar. Lin Xi's fingers trembled slightly, then he quickly let go. He lowered his eyes in self-deprecation, a shadow of gloom settling beneath his eyelids that seemed hard to dispel. He was used to it. Used to Lin Wu always siding with outsiders. In his first year of middle school, he had a scuffle with Xie Yanhuai. When Lin Wu arrived, she scolded him harshly without asking why and ignored him for a whole week. His own sister completely unimportant. Lin Xi thought this time would be no different. But then he heard Lin Wu ask, "What happened?" Lin Xi was startled. He looked at Lin Wu in disbelief. For a moment he thought he had misheard. Until Lin Wu frowned. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Lin Xi licked his thin lips, then licked his sharp canine tooth. 1,000 words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't utter a single one. A person who had always walked alone found it hard to speak of weakness or grievance. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Lin Wu gave up waiting. She turned to Qin Jinghong, looked him up and down, and after a faint blush crept onto his cheeks, she asked, "Can you tell me what happened?" Qin Jinghong was very nervous, instinctively pushing up his glasses. He held eye contact with Lin Wu's dark grape-like eyes for a second, and behind his thick lenses his gaze wavered. "Lin Si is a crush on our classmate He Wensi. Today is He Wensi's birthday." Lin Si first came uninvited, and after being sent away he waited in the corridor until the party ended. I think this is an immoral form of coercion that puts psychological pressure on the girl. Instead of putting on this show of affection, he should spend more time studying since he's at the bottom of the grade, always dragging down the class average and holding everyone. I gave him some advice, and then Lin Si flew into a rage out of humiliation. Who is He Wensi? Lin Wu said, though her gaze slowly drifted toward He Wensi, who was wearing a haute couture dress. For the first time she looked seriously at He Wensi, who was about 16 or 17. In her past life, she only knew that Lin Si had a girl he liked. She hadn't paid it any mind back then. It wasn't until the Lin family went bankrupt and she was utterly destitute that she saw He Wensi once. At that time, He Wensi had just turned 21 and was living in straitened circumstances. She begged Lin Si to buy her a designer bag so she could flaunt it at school. Then later, the 16-year-old He Wensi looked very pure and innocent, though a bit nervous. She resembled the beautiful academic prodigies in movies. She was indeed quite appealing to boys. "Me," He Wensi said, gently biting her lip. "Then let me ask you, is Lin Si's pursuit a bother to you?" Lin Wu's expression was cold. He Wensi lowered her head, refusing to speak. Lin Wu let out a scoff. "Can't even answer such a simple question." He Wensi had accepted many gifts from Lin Si, so naturally, she wouldn't admit it was a bother in front of him. But saying it wasn't a bother in front of everyone would contradict her earlier words. He Wensi sniffled, "Sorry, I don't want to answer." Her eyes glistened with tears as if she might cry at any moment. She cast that look at Lin Si. During the year of contact with Lin Si, she knew he was susceptible to this tactic. She had expected Lin Si to stand up for her. But Lin Si glanced at her, then his gaze shifted to Lin Wu. After 2 seconds, he turned his head away without any action. He Wensi's eyes widened in disbelief. Fortunately, He Wensi's parents had finished talking with the head teacher and came out of the private room. The three of them were taken aback by the scene. He's mother Cece, what happened? "Mom," He Wensi said, raising her hand to wipe her eyes, looking aggrieved. Instantly, his mother's heart ached for her. She quickly pulled her into an embrace. "What's wrong, Cece? Were you bullied?" Wang Shi, seeing this, quickly said, "Annie, just a moment ago Cece was laughing and chatting with me." As soon as she stepped out and saw Lin Si and this girl, she was directly bullied into tears. Lin Wu almost got amused by that remark. His mother, with a dark expression, looked at Lin Si. "I've seen you a few times. You're always pestering Cece." "I'm not pestering her." Because the other party was an elder, Lin Si suppressed his anger. "I was just walking her home." "No need." His mother's tone was cold and hard. "Our Cece looks down on a delinquent like you. Your affection only brings her trouble." Lin Si. The head teacher adjusted his glasses. "Teacher knows that at your age you're experiencing your first stirrings of love. Many things are beyond your control. But at this age, if you don't study hard, you won't be able to afford anything a girl likes in the future." Lin Si took a deep breath, his heart and pride crushed into pieces. He didn't expect Lin Wu to defend him either. "I didn't." Lin Si's wrist resting at his side was suddenly grabbed. He frowned in surprise, looking at Lin Wu. Lin Wu smiled at him, then turned her head to stare at He Wensi, speaking calmly, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, loud enough for everyone present to hear. "Did you buy this dress yourself?" He Wensi, with tears in her eyes, said yes. "When did you buy it?" "You? Why are you asking this?" "Can't I be curious?" Lin Wu said. "Can't you even answer such a question?" He Wensi clenched her hands. "Last week," she said vaguely. "How strange," Lin Wu said with a hint of amusement in her lips. "This dress was already out of stock 2 weeks ago. All the stores in the entire capital were out of stock. How exactly did you buy it?" I had this dress transferred from another city." He Wensi pretended to be calm, but the faint tremor in her voice betrayed her panic. His mother, puzzled, glared at Lin Wu. "What are you asking that for?" Lin Wu ignored her, released Lin Si's hand, and walked up to He Wensi. Supporting herself on her knees, she leaned forward slightly and said, "Tell everyone who bought this dress for you. Is Lin Si's pursuit actually a bother to you? What nonsense are you talking about?" He Wensi instinctively retorted, "I bought this dress myself." Lin Wu stared into her eyes. "I'll give you one chance." Under Lin Wu's gaze, He Wensi felt a chill down her spine for a moment. She was just a girl of about the same age. "Mom." He Wensi pouted pitifully, throwing herself into her mother's arms. His mother immediately got anxious. "You're a pretty girl, why are you so aggressive?" "How is that aggressive?" Lin Si finally stopped being mute. "She always talks like this. No one has ever said anything. How come when you say it, it becomes aggressive?" Lin Wu gave him an appreciative glance. "Good kid, still knows how to defend your sister." Not beyond redemption yet. Lin Xie, this is my mother. Please show her some respect. Xie said, unable to bear it any longer. Lin Xie took a deep breath. I'm sorry. Xie sobbed once nestled in her mother's arms. Wang Shuyi, after listening for a while, couldn't help but interject, so who actually bought this dress? She was quite concerned about this. After all, although she and Xie weren't close in their first year of high school, they were at least in the same class. She never thought Xie was some rich heiress. How could she, after just one summer break, be wearing a dress worth over 60,000? It's really what I bought myself, Xie said aggrievedly. Lin Wu raised a finger to her lips, shoo, and said, dear, your words lack credibility. Just tell me which store, and I'll contact them. That would be the fairest. Xie's hands were trembling. Who exactly are you? I'm Lin's sister. Lin Wu smiled slightly, looked around, and said in a clear enough voice, this dress you're wearing requires a membership of that brand to be transferred from another city, and membership requires an annual spending of over 10 million. I don't think you or your family have that kind of 10 million. Wang Shuyi's eyes widened. 10 million. Yes, Lin Wu nodded. Shen Jinghang instinctively looked at Xie's small face was extremely pale. Her lips trembled for a long time, unable to utter a word. Shen Jinghang said, Cici, say something. The surrounding classmates whispered among themselves. Xie was swaying. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and said, fine, Lin Xie gave it to me. But I also said I would pay him back. Everyone's attention was not on the second half of the sentence, but on the first. So Lin Xie was the rich one. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Lin Xie grew fervent. He was handsome, his family was wealthy. Did it still matter how well he studied? It didn't matter. So would his pursuit become a burden? Absolutely not. Many would beg for such a chance. Yet the way everyone looked at Xie shifted. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Did you pay it back? They'll pay it back next week. Xie bit her lip. Lin Wu patted Lin Xie's shoulder. Remember to collect the money. Lin Xie felt uneasy. I don't need her to pay. The rest of his words vanished under Lin Wu's murderous glare. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he fell silent. Lin Wu turned to Xie's mother, whose face was ashen. She curled her lips, but her eyes held no warmth. Next time you face a creditor, don't use that attitude. Wang Shuyi couldn't help asking, Cici, didn't you say your mother bought this for you? As soon as she spoke, Xie finally found an outlet. Does this concern you? Why do you have to stick your nose in? In front of everyone, Wang Shuyi flushed with embarrassment. She had always been the one fawning over Xie. Hatred churned inside her, but she couldn't utter a word. The farce finally came to an end. Fong Tsung's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Wu. Sister Wu, you were awesome. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow at him. Wasn't I cool? Cool, Fong Tsung nodded frantically. Lin Xie pushed his shoulder. Go back and eat first. Oh, okay, Fong Tsung tactfully took his leave. For a moment, only the two siblings remained in the corridor. Lin Xie irritably fumbled for a cigarette, then remembered this wasn't a smoking area, and held back. Weren't you supposed to be at a banquet with Xie Yanhuai today? Why are you here? I came to watch the drama, Lin Wu said. What drama? Lin Wu replied with utter sincerity. The drama of you being a lapdog. Lin Xie was speechless. His jaw muscles twitched, making him look fierce with dark, brooding eyes. Lin Wu wasn't intimidated at all. No matter what Lin Xie was now, or would become in her eyes, he was still the silly little brother in diapers wobbling after her. He was infuriated by her brazenness. If I'm a lapdog, what about you? I am too, Lin Wu nodded. Lin Xie said from the bottom of his heart, you're truly shameless. Lin Wu crossed her arms, her long hair cascading over her chest. Xie Yanhuai may have a messed-up brain and questionable taste, but at least he's handsome and rich. What do you see in Xie? Her love for lying. Her toothlessness. Her habit of bragging. Lin Xie was silent for a long time. He was only 16 now. Tough and wild on the surface, but worlds apart from the taciturn, gloomy Lin Xie of his 20s who always blended into the background. I know, Lin Xie said quietly. I knew what she was like from the start. Born into a wealthy family, he had seen and met too many people since childhood. He could see through the greed in Xie's eyes, even though she hid it well. Then you. Lin Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, her tassel earrings swaying, betraying her confusion. She had thought her foolish brother was oblivious to Xie's true nature, deceived into thinking she was a good person. She's good to me, and she cares about me, Lin Xie said with a nonchalant tone. That's enough. Lin Wu was speechless for a long time. She had thought Lin Xie didn't see through Xie, but it turned out he was starved for affection. As long as someone was kind to him, even with ulterior motives, he clung to them like a lifeline, afraid to let her eyes stung. She pressed her lips together. Got it. After a pleasant meal, Fong Tsung rubbed his nose and asked, Brother Xie, are you going home now, or coming with us to play pool? Pool, Lin Xie replied. During holidays, he always played until dark before returning. Though his family had 4 members, it was never lively. Lin Wu said regretfully, I have to go home and do homework. I haven't finished the weekend assignments. Tomorrow was Monday. The rainbow-haired underlings chorused, by Sister Wu. They watched Lin Wu get into a ride-hailing car. The underlings who had been holding back questions finally blurted them out. Brother C, is Sister Wu your biological sister? Lin C answered absent-mindedly yes. Fong Tsong, is she in high school? Which school, eh? Lin C kicked him. Why so many questions? Fong Tsong giggled, his over-bleached red hair sticking up like an explosion. His bangs were long, covering a large black birthmark on his forehead. Just asking. Sister Wu is really nice. The first girl who treated me well. Lin C licked his teeth. The private high school behind the school. What? The surrounding underlings widened their eyes. Huaguang International High School was right behind No. 1 middle school, but from the school buildings, the dilapidated teaching blocks and ivy-covered labs of No. 1 looked like a loyal servant. Fong Tsong said, isn't that the same school as Brother Wang? The bus arrived. Lin C boarded first and asked casually, which Wang? The one I mentioned before. My neighbor, a super genius, tuition and living expenses all waived, Fong Tsong said with great pride. Lin C chuckled. Anyone would think you were the one. I'm just basking in the glory, hee, Fong Tsong said cheerfully. Lin Wu returned home. Her bedroom was exactly as she remembered. A floor-to-ceiling window, a desk, and a bookcase filled with figurines and novels she had bought, dozens of copies for her favorites. The bed was covered with a fresh light pink plaid sheet, and the inner side against the wall was lined with dolls she had collected. Everything was cozy and comforting except for the weekend homework. Lin Wu was a warrior of unbalanced subjects. She ranked among the top in Chinese and English, barely managed in biology, but scored pitifully in math and chemistry. Physics was even worse. She was lost after filling in the multiple-choice blanks. Even scoring 40 was a feat. Plus, she had graduated high school years ago, and whatever she knew had been returned to the teachers. After finishing the English paper, cheerfully Lin Wu took a deep breath and pulled out the math test. A few seconds later, she took another deep breath and decided to start. She took out the chemistry paper. It was like reading a foreign language. Lin Wu closed her eyes. The hand holding the chemistry paper trembled. Now with the 312 system, arts and sciences were no longer separated. So why had she been so foolish as to choose pure science? It was all Xie Yanhuai's fault. Lin Wu struggled to open her eyes and face reality. She put down the paper, picked up the last physics test, and glanced at it. Lin Wu decisively gave up, picked up her phone, and glanced at the WeChat messages. She didn't have many friends on WeChat, so she opened QQ instead. The class had 2 chat groups, one with the homeroom teacher and subject teachers for assignments and exam papers, and another without any teachers. At that moment, the group without teachers, named Anti-Baldness Big Health Association, was buzzing with messages. The great English representative urgent, who finished the physics paper. Send a copy to me, please. Please strengthen Shisha, I need it too, crying face. Support changing the group name to Rong Momo Stab's homework again. Fairy Liuzi 2 days off, 6 papers assigned. What's the difference between this and no break? Lying flat fish, I finished mine, but the last 2 problems are too hard. Please strengthen Shisha, really. If the study committee can't do it, then hardly anyone in the class can. Lying flat fish, I really couldn't solve them, so hard, crying face. Fairy Liuzi X, calling God Xia, calling God Xia. X haven't done physics yet. They'll send it once I finish. Lying flat fish, thanks God Xia, please strengthen Shisha, thanks God Xia. A long string of thanks followed. Apart from a few quiet scholarship students, most of the class were active. Messages scrolled for several pages. X stop. Humph. Lin Wu let out a disdainful snort. Show off. She tossed her phone on the desk, crossed her arms, and stared at the blank physics paper. Every word was recognizable, but together they made no sense. She rubbed her hair in agony like a middle-aged man facing his wife, willing but powerless. Physics. You truly make me lose my dignity. Lin Wu left the class group and scrolled through her friends' list. All were a bunch of worthless friends, even worse at studying than her. Lin Wu scowled, hesitating between not handing in the homework and copying Xie Yanhuai's paper. Finally, she found a third option. She opened the class group list. After scrolling for a while, she saw 2 XS listed consecutively at the bottom. One black avatar, that was Xie Yanhuai. The other was the default penguin avatar. That was Su Jingwang. In her past life, after that chaotic night, Lin Wu's hatred for Su Jingwang had reached its peak. Later, she gradually discovered Xie Yanhuai's true face, knowing what a despicable man he was. After completely dispelling her illusions, her hatred for Su Jingwang slowly faded. That night, he had also been set up. Besides, Su Jingwang was handsome, had a clean romantic history, and no bad habits. Compared to other flawed individuals, he was clearly a high-quality stock. Compared to Xie Yanhuai, she would rather turn to Su Jingwang. Lin Wu's fingertip hovered over the screen for a long time before she finally gritted her teeth and sent him a friend request. Su Jingwang had slept for a very long time. When he woke up, the sky had already darkened. His room was tiny with only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The single bed was against the window with a flimsy thin curtain over the small sliding window that didn't block much light. The room was dim with only a sliver of light seeping through the crack in the door. Wang Wang, are you awake? The door was knocked, and Su Pan's voice was gentle, carrying the caution she had held for years. Su Jingwang stood up, didn't turn on the light, and the bright light from outside poured in. The young man was tall and lean, one hand on the door, hair slightly messy and hanging over his forehead. His lips were pale. What's wrong? Su Pan looked worried. Why did you sleep so long? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need. Su Jingwang's voice was cool. He raised a hand to pinch his brow. Just a bit tired. Did you sleep poorly last night? Su Pan asked quickly. Su Jingwang nodded. Su Pan said, Mom will warm a pack of milk for you. Drink it before bed. You have school tomorrow. Okay. Su Jingwang replied. Su Pan felt relieved and smiled gently. Then Mom will go cook. Watching Su Pan leave, Su Jingwang's gaze swept across the cramped living room. He saw a small square dining table with a hanging pendant light above an old-fashioned standing fan beside it. Very worn. A sofa that could only seat 2 people, and in front of the sofa, an old TV. After graduating from high school, Su Jingwang had never returned to this place. For years apart, and it was still the same as in his memory. Only Su Pan was different. In his past life, after Su Pan divorced Xia Fengqiang, she had become much more relaxed and radiant. But now Su Pan was still cautious and worn with time. Su Jingwang silently closed the door and turned on the light. His bedroom was also the same as before. Small but exceptionally clean, almost no personal items, only the books and exercise papers in the corner taking up space. He sat on the chair, long legs bent, and pinched his brow with one hand. He thought for a long time, but couldn't understand why, after merely resting for a few minutes in the lounge before boarding, he had opened his eyes and returned to being 17. But at this time, Lin Wu was still alive. She was still here. His phone rang once. Su Jingwang finally moved. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. His casual expression changed when he saw the friend request. Lin Wu closed the door of her bedroom, holding a bowl of cherries brought up by Li Ma. She popped one sweet cherry after another into her mouth. Her phone rang. She opened it, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Within a minute, Su Jingwang had already accepted her friend request. X added the wrong person. Melancholy little sweet no. Lin Wu rubbed her nose, feeling the awkwardness, and scrolled through a pile of abstract stickers until she found one that was barely cute and sent it. It was a cat making a heart gesture. Su Jingwang didn't reply for a long time. Lin Wu could wait, but homework couldn't. She gritted her teeth and typed, Melancholy little sweet, Su, have you finished your physics homework? XMM. Lin Wu clicked her tongue. This guy really didn't take the hint. Melancholy little sweet, can I take a look? After Lin Wu sent the message, Su Jingwang didn't reply for a long time. Annoying man. Lin Wu viciously ate a cherry. The fresh cherry burst with sweet juice in her mouth. Lin Wu concluded this Su Jingwang was even more pretentious than Xie Yanhuai. Half a minute later, her phone rang twice. She opened it. 2 photos. The light was slightly yellowish, and distinct bony fingers held the corner of the paper. The nails were neatly trimmed with clear crescent moon marks. The paper was completely filled with elegant handwriting. Lin Wu. All right. She took back her previous conclusion. Melancholy little sweet, thank you. XMM. Lin Wu shamelessly continued, and what about your biology, chemistry, and math? Which question are you stuck on? I can teach you. Lin Wu was startled. She didn't expect that Su Jingwang, who usually seemed aloof, was actually quite nice. She said regretfully, I don't know any. He didn't say anything more, took a photo of the test paper and sent it over. Actually, she could search for answers on her phone, but searching for each one would take until dark. Copying someone else's was faster. Lin Wu spent half an hour finishing 4 test papers, then changed into her pajamas, feeling refreshed, and lay down on the bed. She scrolled through videos for a while, then enthusiastically opened a shopping app and browsed with relish. Miss, Aunt Lee knocked twice on the door from outside. Coming. Lin Wu picked up a claw clip from the vanity shelf, casually pinned her long hair up, and went downstairs. In her previous life, after the Lin family went bankrupt, Aunt Lee had returned to her hometown. She had missed Aunt Lee's cooking for a long time. At the dining table, only Lin Si was present. Jiang Fanxing didn't have the habit of eating dinner. Lin Wu stopped in her tracks. Where's Dad? Aunt Lee said, the master hasn't returned yet. Lin Wu nodded, washed her hands, and sat down next to Lin Si. Lin Si's chopsticks paused. Because in the past, Lin Wu would always choose a seat far away from him. The long table had 12 seats in total, and their family of 4 always managed to create the illusion of dining at separate tables. Seeing the siblings sitting together, Aunt Lee happily opened a bottle of juice and poured a glass for each of them. Thank you, Aunt Lee. Lin Wu, sweet-tongued, picked up the glass and took a sip of the sweet orange juice, then looked at Lin Si. Lin Si tapped his bowl with his chopsticks. Is there a flower on my face? I'm just concerned about you, Lin Wu asked seriously. Did you have fun playing billiards this afternoon? Lin Si thought she was being crazy and nodded perfunctorily, yes, fun. Then he lowered his head and took a bite of chicken wing. Lin Wu chewed a mouthful of rice for a long time and asked, will you go again tomorrow? How can I go? I have class tomorrow. Yizhong had evening self-study while Huaguang was optional. Students could stay for self-study or go home. Oh, Lin Wu said, I forgot. She started making small talk again. Is this chicken wing good? Just taste it and you'll know. Oh, Lin Wu picked up a chicken wing. The rice grains were distinct, and when the chicken wing was placed on it, the thick sauce made the rice look even more translucent and delicious. She took a bite, thought for a moment, and asked, what else do you like to do besides playing billiards? Lin Si put down his chopsticks and asked from the bottom of his heart, are you possessed? I'm just trying to understand what you guys like. Lin Wu mumbled through the chopsticks. Lin Si's expression turned cold again, his long lashes casting a thin shadow over his eyelids. No wonder. What? Lin Wu was confused. Lin Si didn't speak at first. He just thought no wonder this person suddenly approached him, no wonder she suddenly defended him. What? Lin Wu was confused. Lin Si didn't speak at first. He just thought no wonder this person. His thin lips curled into a faint smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Then you might be disappointed. How could a good-for-nothing second-generation rich kid like me have the same hobbies as those good students? Those good students. Lin Wu repeated. You mean Xie Yanhuai? Lin Si didn't speak, his dark eyes fixed straight on Lin Wu. Not speaking meant tacit agreement. Lin Wu was full of question marks. What does this have to do with Xie Yanhuai? Lin Si keep pretending. Lin Wu almost choked. She raised 3 fingers and swore to heaven. If the questions I just asked you were for Xie Yanhuai, then I will. Lin Wu was silent for a few seconds. Lin Si snorted. If you don't have the guts, don't make vows. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Lin Wu say, then I'll let Xie Yanhuai get hit by a car tomorrow. The siblings were silent. They stared at each other. Lin Wu snorted. Who says I don't have the guts? Lin Si was genuinely shocked this time. He didn't speak, staring straight at Lin Wu as if trying to see through her skin whether she was possessed by a spirit. Lin Wu also knew that her attitude was a bit strange. In the morning, she had happily attended the banquet because Xie Yanhuai was there. In the afternoon, she suddenly cursed him to be hit by a car. She coughed, took a sip of orange juice, and said, actually, I think I finally understand now. Lin Si, understand what? Lin Wu, that he will never like me. Lin Wu had liked Xie Yanhuai since childhood because he was handsome, more handsome than the other childhood friends. After starting school, Xie Yanhuai's grades were among the top, never falling out of the top 3. Lin Wu admired strength and liked him even more. When she pursued Xie Yanhuai unilaterally, he never gave her a good look. Instead, he was particularly fond of the stubborn Xia Ruoruo. In her previous life, after Lin Wu saw through Xie Yanhuai's cold attitude, Xie Yanhuai's attitude toward her actually improved. Xie Yanhuai was a masochist. If you were nice to him, he didn't appreciate it, thinking it lacked challenge. If you were cold to him, he would come closer. This kind of person would never like someone for long. He only liked those with a sense of conquest and challenge. Maybe once he got them, it would bring him a sense of achievement. But he would soon find it boring. Lin Si was silent for a long time. He pressed his lips together, opened the bottle of juice, and refilled Lin Wu's glass. Without sarcasm, he just said, you two have one common advantage. Lin Wu touched her earlobe and looked at him warily. Can I actually hear words of praise from you? Lin Si gave a cold laugh. You both have poor taste. Lin Wu. He'll reluctantly take that as a compliment. His taste is indeed not great. After the two finished eating, Lin Chuanxiong came back, carrying a small bucket. Lin Si stood up and went upstairs without saying a word. Lin Wu sighed. Their family of 4 was truly worse than strangers. Even strangers could exchange a few words. Dad, how many did you catch? Lin Wu took the initiative to walk over and look down at the bucket in Lin Chuanxiong's hand. It was empty with nothing inside. Lin Chuanxiong coughed. Dad's skills aren't very good. Lin Wu was incredulous. Don't you go fishing every day? Lin Chuanxiong, it depends on talent. Lin Wu. Really? I'm an honest person, don't fool me. Facing his daughter's clear eyes, Lin Chuanxiong sighed. Dad's learning ability isn't very good. Finally, he pushed Lin Wu's head gently and said, you have class tomorrow, go to bed early. Lin Wu stared at his back. As far as she could remember, Jiang Fanqing and Lin Chuanxiong had been a mismatched couple, estranged in appearance. Most arranged marriages among the wealthy were like this, not unusual. But in her previous life, before Lin Chuanxiong was imprisoned, he did his best to find a safe place for Jiang Fanqing. His warm hand stroked Lin Wu's hair and said, don't trust your uncle, protect your mother. If Jiang Fanqing hadn't walked into the trap for Lin Wu in the end, she would have lived well. Lima came out to clear the dining table and saw Lin Wu standing in a daze. Miss, what's wrong? Lin Wu inquired about family matters for the first time. Were my father and mother close before? Lima paused in her movements, thought for a moment, and said, I didn't come until you were 4, and they barely spoke to each other even then. But I've heard from other servants that the madam and master were once deeply in love. Lin Wu, when did they stop talking? I'm not quite sure about that, Lima said. I came too late. Lin Wu nodded without further questions. Lima asked, "What would you like for breakfast tomorrow, miss?" "I want soup dumplings," Lin Wu said after a moment's thought. "Sure," Lima replied with a beaming smile. "A good night's sleep." The next morning after washing up, Lin Wu changed into Wagwang's uniform, a white shirt and a deep blue pleated skirt with a gold embossed name badge pinned to her chest. Class 1, Senior 3 Lin Wu, followed by the last 4 digits of her student number, 0009. When she went downstairs, only Lin Si was there. The uniform of First High School was the simplest, blue and white. He sat at the table, nearly finished with his meal. Lin Wu set her backpack aside, washed her hands, and sat down beside Lin Si. "Wait for me after you finish," she said. Lin Si paused mid-bite. "Why, oi? He'll go to school with you later," Lin Wu replied. Though they attended different schools, it was along the same route. Lin Si took a bite of a soup dumpling and said nothing. Lin Wu tapped his shoulder in dissatisfaction. "Say something." "Oh," Lin Si replied. After breakfast, the driver Old Ding was quite surprised to see the siblings heading to school together. Previously, Lin Si would wake up early and leave before Lin Wu even came downstairs for breakfast. Old Ding would drop Lin Si off at school, and by the time he returned to Jiubei, Lin Wu would be just leaving, their schedules perfectly mismatched. A large shopping mall sat right next to Jiubei. As they passed a cake shop, Lin Wu called out, "Uncle Ding, stop here." "Sure," Old Ding replied. After Lin Wu got out, Lin Si's phone chimed. It was a sunny day, and the car window was rolled down halfway, letting sunlight stream in and bathe half of Lin Si's body. His golden hair seemed to have an extra layer of exposure in the bright light. His nose bridge was straight, his lips thin and beautifully shaped. Leaving aside his bad temper, his appearance was indeed beyond words. Even more delicate than some girls' features, like a divine youth who had stepped out of a manga. His long, slender lashes lowered as he opened his phone. Hiwensi had sent him several messages. "Hiwensi, Lin Si, please don't misunderstand me. I know you're good to me, but my mind is on my studies right now. I'm not ready to date. Hiwensi, we're too young. Love is a luxury for people our age. Hiwensi, besides, my parents have always valued my studies. If they found out about us, they'd kill me. Hiwensi, that's why I pretend we're not close in front of others." Lin Si's Adam's apple bobbed. Lin Si got it. After replying, he put away his phone. The car door opened, and Lin Wu climbed in with 2 small cakes. Once Lin Wu was settled, Old Ding restarted the car. "Here." Lin Wu handed one of the small cakes to Lin Si. "Your favorite, blueberry mini cake." Lin Si glanced down. A blue and white square box with a transparent hard plastic strip around it, clearly showing the blueberry cake inside. He didn't take it. Instead, he looked at Lin Wu, meeting her puzzled gaze, and asked, "What do you want me to help you with this time?" Lin Wu flicked his forehead. "You're my little brother, and I'm your older sister. Is it strange for a sister to buy her brother a cake?" "Very strange, because you haven't bought me a small cake in a long time." He pressed his lips together, took it, and murmured, "Thanks." Lin Wu still had 1 strawberry mini cake left. Lin Si asked, "Is that for yourself or for Xie Yanhuai?" Lin Wu spat out coldly, "Xie Yanhuai deserves nothing but dirt." Lin Si held back his laughter, but ultimately failed a smile curling at the corner of his lips. First High School arrived first. After Lin Si got off, Old Ding drove on toward Huaguang. The road was lined with luxury cars. Huaguang had strict rules. Students must wear uniforms and name badges, and every morning student council members checked at the school gate. Lin Wu got out of the car and spotted the group wearing red shoulder bands from afar, with Xie Yanhuai leading them. Xie Yanhuai was the current student council president, who would hand over the position at the end of the first semester of senior year. The male uniform at Huaguang was a standardized suit. With the heat, he wore a white shirt and dark blue suit pants, his face handsome, his expression cold, a registration book in his hand. Lin Wu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hurl the small cake at Xie Yanhuai's face, and queued up. The inspection was fast. Within 5 minutes, it was her turn. She stepped forward with her backpack on. Xie Yanhuai twirled his pen in one hand, glanced at Lin Wu's name badge and student number, then fixed his gaze on the item in her hand, frowning with a hint of disdain. "Lin Wu, I've told you many times I don't like cakes, especially straw." Lin Wu was stunned for 2 seconds. Several student council members nearby looked at her with sympathy. The student council often had gatherings, and they knew all too well how Lin Wu used to shamelessly show up every time. Their president had no interest in this young lady of the Lin family. Even with the title of fiancée, she was just throwing herself at him. The sunlight was gentle, and a mild breeze lifted Lin Wu's long hair. She looked at Xie Yanhuai in disbelief. The boy stared back at her coldly. Their eyes met. Lin Wu bared her teeth in a forced smile. "You're so narcissistic. This cake isn't for you." Xia Yanhuai's expression froze. Several people nearby gasped. At the very back of the line, Xia Ruoruo and her best friend Zhou Qing were whispering. Zhou Qing said scornfully, "See, Lin Wu is sucking up to him again." Xia Ruoruo stared ahead. Lin Wu and Xie Yanhuai were talking about something, disregarding everything else. Their looks at least matched well. She felt as if she had bitten into a sour lemon. Lowering her eyes, she said, "They're engaged. It's only natural." "Natural, my ass," Zhou Qing whispered. I think you're way prettier than Lin Wu. Xia Ruoruo curled her lips into a smile and tickled Zhou Qing's armpit. Are you just trying to cheer me up? I'm not trying to cheer you up. Ah, that tickles, haha. Zhou Qing was ticklish and instinctively stepped back, but lost her balance and nearly fell. A hand caught her from behind. Still shaken, she turned around in fear. A young man was carrying his backpack over one shoulder, wearing only one earbud, the other white wire dangling in the air. He quickly withdrew his hand, his black hair falling over his forehead, his skin pale and cold, his lips a thin red, the contrast making him even more striking. Zhou Qing's cheeks flushed, and she murmured, "Thank you." "No need to thank me," Su Jingwang said coldly. "I was just afraid you'd fall on me." He was standing right behind Zhou Qing. Her face grew even redder this time, not from shyness but embarrassment. Xia Ruoruo tugged at Zhou Qing's sleeve, signaling her to mind her own business. Her stepbrother was simply not normal. Xia Ruoruo asked in a whisper, "Why did you provoke him?" Zhou Qing's eyes reddened. "He's too much." Su Jingwang found it annoying. He put on another earphone, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wu standing ahead. He quickly lowered his eyelids. At the front of the line, Xie Yanhuai remained silent for a full minute. "What did you say?" The knuckles of his hand gripping the pen were still white. Lin Wu stared at him steadily. "This cake is not for you. Don't flatter yourself." With that, she couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore, turning to a student council member beside her. "Is there anything else? If not, I'll be going." The member scratched his head awkwardly and said, "No, nothing else." Lin Wu nodded slightly, didn't linger, actively walked around the stiffly standing Xie Yanhuai and went straight into the school. The tips of her hair were stirred by the wind, carrying the faint jasmine scent from her body straight into Xie Yanhuai's nostrils. Xie Yanhuai turned his head instinctively. Lin Wu walked away resolutely, never looking back. "President," the member beside him reminded him with a trembling voice. Xie Yanhuai pursed his lips and continued to check the next student's badge. He thought that Lin Wu was probably using a different tactic of playing hard to get this time. Reborn in a new life, looking at 17-year-old Xie Yanhuai again, Lin Wu's heart felt nothing but disgust, no ripple stirred. "Xie Yanhuai, you're not that great after all. It's just that I had too thick a filter on you. There's a saying online that's quite true, most men's handsomeness is all in women's imagination." "Woo woo." An unfamiliar voice came from behind. As the words fell, a hand patted Lin Wu's shoulder. Lin Wu paused in her steps and turned around. A face with heavy makeup appeared in her field of vision. The girl's thick fake lashes fluttered, her contact lenses were a light color, and her voice was coquettish. "Why did you just leave yesterday's banquet without saying a word?" After recognizing who this person was, Lin Wu's gaze turned complicated. The girl waited a minute, and seeing that Lin Wu remained silent, she pursed her lips in disappointment. "Oh, I forgot. Someone like you, a rich girl, looks down on me just like them." She tossed her hair and was about to leave. Lin Wu called out to her, "Shunming Luo." Shunming Luo stopped in her tracks. Her backpack was Hello Kitty-shaped, pink and cute. Her long, winered, curly hair hung at her side. She hooked a strand of hair with one hand and asked discontentedly, "What?" Lin Wu pursed her lips. "I didn't mean to look down on you." She awkwardly made up a flimsy excuse. "I was just spacing out." Shunming Luo was taken aback. She believed it immediately and happily leaned in. "Really? Really?" Lin Wu showed a sincere smile. Shunming Luo was originally a country girl. When she was 13, her family's home suddenly got demolished, and her father used the compensation money to invest. His luck was incredible, and within a few years he carved out a place in the capital. But standing firm was another matter. Among the aristocratic young ladies of the capital circle, Shunming Luo was just the daughter of a nouveau riche. Moreover, her mother died young, and her father never remarried, simply giving her money. Shunming Luo didn't understand the rules and norms of the capital circle, couldn't do her makeup well, and every time she attended a banquet, she stood out awkwardly, causing a string of jokes. In her previous life, Lin Wu hadn't had much contact with Shunming Luo, because she had too many friends around her, including a bunch of flatterers. But after the Lin family fell from grace, her former friends were afraid of being tainted and distanced themselves. Only Shunming Luo reached out a helping hand, giving her a bank card. However, Lin Wu ultimately refused. At that time, her uncle Lin Qingyuan had already obtained all the shares under Lin Chuanqiang's name, becoming the largest shareholder of the Lin Group and the undisputed power holder. The Shen family was just an empty shell. There was no need to offend the giant Lin Group for her sake. Shunming Luo said, "Oh," and continued asking, "Why did you leave yesterday without saying goodbye?" Lin Wu explained patiently, "My dress got dirty, so there was no need to stay." "I see," Shunming Luo said. "Actually," she paused and beckoned Lin Wu to come closer. Lin Wu understood and moved closer. Shunming Luo whispered, "I think that Xia Ruoruo deliberately spilled wine on you." Lin Wu was a bit surprised, as she didn't expect this usually quiet person to see through things so clearly. "Why do you say that?" Shunming Luo twirled her hair and said smugly, "Because I've figured it out. That Xia Ruoruo likes Xie Yanhuai." Lin Wu asked, does Xie Yanhuai like Xia Ruoruo? Shen Mingluo paused, her hair whirling. Do you really want to hear it? Really? Lin Wu nodded. Shen Mingluo clicked her tongue. But you'll be sad. Lin Wu smiled. I don't like him much anymore. Shen Mingluo squinted, carefully studying Lin Wu's expression. Really? I heard you've had that eye disease for almost 10 years. Has it really recovered? Eye disease? Lin Wu's mouth twitched. Putting that aside, isn't his appearance and grades pretty good? Shen Mingluo was stunned. But when it comes to dating, are grades and looks important? Lin Wu was stumped. Shen Mingluo continued on her own. Grades are totally useless. Looks might be a bit useful. At least seeing someone good-looking can barely calm your anger, and kissing experiences are good too. The Huawang campus was huge, and the two walked slowly with many people passing them by. Lin Wu asked blankly, then what is important? Of course it's his attitude toward you. Shen Mingluo's tone was coquettish. My dad said I should find someone who treats me well, remembers my menstrual cycle, knows what I like and dislike to eat, understands my personality, would lift me up to see fireworks at an amusement park, and would bend down to tie my shoelaces. Lin Wu was silent for a long time. She had never seemed to think about these things before. She liked Xie Yanhuai simply because he was more handsome than other boys, tall, good grades, and a good family background. According to what Shen Mingluo said, Xie Yanhuai, that strong guy, was nothing. Wait. Lin Wu caught sight of a familiar figure and tugged at Shen Mingluo's wrist. Shen Mingluo stopped. What's wrong? Wait for me. He'll go deliver the cake. With that, Lin Wu ran off. Shen Mingluo was puzzled, staring at her receding figure. She ran quite fast, quickly catching up to a boy wearing headphones. The boy stopped. He turned sideways to look at Lin Wu, his thin eyelids drooping, and removed one earbud with a single hand. The white headphone cord coiled around his long, slender fingers, his sleeves rolled up, revealing lean wrists. His profile was smooth, with a high nose bridge and lips that were overly red. He had a face that was both beautiful and handsome, yet his cold and aloof demeanor added a sense of unapproachable distance. What's wrong? Su Jingwang's voice was rather cold. Lin Wu, feeling extremely guilty about her previous attitude, licked her dry lips and handed him the small cake she had been carrying all the way. This is a thank you gift. Su Jingwang's gaze fell on the girl's hands. Her nails were clean, without nail polish or manicure. In the transparent box, the strawberry cake looked delightful, with a thin layer of white frosting on top, and a strawberry standing upright, making it look small and cute. What thank you gift? Su Jingwang asked. It's just, thank you for letting me copy your homework yesterday, Lin Wu said. Oh, the young man uttered coldly, so it was you. Lin Wu's expression froze. What do you mean? Su Jingwang was much taller than her. She had to tilt her head up to see his face. Su Jingwang remained expressionless, merely lowering his eyelids indifferently. I didn't know that little sweetie was you. Lin Wu asked, if you had known it was me, would you still have let me copy your homework? After asking, Lin Wu realized she was humiliating herself. Wasn't that a stupid question? She usually had a bad attitude towards Su Jingwang and didn't like him much. Because after the class division in the second year of high school, both Su Jingwang and Xie Yanhuai chose the full science track and were placed in the same class. Since then, Xie Yanhuai had never been able to get first place in the class. Before being in the same class as Su Jingwang, Xie Yanhuai, if not always first, had been first 8 out of 10 times. For a whole year he had been second in the class, which naturally made him unhappy. When he was unhappy, Lin Wu was unhappy too. She had often mocked and sneered at Su Jingwang in the past. Now that she suddenly changed her attitude, he must think she was a schizophrenic. Take this small cake. He'll go first. Lin Wu prepared to leave. Before she could finish, the small cake in her hand was taken by Su Jingwang. Her voice trailed off. Su Jingwang held the small cake with one hand, his long eyelashes fluttering. Let you copy. Lin Wu was taken aback and said sincerely, you're really nice. Su Jingwang pressed his lips together. Lin Wu came back again. Shen Mingluo asked nosily, why did you give Su Jingwang a small cake? He let me copy his homework yesterday, so it's a thank you gift, Lin Wu said. Shen Mingluo patted Lin Wu's shoulder. I think although Su Jingwang is a bit poor, he's much better than Xie Yanhuai. Why do you sound so resentful towards Xie Yanhuai? Lin Wu asked, crossing her arms. Shen Mingluo clicked her tongue. At a party once I couldn't stomach the Western food, so I ordered KFC delivery. At that time the little star I was chasing had the surname Xia, so my nickname was Husband Xia. It ended up being delivered to him, and he threw it directly into the trash. Lin Wu said that was pretty mean. Shen Mingluo was stunned. Now I believe it. Your eye disease is really cured. Lin Wu. Class 1, Oi Senior 3. The classroom was noisy, still maintaining the seating arrangement from last semester. Lin Wu's deskmate Lu Xiu was one of the top students in the class, a short-haired girl. As Lin Wu put down her backpack, Lu Xiu leaned in with an awkward expression. Lin Wu, did you just give Su Jingwang a cake? What's wrong? Lin Wu didn't deny it. Lu Xiu pointed at her phone. Someone took a photo and posted it on the forum. Who has that much free time? Lin Wu muttered, picked up her phone, and opened the forum. The post Lin Wu gives Su Jingwang a cake had soared to the top position. Wagwang's forum was always lively with everyone using various avatars and speaking freely mainly to insult and complain. Having not seen this silly forum for a long time, Lin Wu clicked in with interest. The original poster had taken 2 photos. Based on those photos, Lin Wu roughly determined that the person was standing to her right front. TSK. What a waste of time. She scrolled down the screen. 1L. So surreal. Wasn't Lin Wu supposed to hate Su Jingwang? 2L. Waiting for an answer. I also think it's surreal. 3L. What's so surreal? Lin Wu originally planned to give this cake to Xie Shen, but Xie Shen didn't want it, so she simply used Su Jingwang as a trash can. For Ella, Lin Wu is so mean. Compared to Xie Shen, I prefer Su Jingwang's looks. 5L. Is that something I can say? Lolo, come clean. I also prefer Su Jingwang's appearance. Except for his family background, I think Su Jingwang crushes Xie Yanhuai in every other aspect. 6L. Xie Yanhuai's features are too strong. I still think Su Jingwang's slightly prettier face is more suitable for a boyfriend. The kids would definitely be good looking too. 7L. A bunch of perverted girls. I'm amazed that the topic has gotten this off track. 8L. Every time, no matter the topic, there are hundreds of replies arguing. But when it comes to discussing men, everyone unites and truly speaks freely. 9L. 10L. Fools compare, wise men appreciate. I think both Xie Yanhuai and Su Jingwang are great, but I probably won't get either. Hiss. Lin Wu took a light breath and lowered her head to type. In the time it took her to type, the topic had already reached floor 64. She was floor 65. 65L. What's so good about Xie Yanhuai? He's a pretentious snob. Not to mention Su Jingwang, any random guy at school, is better than him. Although Su Jingwang is still a poor student now, a pearl cannot be tarnished. After the college entrance exam, his fate will be completely rewritten. The value of a self-made man, how can it compare to someone like Xie Yanhuai, who leeches off his parents? They are not even worthy of being compared. On the other side, at 810 the school gate closed. A few members of the student council packed up their things and returned to their respective classrooms. Xie Yanhuai was expressionless. Beside him, a boy with a pair of very striking peach blossom eyes lazily draped an arm over his shoulder. Tisk, I overslept this morning, otherwise I wouldn't have missed a big show. Xie Yanhuai let out a cold snort. What kind of big show is this? As his longtime childhood friend Han Qi knew Xie Yanhuai all too well. He tapped Xie Yanhuai's shoulder with his finger. Why are you pretending? Lin Wu didn't give you a cake, and you're unhappy about it, aren't you? Xie Yanhuai said nothing. Han Qi handed the phone to him. Xie Yanhuai lowered his eyes. The screen showed the hottest post. Han Qi, enjoying the drama, said with a grin, You always reject Lin Wu, but this time she gave it to someone else. He paused, then added with a smile, And it's someone you particularly dislike. Xie Yanhuai stared expressionlessly at the 2 photographs at the top. The person who took the candid shots had a good phone camera, so the pictures were exceptionally clear. The plane tree leaves above were lush. Lin Wu lowered her head, saying something. She seemed both embarrassed and shy, her legs long and straight. Beside her, a young man hooked one hand around a white earphone cord, his eyelids lowered as he looked at her very seriously. Judging from the photo, they actually looked quite matched. So that little cake was for Su Jingwang. An indescribable emotion seized Xie Yanhuai's entire heart. He lost his earlier calm, let out a cold laugh, and tossed the phone at Han Qi. Don't show me such boring stuff. Han Qi raised an eyebrow and put away the phone. Such a strong reaction. Jealous? No. Xie Yanhuai snorted. Why would I be jealous over Lin Wu? I just find it annoying. Han Qi, annoyed by what? Annoyed that she pulls these tricks to get me to notice her, Xie Yanhuai said. Han Qi blinked. Are you sure she's doing this to get your attention? Then what else? Xie Yanhuai looked at him. You think Lin Wu would be interested in Su Jingwang? Unlikely. Han Qi shook his head. Lin Wu had been spoiled like a princess since childhood, always wanting the best. How could a princess ever fancy someone as poor as Su Jingwang? When the 2 arrived at the classroom, the bell had just rung. Lin Wu had been spoiled like a princess since childhood, always wanting the best. How could a princess ever fancy someone as poor as Su Jingwang? When the 2 arrived at the classroom, the bell had just rung and the class was in a hubbub. Wagwang's tradition was always to assign seats based on grades. Every time seats were chosen, Lin Wu would find ways to get a high-ranking classmate as her deskmate, then have that person pick a seat close. This time Lin Wu happened to sit right behind Xie Yanhuai. Xie Yanhuai paused in his steps. Lin Wu had been turning her head to chat with her deskmate Lu Xiyu. Hearing footsteps, she looked up, saw it was Xie Yanhuai, and then very calmly averted her gaze. Xie Yanhuai was used to Lin Wu's sparkling, adoring eyes every time she looked at him. He frowned. About 20 minutes later, the homeroom teacher, Shu Ge, finally arrived. Most homeroom teachers at Huaguang were young. It was rare to see teachers over 40. Shu Ge was just a nickname because he was 195 meters tall, a PE teacher, tall and thin and very conspicuous in a crowd. Wearing a tracksuit, he stood on the platform and scanned the room. Today everyone is actually here. No one is late, he said with a smile. Xu Ge added, your Chinese teacher is stuck in traffic, so she'll be a bit late. Everyone please look over your Chinese textbook or exercises first. After Xu Ge left, the class started chatting softly again. Lu Xiyu was the Chinese class representative. She never liked to enforce discipline, so she whispered to Lin Wu. How did you write your composition this time? Lin Wu casually tossed her Chinese test paper to her. Her phone vibrated silently. She picked it up and looked. Qing Jiaqiang Shishir didn't finish what I was saying just now. Lin Wu didn't have this person as a friend, it was a temporary chat from a group. She furrowed her brows thinking. Yo Yu Xiaoyan Ming Luo. Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, Lin Wu proactively added her as a friend. Shin Ming Luo quickly accepted. Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, weren't you just asking me if Xie Yanhuai likes Xia Ruoruo? Yo Yu Xiaoyan Meng. Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, I think he does. Yo Yu Xiaoyan, why do you say that? Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, last time I went out to eat with friends I happened to sit at the table next to Xie Yanhuai and Han Qi. Xia Ruoruo was working part-time there. In short, Xia Ruoruo was bullied by a customer, and Xie Yanhuai played the hero saving the damsel. Yo Yu Xiaoyan, can you tell just from that? Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, of course. Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, when a man plays the hero, he must have ulterior motives. Lin Wu was half convinced all right then. She carefully recalled her past life. Xia Ruoruo and Xie Yanhuai only got together after the college entrance exam, but as for when the signs first appeared, she truly hadn't noticed. The entire morning was filled with Chinese and English classes, which Lin Wu could barely tolerate. It was just that she had been out of school for too long in her past life, and she almost couldn't sit through the whole morning. The bell rang at 1130 sharp. Shen Ming Luo was very outgoing. She came over and linked arms with Lin Wu. Would you like to go to the cafeteria with me? Lin Wu, let's go. Shen Ming Luo was taken aback. Aren't you eating with Bo Shan and the others? We had a falling out. Lin Wu's expression was indifferent. She and Bo Shan had grown up together and were good friends. It was a pity she misjudged people in her past life after the Lin family declined. Bo Shan's attitude changed completely. Her once warm and friendly best friend coldly drove her away. I've been fed up with you for a long time. I've liked Xie Yanhuai for so many years. Did you really not see it? Now that she had been reborn, Lin Wu carefully recalled the timeline. She and Bo Shan had just had a falling out over something last Friday. In her past life, Lin Wu valued this friendship very much. After a week of Cold War with Bo Shan, she would take the initiative to apologize and make up. But now, Lin Wu couldn't even be bothered to look at her. Fortunately, when Bo Shan chose her subjects, she picked history, so they weren't in the same class. Huaguang had 5 cafeterias in total, offering a variety of Chinese and Western cuisines. Shen Ming Luo took off the hair tie from her wrist and said while tying her hair, what do you want to eat? For Lin Wu at this moment, she had left Huaguang school 4 years ago. Her few memories of the cafeteria included the Malatang at the No. For dining hall. Malatang. Which one? The one at the No. For dining hall. Let's go then. The No. For dining hall had 3 floors. The Malatang place Lin Wu mentioned was on the 2nd floor. When she came out of the elevator on the 2nd floor, Lin Wu caught sight of a milk tea shop, not far away. Come to think of it, she hadn't had milk tea in a long time. After she became poor, the cost of 1 cup of milk tea was enough for a meal. Want some milk tea? My treat. Shen Ming Luo, sure. The milk tea shop had quite a few people they had to queue. Lin Wu initially thought the shop's drinks were so good that many people were waiting in line. It wasn't until she noticed the part-time student packing orders ahead with Su Jingwang that she understood. He was wearing the shop's black uniform and a baseball cap with the brim pulled very low, his features cold and distant, tall and lean. What do you want? Shen Ming Luo looked arrogant. What kind of attitude is that? Introduce us to what's popular in your shop. The shop manager standing nearby looked over, recognized Lin Wu, and thought this young lady was causing trouble again. She quickly gestured for Su Jingwang to step aside. She said with a smile, you two, he just started working part-time and isn't familiar yet. How about I introduce the drinks to you? Lin Wu was about to nod. Meanwhile, Shen Ming Luo lifted her chin, flicked her ponytail, and said arrogantly, we don't need you, we want him to introduce us. Lin Wu's eyes widened. She turned to look at Shen Ming Luo, wondering what she was up to. Shen Ming Luo noticed her gaze and raised an eyebrow, signaling that she knew the drill. Lin Wu. She almost forgot that in her past reckless days, she always liked to come to Su Jingwang's part-time job to cause him trouble. The past was too painful to recall. Lin Wu tugged at Shen Ming Luo's arm, signaling her to stay quiet, then glanced at Su Jingwang, who remained expressionless, and said to the store manager, my friend might have misunderstood. No need for an introduction. Just 2 cups of signature milk tea, please. The store manager gave Lin Wu a strange look, probably puzzled by her sudden change of attitude. But that was fine. Relieved, he smiled and made 2 cups of milk tea. Su Jingwang said softly, let me pack them. The store manager hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded and stepped aside. Lin Wu watched Su Jingwang. The young man, packed with practice, eased his fingers like fine white jade. He pulled out a plastic bag printed with the logo, placed the milk tea inside, and added the straws. As his index finger hooked the bag, Lin Wu absurdly recalled that chaotic night. She had been in so much pain, crying and cursing. Su Jingwang had used that very hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye. Milk tea. Su Jingwang handed the 2 packed cups to Lin Wu. Lin Wu snapped back to reality. Meeting those dark eyes, extreme shame flushed her ears red. Okay. She stammered, grabbed the 2 cups of milk tea, and fled with the bewildered Shun Mingluo. After they left, the store manager said, "Has the young lady changed her ways today?" Su Jingwang withdrew his probing gaze and said calmly, "I don't know." The two worked for another hour before taking a break. Su Jingwang changed out of his work uniform, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and prepared to leave. The store manager called out, "Are you really quitting next month?" Su Jingwang nodded. He had signed a 1-month contract, so naturally he couldn't back. At 17, Su Jingwang needed to work part-time at a milk tea shop. At 23, he had many ways to make money. Su Jingwang returned to his dormitory. At Huaguang, all rooms were single occupancy, ranging from luxurious to standard. Impoverished students with waived tuition fees were all assigned standard rooms, which contained only a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a small private bathroom. But even the standard room was larger than Su Jingwang's bedroom. He unzipped his backpack. It was empty except for a delicately packaged small cake. He unwrapped the cake and stared at it for a long time. Then he ate it all bite by bite. In the afternoon, there was 1 physics class and 1 math class. Lin Wu was utterly miserable, unable to understand what was taught, yet anxious about falling behind. As soon as the bell rang, she quickly grabbed her backpack stuffed with homework and slipped away. Driver Uncle Ding was waiting outside. "Miss, are you going home or?" In the past, Lin Wu would always cling to Xie Yanhuai, following him wherever he went. Lin Wu slumped into the back seat, sighing wearily from the ordeal of physics and math. Home. Uncle Ding got it. Lin Wu seemed bored and casually asked, "Uncle Ding, how old is your daughter now?" Uncle Ding was in his 30s, not highly educated but honest, and a steady driver. There were 2 drivers in the household, Uncle Wang and Uncle Ding. Uncle Wang usually drove for Lin Xuanxiong and Zhang Fanqing, while Uncle Ding was responsible for picking up and dropping off the siblings. There were 2 drivers in the household, Uncle Wang and Uncle Ding. Uncle Wang usually drove for Lin Xuanxiong and Zhang Fanqing, while Uncle Ding was... She quickly turned to look out the window, as if that question had just been a casual remark. Uncle Ding glanced at her a few more times in the rearview mirror and let out a slight sigh of relief. 20 minutes later, they arrived punctually at Villainess 11 in Jiuyue Bay. Seeing the familiar home, Lin Wu hurried in with her backpack and spotted Zhang Fanqing. Zhang Fanqing lounged on the sofa, a steaming cup of black tea before her. "Mom," Lin Wu greeted her proactively. Zhang Fanqing seemed slightly surprised, casting a lazy glance at her before looking away. "Why are you back so early?" "Class ended, so I came back." Lin Wu began to feel sorrowful at the thought of the homework-filled backpack. Zhang Fanqing nodded and said nothing more. Lin Wu was about to head to her room to do homework when, after taking a few steps, Zhang Fanqing's phone suddenly rang. "Yes. Lin's sis mother." Hearing this, Lin Wu stopped in her tracks. She stood on the stairs, one hand on the railing, and turned around. About half a minute later, Zhang Fanqing hung up. Lima walked out of the kitchen with a platter of fruit, asking with concern, "What happened to the young master?" Zhang Fanqing's expression remained unchanged. "He got into a gang fight and ended up at the police station. Go bail him out." "Oh dear, fighting again. How dangerous." Lima looked worried, quickly set the fruit platter on the coffee table, and said, "You enjoy the fruit. They'll go check on the young master." "Wait." Lin Wu called out to Lima. Lima looked over in confusion. "What is it, miss?" Lin Wu said, "I'll go." Zhang Fanqing was eating a piece of watermelon with a fork and looked over upon hearing this. Lima instinctively glanced at Zhang Fanqing. Zhang Fanqing nodded. "Let her go if she wants to." "All right." Lima nodded. Lin Wu first ordered a taxi on her phone, tossed her backpack onto the desk, changed out of her school uniform, and casually picked out a t-shirt and shorts. The ride-hailing app was efficient. By the time Lin Wu changed clothes, the car was already waiting downstairs. As Lin Wu came down, Lima asked curiously, "Miss, why didn't you call Uncle Ding?" Lin Wu's expression remained unchanged. "It's mealtime, so I didn't want to disturb Uncle Ding." After Lin Wu left, Lima muttered, "Why does the young lady seem much more good-tempered lately?" Zhang Fanqing chewed the watermelon slowly, without saying a word. Lima shuffled into the kitchen. Getting into the taxi, the driver confirmed the last 4 digits of her phone number, then started the car heading toward Dongou District. Dongou District was not far from Jiuyue Bay. It was a rather dilapidated urban village. Due to its remote location, rumors of demolition had persisted for years, but never materialized. In her past life, Lin Wu had never once been there. Entering the main street of Dongou District, the surroundings gradually became shabby. The shops on both sides looked cramped and messy, with names like Huimin and Haoyan pasted everywhere. The utility poles were covered with various advertisements, and the ground was dirty and littered. During the years of her downfall, Lin Wu had always lived in places like this. The taxi finally stopped at the police station. The driver, apparently finding it curious, glanced back at Lin Wu and said, "We're here." "Okay, thank you." Lin Wu politely expressed her gratitude before pushing open the car door and stepping out. Since it was a group brawl, the small police station was packed with parents. Lin Wu followed the officer to the interrogation room and glanced inside. In the corner, a group of multicolored, disheveled youths were squatting, each with battered faces and bruised features, looking like they had just emerged from battle. Lin Sis' bleached blonde hair was all too recognizable. His face was the cleanest, with only a small bruise under his eye. He was leaning over a chair, clutching a black pen, racking his brain as he wrote a self-criticism. The officer, quite young, asked Lin Wu, "Is this your younger brother?" "Yes. He's a repeat offender. You need to discipline him more." I know. Lin Wu quickly responded, dropping her usual arrogant demeanor. Her pretty face now appeared obedient and gentle. Fong Tsung scratched his head as he struggled to squeeze out a sentence, his handwriting crooked and squiggly like crawling centipedes. Finally managing to write a line, he sighed in relief and lifted his eyes to see if his leader had arrived. Instead, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. The officer beside her said something, and Lin Wu nodded while listening. Her light blue jeans outlined two straight long legs, while her loose white t-shirt accentuated the delicate curve of her collarbone. Fong Tsung tugged at Lin Sis' arm. Startled, Lin Sis' body tilted, and the pen in his hand drew a long slanted line across the paper. "Damn it," he cursed, looking impatiently at Fong Tsung. "What's wrong with you?" Fong Tsung jerked his chin toward Lin Wu. "Take a look who's here." Lin Si shrugged nonchalantly, lifted his eyes, glanced over, and froze. He quickly lowered his head and continued writing his rambling self-criticism. For example, "I really know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Fong Tsung said, "Sister Wu came to pick you up herself. I feel like she really cares about you, not like you always say, ignoring you." "You don't know a thing," Lin Si cursed. "She bought you a meal, and you've already turned traitor, haven't you?" "Traitor? You're my boss. How could I betray you?" Fong Tsung grew anxious. "I just genuinely think Sister Wu dotes on you. The cops called your home, and within minutes your sister was here. She must have come right after the call." Lin Sis' pen tip abruptly stopped. The review paper was thin, and the ink spread into a large black blot. "She must have something to ask of me." "Yes." Lin Wu's sudden show of concern could only mean she needed something from him. He finished writing the full page of self-criticism and handed it to the officer. The officer glanced at it, but the handwriting was so atrocious he couldn't make out the words. Still, a full page signaled some effort. The officer then told him not to fight again and to study hard, and let him go. Outside, the sky had grown dim and the police station's lights were on. Lin Wu was sitting on the rest bench, scrolling through her phone out of boredom, when a shadow suddenly fell before her. She put away her phone and looked up at Lin Si. Their eyes met. Lin Si was the first to look away, speaking stiffly, "Let's go home." Without waiting for her reply, he walked out first. Lin Wu hissed under her breath, "Brat." She quickly followed. As soon as they stepped out of the station, warm evening breeze swept over them, plastering strands of hair against Lin Wu's face. She tucked her hair behind her ear and asked, "Have you eaten dinner yet?" Lin Si seemed taken aback by her first question, staring blankly for a long time. Seeing him silent, Lin Wu waved a hand in front of his eyes. "Did someone knock your brains out?" "You?" Lin Si licked his teeth. "Why did you come? Aren't you happy I came?" Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. Lin Si kicked a pebble by his foot. "Not used to it." Lin Wu opened her mouth, then closed it again. He didn't say he was unhappy. He said he wasn't used to it. Stepping out of her past lives' infatuation with Xie Yanhuai, Lin Wu looked back at her former self and realized how absurdly she had lived. It was as if she had been hexed, tirelessly orbiting around Xie Yanhuai every day. When Lin Si was very young, he often came to play with her, inviting her to the supermarket to play games and to eat delicious food. At first, Lin Wu was happy to join, but as she grew older, she longed to be with Xie Yanhuai. It seemed to be in the first year of middle school when Xie Yanhuai invited classmates to a birthday party in a private room at a restaurant. Lin Wu hesitated for a long time, handed over her gift, and left without even drinking water. That day was Lin Sis' midterm exam, and she had promised to take him to eat fried chicken. That evening, Lin Wu wore a beautiful princess dress. The family's nanny, skilled with her hands, had braided her hair into a lovely style. "Xie Yanhuai, why won't you talk?" That evening, Lin Wu wore a beautiful princess dress. The family's nanny, skilled with her hands, had braided her hair into a lovely style. That evening, Lin Wu wore a beautiful princess dress. The family's nanny, skilled with her hands, had braided her hair into a lovely style. "Xie Yanhuai, why won't you talk to me?" Xie Yanhuai sat on a corner sofa, the light dim. The young man held a half-empty glass of juice, smirking with mockery. "Why should I talk to you? Go home early and keep your brother company." You are the only one in the class who dared to embarrass me like this. Lin Wu stood frozen. She was standing, he was sitting, yet the one in the higher position was the one seated. His tone was cold and sardonic. Lin Wu, stop following me from now on. You really annoy me. Lin Wu's heart felt trampled. She was deeply hurt. I had already promised to see, and isn't the second party more important? Xie Yanhuai stood up, leaning slightly closer to Lin Wu as if weary of her explanations. Then go home and keep your brother company. Don't come looking for me. From then on, the clique led by Xie Yanhuai ostracized Lin Wu. They never informed her of any activities. In the prolonged isolation, Lin Wu grew silent and irritable. Lin Xi invited her to play games. She said it was childish. He asked her to go to the supermarket. She said she wasn't interested. He brought home a pile of plush toys. She refused, calling them ugly. After being rejected several times, Lin Xi stopped initiating contact. He started boarding at school in middle school and only came home on weekends. Their communication dwindled and their relationship grew more distant. So much so that now even speaking felt awkward. Lin Wu's eyes stung. Looking at Lin Xi, who was now much taller than her, she said, then you'll just have to get used to it. Lin Sis Adam's apple bobbed. You really don't like Xie Yanhuai anymore. Lin Wu was about to answer when she saw someone approaching in the distance. That person was tall and lean, his black t-shirt billowing in the wind. He held a phone in his hand, his face expressionless. Despite being a very beautiful face, the person's aloof and indifferent temperament always made her seem too distant and hard to approach. Lin Wu pressed her lips together and answered firmly, I don't like him anymore. Lin Xi found it hard to believe. After all, Lin Wu had liked him for so long, chasing after Xie Yanhuai everywhere. How could she just stop liking him? He was about to ask if Lin Wu had argued with Xie Yanhuai or if Xie Yanhuai had bullied her. But Lin Wu had already darted away in a few steps. Lin Xi was full of question marks. He squinted and watched Lin Wu run up to a rather handsome boy. When the faint jasmine perfume approached, Su Jingwang's hand holding the phone tightened for a moment. Veins pulsed silently, betraying the turmoil within, but Su Jingwang's expression remained calm as he spoke unhurriedly. Need something? Lin Wu cleared her throat. I wanted to tell you, don't believe what's on the forum. That little cake was for you, not for Xie Yanhuai. Su Jingwang nodded. Having said that, Lin Wu prepared to leave. Probably feeling it was impolite to just walk off, she forced out another question. Why are you here alone? To pick up my friend. Oh. Lin Wu rose on her toes. He'll be going then. Su Jingwang nodded slightly. A very polite exchange of questions and answers. Like a mystic, came quickly and went quickly. Standing before him, it was hard to grasp. Lin Wu came back again. Lin Xi squinted at her. Lin Wu felt uncomfortable under his gaze. What's with that look? I get it. Lin Xi stroked his chin. Lin Wu crouched, hailing a taxi, and asked, what do you get now? I understand why you don't like Xie Yanhuai anymore. Lin Wu was taken aback, slowly lifting her head. Give me your reasoning. I'm listening. Lin Xi said with a straight face, you've fallen for someone else. He'll fall for your grandmother. Lin Wu stood up. Are you crazy? Are you sure you don't like that guy just now, eh? Lin Xi squinted. I really don't. Lin Wu raised 3 fingers and swore to the heavens. If I like him, may Xie Yanhuai get hit by a car when he goes out. Lin Xi was speechless. It's best if you don't like him. I know that guy. He's no easy character. The car arrived. Lin Wu opened the back door. Really? Really? Lin Xi said. With his looks, you remember him after one glance. He's Fong Song's neighbor, and he's exceptionally good at studying. Fong Song's neighbor. Lin Wu was genuinely surprised. Yeah, I heard from Fong Song that their family of 4 is a blended family. His stepfather has a tendency toward domestic violence, a real scumbag. But Su Jingwang is even more of a scoundrel. His stepfather doesn't dare come home late. Lin Wu hissed and rolled down the window. The wind blew and tousling her hair. She found it rather surreal. After all, in her impression, Su Jingwang was a very honest person, turning the other cheek when hit and not talking back when scolded. But Lin Xi said he was quite a troublemaker. Lin Wu still couldn't quite believe it, always thinking that rumors got twisted along the way. The taxi drove from the dilapidated, decrepit Dongou district to the prosperous, luxurious Jiyue Bay. Fong Song came out of the police station, his face bruised and swollen. The cheap hair dye had left his hair in poor condition, and it swayed messily in the wind. Brother Wang, thank you for this. It's nothing. Su Jingwang's voice was light. He turned to look at Fong Song, whose hair was completely blown back, revealing the mark on his forehead. A large abrupt patch that covered his brow and eyes. Su Jingwang thought of Fong Song from his past life, who had accidentally killed someone in a fight and ended up in prison at a young age. On the day he entered prison, his parents were too ashamed to come. Only Su Jingwang went. Fong Song had always kept his hair long, as if he felt that birthmark was too ugly and gave a bad impression, always hiding it with his hair. That day was overcast. He had shaved his head, exposing his entire face to everyone. Though just barely an adult, Fong Song seemed to have aged overnight. All his former frivolity and naivety fading away. He said softly to Su Jingwang, "Brother Wang, thank you." Su Jingwang asked about the fight for the first time. "Why did you fight this time?" "Why is there a why?" Lin Si leaned against the car window. "I just felt like fighting." Lin Wu crossed her arms. "Do you think I believe that?" The taxi stopped. It was almost dark and the artificial pond in the courtyard shimmered. Lin Si said, "Isn't me fighting already a common occurrence?" Lin Wu snorted with a laugh. Quite common indeed. She had only asked casually, but seeing Lin Si's attitude, she had a pretty good idea. It was most likely for Wensi. The siblings entered the living room only to find guests. Two unfamiliar pairs of shoes sat on the shoe rack, a pair of women's heels and a pair of men's sneakers. Jiang Fanxing sat languidly on the sofa, while directly across sat Xie Yanhuai and his mother Lady Ji Huai. Ji Huai was a currently popular international superstar. A mixed-race beauty, her features were generous and bright, and every gesture exuded an allure hard for others to imitate. "Wu, you're finally back." Ji Huai rose with a smile, taking Lin Wu's arm. "Auntie and Xiao Huai have been waiting for you for ages." Nothing good comes from sudden kindness. It could be said that Ji Huai had made an indelible contribution to getting Lin Wu, a pampered young lady, to stubbornly pursue Xie Yanhuai for most of her life, enduring his cold demeanor. Ji Huai played a crucial role. For example, Xiao Huai is just a bit awkward. He must like you deep down. Xiao Huai treats you better than he treats me. The gifts you give Xiao Huai, he always keeps them well. Her voice was sweet, and every word she said was even sweeter. She often gave Lin Wu clothes and jewelry, and invited her to go shopping. To the point that Lin Wu felt Ji Huai was more like her mother than Jiang Fanxing. The true face of Ji Huai was revealed during the Lin family's bankruptcy in her past life. At that time she discovered that her beloved uncle's family had changed. Her first instinct was to seek Ji Huai's help. Then Ji Huai, sitting in the manor drinking tea and chatting with a few girlfriends, was in a very pleasant mood. When she saw Lin Wu behind the butler, it was as if she were shooing away a beggar. She waved a hand, signaling the butler to take her out. During that time Lin Wu experienced the full spectrum of human fickleness and the coldness of the world. "Is that so?" Lin Wu smiled insincerely. "I went out with a C. Next time Annie Huai comes, please let us know in advance." Ji Huai was taken aback, instinctively sensing something wrong. She stared at Lin Wu, scrutinizing her expression, but found nothing. It was still the same face, still appearing willful and capricious. Ji Huai forced a smile and asked, "Is Wu Wu still angry?" Lin Si cast a glance at her, then turned and entered the kitchen. Lin Wu bent down to pick up a slice of orange from the fruit platter, subtly freeing herself from Ji Huai's arm. "Angry about what?" Ji Huai's smile froze for a moment, before quickly returning to normal. "At yesterday's luncheon, Xiao Huai embarrassed you in public. He feels terrible about it, and specially prepared a gift for you." Lin Wu took a bite of the orange, tilting her head to look at Xie Yanhuai. "What gift?" Xie Yanhuai picked up a gift box from the table and handed it to Lin Wu, his voice low. "It's the necklace you've been fond of lately." Lin Wu took it casually, opened the box, and inside lay a sparkling diamond-studded necklace priced at nearly 6 figures on the official website. "Thank you." A smile curled at the corners of her lips. "I didn't expect you to know I liked this necklace." Xie Yanhuai watched her radiant smile, feeling a bit more at ease. It seemed that her bringing cake to Su Jingwang today was entirely because he had defended Xia Ruoruo at yesterday's banquet, a desperate attempt to capture his attention. Ji Huai stayed for another few minutes with Xie Yanhuai before suggesting they leave. After they departed, the smile on Lin Wu's face vanished instantly. She lowered her head, idly fiddling with the necklace, then asked Jiang Fanxing, "Mom, do you want it?" Jiang Fanxing paused mid-bite of her orange. Still angry. In the past, Lin Wu had always treasured anything Xie Yanhuai gave her, meticulously placing each item in her bedroom. "No," Lin Wu said. "I just don't like him anymore." Jiang Fanxing put the half-eaten orange back into the fruit bowl, grabbed a tissue to wipe the juice from her fingers, and pressed her hand against Lin Wu's forehead to check her temperature. Her palm was warm and dry. Lin Wu remained still, her breath growing shallow. Jiang Fanxing withdrew her hand. "How can you just stop liking him all of a sudden?" Lin Wu looked at the half-eaten orange in the fruit bowl and felt a sudden urge to laugh. From this orange alone, she could tell how shocked Ms. Jiang was. She had been so foolish in her past life, actually believing that Ms. Jiang didn't love her. "Since he doesn't like me, why should I keep throwing myself at him?" Lin Wu felt as if she had been hexed in her previous life, acting more like a lovesick fool than Lin Si ever did. Jiang Fanxing picked up the half-eaten orange and continued eating. "I'm glad you understand. The engagement between you and Xie Yanhuai was something his family begged for. The 4 old money families in the capital, Lin Han Song and Bo, monopolized nearly the entire economic lifeline of Huaxia. The Xie family was merely an upstart minor clan that had gradually risen to prominence, and you can throw your heiress tantrums to your heart's content, and Xie Yanhuai has no choice but to endure them." Lin Wu was stunned. She tossed the necklace aside, hugged Jiang Fanxing's arm, and said with deep emotion, "Mom, you're so good to me." The girl's arm was slender and soft, a vitality Jiang Fanqing hadn't felt in a long time. Her usually hardened heart seemed to be gently breathed upon, cracking open a tiny fissure. Jiang Fanqing swallowed, then patted Lin Wu's arm in return. "You are my child." With that, she freed herself from Lin Wu's hold and went upstairs. Lin Wu stared blankly at her retreating figure. She had always thought Ms. Jiang despised her and didn't want to be close, but now she saw it differently. It wasn't disgust, it was fear. Whenever she drew near Ms. Jiang became afraid. "Why are you sitting here alone?" The voice of Lin Xuanqiong came from behind, and Lin Wu instinctively turned around. Lin Xuanqiong had been out fishing again today, dressed in casual clothes, holding a small red bucket with a stubble of beard on his chin, looking rather unkempt. In thinking about something, Lin Xuanqiong set down the bucket. "Did you have a fight with Xie Yanhuai, eh?" "No." Lin Wu pinched her thigh hard, the pain surging through her. She forced out 2 teardrops, transparent beads of moisture wetting her lashes and trickling down from the corners of her eyes. "Oh dear." Lin Xuanqiong quickly sat down beside Lin Wu, flailing his hands awkwardly, probably because he hadn't washed them and thought they were dirty. "Why?" Lin Wu sniffled, but said nothing. Lin Xuanqiong hastily grabbed a tissue and handed it to her. Lin Wu took the tissue but held it without wiping. Come on, she had already reached her limit, just squeezing out those 2 tears. If she wiped them away, they'd be gone. Lin Xuanqiong thought for a long while. The only person who could make his daughter upset was that Xie kid. He spoke earnestly. "The Xie family does over half of their annual business relying on us. The one who needs to curry favor is him, not you, Wu Wu. It really has nothing to do with him. I'm sad because of Mom." Lin Wu sniffled. Lin Xuanqiong froze. Lin Wu asked the question that had been buried in her heart for a long time, her voice full of grievance. "Why does Mom always ignore me?" Lin Xuanqiong was silent for a long time, the only sound in the vast living room being the ticking of the clock. A hand landed on Lin Wu's shoulder, patting it gently. Lin Xuanqiong let out a very soft sigh. "Your mother has something weighing on her heart. She can't get past it. It's not that she ignores you. She doesn't even want to face herself. Something weighing on her heart." Lin Wu looked up. The dazzling light from the crystal chandelier fell on her pale, thin face, and her lashes, dark as crow feathers, cast a fan-shaped shadow over her eyelids. "What is it?" Lin Xuanqiong looked at her, the hand at his side trembling. He pretended to be at ease, managing a smile. "Just old news." He quickly changed the subject. "Did you finish your homework today, eh?" "No." At the mention of homework, Lin Wu's mood plummeted. Seeing that she wouldn't get anything more out of him, she sighed and got up to leave. He quickly changed the subject. "Did you finish your homework today, eh?" "No." At the mention of homework, Lin Wu's mood plummeted. Seeing that she wouldn't get anything more out of him, she sighed and got up to leave. Of exercise and math and physics each had a full exam paper. It wasn't really that much, but Lin Wu had gone out in the afternoon, and now it was already 7 o'clock. She spent 40 minutes quickly writing the essay, then pulled out the math test paper, glanced at it, and let out a weary sigh. She dug out her math textbook, starting from the first problem, reading and solving as she went. When she struggled through to the 4th problem, her phone rang. Instantly, Lin Wu felt as if she had been rescued. Her eyes lit up as she grabbed her phone. It turned out to be a weather alert about a temperature drop tomorrow, the kind everyone receives. Damn. Lin Wu tossed her phone aside and continued doing math problems with a barely alive expression. She was excellent at Chinese and English, but whenever she encountered math, physics, or chemistry, it was as if her brain were filled with paste. She couldn't even figure out how to solve the problems after reading them. Beep. Her phone rang again. Lin Wu waited a couple of seconds before picking it up. This time someone had actually messaged her. Please strengthen Xie. Oi kid, have you finished your math test paper? Melancholy sweet, no. Please strengthen Xie, then, when you finish let me copy from you. Melancholy sweet, I can't even pass math and you dare to copy my answers. Please strengthen Xie, I dare. I got 9 points in last semester's math final. Melancholy sweet. Lin Wu was speechless. A 9-point player indeed, not afraid. Melancholy sweet, how did you get those 9 points? Please strengthen Xie, bad luck, I only guessed one multiple choice question correctly. Melancholy sweet. Melancholy sweet, then I'll send it to you when I finish. Please strengthen Xie, great. Hee thank you Lin Wu. Please strengthen Xie, you're the first person willing to let me copy homework. Lin Wu coughed, sent a sticker to Shun Mingluo, and continued to lower her head to do the problems. Serious, patient, focused, hardworking. Couldn't keep it up anymore. Lin Wu leaned back, and the expensive chair automatically adjusted its angle with her body. Lin Wu lay down comfortably, opened her phone, swiped through the list, and paused for a moment above the original penguin avatar. Forget it. She exited and opened the forum. It was fine until she opened it, then she was shocked. 99 private messages. What horrible thing did she post? Why is it so lively? Lin Wu opened the private messages and the screen was filled with insults like dead pig essence, ordinary and confident woman, stinky woman, attacking her eyes. Lin Wu scrolled. Her previous comment belittling Xie Yanhuai had aroused dissatisfaction among his fans. Wow. Lin Wu scrolled through the comments expressionlessly, directly switched to battle mode, and replied to each with 2 words. Rebound. After she finished replying, another half hour passed. Lin Wu hesitated for a long time, then finally contacted the one with the original penguin avatar. Melancholy Sweet, are you there? Melancholy Sweet, let me see the physics and math papers. X didn't reply. Lin Wu waited patiently for a while, then shamelessly asked the class representative. The class representative was a boy who liked to wear plaid shirts and glasses, very obedient and honest. Lying flat, salted fish. Sorry classmate Lin Wu, I went out with my parents today to attend a foreign scholars sharing session, and I haven't done the homework yet. Melancholy Sweet, okay. Lin Wu clicked her tongue. It was like adding insult to injury. Why isn't he replying to my message? Xia Ruoruo frowned, looking at the screen full of green. She had been sending messages to Xie Yanhuai since school ended, but he hadn't replied. She threw her phone away aggrievedly. Picking up the empty water cup on the table, she opened the door to get water and bumped into Su Jingwang, who was returning from outside. Their eyes met, and Su Jingwang quickly looked away. Although they had been siblings for nearly 10 years, their relationship was not close. To be precise, Xia Ruoruo had always been friendly and especially wanted to get along with Su Jingwang, but his attitude was always cold. Brother, Xia Ruoruo called to him. Su Jingwang stopped and asked expressionlessly, what is it? The living room was a bit cramped. He was tall with naturally hanging hands that had beautiful joints like new bamboo. When he turned slightly and looked over without expression, it gave Xia Ruoruo a feeling of fear. It hadn't been like this before. Although they weren't close and had a distant relationship, he never gave her such a sense of oppression. It was like someone in a high position. How could that be? Xia Ruoruo forced a smile. I'm just curious, why did Lin Wu give you a small cake this morning? Su Jingwang asked calmly, what does it have to do with you? Brother, I'm just asking casually. She pouted. Her big black grape-like eyes were now full of grievance. If anyone else stood before her, they would be softened by those grievance-filled, speaking-like eyes. Su Jingwang knew this person's true nature too well. He had no pity at all. You say it's casual, but you clearly care a lot. She never expected Su Jingwang to say it so directly. Suddenly exposed, Xia Ruoruo's face uncontrollably flushed red. As the two were at a standoff, Su Pan pushed the door open and came in. She was carrying a bag of discounted vegetables and fruits from the supermarket. Seeing the scene, she paused. What's wrong? Xia Ruoruo sobbed as if she had been bullied and saw a parent and threw herself into Su Pan's arms. Mom, brother was really fierce just now. Su Pan quickly raised her other hand to pat Xia Ruoruo's shoulder. It's okay, Ruo. Xiao Wang has a cold personality. He's always been like this. Don't you know? Su Jingwang looked at the two leaning on each other as if they were biological mother and daughter. He curled his lips. I'll go in and do my homework first. Su Pan hurriedly responded. Okay. Su Jingwang pushed open the door and sat at the desk. He unzipped his backpack and took out a half-finished math test paper. His phone had already died. He found the charger and plugged in his phone. Only after finishing a full set of math problems did he pick up his phone and glance at it just in time to see the message from Melancholy Sweet. The 17-year-old Lin Wu should have hated him. But yesterday she asked him to copy homework. This morning she gave him a small cake, and in the afternoon she specially explained to him. Su Jingwang's fingers habitually tapped the phone case. 2 seconds later, he took a photo of the math paper and sent it to Melancholy Sweet. At that time, Lin Wu was flipping through the formulas and theorems in her textbook with a sickly expression. She hadn't studied math for 4 years, and the problems she once knew had been returned to the teacher intact. Her phone vibrated twice. She subconsciously opened it and saw it was a message from X. Lin Wu's eyes lit up, and she instantly clicked in. It was 2 photos capturing the entire math paper intact. Melancholy Sweet, I'm so touched, thank you. Lin Wu used to look at Xie Yanhuai's homework, but Xie Yanhuai always put on airs and pretended for a long time before showing her. In contrast, Su Jingwang was simply a super good person. X, you're welcome. X, I haven't written physics yet. I'll send it to you when I finish. Melancholy Sweet, thank you. At this moment, Lin Wu's conscience received a silent condemnation. Lin Wu, you actually bullied him before. How could you bear to be mean to this kind of divine academic who gives you homework without hesitation? Lin Wu quickly finished copying and sent a copy of the answers to Shunming Luo. The other party was very moved. After copying math, while waiting for physics, Lin Wu buried her head and finished the English homework. She propped up her chin and scrolled through short videos. The local recommendation pushed a cosplay video to her. The blogger was quite pretty in a red Warring States period robe holding a sword. The more Lin Wu looked at the blogger, the more familiar she seemed. She glanced again at the blogger's name. MCC. Hewensi. Lin Wu opened the comments in surprise. Setting aside those drooling over her looks, everyone was teasing the top spender. The top spender will be jealous again when he sees this. Haha, last time CC posted a video in a short skirt, the top spender even said he'd pay to buy it out. But still, CC and the top spender are such a cute couple. Could this top spender be that hopelessly love-struck Lin C? With this doubt, Lin Wu scrolled through all of Xie Yanhuai's video comments and finally found the top spender's Douyin account. The profile picture was a luxury car steering wheel, the username Love C. Love C. Lin Wu's lips twitched. She browsed through the guy's only 2 videos and confirmed it wasn't her foolish brother, but likely a middle-aged man with some money. She relaxed a bit and started digging into the gossip in the comments. Basically, Xie Yanhuai streamed weekly, and this top spender always showered her with gifts and made comments like a CEO. For example, don't wear that outfit. He'll get jealous. Everyone shut up. Haters get lost. Don't watch CC's stream. From many clip videos, Xie Yanhuai seemed to enjoy it, always thanking the top spender in a long speech. Lin Wu lay back in her chair laughing as she watched. She sent one of the screenshots to Lin C. Lin C was a textbook Chinibu cold guy. His profile picture a typical black and white anime male head. Unfortunately, Lin Wu's contact name for him was Foolish Little Brother. Foolish Little Brother. Melancholy sweet. You see, nowadays, everyone prefers mature men. Oh, childish ones like you are no longer popular. Foolish Little Brother. Oh. Melancholy sweet. Who are you pretending to be, a cool guy? Foolish Little Brother. I am one. Do I need to pretend? Lin Wu. X sent a message. Lin Wu quickly opened it. The real cool guy had arrived. Su Jingwang's physics paper was a delight to the eyes, and Lin Wu copied it easily and comfortably. Today's homework was barely manageable, but studying still had to be prioritized. Half of the students at Huaguang were on the study abroad track, while Lin Wu was on the domestic college entrance exam path. She still needed to hire a tutor. Lin Wu's subject imbalance was too severe. In her past life, her scores were awkward. To get into a good school, she had to pick a garbage major. To get a good major, she had to settle for a second-tier school. Back then, Lin Wu was locked in a bitter struggle with Xia Ruoruo, who ended up at the same university as Xie Yanhuai. Lin Wu made a stupid decision, giving up the chance for a good school and enrolling in a second-tier college next to theirs. This time she would never repeat that mistake. After finishing her homework, Lin Wu pulled out her freshman math textbooks and some exercise books and started reviewing while taking notes. Meanwhile, in the city center, a large penthouse. A family of 3 had just moved in not long ago. The rooms were still a bit empty. Xie Yanhuai was sweating from organizing things, and her mother pushed open the door with a glass of juice. Xie Yanhuai complained, "Mom, how many times have I told you to knock before entering?" All right, her mother replied good-naturedly. "Mom, sorry, you'll definitely knock next time." Xie Yanhuai frowned, her irritation not soothed. "You say that every time, but you never change." Being scolded like this by her daughter, Xie Yanhuai's mother felt humiliated, but now that Xie Yanhuai brought money home every month, she suppressed her displeasure and forced a smile. "Mom will knock next time." Xie Yanhuai's expression darkened. Since her videos went viral, she had made many new friends, all famous bloggers. Occasionally, they shared about their families, almost all of which were wealthy or highly educated. Whenever the topic of family came up, she felt ashamed. Her fans and classmates always thought she was a rich heiress. No matter how well she acted outside, it was like a thin layer of bubble wrap. One poke, and it would burst. "Here, have some juice, freshly squeezed orange juice." Her mother offered the glass to Xie Yanhuai. Xie Yanhuai sat on the carpet surrounded by new hanfu she had just bought, trying them on one by one. She glanced at the juice and felt even more annoyed. She was a high school student having to worry about not only studies, but also filming new videos and streaming for tips. Instead of helping, her parents had quit their jobs and were living off her money. Sure, she had money now, but did it fall from the sky? Why should other parents provide resources and platforms for their children while her parents just ate and drank on her dime? "I don't want any. Just a sip. Mom squeezed it specially for you," her mother coaxed, holding out the glass. "I said I don't want any." Xie Yanhuai pushed her mother's arm. Her mother was already bent over off balance, and even though Xie Yanhuai hadn't used much force, she couldn't hold the glass steady and let out a startled cry. Xie Yanhuai pushed her mother's arm. Her mother was already bent over off balance, and even though Xie Yanhuai hadn't used much force, she couldn't hold the glass steady and let out a startled cry. Look at fabric. The juice soaked into the pink-white skirt hem. Xie Yanhuai lost her temper. "Mom, look at what you've done." "Oh dear." Her mother quickly put down the glass, grabbed some tissues, and knelt to wipe the carpet, but it wouldn't dry. She was frantic. "CC, Mom really didn't mean to. I just wanted you to have some juice." Xie Yanhuai shouted, "But I already told you I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me?" Her mother froze at a loss. "I was just trying to do good for you. Stop using that for your own good to guilt-trip me." Xie Yanhuai threw the hanfu against the door, her breathing heavy, glaring at her mother. "If you really want what's best for me, go out and find a decent job and earn more money." Her mother was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Didn't you tell me and your dad to rest? You said the fruit shop wasn't making money, so we should just take it easy." Xie Yanhuai was speechless. She felt a surge of grievance. She thought, "I told you to rest, but did you have to listen? You never listened to me otherwise." He Wensi pursed her lips. Just go out now. I need to do my homework. Her mother nodded, picked up the hanfu from the floor, and said, I'll wash it for you. He Wensi said nothing more. After her mother left the room, the entire bedroom fell into complete silence. This bedroom was the master suite with a full-length window, a princess bed, a pink carpet, and a crystal chandelier. The bedroom He Wensi had always dreamed of. The window was open and a cool breeze blew in. He Wensi felt her heart grow cold as well. She felt deeply aggrieved and incandescent with rage. Her thoughts drifted back to the birthday celebration where she had encountered Lin's sister. Of similar age, yet why was the other woman so pampered, exuding an aura sculpted by wealth? Why? He Wensi's tears fell one after another, and she stubbornly dried them with the back of her hand. Her phone vibrated, and she opened it. A message came from a contact labeled Big Brother. Big Brother, sorry, haha, was just fishing with friends and didn't check my phone. The scenery on this little island in Italy is beautiful. You should come visit sometime. He Wensi bit her lip and sent a sticker of a crying kitten. Big Brother, what's wrong, Cece? Tired from homework? Big Brother, red packet. He Wensi was a bit surprised. Xiao Si Shui Buxing, why are you sending me a red packet? Big Brother, compensation for replying late. Compensation for replying late. He Wensi was stunned for a long time. Was this the charm of a mature man? The kind of daddy-type male lead in novels? He Wensi's cheeks flushed as she thought. Even if her parents weren't wealthy, she could still find a rich partner. She wasn't inferior to others. Compared to this older, gentle, and wealthy daddy, Lin Si and the class monitor Chen Jinghang seemed nothing. He Wensi timidly typed, you're so nice. Big Brother, just you're so nice. He Wensi lay back on her princess bed, her feet kicked up, and hurriedly searched for cute stickers. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, then what do you want? Big Brother, how about changing how you address me? Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, okay, I'll call you bro from now on. Big Brother, call me Big Brother. Oh my. He Wensi blushed, hugged her pillow, and even her toes curled up in shyness. She bit her lip and carefully typed. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, Big Brother. Big Brother, yes. He Wensi hesitated for a few seconds, then began to pour out her grievances. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, Big Brother, actually I was just crying. I'm really upset right now. Big Brother, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Tell me about it. Since she gained some popularity on the internet, the teachers and classmates at school and the neighbors around her had all been praising her endlessly. As a result, He Wensi didn't even know whom to confide in about her grievances. This time she poured her heart out to Big Brother. Big Brother remained gentle throughout. Big Brother, Cece, you've already done very well. Big Brother, others are spending their parents' money, but you're earning money for your parents. That's really impressive. Big Brother, your parents lack education and ability, so don't let them drain you anymore. Focus on studying and making money, and don't let them hold you back. He Wensi was moved to tears, especially when Big Brother transferred her another sum, telling her to buy some snacks she liked with a thoughtful note, voluntary gift, 300 yuan. He Wensi accepted the money. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, Big Brother, thank you for comforting me. Big Brother, no problem, haha, I'm older than you, so of course I should comfort you. He Wensi cautiously asked, how old are you? Big Brother, 28, a bit old, don't despise me. 28 was okay, the age gap was only 10 years. It's fine, it's fine. He Wensi breathed a sigh of relief. She typed, not old at all, you look very young. Big Brother, haha, okay, as long as you don't mind. They'll stay in Italy for a few more days, then stop by Iceland, and after meeting a few old friends, they'll head back to China. We can meet then. He Wensi, sure. The chat ended. He Wensi's mood improved. She exited the chat window, hesitated for a long time, and finally tapped on Lin Si's avatar. She bit her nails. Xiao Si Zhao Dianshui, Lin Si, how are you now? In the villa, no. 11 of Jiyue Bay. Lin Si was holding a cotton swab to apply medicinal oil to his waist. Though his face was unscathed, his waist was covered in bruises. When he saw the message from He Wensi, he blinked his eyelashes, grabbed a tissue to wipe his fingers, and typed, Lin Si, I'm home. Lin Si replied instantly, and He Wensi felt reassured. She continued to show concern. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, glad you're home. Did you get hurt? Lin Si, no. He Wensi let out a sigh of relief. She had been terrified when she learned that Lin Si had fought with those people, afraid it would cause trouble. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, Lin Si, don't be so reckless next time. Lin Si, didn't you say he made dirty jokes about you? He Wensi was choked for a moment. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, but you shouldn't have resorted to violence. Lin Si, he made dirty jokes. Do you think reasoning nicely with such a person would work? Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, I know, but you're not a kid anymore. You need to be more mature. He Wensi silently compared Lin Si with Big Brother in her mind. Although both had some money, and although Lin Si was young, he was too impulsive. Lin Si, fine. He Wensi was about to end the chat when the image of Lin Wu's gaze at the birthday banquet in Wanshan restaurant suddenly popped into her mind. She asked out of the blue, if someone made dirty jokes about your sister, would you end up in the police station like today? She had known Lin Si for nearly a year, and he had never mentioned having a sister. It was clear they weren't close. Her phone buzzed. Lin Xie was applying the last bit of ointment to his bruises, typing as he worked. If someone made dirty jokes about his sister, it wouldn't be a trip to the police station, it would be a direct trip to the hospital. Lin Xie typed with one hand no. After seeing Lin Xie's reply, he winced. He couldn't help the slight curve of her lips. Oh, so I'm more important than your sister. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, got it. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, hee, you'll get busy now. Lin Xie continued typing with one hand. Lin Wu emerged from the bathroom, stretching comfortably. Her hair was blow-dried, she had changed into a clean nightgown, completed her skincare routine, and finished her homework. The room was neither dry nor humid, with a perfect temperature. Was there a more comfortable moment than this? None. She joyfully flopped onto the bed, ready to play a game, when a message came from QQ friend X. X want to copy homework. Initially, Lin Wu thought Su Jingwang was having a mental battle with himself, being so forgetful. But when she opened the message and saw the pitch-black avatar, she remembered it was Xie Yanhuai. She curled her lips. Yu Xiao Tian no. X. Lin Wu stared at that question mark. If it were her past life, she would be panicking by now. She really hated people who sent a single question mark. So Lin Wu didn't reply. On the other side, Xie Yanhuai sat behind his desk waiting half a minute, but no reply from Lin Wu came. He felt a bit uncomfortable and furrowed his brow slightly before starting to type. X, why not copy? Yo Yu Xiao Yin, because I've already finished writing. Xie Yanhuai was taken aback. XO. A sense of displeasure crept into his heart, and his attitude turned cold. Whenever he replied with a curt or Lin Wu would always patiently coax him for a long time. Thus Xie Yanhuai habitually put on airs in front of Lin Wu. Xie Yanhuai set aside his glowing phone and pulled out a math competition problem set to work on. There was a national unified math competition in December open only to senior high school students, and he was determined to win a place for his school. After finishing a major problem, Xie Yanhuai opened his phone with confidence only to find his smile frozen. Lin Wu had not replied to anything at all. Upon seeing the word Lin Wu immediately exited the chat. She opened a game and happily started playing. Both she and Lin Xie lived on the second floor, while Zhang Fanqing and Lin Chuanxiong stayed upstairs separately. After showering, Lin Chuanxiong stood by the window, slowly smoking a cigarette, recalling the image of his daughter, with tears streaming down her face. He bit down on the cigarette, but let out a long sigh, extinguished it, and tossed it into the ashtray. He turned and left. He was currently sleeping in the study, separated from the master bedroom by a dressing room. He stood still for a few seconds at the bedroom door, his thoughts unknown, his face completely shadowed against the light from the corridor. After a few quiet moments, Lin Chuanxiong seemed to have made up his mind and pushed open the bedroom door. Rounding the screen, the scene before him was of a woman kneeling on a cushion, eyes closed, bowing before a Buddha statue. Zhang Fanqing seemed not to have heard his footsteps, her eyes shut in devout reverence. Lin Chuanqiong's Adam's apple bobbed. Are your knees still hurting? Zhang Fanqing opened her eyes. In her youth, her eyes were as if they could speak, bright and luminous. But now they were filled with a desolate stillness, as if her heart had died. It doesn't hurt. She stood up, her once fitting dress now hanging loosely on her frame. She looked at Lin Chuanqiong. Is there something you need from me? Lin Chuanqiong's gaze swept over her thin shoulders, a dull ache tightening in his chest. I know we've lost little Bao, but we still have 2 other children. Zhang Fengxing's breath caught. Her eyes suddenly reddened. You don't deserve to mention little Bao. Lin Chuanqiong seemed about to say something, but swallowed his words. I know. I'm not here to beg for your forgiveness or to explain myself. I know you're heartbroken, but don't forget that Wu Wu and Si are still young. With that, he turned and left. Zhang Fanqing stared silently at his retreating figure as the door closed. She turned her gaze back to the compassionate Buddha statue, and a single tear slid down from the corner of her eye. She was steeped in sin, and those who drew near were doomed to misfortune. The next morning, Lin Xie woke up early. He was almost finished with breakfast when Lin Wu finally came downstairs. She usually couldn't be bothered to tie her hair, but today she surprisingly twisted it into a bun, with a crystal hairpin whimsically pinned to the side. Humming a cheerful tune, she pulled out the chair next to Lin Xie with a light-hearted air. Aunt Li, I'd like another glass of warm milk. Her tone was lively and playful, her spirit visibly bright. Coming right up. Aunt Li promptly replied. Lin Xie, with a grilled sausage in his mouth, blinked his narrow eyes wide, staring at Lin Wu in bewilderment. Lin Wu hummed her tune, picked up a slice of toast fried to a perfect golden brown, spread it with Aunt Li's homemade sweet blueberry jam, and took a bite. This is so good. Aunt Li, this blueberry jam is amazing. Aunt Li placed a glass of warm milk beside Lin Wu, beaming. If you like it, miss, I'll make more. Great. Lin Wu replied with overflowing enthusiasm. She tested the temperature of the milk and, finding it just right, took a sip. After finishing these actions, she seemed to finally notice Lin Xie's intense gaze. She slowly turned her head and stared back at him, eyes wide. What? Lin Xie bit off the sausage and tossed the remaining half into his plate. Did you take the wrong medicine today? No, I didn't. Lin Wu took another bite of her toast, grinning. You're the one who took the wrong medicine. Lin Si found it even more unsettling. I said she took the wrong medicine and she's not angry. She's even smiling. He raised his hand, rubbing his brow with his knuckles. Then why are you so happy today? Did heartbreak drive you crazy? Huh? Lin Wu let out a disdainful snort. What heartbreak? This is clearly my eye disease finally being cured. Lin Si was silent for a few seconds. Now I truly believe you don't like him anymore. Lin Wu took a sip of milk. It's not just that I don't like him anymore. It's evolved to the point where I'm happy whenever he's unlucky. Oh, so you're this happy today because something bad is about to happen to him. Pretty much. Lin Wu finished her toast with a smile, downed her milk, and urged Lin Si to hurry up. Xia Ruoruo's right eyelid had been twitching since she woke up that morning. The room felt stuffy, so she pulled open the curtains and pushed the window open. The street vendors' cries mixed with the fresh air streamed in. She opened her phone and checked her messages. Xie Yanhuai had replied only after she had fallen asleep. Xie Yanhuai, sorry, I accompanied my mom to an event last night and just got home. Xie Yanhuai, don't worry. Lin Wu was just acting like a child. There's no way she'd actually ask you for that 900,000. Xia Ruoruo's lips curled into a slight smile. As she had thought, Xie Yanhuai wouldn't ignore her. The unease in her heart receded like a tide. She obediently replied with a single word, okay. With a weight lifted from her heart, Xia Ruoruo, changed into her school uniform, sat at her desk, and tied her hair into a high ponytail in front of the mirror. She seemed dissatisfied with the result, pulling out a few strands of hair to frame her face. Since Huawang High School didn't forbid makeup, she took out a tube of girlish pink lipstick she had bought from a shelf at the supermarket entrance last week. She twisted open the cap and gently applied it to her lips. After checking her reflection in the mirror, she finally left the room with satisfaction. The narrow living room was filled with the aroma of fried dough sticks. Su Pan brought a plate of small steamed buns she had made early that morning and placed them on the folding dining table. Hearing footsteps, she smiled. Ruoruo, you're up. Come have some steamed buns. Xia Ruoruo's eyes curved into crescent moons when she smiled. She sat down next to Su Jingwang. Almost the moment she sat down, Su Jingwang finished the last of his porridge, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said, Mom, I'm leaving first. Xia Ruoruo was taken aback. Aren't you walking with me? Su Jingwang paused. He was tall and slender, carrying his backpack. He turned to look at Xia Ruoruo. He suddenly recalled his past life. The day before Lin Wu's ashes were buried, Xia Ruoruo came to the door in the Xie family's luxury car. Xia Ruoruo at that time was a far cry from her 17-year-old self. She wore an expensive dress, carried a handbag, and smilingly handed over the invitation to her engagement banquet with Xie Yanhuai. Several consecutive days of insomnia left Su Jingwang's face with a sickly pallor, while his eyes were an extremely deep black, silently staring at Xia Ruoruo. Xia Ruoruo curled her lips into a smile, looking gentle and soft. Brother, remember to come to my engagement banquet with Yanhuai tomorrow. Su Jingwang leaned against the doorframe with one hand. He laughed in anger, curved his lips, narrowed his eyes, and coldly spat out one word, get lost. The next day, Xie Yanhuai and Xia Ruoruo's engagement banquet proceeded as planned. Because Ji Huai was particularly influential, the banquet even attracted many paparazzi. Amid the congratulatory cheers of the entire hall, the remaining ashes of Lin Wu were buried. Su Jingwang knew that Xia Ruoruo had done it on purpose, deliberately choosing that day for the engagement. Brother, Xia Ruoruo called out in confusion. Su Jingwang snapped back to reality, casting a cold glance at her. He'll ride my bike. They had originally planned to catch a ride with a neighbor. After Su Jingwang left, the atmosphere became awkward. Xia Ruoruo felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head to take a bite of her steamed bun. Su Pan, soft-hearted, could not bear to see Xia Ruoruo so listless. She comforted her. Your brother just wants to exercise recently. Don't overthink it. Xia Ruoruo bit her chopsticks. I'm not overthinking. I just feel. Mom, don't you think he might have someone he likes? Su Pan's chopsticks, reaching for pickled vegetables, paused midair. It can't be. Your brother's temperament. Xia Ruoruo recalled the forum photo she had seen earlier. Although she was reluctant to admit it, they were indeed a perfect match. She smiled. Maybe I'm overthinking. Xia Ruoruo finished breakfast and went to the neighbor's house. The neighbor was a kitchen assistant at Huawang School. She got up late today, so when Xia Ruoruo arrived at school, she was almost late. She was almost in tears. Because Huawang was very strict about lateness, she hurriedly clocked in and just happened to see Xie Yanhuai stepping out of his car with a tired expression. Xia Ruoruo stopped in place. After Xie Yanhuai clocked in, she sidled up to him. Xie Yanhuai. Her voice was sweet, and she tilted her head as she spoke. Did you not sleep well? Xia Ruoruo stuck out her tongue. It'll show my incompetence. Xie Yanhuai lifted his lips. It's fine. Xia Ruoruo stuck out her tongue. It'll show my incompetence. Xie Yanhuai lifted his lips. It's fine. He'll send you the exercises when we get to the classroom. Xia Ruoruo giggled twice. She kept walking beside Xie Yanhuai, and from the corner of her eye she could notice the looks of surprise, envy, or jealousy from passing girls. Xia Ruoruo giggled twice. She kept walking beside Xie Yanhuai, and from the corner of her eye she could notice the looks of surprise, envy, or jealousy from passing girls. Each look made her feel refreshed, until they walked side by side into the classroom of Class 1 or Senior 3. Xia Ruoruo was the fifth in the class. When choosing seats, she deliberately picked the second row, which was the desk in front of Xie Yanhuai. But at that moment someone was already sitting in her seat. Lin Wu, with a lollipop in her mouth, was turning around to talk to Xunming Luo at the desk in front. She had put her hair in a bun for once, which framed her face perfectly with a few strands of hair falling by her ears. The diamond-encrusted hairpin on the side sparkled brilliantly. Xia Ruoruo had once seen it in a mall, a style she liked but couldn't afford. She bit her lip to hide her displeasure, walked up to Lin Wu, straightened her neck like a proud little peacock, and said, "Classmate Lin Wu, this is my seat. Please move." The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent. The surrounding classmates glanced over openly or covertly. Lin Wu propped her chin and smiled. "What a coincidence. I was waiting for you on purpose." "Waiting for me?" Xia Ruoruo's eyes widened. "I don't think our relationship warrants you waiting for me. Please get up." Deep down she felt that Lin Wu was sitting here just to show off in front of Xie Yanhuai. Although they had been engaged since childhood, anyone with eyes could see that Xie Yanhuai didn't like Lin Wu. Setting aside the engagement, it had always been Lin Wu who was throwing herself at him. "Is that so?" Lin Wu said leisurely. "Maybe you should think again." Xie Yanhuai tossed his bag onto the desk, bent his long legs, tapped the table, and said in a deep voice, "Lin Wu, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't bully others just because your family is rich." Xia Ruoruo bit her lip, looking like a fragile victim. Lin Wu looked at Xie Yanhuai in surprise. "Are you Xia Ruoruo's boyfriend?" Xie Yanhuai barely managed to keep his composure. "What did you say?" Lin Wu repeated patiently. "Are you Xia Ruoruo's boyfriend?" "Of course not." Xie Yanhuai frowned. "Don't spread rumors." He denied it too quickly, and Xia Ruoruo felt as if her heart had been pierced. She became even more unsteady. Lin Wu rolled her eyes. "Then are you her brother?" "No." "Then are you her mother?" Xie Yanhuai's face turned darker than a pot bottom. "Lin Wu, don't be unreasonable." "Who's being unreasonable?" Lin Wu said, "Since you're not her boyfriend, nor anything to her, why do you get to act all dramatic about matters between me and her?" Hisses of surprise came from many in the class, their expressions quite amusing. Xunming Luo pressed her lips together tightly, afraid she might laugh out loud. Xie Yanhuai stared at Lin Wu in shock. It was the kind of shock one feels when a dog that has been raised from puppyhood, always trotting behind, suddenly runs away one day. Xia Ruoruo took a deep breath. "Lin Wu, I know you usually can't stand me, but this is between us. Please don't take your anger out on innocent people." Tisk tisk tsk. Look at the original heroine's righteous demeanor. "Fine, then I'll talk to you." Lin Wu asked with a smile. "Classmate Xia Ruoruo, 2 days have passed. Have you prepared my 900,000? 900,000. For Xia Ruoruo at this moment, it was an astronomical figure. She almost lost her footing and quickly grabbed the desk with one hand. She was uncomfortable with Lin Wu sitting there, so she steadied herself on Xie Yanhuai's desk. Xunming Luo chimed in, "It's that dress you spilled wine on last time." Xia Ruoruo was flustered. "It was just a little wine stain. It can be washed. Why are you asking for 900,000? Isn't this bullying? How about this'll give you this dress, and you go buy me another one of similar price." Lin Wu waved her hand. "That shouldn't be bullying, right? What would I do with the dress?" Xia Ruoruo bit her lip. "This kind of dress can't be washed, and I don't want a used one. Either pay me or replace the dress." Lin Wu said. She could not afford to pay for either the dress or the money. Xia Ruoruo cast a pleading glance at Xie Yanhuai. Her face was so pure and innocent, with tears glistening in her eyes and a hint of entreaty no man could resist. A surge of protectiveness rose within Xie Yanhuai. He looked at Lin Wu, who was being assertive, and spoke up. "Lin Wu, let bygones be bygones. Show some mercy." Lin Wu clicked her tongue. "Fine," she said, arms crossed, turning to Xie Yanhuai. "How about you pay for her instead, since she really can't afford it?" Xia Ruoruo sniffled. "That won't do." "Then you pay," Lin Wu replied, sounding very reasonable. Xia Ruoruo fell silent again. Xie Yanhuai gritted his teeth. "I'll transfer the money tonight. Send me your bank card number." "Sure thing." Lin Wu gave him a thumbs up. "Young Master Xie, you're kind-hearted and handsome." Having secured the money, she promptly made her exit. After enduring the morning, she had lunch in the cafeteria. This time it was chicken pot. As the pot bubbled away, Xunming Luo returned with 2 bottles of cola. Lin Wu was staring intently at her phone. Xunming Luo sat beside her and asked curiously, "What are you looking at? You're so absorbed." "A live stream." Lin Wu took a bottle of ice-cold cola from her with a smile. "What live stream?" Xunming Luo leaned in to look. It was a girl in the school uniform of No. 1 high school with a ponytail, looking pure and innocent. Xunming Luo squinted. "She looks familiar." Lin Wu explained, she's the new internet celebrity from No. 1 high school. That's Cece or something. I've seen her before. Xinming Luo had changed into green contact lenses today with extra-long false eyelashes and wore a light purple lipstick. Lin Wu glanced up at her then quickly looked down again. It's her. Xinming Luo asked unhappily, why aren't you looking at me when you talk? Lin Wu answered, honestly, you're dazzling my eyes. Xinming Luo was stunned. Are you praising me or insulting me? I wouldn't insult you, but I can't bring myself to praise you either. Lin Wu rested her chin on her hand. Do you think your makeup looks good? I think it's okay. Xinming Luo said dejectedly, I know I'm not good at makeup. People always laugh at me and hardly anyone wants to be friends with me. If you dislike me, just say it outright. I don't dislike you. Lin Wu twisted open the cola for her. I didn't say it was ugly either. If you like it, keep wearing it that way. Don't force yourself for others. What matters is that you're comfortable. This was the lesson Lin Wu had learned over 22 years in her past life. She had been the fool who always accommodated Xie Yanhuai, constantly changing herself for him. Xinming Luo looked up moved. Lin Wu, thank you. You're the first person to ever say that to me. Lin Wu curved her lips about to make a modest reply. But then Xinming Luo added, even though those heiresses in the circle always gossip behind your back saying you have a bad temper, act like a princess, like to play tricks, and make trouble for no reason, in my eyes you're really wonderful. You're the first true friend I've made since coming to the capital. Lin Wu's smile froze. You could have left out the first part. All right. Xinming Luo nodded, then raised her cola. Cheers. Lin Wu clinked her bottle with hers and smiled. Cheers. In the time it took to eat a meal the top spender gifted He Wensi nearly 20,000 yuan in the live stream. The room boomed with popularity and He Wensi never stopped smiling, her sweet voice, thanking him, thank you big brother. After lunch back in the dormitory, Lin Wu lay on the bed and sent a message to her foolish younger brother. Melancholy sweet, you there? Stupid bro, speak. Melancholy sweet, did you watch your crush's live stream at noon? Stupid bro, no. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Melancholy sweet, why not? That wasn't what a proper simp should do. Stupid bro had something to do. Melancholy sweet, what? Stupid bro, someone else's privacy. Not convenient to say. Melancholy sweet, alright. Lin Wu didn't press further. She copied the bank card number and sent it to Xie Yanhuai. Melancholy sweet, don't forget to transfer it tonight. At that time Xie Yanhuai was still in the restaurant. He opened his phone, saw the message, frowned, and tossed it back onto the table. The two others at the table fell silent. Han Shi asked proactively, whose message made you so angry? Xie Yanhuai pressed his lips together. Lin Wu. Bo Shan smiled and took a sip of water. That explains it. Han Shi asked proactively, whose message made you so angry? Xie Yanhuai pressed his lips together. Suddenly he recalled Xia Ruoruo looking up at him this morning. The girl wore a white shirt, her face delicate, her grape-like eyes full of admiration. So different from Lin Wu. Lin Wu's affection didn't carry admiration, it was more like the possessiveness of wanting to claim something valuable. It made him, especially Xie Yanhuai, feel constrained and uncomfortable. Particularly since everyone knew that in this marriage alliance, the Xie family needed the Lin family more desperately, wanting to replace one of the four great families. He had heard plenty of remarks about being a Livian son-in-law or a kept man in his childhood. In Xie Yanhuai's otherwise glamorous life, this was what he considered his. Someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Xie Yanhuai opened his eyes and met Bo Shan's amber gaze. There was a hint of sympathy in her expression. Tough times. Han Shi grinned, leaning back in his chair. This is hilarious. Xie Yanhuai's face darkened. Looking at the two gloating people, a surge of nameless anger burned in his chest. Can you both stop laughing? Han Shi shut up instantly. Bo Shan drew a finger across her lips, signaling she would stay quiet. Although Han Shi was a child of the Han family, he was only an illegitimate son with little influence, so he usually obeyed Xie Yanhuai. As for why Bo Shan cooperated so readily, it was because she was slippery and didn't want to make enemies. Xie Yanhuai left without even finishing his meal, fuming. Bo Shan raised an eyebrow. Your brother, Yin, has quite a temper. Han Shi crossed his legs, took a sip of lemonade, and said, what about you? Why haven't you been eating with Lin Wu these past 2 days? Bo Shan's expression cooled. She had a shoulder-length bob with a rebellious streak of silver-white dyed in. None of your damn business. Han Shi, alright, you've got a temper too. I'll take off. Bo Shan didn't even bother to look at him. Get lost. Han Shi was amused despite himself. He licked his teeth. Miss Bo, your attitude really changes drastically between when people are watching and when they're not. The afternoon passed neither long nor short. After returning home, Lin Wu collapsed onto the desk, feeling utterly drained. She decided not to copy homework today, but to grind through each problem one by one. She managed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions by partially searching online and partially using reference materials, understanding about 70 or 80%. When she reached the second-to-last math problem, Lin Wu's eyes rolled back, and she flopped onto the test paper. Half a minute later, Lin Wu clambered back to her feet. She pulled out her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and sent a message to Xinming Luo. Yo, you Xiaoyan, got a question. Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, go ahead. Yoyu Xiaoyan, how did you lose your mind this summer and switch from the full humanities track to the full science track? Their school divided students into different classes based on elective courses. Taking Class 1 Grade 10 as an example, it consisted of the top 45 students who had chosen physics, chemistry, and biology as their secondary subjects, plus Shun Minghua, who had transferred in from another class. Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, hey, race the thing. Even though my science grades weren't great, my humanities were just as bad, like my brain never really clicked. Qing Jiaqiang Shishir, so I thought it over carefully. At least in science I wouldn't have to write so many essays, hee. So I switched. Yoyu Xiaoyan. Yoyu Xiaoyan, that actually makes a lot of sense. I can't understand it, really, not a single bit. Math, you really make me lose face. She scrolled through her contact list passed by the default penguin avatar, and once again, I can't understand it, really, not a single bit. Math, you really make me lose face. She scrolled through her contact list passed by the default penguin avatar, and once again, found the academic committee chair. Yoyu Xiaoyan, chair, could you explain the big math problem to me? Bailan Xinyu, of course, classmate Lin. I'm really enthusiastic about explaining problems to others. Lin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. In her past life, she had barely exchanged a few words with this academic committee chair. What she remembered was a slender, quietly refined boy, deeply scholarly and gentle. Lin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. In her past life, she had barely exchanged a few words with this academic committee chair. What she remembered was a slender, quietly, Yoyu Xiaoyan, alrighty then. The academic committee chair sent a long string of voice messages. Lin Wu smiled as she tapped the first one. After listening to it once, her smile froze. She refused to believe it, and listened a second time, then a third. The chair's logic was because A leads to B and B leads to C, therefore the answer is D. Bailan Xinyu, classmate Lin, do you understand? Yoyu Xiaoyan, classmate Lin, does not understand. Bailan Xinyu, which part don't you get? Yoyu Xiaoyan, I don't even get the first step. Bailan Xinyu. Yoyu Xiaoyan. Lin Wu thumped her head against the textbook with a loud thud. Brain, oh brain, why won't you just click? Seeing that Lin Wu still hadn't grasped it, the ever-helpful academic committee chair tried a different approach and explained it again. Bailan Xinyu, classmate Lin, do you understand this time? Lin Wu's mouth twitched. She felt that if she said she still didn't get it, the chair would start doubting her IQ. Yoyu Xiaoyan, I understand now. Thank you. Bailan Xinyu, you're welcome. Lin Wu sighed, tossed the math test paper aside, and focused on physics. But physics turned out to be even more abstract than math. Lin Wu was so frustrated she started pulling at her hair. She took a deep breath, fished out a bag of chips, munched a few crisply, and was about to dive back in. Her phone buzzed twice. Opening it, she saw a message from X. X, still want to look at today's homework? Lin Wu raised an eyebrow, more than a little surprised. Yoyu Xiaoyan, no I don't. X, so you went and looked at someone else's? Lin Wu stared at the message and inexplicably felt a little sorry for Su Jingwang. Yoyu Xiaoyan, I didn't look at anyone else's. Yoyu Xiaoyan, I did it myself. The accuracy rate might be pretty pathetic, but copying all the time isn't a solution. I can't exactly copy your answers during the exam, can I? X, I see. Keep it up then. Yoyu Xiaoyan mum. Lin Wu managed to finish tonight's homework through a mix of guessing and dim comprehension, then took a photo and sent it to Shen Mingluo. Exhausted from the work, Lin Wu went downstairs to find some food. The living room was utterly quiet, devoid of any soul. She entered the kitchen where Li Ma was washing and cutting apples. Is Lin Si back yet? She asked while washing her hands. Not yet, Li Ma paused uneasy. He should have been home by 8:30, but it's almost 9 now. Why isn't he back yet? Lin Wu felt a pang of worry. After all, in her past life, Lin Si had been sent to prison for 2 years for excessive violence against He Wensi. Though she remembered it happening in a much colder month, not now. But with her rebirth, a butterfly effect could easily alter things. Lin Wu finished a small piece of apple, pulled out her phone, and was about to call Lin Si when the door suddenly swung open from the outside. She came out of the kitchen. Lin Si had his hands in his pockets, a cocky swagger in his walk. His blonde hair was tousled by the wind, his deep brows and eyes carrying a hint of frivolity, with a faint flush at the corners of his eyes and lips slightly darker than usual. You're back. Lin Si nodded. He was about to head upstairs when Lin Wu suddenly stepped close. He stopped, looking down at her. What? Lin Wu craned her neck and sniffed. Have you been drinking? Lin Si. No. Then you have. Lin Wu straightened up, crossed her arms, and narrowed her eyes, looking like a teacher catching a truant student. You said you had something to do at noon today. Was it drinking with someone? Though she seemed quite fierce for Lin Si, this was already a form of concern. He licked his tooth. Fong Song's family had some trouble. He was in a bad mood, so I kept him company for a few drinks. Trouble? What kind? Lin Wu asked. Need any help? His dad cheated. Brought a mistress home, and the mistress had a younger brother 2 years younger than him. Lin Si summed it up succinctly. What could you possibly help with? Lin Wu asked incredulously. What does his dad do? Laborer on a construction site. Lin Si frowned. He earns his money hard. Used to be a pretty honest guy. Lin Wu. Though cheating and illegitimate children showing up were common in wealthy families, especially the Bo family. Bo Shan's father was a notorious playboy, and when Lin Wu used to hang out with Bo Shan, she often ran into bastards or illegitimate daughters causing trouble. But going after a married laborer, what was she after? True love. Is she after the man himself? Probably. Lin Si rubbed the back of his neck. Fong Tsung said that woman used to sell boxed lunches near his dad's construction site. Lin Wu said, oh, if he needs help, just say the word. Lin Si's fingers paused, then after a few seconds, he resumed his normal manner. Got it. We'll go take a shower first. Mum. Lin Wu nodded. With Lin Si back, she felt relieved. She took a few pieces of sliced apple and returned to her bedroom. Homework done, she felt light as a feather. Lin Wu opened the small balcony door to her bedroom, lay down on a lounge chair, and hummed a little tune while munching on an apple. Homework done, she felt light as a feather. Lin Wu opened the small balcony door to her bedroom, lay down on a lounge chair, and hummed a little tune while, unlike Lin Xuanxiong, who had moved out with his wife and children to live separately, the Xie family still lived all together under one roof, uncles and aunts included. Xie Yanhuai glanced at the message. Lin Wu, good evening. Below it was a cute emoji sticker of a kitten stretching its paw. Heh. Xie Yanhuai let out a very disdainful snort. Sure enough, she was trying to make peace again. He switched off his phone, intending to give Lin Wu the cold shoulder for a while longer. Only after he finished his meal did he leisurely type a single character. Xie Yanhuai, mm. Lin Wu replied instantly. You finally replied, you scared me to death. Lin Wu, I thought something had happened to you. Lin Wu, I almost went to your house to find you. 3 messages came in with a ding-dong. Xie Yanhuai lowered his eyes, a faint contented smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yes, this was exactly the attitude Lin Wu should have. With deliberate affectation, he sent a single word. Xie Yanhuai, oh, Lin Wu, can I have it now? Shy, Xie Yanhuai didn't immediately recall what she meant and frowned. Xie Yanhuai, Lin Wu, the 900,000 of course. Those who owe money are always the ones in charge. Lin Wu firmly believed this adage, so her attitude was unusually good. Xie Yanhuai. He gritted his teeth, typing incredulously, you really want it? Huh. Seeing this, Lin Wu sat up from her chair. She speared a small piece of apple, crisp, sweet, and bursting with juice. Lin Wu, how could it be fake? Lin Wu, that's 900,000, not 9,000. Xie Yanhuai simply stopped replying. Half an hour later, Lin Wu received a bank SMS alert her account had been credited with 900,000. She went back to her bedroom, beaming with joy. The next day, when Lin Wu came downstairs, the dining table was empty. She paused. Has Lin Si finished eating? No, he hasn't gotten up yet. Lima ladled a bowl of porridge for Lin Wu and said the young master isn't feeling well today. He asked for leave. Oh, Lin Wu responded, taking a sip of warm water. Probably because he had drunk too much last night. The morning classes were all quite easy. 2 periods of English and 2 of Chinese. For Lin Wu, Chinese and English classes were holidays, biology was regular class, chemistry and math were tribulations, and physics was a matter of life and death. The first 2 periods were both English. The English teacher was a young female teacher dressed in a particularly stylish manner. She wore a lapel microphone and treated the first period as a morning reading session. Students recited vocabulary and compositions and planned their own study. After 2 classes, there was a half-hour break. The first and second-year students had to do exercises while the third-year students had free time. Lin Wu flipped open her textbook and was about to rest her head on the desk for a nap. She had already pulled out her jacket to use as a pillow when someone tapped on the corner of her desk. 2 soft knocks, not loud. Lin Wu blinked, her gaze involuntarily falling on that hand. Her first impression was how incredibly fair it was. The protruding wrist bones, taut skin wrapped around bamboo-like joints, a cool pale complexion with faint blue veins pulsing beneath. Her eyes slowly traveled upward. The young man's long lashes drooped slightly, and on the tip of his nose was a tiny black mole. She had to admit Su Jingwang was truly handsome. His beauty didn't lean toward femininity. His tall, lean, and resilient figure exuded a strong sense of youthfulness, like the male lead in a campus drama. Especially the faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from him. A clean scent Lin Wu had never encountered before. Well, what's the matter? Dazzled by his allure, she stammered. The math teacher wants you in his office, Su Jingwang said indifferently, then left quickly. Lin Wu was frozen in her seat. What? No way. Until Su Jingwang tapped on Shun Mingluo's desk. Shun Mingluo's face showed visible panic. She sprang up, her twin ponytails swaying as she turned her head and looked at Lin Wu with a pleading expression. They stared at each other for a long moment, both with the same terrified look of someone about to be punished. Lin Wu took a deep breath and stood up. They left the classroom, with Su Jingwang leading the way. The 3 walked through the corridor, drawing attention since 2 of them were famous on the school forum. Shun Mingluo asked tremblingly, Class rep, do you know why the teacher wants to see us? Su Jingwang said lazily. He finished grading your test paper from last night. I'm guessing the accuracy rate is pretty touching. Shen Mingluo looked at Lin Wu. Is that true? Lin Wu sniffled. Maybe. Which slacker did you copy from this time? Shen Mingluo asked. Lin Wu said indignantly, I wrote it myself. Shen Mingluo fell silent. Lin Wu heard a very soft laugh, barely audible amid the noise. She looked up and caught a fleeting smile on Su Jingwang's lips. It vanished in an instant. As if sensing her gaze, Su Jingwang lowered his head. Their eyes met. Lin Wu asked fiercely, what are you laughing at? Su Jingwang coughed, nothing. Lin Wu insisted, I saw it. Well, Su Jingwang said nonchalantly, I have a mild twitch in my mouth. Lin Wu was speechless. What a guy, you're such a character. He has such thick skin. Shen Mingluo confused asked, there's a condition like that. Su Jingwang replied, yeah, it's pretty rare. Lin Wu was dumbfounded. Shen Mingluo said sympathetically, wow, class rep, that's so sad. Lin Wu was completely speechless. Before Su Jingwang could respond, they arrived at the math office. The door was open and teacher Huang, whom they called Old Huang, sat right by the entrance. Old Huang was one of the more veteran teachers at Huaguang. He was thin, not very tall, but surprisingly had thick hair and bushy eyebrows. Hearing footsteps, he took a sip of hot tea and waved at them, come over here quickly. Su Jingwang walked over first. Old Huang tossed a stack of test papers to him. These are from class 2. You grade them. Su Jingwang nodded in agreement and skillfully pulled over a near. Old Huang was a renowned teacher throughout Huaguang. His teaching style was strict, and he always assigned test papers he personally designed with answers not even available online. Moreover, he treated students with exceptional seriousness. Whether their families were in politics or business, they all received the same scolding. In all his years of teaching, only Su Jingwang received different treatment. There was even a highly popular forum post where the OP speculated that Su Jingwang was Old Huang's biological son. The top comment read, if you had Su Jingwang's brain, Old Huang would treat you the same way. Lin Wu had laughed at that post back then, but today she couldn't laugh. While Su Jingwang leisurely graded papers beside them, she and Shen Mingluo stood with heads bowed, receiving a scolding. Old Huang tapped the table. Come on, explain. How did you two score only 20 points on such a simple test? The test had only 5 major problems, each worth 20 points. Meaning they had only gotten one problem correct. Shen Mingluo, always bold and fearless, spoke up confidently. Teacher, you think it's simple, but I think it's really hard. Old Huang was taken aback. He probably hadn't encountered someone so audacious before. Is it really that difficult? Yes, Shen Mingluo nodded frantically. All right. He smiled slightly, pulling out Shen Mingluo's test paper. Copy these 5 problems 10 times each when you get home. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Come to my office next week, and if you get one wrong, you'll copy them 20 times. To be honest, Lin Wu felt her legs go weak. Shen Mingluo asked incredulously, 10 times. It's not much, Old Huang replied. Old Huang tossed the test paper back to Shen Mingluo. You can go back now. Shen Mingluo mechanically took the paper and left in a daze. She closed the door. The office was filled with the floral scent of hand cream applied by some teacher. Old Huang glanced at Lin Wu. That girl copied your homework, didn't she? No, Lin Wu denied. Old Huang chuckled. Come on, she didn't even change the steps. She made the same mistakes you did. Lin Wu fell silent. Old Huang sighed. Young lady, I've been keeping an eye on your grades. Your Chinese and English are top-notch, but how did math become such a weak point? Lin Wu lowered her head. I've been studying hard. Old Huang cast her a glance, picked up a red pen, tapped the test paper, and surprisingly began explaining the problems to her. Lin Wu was somewhat moved, but not much, because Old Huang's explanations were even more abstract than the class representatives. Do you understand? He asked. Lin Wu twitched the corner of her mouth, her lips trembling for a long time before she said, I understand. Old Huang was about to say something when someone pushed the door open. A male student walked in with a stack of freshly printed test papers. Teacher, I've brought the papers for you. Old Huang's attention shifted. Thank you, just put them there. Sure. The boy obediently placed them down. Lin Wu stepped aside to make room. The boy set down the papers and was about to leave when he caught a glimpse of the test paper on the table, heavily marked with red pen. He let out a puzzled sound. Hey Lin Wu, didn't you say you understood this problem when I taught you yesterday? Silence fell around them. Even Su Jingwang stopped writing and looked over. Lin Wu nearly died on the spot. Old Huang hummed. You taught her this problem? Yeah, Ding Shui nodded. Just last night. Old Huang suddenly understood. So you're a habitual pretender. Lin Wu weakly defended herself. No. Old Huang tilted his chin. Then explain it to me now. Lin Wu took a deep breath, ready to face her doom. But then Su Jingwang spoke up. Teacher, you're making her nervous. Nervous? Am I that scary? Old Huang asked. A little, Lin Wu said. Oh. Old Huang thought for a moment. Then find a time to explain it to Su Jingwang. Lin Wu quickly nodded, afraid he might change his mind. Okay. After retrieving her test paper and leaving the office, Lin Wu felt like she had returned from hell to the human world. She was about to leave when she saw Xun Mingluo leaning against a pillar chewing bubblegum and scrolling through her phone. Lin Wu was pleasantly surprised. "You didn't leave?" "No," Xun Mingluo said. "I had to wait for you." "You're so sweet." Lin Wu hugged her arm moved. Xun Mingluo giggled several times. After school in the afternoon, Lin Wu carried a backpack full of homework back to Jieyue. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Si coming out of the kitchen with a bottle of iced cola. "Hey, you're back." "Stay away from me," Lin Wu said coldly. Lin Si froze, his fingers tightening around the cola bottle until his knuckles turned white, but his expression remained unchanged. What's wrong? Had she made up with Xie Yanhuai again? So she didn't want to acknowledge him. "Nothing. I'm covered in the sin of school. How dare I get close to you who reeks of taking leave?" Lin Si's face shifted to confusion. "What's wrong with you?" "Humph." Lin Wu dropped her bag and flopped onto the sofa, feeling like a rotting, stinking salted fish. Lin Si nudged her shoe. "Are you unhappy? Isn't it obvious?" Lin Wu kicked off her slippers and sprang up like a carp. "My unhappiness is written all over my face." "Why?" Lin Si unscrewed the cap and was about to drink. Lin Wu smoothly snatched the cola from his hand and took a big gulp. "Who enjoys going to school?" Lin Si looked like he wanted to curse, but held back. "You used to enjoy school, didn't you?" Lin Wu paused for a second. Before, she used to be happy because she could see Xie Yanhuai, and she didn't care about grades back then. If she couldn't do math, so what? The family had enough money for her to live a life of luxury forever. But now it was different. Seeing Xie Yanhuai made her eyes hurt, and she had to force herself to study math and physics even though she didn't understand them. So she was exhausted. "Isn't it senior year now, eh?" A bit stressed, Lin Wu found a passable excuse. Lin Si, a year younger than her, and still in junior year, said, "Oh, I'm going to play billiards with Fong Tsong and the others. Want to come?" "Consider it a break." Lin Wu thought of the pile of homework in her bag and decided to leave that problem for the version of herself 2 hours later. She slipped on her slippers cheerfully. "Let's go. Wait while I change." Lin Si slowly went back to the kitchen fridge and grabbed another bottle of cola. Lin Wu put on a pair of sweatpants, found a t-shirt with a somewhat small collar, and casually pinned up her hair with a clip, keeping it simple and relaxed. Uncle Ding drove them again. He chuckled. "It's been a while since you two went out together." Lin Wu said he took leave today, so he had time. Uncle Ding nodded. After getting off at the designated spot, Lin Wu said, "Uncle Ding, you can go ahead. ACI, and I will take a cab back later." Uncle Ding looked worried. "Taking a cab isn't safe." "ACI is with me, don't worry," Lin Wu smiled. Uncle Ding hesitated for a moment before driving off. After he left, the smile on Lin Wu's face instantly vanished. In her past life, after Lin Xuanqiong was imprisoned, all the old servants around him were dismissed except for Uncle Ding, who continued to be her uncle's driver. Uncle Ding must have been involved. "What are you spacing out for?" Lin Si waved a hand in front of her face. "Let's go." Coming, Lin Wu followed. They stood in front of a billiard hall. Lin Wu took a few glances. It was probably a place Lin Si frequented, and it looked quite large. Lin Si was calling Fong Tsong. "Are you here yet?" "Yeah," Fong Tsong's voice sounded sly. "We've got a surprise for you." Lin Si frowned. "What surprise?" Fong Tsong refused to say. "You'll know when you get here. Tell me the table number." Lin Si frowned. "What surprise?" Fong Tsong refused. Fong Tsong hung up the phone. When Si leaned against the table, her appearance transformed from her school attire. She wore a miniskirt, a fitted short-sleeve top, her hair cascading over her slender back, and a dazzling diamond-studded necklace. She held a billiard ball in one hand, weighing it. "Is Lin Si here?" "He's at the door," Fong Tsong replied. She flipped her hair, revealing pearl earrings on her ears, and pressed her soft lips coated with a light gloss together. At the table were 4 people in total, 2 men and 2 women. As Wen Si's closest friend at school, Wang Shu naturally accompanied her. Having never been to a billiard hall before, she had brought out her most beautiful dress and tried several hairstyles at home, but none satisfied her, so she ended up tying her usual ponytail. Wang Shu's gaze swept over Fong Tsong's bangs, which nearly covered his eyes, a hint of disdain in her eyes. Then she turned to look at the other young man. This person had a conspicuous head of green hair, was taller than Fong Tsong, and had a fairer complexion. She pressed her lips together and drew closer. "Hello." Lu Hong was drinking Sprite with his head tilted back. Upon hearing her, he quickly put down the bottle cap. "What's up?" Wang Shui whispered. "I don't know how to play this. Can you teach me?" "Oh," Lu Hong replied without much thought. Sure. He fetched a cue stick and said sheepishly, "I'm not very good either. Do you mind?" Not at all. Wang Shui said hurriedly, her face reddening. Fong Tsong raised an eyebrow, sat down on a nearby lounge chair, and cleared the space for them. Wen Si bit her straw, fully aware of Wang Shui's little schemes. But she said nothing. After all, Wang Shui was only fit for such a man. She opened her phone's camera, checked her makeup, confirmed it was flawless, and flashed a perfect smile. Recently, she wanted to upgrade to the new iPhone 17 Pro Max, which was a bit pricey. Though she could afford it with Lin Wu around as a sucker, why should she spend her own money? She had planned to coax him today, but Lin Wu had taken leave. After school, when she overheard Fong Song talking about playing billiards, she took the initiative to tag along. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Fong Song stand up. Lin Wu must have arrived. When Xie turned off her phone, lifted her lips, and looked toward the entrance, her smile freezing on her lips. Lin Wu spotted Xie at once. She raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, a date with a girl. What?" Lin Wu clicked his tongue. "I didn't know she was coming." Fong Song jumped straight up from his chair. "Sis Wu, how come you're here?" Lin Wu smiled. "Bored, so I came out for some fun." Lin Wu clicked his tongue again, arms crossed, staring at Fong Song. Fong Song felt a chill run down his spine. Taking advantage of Lin Wu grabbing a cue, he whispered, "Bro, see what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Wu wrapped an arm around his neck and pulled him down. "Kid, you got a crush on my sister." "How would I dare?" Fong Song stammered, his face red. "I just think Sis Wu is a nice person." "Really?" Lin Wu's tone held a hint of skepticism. "Really?" Fong Song straightened up and nodded vigorously. "Lin Wu," a familiar voice interrupted them. Both turned to look at the newcomer. Xie tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a concerned expression on her face. "Are you feeling?" Lin Wu's expression softened. "I'm fine now." "That's good." Xie bit her lip. "I was worried about you when you didn't show up today." Lin Wu was taken aback and was about to reassure her. But Lin Wu suddenly popped up. "Then why didn't you text him?" Silence hung in the air for a few seconds. Xie barely managed to keep her composure. I rarely send messages. I feel like face-to-face communication is clearer." Lin Wu turned to Lin Wu. "It's 2025. Do you actually believe that nonsense?" Lin Wu's mouth twitched. Before he could speak, Xie looked at Lin Wu with a hurt expression. "Lin Wu's sister, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Why do you always target me?" "Misunderstanding." Lin Wu handed the cue stick to Fong Song, crossed her arms, and pondered for a moment. "Do you mean the misunderstanding about you accepting Lin Wu's expensive gift, but not letting him attend your birthday party? Or the misunderstanding about Lin Wu buying you a dress and you telling others it was from your mom?" Fong Song almost laughed out loud. He was sensitive to others' expressions, and he could clearly see the disdain and contempt Xie showed both openly and covertly. He also disliked Xie. He always felt she was stringing his bro Xie along, pretending to care while doing things that hurt him. It was rare to see Xie at a loss, so naturally he was pleased. Xie sniffled. "I really did wrong there. The others in our class don't have a good impression of you. I was afraid that if you came they'd gossip and make you uncomfortable." Xie said, her voice trembling. "I understand," Lin Wu said, his expression darkening. "I just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. I didn't think about anything else." Lin Wu. Conclusion: her foolish brother was a hopeless romantic. She couldn't bear to watch and let out a heavy sigh. She took the cue stick from Fong Song, ready to play, but Fong Song's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting, and answered immediately. After hearing what was said on the other end, Fong Song roared, "Wait for me. I'm coming home right now." Lin Wu frowned. "What's wrong?" Fong Song grabbed the keys from the table, flustered. "That mistress showed up again. My mom and dad are fighting. I have to go home first." He dashed out. Xie smiled. "Then let's keep playing." "I'm not playing either. I'm going," Lin Wu said. Xue's smile abruptly froze. "What did you say?" "Sorry," Lin Wu said, and then chased after him. Lin Wu clicked her tongue. "Wow." After Lin Wu left, Xue's expression turned cold. She looked at Lin Wu. "What are you wowing about?" "None of your business." Lin Wu snorted and also turned to leave. She exited the billiard hall, but Fong Song's figure was already gone. Lin Wu was sitting on a shared bike, fiddling with his phone. Lin Wu ran over. "I'm coming too." Lin Wu paused, then tilted his chin toward a clean-looking shared bike nearby. "Ride this one. 2 blocks ahead, and you're there." He seemed a bit anxious, twisted the throttle, and sped off. He left Lin Wu alone. She stared wide-eyed at Lin Wu's retreating figure, then looked down at the bike at a loss. They stood frozen for a few minutes. Someone stopped beside her. A familiar scent of soap powder, like a gentle breeze, drifted into Lin Wu's nose. She turned her head abruptly. Su Jingwang, wearing a black t-shirt, stood 2 steps away. Lin Wu's eyes involuntarily widened. "What are you doing here?" "I took a tutoring job in the residential building behind." Su Jingwang answered in a low voice. "Are you riding this scooter?" "I." Lin Wu hesitated, then said, "I want to ride it." Su Jingwang nodded, "Then go ahead." This area wasn't developed, and this was the only shared scooter left. There were still a few shared bikes. He was about to find a bike when Lin Wu called him again. "Wait." Su Jingwang stopped in his tracks and turned back. Miss Lin had always been someone who would argue, even when she had no reason, softening only in front of Xie Yanhuai. Su Jingwang had never seen her bow her head or show vulnerability. Now Lin Wu's face was slightly flushed, rare for her to look so obedient. She hesitated. I've never ridden this kind of vehicle. What? What? Su Jingwang momentarily doubted his ears. Lin Wu took a deep breath and said with confidence, I said I don't know how to ride this. Can you teach me? Su Jingwang was silent for 2 seconds, then leaned in. First, open WeChat, scan the QR code here. Oh. Lin Wu followed his instructions, spending 2 yuan to unlock the scooter. Then what? Then sit on it. She did so, sitting on the scooter with both legs on the ground. Su Jingwang placed a hand on the right handlebar, saying, twist it, and it will move. Lin Wu twisted it tentatively, and the scooter crept forward. She asked worriedly, will I fall? Su Jingwang's lips curled slightly. You want? Lin Wu caught that smile. A cold person when they smile is truly beautiful, like ice and snow melting. His deep, handsome features softened with the smile, as if the gloom had lifted, revealing a touch of spring in the harsh winter. Seeing Lin Wu staring at him speechless for a long time, Su Jingwang raised an eyebrow and whispered her name, Lin Wu. Oh. Lin Wu snapped back to reality. Her tone was straightforward with no hint of flirtation, like a simple compliment. You know you look pretty good when you smile. Su Jingwang pressed his lips together, saying nothing. He looked a bit hurt, almost as if he had been bullied. Lin Wu quickly explained, I'm praising you sincerely. The boy turned his face away. Really? Lin Wu nodded frantically. Really? Why didn't he believe her? Su Jingwang carried a backpack. He tugged at the straps, and from Lin Wu's angle, she could only see his profile, his long, delicate eyelashes blinking and fluttering. You said I looked like a girl before, a heartless troublemaker. Lin Wu was speechless. She thought blankly. It seemed she had indeed said that about him with some friends before. A flood of guilt washed over Lin Wu. She quickly grabbed Su Jingwang's wrist. He was really thin, a thin layer of skin and flesh covering the wrist bones, soft to the touch, looking pitiful. Su Jingwang's eyelashes trembled, his atoms apple rolling. He could feel his heart racing, as if all the blood in his body was surging into his heart. He lowered his eyelids and glanced at the girl's hand. Lin Wu said sincerely, I'm really praising you this time. I was confused before. Don't take it to heart. A cool breeze blew and the girl's palm was warm, the heat passing through the thin layer of skin to Su Jingwang. At that moment he felt a bit thirsty. He swallowed hard, but his breathing was light. Okay. Lin Wu sighed in relief, smiled. Then it'll be off. Su Jingwang said sure. It was Lin Wu's first time riding such a vehicle, and she found it quite interesting. 3 wheels were stable. Everyone knew that. But 2 wheels were also surprisingly steady. Humans were truly ingenious. She mused while heading to the address Lin Si had given her. Finally, she looked at Su Jingwang, who was riding beside her at nearly the same speed, and asked after a long silence, why are you riding your bike so fast? The boy was silent for 2 seconds, the wind billowing his black t-shirt fast. As he spoke, a teenage boy on his own scooter zipped past them. Lin Wu fell silent again. Fine. She wouldn't humiliate herself further. After a turn she turned and asked, where are you going? Su Jingwang replied, home. Lin Wu squinted at him. Never mind. She fell silent again. But Su Jingwang followed her all the way. From dozens of meters away, Lin Wu saw a crowd of onlookers gathered at a house. The street was narrow but clean, and a familiar shared scooter was parked on the roadside. She hurriedly stopped and squeezed into the crowd. In the middle knelt an elderly woman. From the back she looked slim, wearing a beige cardigan and a low bun. She wept, sister-in-law, I beg you, Ming doesn't love you anymore. Please let him go. Her voice was soft and delicate, the kind that easily arouses a man's protective instincts. Xiao Yan, a dark, thin man in his 40s beside her, embraced her arm, trying to pull her up. This must be the Ming she mentioned. Are you shameless? Fong Tsung's hand trembled as he pointed at her. If you're a mistress, be one, but don't sound so righteous. Fong Tsung. Fong Shengming glared at him. Is this how your mother taught you to talk to your elders? What kind of elder is she? Fong Tsung's eyes reddened. I don't have an elder who runs around being someone's mistress. Slap. Fong Shengming raised his hand and struck Fong Tsung's face hard. The onlookers gasped. Fong Shengming was not much taller than Fong Tsung, and since he did manual labor all day, he didn't even look as strong as Fong Tsung. Fong Tsung was nearly knocked to the ground. He held his cheeks, staring stubbornly at his father. A short-haired woman hugged him protectively. Fong Shengming. You heartless beast. Sister-in-law, don't talk about Ming like that. Zolian knew exactly how to look beautiful while crying. She supported herself with one hand, strands of hair falling around her ears, looking even more pitiful in the wind. Ming and I started dating when we were 18. We were just too young back then, breaking up after every fight. As she spoke, the onlookers murmured. They were together before. That's a deep love. You know, Fong Shengming is really lucky. He dated such a beauty when he was young, and she still can't forget him. The 2 men beside him joked without restraint. Lin Wu fanned herself and cast a glance at them. One of them, a man with a sharp chin and monkey-like features, noticed Lin Wu's gaze. The 2 men beside him joked without restraint. Lin Wu fanned herself and cast a glance at them. One of them, a man with a sharp chin and monkey-like features, noticed Lin Wu's gaze and looked over proactively. Upon seeing Lin Wu's face, clearly he froze for a moment, then laughed, the ferocity on his face fading, as he said teasingly, "Little sister, what are you looking at your big brother for? The stench of your straightness is overwhelming me." Lin Wu's face was full of disgust. Even though the man didn't understand what straightness meant, he knew it wasn't a compliment, especially given her utterly humiliating expression. "You fucking say that again if you dare." The man's face was full of angry flesh, his expression grim and ugly. Lin Wu had never been afraid of anyone in either of her lives, as she always lived by the rule, "I've got nothing to lose, so I'll fight till the end." "I said the stench of your straightness is overwhelming me." The man, probably not expecting a young girl like her to actually repeat it, was stunned for a moment before raising his hand to hit her. "I'll fuck your mother." "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." His raised arm was twisted at an exaggerated angle, and Lin Xie asked expressionlessly, "Who are you going to fuck?" I was wrong, I'll fuck myself." Men like this always bully the weak and fear the strong, especially enjoying showing off in front of girls. When they actually face someone tough, they just apologize and admit their mistakes. Lin Xie let out a cold snort and released his arm. The two men slunk away. Lin Xie folded his arms, stared at Lin Wu, and said, "You're really arrogant, aren't you?" Lin Wu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and snorted coldly. "If he dares to lay a finger on me, my lawyer will be at his doorstep immediately. He'll be sued into bankruptcy." "Impressive." Lin Xie gave a thumbs up. Lin Wu pointed at the commotion ahead and asked, "What's going on?" At the mention of this, Lin Xie's expression dimmed. "The one kneeling on the ground is the mistress. She came to the door today demanding that the wife divorce her husband." While Zhou Lian was crying, Lu Ji silently held Fang Tsung's trembling body and wiped the tears from his face. She had always been a strong-willed person. After marriage, although she quit her job, she still found odd jobs to do and usually walked with her head held high outside. Though the family wasn't wealthy, her husband was honest and taciturn, always going along with her wishes. She thought her life would continue smoothly like this forever. Never did she imagine that at this point her husband would have an affair. In this neighborhood, there were no secrets. The news that the mistress had come to the door spread like wildfire, reaching every household. Lu Ji watched coldly as her husband helped the woman up with a tenderness she had never seen from him. "Sister-in-law, I beg you." Zhou Lian crawled to her, her eyes red from crying, looking pitifully endearing. "Can you give Ming back to me?" Fang Xingming helped her up with concern. "Xiao Lian, get up. Don't hurt your knees." Zhou Lian bit her lip. "I was the one who did wrong. I'm begging for sister-in-law's forgiveness." Lu Ji stared at Zhou Lian intensely, as if she wanted to etch her face into her memory. "If you want me to agree to a divorce, there's no way." With that, she pulled Fang Tsung into the house and slammed the door shut, shutting out all the onlookers and their chatter. With one of the main characters gone, the crowd's interest in the spectacle waned. It was also dinner time, so people gradually dispersed, and soon the area was empty. Lin Wu looked around and was surprised to find Su Jingwang also present. She found it quite curious, like the curiosity of an honest man stealing a watermelon from someone else's field. "Do you live around here?" Su Jingwang nodded and pointed to a nearby house. "This is my home." "Oh." She nodded. Su Jingwang was about to leave, but stopped, seemingly thinking of something. "Lin Wu, classmate." "Huh," Lin Wu responded. Su Jingwang said, "Remember to find some time to explain the solution to that math problem." Lin Wu was speechless. She watched the tall, slender back of the boy and twitched her mouth. Lin Xie almost thought the sun was rising from the west. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "You can teach others math problems?" Lin Wu had scored a 0 on her first-grade math exam. She had answered all the questions seriously, but the math teacher had even come for a home visit. That left a deep impression on Lin Xie, who was in kindergarten at the time. Lin Wu pretended to be very calm. "Can I?" Lin Xie said. "I don't really believe it." "Believe it or not," she said, folding her arms and clicking her tongue. But behind them, the roar of a motorcycle suddenly sounded, approaching from afar. It finally stopped right behind them. Lin Wu and Lin Xie turned their heads in unison. A silver motorcycle came to a halt. The rider was a tall young man, his long legs supporting the ground. He took off his helmet, leisurely revealing a head of dazzling mint green hair. He wore a black t-shirt with a skull printed on the front and a silver cross around his neck. Earrings and a lip piercing adorned him. He was handsome, but his entire demeanor was rebellious and untamed. Lin Wu couldn't help but say, "I feel like this guy is even more Chinibyu than you." Lin Xie clicked his tongue. "Where's the Chinibyu?" Lin Wu stood on tiptoe and grabbed Lin Xie's golden hair, saying, "Right here. This is called fashion. To you it's Chinibyu." Lin Xie said discontentedly, swatting her hand away. Lin Wu withdrew her hand, but her gaze involuntarily fell on the mint green-haired youth. The youth ran over to Zhou Lian and helped her up. "Mom, let's go home for dinner." "Oh ho, the mistress' son." Zhou Lian's face was pale. Leaning on him, she said to Fang Xingming, "Ming, I'll go now." The youth ran over to Zhou Lian and helped her up. "Mom, let's go home for dinner." "Oh ho, the mistress' son." Zhou Lian's face was pale. Leaning on, Lin Wu couldn't help but laugh. The next second the youth's sharp eyes swept over. Their eyes met, and Lin Wu was stunned, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, but she couldn't pinpoint where the familiarity came from. He quickly looked away and said flippantly, "Uncle, our house is too small. If you come, there won't be any place to stay." Fang Shengming rubbed his hands awkwardly. "All right then. Take good care of your mother when you get back." The youth mounted the motorcycle, took Zhou Lian, and roared away. Lin Si lowered his head and sent a message to Fang Tsong asking how he was doing. He had initially thought the mistress had brought a bunch of people to stir up trouble, so he came to help. But it turned out the mistress was using a soft approach. Fang Tsong didn't reply. Lin Si put away his phone and was about to call Lin Wu for dinner when he noticed her craning her neck, staring at the end of the road, as if she was looking at something. He tapped Lin Wu on the forehead. "What are you staring at?" "So engrossed." Lin Wu rubbed his chin. "Don't you think that little green-haired guy just now looks a bit like you, eh?" Lin Si was taken aback. "Where?" Lin Wu thought for a moment. "The nose is quite similar. It's not that his nose and mine are alike, it's that handsome men all have similar noses, very straight and prominent." Lin Si raised an eyebrow. "Understand?" Lin Wu's mouth twitched. "I don't." With Lin Si's interruption, Lin Wu instantly forgot about the little green-haired guy. After all, the world is vast with so many people, a slight resemblance is hardly unusual. Lin Si was about to hail a taxi. "Eat at home or out?" "I'm hungry now. Oh, I can't wait until we get home," Lin Wu said. Lin Si hummed in agreement, found a restaurant he used to frequent with Lin Wu as the destination, and a ride-hailing car arrived shortly. After dinner, they returned home to find Lin Chuanxiong in the living room. He was on the phone. Whatever was said on the other end made him sigh. "All right, I understand. Continue searching in the next city." "Dad," Lin Wu called out. Lin Chuanxiong hurriedly ended the call. "Back." "Mom." Lin Wu tugged at Lin Si's arm. Lin Si reluctantly said, "Dad." Lin Chuanxiong was stunned for a long moment before eagerly responding, "Yes, yes." "Mrs. Li smiled and brought out 2 fruit platters, one for each sibling. Lin Wu carried the fruit upstairs, and once in her bedroom, she faced the untouched homework and let out a heartfelt sigh. She switched on the desk lamp and dutifully began to write. A dilapidated residential building in the capital. Though the bedroom was tiny, it was exceptionally tidy. The checked sheets on the single bed were without a single crease, the quilt at the foot was neatly folded, and a small desk sat by the window atop, which lay a first-year high school math workbook. Zhou Sun stripped off his shirt, pulled open the small wardrobe in the corner, and grabbed a t-shirt to change into. "Time to eat." Zhou Yan's voice came from the living room. "Coming." Zhou Sun replied lazily. He pulled the door open and went out. The cramped living room was somewhat messy. The shoe rack by the door was stuffed with women's high heels, so many that they had spilled onto the floor in a circle. A coat and handbag of Zhou Lian's were tossed on the sofa. She had shed her pale, frail appearance from the public kneeling and now wore a form-fitting dress. Humming a tune, she plated the takeout she had bought downstairs and set it on the dining table. "Your homeroom teacher called me again today. She said if you skip class tomorrow, you don't need to come back." Zhou Sun casually pulled out a chair, his tone utterly indifferent. "So be it. It's a lousy school anyway." Zhou Lian opened a bottle of beer. She always liked to drink a can of this cheap beer with her meals. Without it, she couldn't stomach the food. She took a big gulp, crossed her legs, and said, "If you don't go to school, how are you going to ask your father for money?" Next to the dining table stood a small refrigerator, only 2 compartments with mediocre cooling. Zhou Sun opened the top compartment, pulled out a cola that had been chilling for days, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. "Do I have to ask him for money?" Zhou Sun set his back to Zhou Lian, his expression hidden in the shadows unreadable. Zhou Lian was displeased. She tapped the table with her chopsticks and shrilled, "Your father is filthy rich. You're his own flesh and blood. Asking him for money is only right, isn't it?" Zhou Sun curled his lips into a crooked smile. "He has a son. So what?" Zhou Lian slapped the table. "You're his seed. That fact won't change. He has to give you money. If he doesn't, he'll go to his company and raise hell. Let's see if he can afford the shame." Zhou Sun lowered his head and ate a mouthful of rice noodles without a word. Zhou Lian glanced at him. She set down the beer, patted Zhou Sun's shoulder, and her eyes welled up again. "Xiao Sun, your mother only has you. Back then your father was already married with a child, but he kept lying to me, saying he would marry me. Then after I got pregnant with you, he abandoned us." She rambled on, starting again with the story of her youth. Zhou Sun had heard it so many times he was sick of it. To put it simply, Zhou Lian at 18 worked as a front desk clerk at a hotel. She met a wealthy second-generation heir, they got involved, and the next year, she had Zhou Sun. Zhou Lian thought she had married into luxury, but it turned out the rich heir already had a wife and child. She had unknowingly become the other woman. She had originally planned to abort Zhou Sun, but on the operating table, she changed her mind and decided to keep the baby. And so Zhou Lian raised Zhou Sun alone. Despite his usual rebellious attitude, Zhou Sun was easily moved to pity. Zhou Lian knew her son well. As long as she cried and whimpered, Zhou Sun would give in and go ask his biological father for money. Zhou Sun was silent for a while. Then he said in a low voice, "They'll go find him this weekend." Good. Zhou Lian grabbed a tissue to dab at the corners of her eyes. After the meal, Zhou Lian took her phone and went to scroll through short videos in her room. Zhou Sun quietly cleaned up the table, washed the dishes and bowls, and even tidied up the things Zhou Lian had scattered around. Sitting on the soft bed, Zhou Lian winced as she looked at her knees bruised from kneeling. She thought about applying some medicinal oil, but stopped. She wanted the marks to linger longer so that Feng Xingming would see them and feel sorry for her. Just as she put down the oil, her best friend called. Zhou Lian answered quickly. "Hello. How did it go? Did that shrew of Xingming's agree to the divorce?" "Don't get me started," Zhou Lian said irritably. "She flat out refuses to divorce. That woman is such a bitch," her friend cursed, then hurried to comfort her. "Don't worry. Xingming's heart is all yours. The divorce is only a matter of time." Zhou Lian curled her lips. "Let's find a day next week to go shopping." "Oh," her friend teased. "Struck it rich." Zhou Sun agreed to go ask that deadbeat Xie Xingbong for money this week. Zhou Lian lowered the volume, stood up in her slippers, and cracked the door open just enough to see the young man carrying plates and bowls into the kitchen. Satisfied, she closed the door again. "What a good find that kid is," her friend chuckled. "Filial, capable, and handsome." "Found." Zhou Lian was displeased. "He's my own flesh and blood. I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him." Fine. Her friend said, "He's your biological son. I saw it with my own eyes." "That's more like it." Zhou Lian grinned from ear to ear at the thought of soon having money. In the kitchen, the sink was right next to the window. Zhou Sun bent over washing the dishes. After scrubbing the dishes clean, he wiped down the chopping board and countertop until they were spotless. At Bright Moon Bay, Lin Wu finished her fruit, but still hadn't completed her homework, feeling like she wanted to die. Thinking about the math teacher's assignment only made her wish for death more. After much deliberation, Lin Wu sent a message to X. "Melancholy sweetie, let me be direct. I didn't understand a thing." "X, what part don't you get?" Lin Wu hesitated, then sent Su Jingwang the parts she didn't understand. Half a minute later, she received a long voice message. When she opened it, the boy's cool, clear voice flowed quietly through her bedroom. Lin Wu thought to herself this voice could easily make him a sleep-paid live streamer online. If it were a bit deeper, well, no woman could resist. It wasn't until the voice message finished playing that Lin Wu realized she had been spacing out. She rubbed her face, ears burning red, silently scolding herself for being a lovesick fool. Pulling herself together, she listened again. This time, miraculously, she understood. Old Huang and the study committee member had explained too briefly, but Su Jingwang's explanation was much more detailed. "X, get it now. Melancholy sweetie, got it. Melancholy sweetie, can you explain other problems to me?" "X, sure." "Melancholy sweetie, let's add each other on WeChat." "X, okay." "Melancholy sweetie, I'll add you." "X, okay." Su Jingwang sent a QR code. Lin Wu scanned it and couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Her WeChat nickname and QQ nickname were the same. She styled herself as the melancholy online goddess. Su Jingwang's WeChat nickname turned out to be Fog Rising. He quickly accepted the friend request. "Melancholy sweetie." "Fog Rising." "Melancholy sweetie, your WeChat name." "Fog Rising. When I registered, I couldn't think of a name, and it happened to be a foggy day." "Melancholy sweetie. Oh, I see. Melancholy sweetie, can you go over tonight's test paper with me?" "Fog Rising, sure." He returned home, changed shoes, and went straight to her bedroom, slamming the door with a thunderous bang. Her mother, who had been watching TV on the sofa, quickly grabbed the remote and paused the show. She hesitated, then tiptoed to her daughter's bedroom, door knocking gently. "Cece, what's wrong? Leave me alone." As the words fell, a dull thud echoed, her backpack hitting the door. His mother sighed. "I'll go back to my room then. Call me if you need anything." He lay face down on her bed, crying as she recalled what happened at the billiard hall. Lin Si had actually dared to abandon her in front of Wang Shui, making her lose face. After crying for a while, He opened her phone. She wanted to confront Lin Si, but when she scrolled to the top donor's WeChat, she stopped. She tapped to view their chat history. After a moment's hesitation, she began pouring out her grievances. "Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, brother, what are you up to?" "Top donor. Haha, I'm at a jewelry store with some friends. They're picking out accessories for their girlfriends." "A jewelry store?" He bit her lip. "Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, what about you? Aren't you buying anything for your girlfriend?" "Top donor, brother's taste is picky. No girlfriend at the moment." He sent another photo. The counter was filled with stylish gold necklaces, and a hand appeared in the corner. The hand was very slender, with strong-looking fingers above it, a black shirt with uniquely designed buttons. An image of a mature, refined, handsome man instantly formed in her mind. He blushed. "Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, it's okay. I'm sure you'll meet a girl you like someday." "Top donor, not necessarily someday. Maybe I've already met her." Was that a hint? He bit her lip. The image of Lin Si suddenly flashed in her mind. Lin Si's face was indeed flawless, and he was young. But remembering how he had abandoned her tonight made her furious. Lin Si, you'll regret this. Thinking this, Wensi began typing. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, huh? Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, brother, have you met a girl you like? Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, then I'd better stop chatting with you so I don't cause any misunderstandings for the girl you like. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, QAQ, top donor. You're being a bit naughty, kid. Top donor, do I have to spell it out? Wensi covered her eyes shyly, until her phone vibrated softly. She mustered all her courage, lowered her hands, and glanced at the screen. Top donor, kid, I think my feelings are pretty obvious. Top donor, I feel happy just seeing you. The reason I didn't want to make it clear was that I was afraid you didn't feel the same way and would be troubled. Top donor, I like you. It's the first time I've liked a girl this much. Was this the charm of a mature man? Wensi felt almost drowning in this tenderness. She bit her lip and replied cautiously. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, brother, I like you too. In the dead of night, Lin Si finished gaming and was about to sleep. He received several WeChat messages from Fong Tsong. Fong Tsong, si go. Fong Tsong, are you asleep? Something terrible happened. Fong Tsong, wake up. Wake up. Lin Si frowned and typed. Lin Si, aren't you sad anymore? Fong Tsong said meaningfully. Now it's your turn to be sad. Fong Tsong, si go, don't worry. Your little bro's shoulder is always here for you. Lin Si. Fong Tsong, go check Wensi's moments. Lin Si had no idea what Fong Tsong was up to. He directly tapped on Wensi's avatar and entered her moments. 10 minutes ago, Wensi had posted a moment. The caption read, meeting you, I finally feel loved. Below was a screenshot of a chat. A person saved as brother had sent Wensi 2 transfers, 520 and 1314. Below were several comments from their classmates. Oh, is Cece dating? Wow, our school beauty got snatched away right under our noses. So annoying. Hey, Cece, your boyfriend is so good to you. Lin Si's brow slowly furrowed. He returned to the chat with Wensi, wanted to say something, but deleted it all. After all, he and Wensi had never really been anything. It was just his one-sided crush, so he had no right to question her. Lin Wu woke up feeling refreshed. After yesterday's intensive guidance from the top student, she felt that math wasn't so hard after all. She changed into her school uniform slung on her backpack and went downstairs where she saw a dispirited Lin Si. He was wearing the blue and white uniform of No. 1 high school, sleeves rolled up with obvious dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well all night. He bit into a deep-fried dough stick, wearing a listless expression. Lin Wu was taken aback for a moment, tossed her school bag aside, and pulled out the chair to Lin Si's right. Dear little brother, what's wrong with you? Lin Si seemed too drained even to speak. He took a bite of the dough stick and remained silent. Lin Wu clicked her tongue and tugged at his earlobe. Say something, have you lost your tongue? Lin Si took a deep breath. I got dumped. Can you stop bothering me? Huh? Lin Wu froze for a second, then the corners of her mouth uncontrollably curved upward. Oh, dumped, huh? Hee. Lin Si tossed the dough stick into his bowl and squinted at Lin Wu. You're that happy that I got dumped? Lin Wu instantly suppressed her smile. I'm just, well, in a good mood today, so I felt like laughing. She looked at Lin Si with sincerity. If I say that, do you believe me? Lin Si gave a fake smile. Do I look like I believe you? Lin Wu said nothing, lowered her head to take a sip of soy milk, then turned to Li Ma and said, Li Ma, this soy milk you ground is especially delicious. Li Ma's face lit up with a smile. I'm glad you like it, miss. Lin Si let out a cold laugh. The morning classes were relatively easy. At lunchtime, Shen Mingluo eagerly dragged Lin Wu to try the newly opened black duck hot pot. Can you handle spicy food? Lin Wu, who do you think I am? I can handle a lot. Shen Mingluo clicked her tongue. All right then. Since both of them had already boasted when they entered the restaurant and the staff came to ask about the spice level, Shen Mingluo directly said the spiciest one. The staff confirmed again, it might be very spicy, okay. We're both really good with spicy food. Lin Wu said. The staff nodded, a weird smile on their face, and walked away with the menu. Lin Wu felt a chill run down her spine from that smile. It wasn't until the black duck hot pot arrived that Lin Wu realized something was off. She swallowed the pungent chili aroma hitting her nostrils. In that instant, Lin Wu felt she might have overestimated herself. Shen Mingluo seemed brimming with confidence. Come on, eat up. I heard if you finish it all, it's free. Okay. Lin Wu braced herself and picked up her chopsticks. At first it tasted sweet, and Lin Wu thought she might have been overthinking it. But 5 minutes later, the torturous, heart-piercing spiciness surged up. Her mind felt scorched tears, and snot streaming down uncontrollably. She quickly grabbed 2 tissues, wiped her eyes and nose, and looked at Shen Mingluo across from her through a veil of tears. That girl's face was flushed red, eating while gasping. Are you feeling the heat? Lin Wu's voice was hoarse. Yeah, but it's kind of addictive. Shen Mingluo stuck out her tongue, feeling like it was about to smoke. I can't take it anymore. I surrender, I give up. Lin Wu put down her chopsticks. I'm going to the shop outside to get some milk tea. Do you want some? Shen Mingluo nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Wu stood up, feeling as if she had been poisoned. The spiciness made tears stream down her face. Fortunately, the milk tea shop at the entrance had no queue at that moment. She stood at the counter, which was empty. She asked in confusion, "Is anyone here?" "Coming." The curtain inside was pushed aside. Su Jingwang, wearing a black t-shirt with the milk tea shop's logo printed on the chest, paused when he saw Lin Wu. "What would you like?" Lin Wu stared at the menu for a long time, then ordered 2 cups of light cream tea. Extra ice. Okay. Su Jingwang's slender fingers tapped on the ordering machine, but his gaze involuntarily lingered on Lin Wu's face. She had tied her hair into a vibrant high ponytail today with hardly any makeup, just a light swipe of lipstick it seemed. Her lips were a vivid color, her eyes slightly elongated, and her dark irises, as if she had just been crying, were veiled with a faint red. "Why are you crying?" "Huh?" Lin Wu was taken aback. "The food I just ate was a bit spicy." The young man raised an eyebrow slightly. He turned around to make the milk tea, his movements deft, his fingers fair, slender, and long. Handsome people look handsome doing anything. Even shaking a milk tea cup is a pleasure to behold. The 2 cups of milk tea were ready quickly. Su Jingwang held one in each hand and placed them into the sealing machine. He casually grabbed one, put it into a bag, hooked his index finger to open the plastic bag, placed the milk tea inside, and finally smoothed out the creases. Lin Wu wondered if her mind had been scrambled by the spiciness. She suddenly recalled that chaotic night in her previous life, when she had kicked Su Jingwang out the next morning. He had bent down to pull on his sweatpants, the 2 drawstrings long, and his fingers had hooked the white strings in exactly the same way. When Su Jingwang packed the 2 cups of milk tea into a bag and handed it over, Lin Wu stared blankly for a long time, not taking it. He seemed puzzled. "What's wrong?" Lin Wu's answer was off topic. "Being a tutor and working part-time at a milk tea shop. Are you that short on money?" Su Jingwang. Su Jingwang's hand holding the plastic bag tightened. He looked at Lin Wu quietly, his lips seeming to press into a straighter line. Yes. He was very short on money. Desperately short. So sometimes he didn't even dare show his feelings too clearly. It was like when he was a child passing by a shop that looked expensive from the start. Through the glass, the light inside seemed especially warm and cozy, with dolls arranged on uniquely shaped shelves. Though Su Jingwang had no interest in dolls, he knew that this was not something he could ever own. Everything beautiful, expensive, and exquisite. None of it belonged to him. "Then I have a high-paying job here. Want to give it a try?" Lin Wu licked her lips. It was a small habit she had when she was a little nervous. Su Jingwang was stunned. "What job?" "Lin Wu, be my tutor. Come to my place every weekend and explain problems in the evenings. 10,000 a month." Su Jingwang was silent for a moment, as if he hadn't expected her to say that. "Why me?" Lin Wu thought for a moment. "Because you explain things clearly. I can understand you." And he was really patient, and no matter what she asked, he would answer in detail without showing any displeasure. Su Jingwang looked at Lin Wu. When he looked down at someone, his long eyelashes cast dense shadows on his eyelids, and his pitch-black pupils reflected Lin Wu's figure, making him appear earnest and determined. "Really?" Lin Wu's eyes widened. "Of course it's real. Otherwise it would be fake. I'm a bit busy recently. They'll have to wait until after the National Day holiday." This week would end just in time for the National Day holiday. Lin Wu's eyes curved into crescents. "Okay, no problem." She took the milk tea from Su Jingwang's hand, feigning calm, and returned to the restaurant. Shen Mingluo was sweating from the spiciness. She quickly took the milk tea from Lin Wu's hand and gulped down a big mouthful. How refreshing. Throughout the whole process, Lin Wu didn't say a word. She seemed to snap back to reality, suddenly covering her face with both hands, screaming internally. "Lin Wu, did you just lose your mind? How could you just blurt that out on a whim?" Lin Wu quickly tore open the straw, fished out the milk tea, inserted it, and took a few sips. The cool milk tea liquid slid down her throat, clearing her mind as well. Shen Mingluo across from her was dumbfounded, biting her straw as she asked slowly, "Lin Wu, are you possessed?" "I think I am possessed," Lin Wu said, shaking her head and taking another big gulp. Shen Mingluo was speechless. She lowered her head to eat 2 mouthfuls of rice. "Do you need someone to exorcise you?" Lin Wu was taken aback. "You really have such connections?" "I don't, but my dad does." Shen Mingluo swallowed the rice in her mouth and said, "My dad is quite superstitious. Every time he makes an investment, he goes to pray, and usually he makes a lot of money." Lin Wu was silent for a moment. That's pretty impressive. Although she didn't understand business matters, she had heard about Shen Mingluo's father's nickname at various banquets. Investment little koi. No matter what he invested in, he basically made a fortune. Shen Mingluo giggled. "Do you need it?" Lin Wu quickly waved her hand. "Not for now." She thought again. "Do you have connections in the investigation field?" "I don't, but my dad does." "Can you pass me the contact?" Thank you. Friday afternoon, the last class. Closed to dismissal, and tomorrow is National Day with a full 7-day holiday. The atmosphere in Class 13 of Grade 2 was restless. Few were paying attention. Lin's seat was in the last row with his desk mate being Fong Song. This area was a typical gathering place for underachievers. The female students were either lowering their heads to use small mirrors to put on makeup or secretly painting their nails or secretly reading romance novels. The male students were either sneaking their phones or glancing at the girls they secretly admired. Lin Xi openly slept on the desk for the entire class, his sleeping posture particularly arrogant, one hand resting on the back of his neck. When class ended, the teacher hurried out of the classroom with textbooks and teaching plans. Most of the classmates picked up their bags ready to leave. Wensi flipped her hair and stood up from her seat. Everyone, don't leave yet. She was the class cultural and arts committee member and also a blogger with 3,000 followers on the internet. She was generous and lavish and had great prestige in the class. Everyone sat down in unison. Hey, race the thing, the day after tomorrow my boyfriend is treating everyone to a lunch banquet at Wanshun restaurant. It's at noon. If you want to come, just mention my name. Wensi smiled softly. Exclamations erupted around. Wanshun restaurant. Is that the one on the short videos? Wow, Cece, your boyfriend is so generous. I heard that any dish costs 4 figures. With 50 people in the class, how much would that cost? Wensi looked proud. My boyfriend said he'll cover all the expenses so I don't have to worry. Wow, so manly. Cece, you're so lucky. The familiar girls flattered her. Fong Song looked at Lin Xi sympathetically. Lin Xi had just woken up, his eyelids drooping. He glanced at Fong Song. What are you looking at? Fong Song said sincerely, Brother Xi, if you want to cry, just cry. I won't laugh at you. You can lean on my shoulder. Lin Xi had just woken up, his eyelids drooping. He glanced at Fong Song. What are you looking at? Fong Song said sincerely, Brother Xi, if you want to cry, just cry. Wensi noticed his back view and naturally assumed he was jealous. Feeling pleased inside, she curled her lips into a smile. She thought viciously, Lin Xi, when you and your sister left me alone at the billiard hall that day, you should have known this day would come. Lin Xi took a taxi directly home. When he arrived, Lin Wu had just arrived not long ago, sitting on the sofa in the living room drinking yogurt. Lin Xi changed his shoes and was about to go upstairs. Lin Wu glanced at him. What's wrong? Lin Xi, sleepy. Usually when he was this sleepy, tired, or irritable, it meant he was feeling down. Lin Wu drawled and, slowly finished her yogurt, then went upstairs. Both her and Lin Sis' rooms were on the second floor with an empty room in between. She stopped in front of Lin Sis' bedroom door and knocked. It was very quiet inside and no one came to open the door. So Lin Wu knocked again. After about half a minute, Lin Si slowly opened the door, looking somewhat irritated. What? Why is it you? Lin Wu raised an eyebrow, surprised. Lin Si answered irrelevantly. You need something? Oh, Lin Wu nodded. Lin Si pulled the door open, crossed his arms, and leaned against the doorframe. What is it? Lin Wu was munching on an apple. To care about you. Lin Si was stunned for a moment. Just for this? Isn't this a big deal, eh? Lin Wu raised her eyebrows. Lin Si moved aside a little. Lin Wu hadn't been to his room for a long time. Lin Si's bedroom was about the same size as Lin Wu's, except Lin Wu's room was filled with many things while Lin Si's room was very empty. He lay down on the sofa, grabbed his phone, and continued playing games. Lin Wu patted his shoulder and said earnestly, I'll see if you have anything, just tell your sister. I can be your spiritual mentor. Lin Si kept playing with his head down. Nothing much, just a bit depressed. Depressed? Lin Wu was surprised. Aren't you sad? Lin Si was silent for a moment. He was playing a parkour game, his fingers sliding quickly on the screen. I thought I would be very sad, but it's not as sad as I imagined. Lin Wu pondered for a moment. How did you meet her? Lin Si, just one Friday afternoon. Lin Si's encounter with Wensi, simply put, was because Lin Si usually acted too cool at school, which made others dislike him, so they cornered him in an alley to beat him up. Although Lin Si had relatively high combat ability, the other side used a human wave tactic. No matter how well he could fight, he couldn't beat that many people. Anyway, in the end, both sides were injured. After that group slunk away, Lin Si sat on the ground, his black t-shirt, stained with blood, and dirt, a gash on his arm, bleeding profusely. He rested for a while, originally planning to find a small clinic to get bandaged up, when Wensi happened to pass by with her backpack. That day she was wearing a white long dress with long hair hanging down her back, and her features looked quite gentle. The girl crouched beside Lin Si and asked cautiously, classmate, what's wrong? At that time Lin Si was in a very bad mood, and said coldly, stay away from me. Wensi bit her lip, not scared away, but asked seriously, classmate, do you need help? Lin Si's dark eyes stared at her. After 2 seconds, he turned away, no need. Wensi let out a dazed, oh, and after a few seconds she stood up and walked away. Lin Si watched her retreating figure, a mocking curl lifting the corner of his lips. He sat for a few more minutes composing himself and was about to leave when Wensi came running back, clutching a bag of medicine. She crouched before him, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as if embarrassed. I bought you some medicine and bandages. You're bleeding. It's serious. She finished, then cautiously looked at his face. The young man showed no expression and remained silent. Xie swallowed nervously, as if a little afraid. In the end, Lin Wu took the bag from her hand. His affection for her stemmed neither from her beauty, nor from her kindness or warmth. He simply liked that there was someone who, even after being pushed away by him, would persistently come back. And by chance Xie was that person. After hearing this, Lin Wu fell into silence. She rubbed her chin and asked, "Did you have any contact with Xie before?" Lin Wu thought for a moment and shook his head. "That's strange." Lin Wu clicked her tongue. From their few interactions, Xie was clearly driven by greed and self-interest. She wouldn't do good deeds for no reason. She must want something from Lin Wu. Lin Wu changed the question. "Are you pretty famous at school?" "I haven't noticed," Lin Wu said. "Oh." Lin Wu patted his shoulder and said, "As long as you're not upset, it'll be off then." Lin Wu's fingers suddenly froze. After a few seconds, without looking up, he hummed in acknowledgement. Lin Wu returned to her bedroom, changed into loungewear, and laid down on the bed. She sent a message to Xie Yanhuai. "Melancholy sweetie, are you neighbors with Fong Tsong?" Yes. Lin Wu was startled, realizing that Xie Yanhuai's WeChat nickname had changed from Fog Rise to X. "Melancholy sweetie, do you have his contact info?" Yes. Without a second word, he shared a contact card. Lin Wu added him. Fong Tsong accepted after 2 minutes. "Fong Tsong's sister Wu." "Melancholy sweetie, it's me." Fong Tsong, oh, is there something you need from me?" "Melancholy sweetie, I want to ask, is Lin Wu pretty famous at your school?" Fong Tsong, definitely very famous. Fong Tsong, when Brother Xie first transferred, he was super aloof. The school bully before didn't like him, so he gathered some guys to surround him, but Brother Xie took them all down by himself, becoming famous throughout the school. That made sense. Xie must have recognized Lin Wu when she saw him. She was very vain. If Lin Wu had an ordinary appearance and was just an average student with no fame at school, Xie wouldn't have stopped. After dinner, Lin Wu received a message from Xinming Luo. "Please strengthen Xie. I'll send you that guy's contact info." Melancholy sweetie, got it. Lin Wu copied the phone number Xinming Luo sent and dialed it. "Hello." The other end was a synthesized voice. Lin Wu stood by the window. The sky had darkened, and the artificial lake outside shimmered with ripples. "I need you to look up someone. For now, I only know their Douyin account." "Can do," the other party replied promptly. "Without rush, I'll get back to you within 3 days. If you rush, I can send it to you before midnight tonight." Lin Wu. "Rush it." "Okay." The man sounded pleased, his tone rising. "Deposit is 3,000. They'll send you the bank account later." Lin Wu, all right. A job. In a cluttered workshop, the man put down his phone, his whole demeanor brightening. This person had a laptop on his knees, its faint blue light illuminating his deep, almost strikingly beautiful features. "Why aren't you saying it?" This person had a laptop on his knees, its faint blue light illuminating his deep, almost strikingly beautiful features. "Why aren't you saying anything?" "Congratulations," Xie Yanhuai replied lazily. The man sighed. "Nephew, your emotional support is practically zero." Xie Yanhuai looked down at the laptop screen, then raised his hand and clapped. "Congratulations." Lin Wu received a message from Xie's top spender before bed. Chun Jinxiong, 39 years old, originally an auto repair worker. Half a year ago, he happened to win $1 million in the lottery, quit his job, and began traveling. Just now, Fong Tsong had told her that Xie was going to treat the class to dinner at Wanshun restaurant. 40 to 50 people, that was no small sum. Her so-called boyfriend couldn't afford it. How would she settle the bill? So hard to guess. No need to guess. It would definitely be Lin Wu, the fool, who would pick up the tab. The day after tomorrow, she had to find an excuse to take her stupid younger brother out, so Xie couldn't get hold of him. The next day, Lin Wu slept until noon, awoken by hunger. She went downstairs to find food and saw Mrs. Li standing in the yard, craning her neck to look. Curious, she went over. "Mrs. Li, what are you looking at?" Mrs. Li whispered, "That illegitimate son of the Xie family has come knocking again." Although nominally the Xie family only had Xie Yanhuai as their child, it was no secret that there was an illegitimate son outside. Lin Wu had known this before, but she had rarely seen that illegitimate son. Because that illegitimate son rarely came to the door, and the few times he did seemed to be for money. Xie Yanhuai was always proud, not wanting anyone to see his vulnerable side. So in her past life, Lin Wu would consciously stay out of the way. This time she was determined to join in the spectacle. Unlike Mrs. Li, who discreetly watched from her own yard, Lin Wu went straight out and stood in front of the Xie villa to watch the drama. The Xie elders all lived in their own manner, and usually only Xie Yanhuai and his parents lived in the nearby villa No. 15. The Lin household had few servants, but the Xie family was completely different. They had 5 servants just for watering and pruning the garden. As she stood at the gate peering in, one of the servants recognized her. "Miss Lin, are you looking for the young master?" "Ah, yes." The servant said, "Please come in." Xie Yanhuai stood expressionless at the corner of the second floor. From here, he could clearly hear the conversation from the sofa downstairs. Xie Xingbang, over 40, spoke with a refined voice and clear articulation. How are your grades lately? Not bad. The voice was languid, as if completely at ease, with a hint of frivolity in its tone. Xie Xingbang seemed to sigh. How is your mother these days? Unable to bear it any longer, Xie Yanhuai went downstairs. The young man on the sofa was as arrogant and unrestrained as ever, with a head of mint green hair straight out of a manga. He was clearly an illegitimate son from the gutter, someone who should be timid and cowering, yet for some reason, he was outrageously self-assured, as if he felt no guilt at all. The sound of footsteps descending the stairs drew the attention of the two people on the sofa. Xie Yanhuai called out to the housekeeper. The housekeeper immediately emerged from the kitchen. Young master. Xie Yanhuai assumed a masterful demeanor. Brew a pot of green tea. Zhou Sun raised an eyebrow, slightly feeling that the man's words carried a hidden meaning. Could he be insinuating that Zhou Sun was a green tea, a metaphor for a sly person? Got it, the housekeeper replied, and went back into the kitchen. Xie Yanhuai sat down on the sofa opposite. Xie Xingbang glanced at him, then smiled at Zhou Sun. Xiao Sun, this is your brother. You two haven't seen each other for a long time. Zhou Sun was also adept at playing nice. He looked at Xie Yanhuai and called out affectionately, brother. Xie Yanhuai felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Disgusting and nauseating. He pressed his lips together. There's only one person on my family's household register, and that's me. I have no brother. Zhou Sun's eyelashes fluttered as if he was slightly hurt. He looked helplessly at Xie Xingbang. Xie Xingbang didn't see this son often. Oh, as they say, distance brings novelty. He looked disapprovingly at Xie Yanhuai and said earnestly, why, no matter what, Xiao Sun is your own brother. How can you say such things? Own brother? What own brother? Xie Yanhuai's hands by his side gradually clenched. His tone was exceptionally cold as he glanced at the pitiful Zhou Sun. My mother only gave birth to me. I'm sorry. Zhou Sun took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed to Xie Xingbang. Please go ahead with your business. I'll take my leave now and won't bother you again. A retreat to advance. This was a trick Zhou Sun had learned from Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan couldn't live without men. In the 16 years of Zhou Sun's life, his mother had changed nearly 20 boyfriends, none lasting more than a year, and many were married. She was a master at playing the victim and acting weak. Xie Xingbang quickly stood up and pulled Zhou Sun. Xiao Sun, sit down first. Zhou Sun cautiously glanced at Xie Yanhuai's expression. Noticing this, Xie Xingbang's face darkened. This is the Xie family. I have the final say. You are my child. Not just visiting. Even if you live here, you don't have to worry about anyone else's attitude. Xie Yanhuai felt as if his heart had been ripped out and thrown into an ice cave. Though the weather had just turned autumn, he felt as if he was in the dead of winter. His lips tightened into a straight line. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? I should be asking you what you mean. Xie Xingbang looked at him heavily. No matter what, Xiao Sun is your brother. Look at your attitude. Own brother. Xie Yanhuai let out a cold laugh. He stood up. I'll say it one last time, my mother only gave birth to one child, me. There is no brother. You? Xie Xingbang raised his hand. The slap was about to fall, but Xie Yanhuai neither dodged nor flinched, only looking at Xie Xingbang with disappointment. Meeting his gaze, Xie Xingbang hesitated for a long time, and the slap never fell. He gritted his teeth. Your mother really raised a fine son. Xie Yanhuai laughed coldly. You have no right to mention her now. With that, he turned and left. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he bumped into Lin Wu. In a bad mood, Xie Yanhuai's face grew even darker. What are you doing here? Huh, such a temper. It seemed the illegitimate son had really upset him. Lin Wu struggled to suppress her urge to laugh. She made up an excuse casually. I came to ask if you'd be willing to go out with me tomorrow. I'm not willing. Perhaps because he was angry and had no one to vent on, Xie Yanhuai looked coldly at Lin Wu. He curled his lips and spoke with extreme sarcasm. I don't want to go out with you at all. A high and mighty young lady like you who never sees others' pain is really too annoying. Lin Wu was speechless. She stared at Xie Yanhuai in disbelief, her expression full of shock, not at all as sad as Xie Yanhuai had imagined. Are you crazy? Did I provoke you? Go if you want, don't if you don't. Lin Wu barely swallowed the word idiot. It wasn't time to break ties yet. She turned and walked away. Xie Yanhuai stared at her back, snorted, and took a taxi. In the capital city, there was a famous bar street. Xie Yanhuai walked along the street and casually chose a bar that was open in the morning. The atmosphere inside was unlike the decadent, drunken revelry of the evening. The music was quiet and husky, the lighting dim, giving a sense of extreme relaxation. He found a booth at random and ordered 2 bottles of wine. When Xia Ruoruo came out of the restroom, she received a call from Su Pan. Ruoruo, are you coming back for lunch today? Su Pan's voice was as gentle as ever. Xia Ruoruo stood in front of the sink, looked at herself in the mirror in her waitress uniform, and said sweetly, Mom, I want come back for lunch. They provide meals here. Meals provided, that's good. Su Pan was relieved. Then what time will you come home this afternoon? I get off work at 5. Xia Ruoruo said coquettishly, I want to eat sweet and sour ribs tonight. Oh okay, Su Pan said. Mom will go to the market to buy some ribs later. Xia Ruoruo smiled sweetly. Thank you, Mom. Su Pan was delighted by her. Tell me our family doesn't lack food or money for you. Why do you always go out to work so hard? Mentioning this, Xia Ruoruo wanted to sigh. She clenched her fingers. It was all Lin Wu's fault that she now owed Xie Yanhuai 900. Although Xie Yanhuai had said she didn't need to repay, her conscience wouldn't allow it. She smiled, deliberately omitting the 900 matter. Since I'm free anyway, I want to save up more money to buy gifts for Mom later. My dear Mom doesn't need you to buy gifts. I insist on buying them. Xia Ruoruo laughed. Let's hang up now. Oh, I still need to work. Okay. Su Pan hung up first. Xia Ruoruo put her phone back in her pocket, straightened her clothes, and went out. The head waiter called her over. Ruoruo, come here and deliver these drinks to booth 14. Okay. Xia Ruoruo obediently replied. She pushed the cart and arrived at booth 14. Booth 14 was relatively secluded, and there was only one person. The person was leaning back on the sofa, his head slightly tilted upward. Even though the lighting was dim, one could still see his tall figure and handsome facial features. Xia Ruoruo felt a vague sense of familiarity. She parked the cart and leaned in for a closer look, then exclaimed, Xie Yanhuai, why are you here alone? Hearing his name, Xie Yanhuai, who had already finished 2 bottles of wine, finally moved. He straightened up slightly and looked at the girl's pure face with drunken eyes. Xia Ruoruo. Xia Ruoruo nodded. It's me. Xie Yanhuai propped his hand on the edge of the sofa. How did you end up here? Hearing this question, Xia Ruoruo bit her lip. She seemed to feel a bit embarrassed, quickly rubbing her cheeks. Xia Ruoruo, you are earning your own money with your own hands. You are far more accomplished than those rich second-generation heirs who rely on their families. You are not allowed to be ashamed. With this thought, Xia Ruoruo's tone became resolute when she spoke again. I'm here for a part-time job. Oh, a part-time job. Xie Yanhuai poured himself a glass of wine, took a few sips, and soon slumped back onto the sofa. A part-time job. Such a concept was far too remote for young Master Xia. Xia Ruoruo pressed her lips together and said, Don't worry, I will definitely pay back that 900,000. Xie Yanhuai straightened up again, squinting at her. You don't need to repay it. I must repay it, Xia Ruoruo insisted stubbornly. To you this money might mean nothing, but to me it's an astronomical figure. I can't just owe you so much and feel at ease. Xie Yanhuai fell silent. He stared at Xia Ruoruo intently. Though she wore the uniform of the waitstaff, she was remarkably beautiful, pure and refined like a lotus emerging from clear water. Her large bright eyes shimmered with sincerity and stubbornness. A faint smile curved at the corner of Xie Yanhuai's lips. Are you sure you can pay it off? Xia Ruoruo bit her lip as if feeling humiliated. I'm still a student now, so I really can't clear it yet. But I will work hard to grow up and earn money. Xie Yanhuai was silent for a moment. Then why don't you ask your parents to help you pay, eh? This is my matter, Xia Ruoruo sniffled. I don't want my parents to know. Why, oi? Xie Yanhuai suddenly recalled the illegitimate child at home who always came asking for money. Xia Ruoruo wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, Because I think children are just children. They shouldn't so boldly demand money from their parents. It's already hard enough for them to give us life. After she finished, seeing that Xie Yanhuai remained silent for a long time, staring at her with deep, profound eyes, she rubbed her nose somewhat awkwardly and asked softly, Why aren't you saying anything? Nothing. Xie Yanhuai quickly snapped back to reality, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. I just found what you said very insightful. It got me thinking. Xia Ruoruo pressed her lips together. Why are you unhappy today? Xie Yanhuai tilted his head back and took a sip of wine. My father's illegitimate son came to the house today. Xia Ruoruo uttered a soft, hesitant, oh. She thought so. Even rich second-generation heirs have so many worries. It seems heaven is fair after all. Don't be too upset then. Xia Ruoruo patted his shoulder and said, You have to look forward. Xie Yanhuai never expected that it would be Xia Ruoruo who comforted him. A girl from a poor family with whom he had little contact. His frozen heart seemed to be warmed by a human hand. He curved his lips and said, Thank you for your comfort. Xia Ruoruo's cheeks flushed slightly. She thought this young master actually said thank you. She pressed her lips together and said, You seem to have had too much to drink. Should I call Lin Wu? Xie Yanhuai's expression instantly turned cold. What would you call her for? Xia Ruoruo clenched her hands. She is your fiancée. An agreement between the older generation, Xie Yanhuai scoffed. Are you calling her so she can come and humiliate me? Humiliate. Xia Ruoruo, Lin Wu seems quite understanding. Xie Yanhuai took a sip of wine and said coldly, You're overthinking it. Not all girls are like you. Xia Ruoruo was startled, a hint of secret delight rising in her heart. Maybe it's because my life experiences have been more complicated, so I can empathize and see things from others' perspectives better. Xie Yanhuai curled his lips and crossed his legs. Call your manager over. Xia Ruoruo's eyes widened. You're not going to report me to the manager, are you? Xie Yanhuai laughed in spite of himself. Just call him over, and you'll see. Xia Ruoruo gave him a hesitant look, then went to find the manager. The manager was a man in his 30s dressed in a suit, who hurried over. His expression initially showed some irritation at being disturbed, but once he recognized the person in the booth as Xie Yanhuai, the irritation vanished instantly, and he put on a smile. Oh, isn't this young Master Xia? Why didn't you let us know in advance? I came alone for some peace and quiet, Xie Yanhuai said. Hey, race the thing. Open 10 bottles of wine, and put them on this young lad's tap. He pointed at Xia Ruoruo. Xia Ruoruo was dumbfounded. The manager who usually ordered her around glanced at her with a smile, and quickly nodded. Sure. After opening 10 bottles in one go, the manager was beaming with joy. At that time, Xia Ruoruo had no idea that she would get a Tuthasandiyuan commission for each bottle. She looked at Xie Yanhuai with gratitude. Thank you. You are the kindest rich person I have ever met. Xie Yanhuai curled his lips, feeling immensely pleased. By the afternoon, news reached her ears that Xie Yanhuai, the eldest young master of the Xie family, had ordered 10 bottles of wine for a waitress at the bar. Yu Xiaotian, keep a low profile. During dinner, Lin Chuanxiong rarely came home. For the first time, the three of them, Lin Wu stroked her chin, thought for a moment, and replied, too stingy. Only 10 bottles. If it were me, I'd start with 100. Qing Jiachong, she sure President Lin is too generous. Yu Xiaotian, keep a low profile. During dinner, Lin Chuanxiong rarely came home. For the first time, the three of them sat at the table together. Lin Wu sat with her usual slouch, one leg propped on the stool. She took a few bites of rice, then turned to look at Lin Si. He had slept for nearly a whole day, and the dark circles under his eyes had finally faded, considerably restoring his good looks. What? Lin Si had grown accustomed to Lin Wu's sudden, erratic behavior. Any plans for tomorrow? Lin Wu asked vaguely. Lin Si paused with his chopsticks. No plans. Then come with me to the amusement park, Lin Wu said. Lin Si was taken aback. Okay, great. Lin Wu beamed. Lin Chuanxiong looked at his daughter's smile, and couldn't help asking, are you that happy just because a Si is going to the amusement park with you? Lin Si seemed indifferent, head down eating, but Lin Wu noticed that the hand gripping his chopsticks tightened imperceptibly. She knew what was bothering him inside, so she said with particular certainty, yes, very happy. Lin Chuanxiong smiled. All right. Throughout the whole meal, Lin Si was exceptionally quiet. Lin Wu thought her younger brother was just a difficult, stubborn child. He never took the initiative to express his likes, cares, or happiness. It required someone patient enough to observe. The next day, Lin Si woke up very early. The room was quiet, the curtains drawn tightly shut, pitch black. He opened his eyes drowsily, sat up, slipped on his slippers, and pulled open the curtains. The weather today was not too good, gloomy and overcast. Outside his window was the greenery behind the villa, and the leaves on the trees had almost all fallen. Another autumn. Lin Si worried it might rain today, so he picked up his phone to check the weather forecast, only to find that He Wincy had sent him a message at 1 a.m. He Wincy, Lin Si, remember to come at noon today. I want to thank you properly. He Wincy, thank you for taking care of me. Lin Si typed coldly, not going. He Wincy didn't reply, probably still asleep. Lin Si checked the weather forecast again, which showed cloudy today, so it shouldn't rain. It had been since the first year of junior high that he last went to an amusement park. After that, Lin Wu didn't pay much attention to him, and he didn't want to be a bother, so he never really went out much. Lin Si first went to wash up, then picked a hoodie and a pair of jeans from the wardrobe. The temperature had dropped recently, and short sleeves were no longer wearable. After changing, he glanced at the time. It was only 8:30. The agreed time was 9 o'clock. There was still half an hour. Lin Si tidied the table a bit, sat down on a chair, and searched online for what fun things were at the amusement park they were going to today. After finishing the research, only 10 minutes had passed. Lin Si's heart was pounding. He felt his emotions were unstable, as if something was wrong with him. At this age, he could still feel both excited and restless about going to an amusement park. Finally, 9 o'clock arrived. Lin Si originally planned to open the door and go downstairs. Thinking of something unknown, he stood at the door for a while, then dawdled for another 5 minutes before going downstairs. As if being 5 minutes late could make him seem less eager. When he came downstairs, Lin Wu was already sitting at the table starting breakfast. Lima had made hand-pulled noodles this morning with a tomato and egg broth that was especially delicious. Lin Wu was wearing overalls today with a thin white hoodie inside and a high ponytail. She held a bowl bigger than her face in one hand and chopsticks in the other, slurping noodles with her head down. Come on, it's really good, Lin Wu called out, then buried her head in eating again. Lima promptly brought a bowl of noodles for Lin Si. After finishing their meal, the siblings got into the car, heading to the amusement park. Lin Wu was also carrying a bag today. She glanced at Lin Si. He had nothing but a phone. Just as she wanted. Arriving at the amusement park, since it was also the National Day holiday, and the weather was overcast, not too sunny. The park was extremely crowded with almost every ride surrounded by people. Lin Wu cleared her throat and said, "There are a lot of thieves in amusement parks stealing phones. Why don't you put your phone in my bag?" Lin Xie didn't think twice and directly took his phone out of his pocket and handed it to Lin Wu. Lin Wu then ordered him to buy bubble tea, kindly giving him a red bill. While Lin Xie went to buy the tea, she secretly muted his phone and wrapped it in 2 tissues. Ha 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 ha. I wonder if your millionaire boyfriend is willing to spend tens of thousands to treat you and your classmates to a meal. Wanshan restaurant was particularly lively today, because a big customer had arrived directly booking the largest private room, which had 6 tables set up inside. To show off her boyfriend's wealth, Xie was particularly generous, arranging 15 dishes per table, including pre-meal fruit and post-meal desserts. Starting from 12 o'clock, classmates began to enter the private room one after another. Xie sat in the car looking at her phone screen with annoyance. After waking up and seeing Lin Xi's message, she had sent him several messages. Lin Xi still hadn't replied. Xie gritted her teeth in hatred. She pursed her lips, waited a few more minutes, then losing patience, she typed furiously on the screen. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui Lin Xi, I've always thought that even if I didn't accept your pursuit, even if we didn't become a couple, we would still be good friends. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, your behavior of not replying to messages now makes me very disappointed. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, it seems I was wrong, you are not as mature as I imagined. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, you are just an impulsive brute. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, I will never pay attention to you again. After typing these words, she let out a relieved sigh, closed the chat window, and opened the pinned WeChat. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, baby, I've arrived at the restaurant. Bang, you did good. Alright baby, have fun, and eat well with your classmates, and send me the bill later. Bang, you did good, big brother will reimburse you. Xie felt her heart melt completely. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, thank you big brother. You were so good to me. Xie finally let out a sigh of relief. She lifted her skirt and pushed the car door open to get out. She had specially hired a stylist today and dressed up for the occasion. The moment she entered the private room, the whole place fell silent for 2 seconds, then cheers erupted. So beautiful, Cici. The school beauty looks so gorgeous today, she's killing me. A fairy descending to earth. Xie lifted her skirt, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Her best friend Wang Shi was beside her, holding her phone to record a video. Xie stuck out her tongue and said, "Alright, stop praising me, or it'll float away." A boy whistled and said, "We will praise you." Xie deliberately stood in front of the wall with the Wanshan restaurant logo and recorded a short video. She had also included her last birthday banquet in that video, which became very popular, the most popular among all her works. This time Xie was confident that she could make an even more popular video. A few days ago, an advertiser had approached her, but finally canceled hastily because of her declining data. Xie held a grudge about that. After filming the video, Xie finally sat down. She lifted her chin, looked around, and asked, "Is everyone here this time?" Everyone exchanged glances. Wang Shi suppressed a sly smile at the corner of her mouth and said, "Only Lin Xi didn't come." Everyone was taken aback, then started discussing. Wow, is Lin Xi jealous? Definitely. Although his family is also rich, it's definitely not on the same level as Cece's boyfriend, so he feels inferior. Then don't come. Exactly, Cece has so many suitors, she doesn't need him. Frankly, Lin Xi's family is probably just a little well off. He's not good at studying, and in the end he'll just eat through his savings. Such a person is not worthy of Cece. Exactly. Cece's boyfriend is so rich, Lin Xi is not even worthy of polishing his shoes. Xie listened to these comments, and a faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She bit her lip, planning to wait 2 more minutes before telling everyone to stop saying that. But then someone at the next table suddenly slammed their chopsticks down. The noise was considerable, and everyone turned to look. Fong Tsong sat there, his long narrow bangs covering his eyes, making him look gloomy. Wang Shi angrily demanded, "Fong Tsong, what are you doing?" "What am I doing?" Fong Tsong pointed at himself, then looked at Xie. Xie felt a jolt in her heart under his gaze. Fong Tsong said, "Xie, I always thought that my hostility toward you was just my imagination. Out of respect for Brother Xi, I have always respected and flattered you." "Then what about you? Others may not know how Brother Xi treated you, but don't you understand in your own heart? If you had any damn conscience, you wouldn't have let them gossip here today." Every word was resounding and forceful. Fong Tsong had always been an exceptionally honest person in class. He spoke little, and though he didn't study, he never disturbed others. Every word was resounding and forceful. Fong Tsong had always been an exceptionally honest person in class. He spoke. This was the first time he had spoken like this in front of everyone, to the point that everyone was stunned. Xie was dumbfounded for a long time. She never expected Fong Tsong to openly undermine her. "Fong Tsong." Before Xie spoke, she choked up. "I don't know why you have such ill will toward me. The matter between Lin Xie and me is too complicated to explain in a few words. I don't know how much you know or what misunderstandings you have about me. I just want to say. She paused, her voice trembling at the end, as if she had suffered a great injustice. It has always been Lin Xie who had a crush on me. Just because he is good to me and likes me, must I reciprocate with the same affection and like him back? As these words fell, the classmates unanimously agreed. Exactly, a suitor has no right to interrogate. It's all Lin Xi's wishful thinking. Fong Song, you can't be biased just because you're close to Lin Xie, can you? Wang Shi stood up, speaking with shared indignation. Fong Song, since you dislike Cece so much, you shouldn't eat this meal. After all, it's hosted by Cece's boyfriend. Yuanxi interrupted her. Shi, we can't do that. It's not polite. She then looked at Fong Song and said, a guest is a guest. No one will drive you away. No need. Fong Song stood up. I don't care. He turned and walked out. The atmosphere in the private room became slightly awkward. Yuanxi smiled and quickly said, almost everyone is here. They'll tell the kitchen to serve the dishes. The atmosphere livened up again because of these words. Fong Song left Wanshan restaurant with a belly full of anger. He was so furious that he called Lin Xie several times, but Lin Xie didn't answer. Fong Song sat gloomily on the roadside. After sulking for a while, he suddenly thought of Lin Wu. His eyes lit up, and he called Lin Wu. At that time, Lin Wu was sitting on a rest chair, her face pale, and her mind buzzing. Not far away in a convenience store, a blonde youth was carrying a bottle of mineral water, walking towards Lin Wu with an expressionless face. Several girls around were taking photos, secretly stealing glances at him. The wind blew the stray hair on Lin Xi's forehead. His brow bones were particularly prominent, giving him a very aggressive look. Lin Wu stared at his face dizzily and suddenly thought of the little green-haired guy she had seen at Fong Song's doorstep. When the little green-haired guy spoke with his head down, not only his nose, but also his eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Lin Xi's. Are you still feeling unwell? Lin Xie stepped closer, twisted off the bottle cap, and handed it to Lin Wu. Of course I still feel terrible. Lin Wu glared at him, took the water, and took a sip. The cool liquid slid down her throat, bringing a soothing sensation, and her mind seemed to clear up. Lin Xie looked down at her. Lin Wu's face was still pale. They had just gotten off the roller coaster. While waiting in line, Lin Wu had confidently stated that she wasn't afraid of heights and wouldn't be scared. After getting off, she vomited violently, her legs went weak, and she could barely walk. A vivid and profound demonstration of the saying, weak skills, but strong addiction. The phone in her bag vibrated. Lin Wu lowered her head and said, help me answer the call. Lin Xie opened her bag. When he saw the caller's name, he raised an eyebrow. Lin Wu finished the entire bottle in one gulp and caught his expression. Who is it? Fong Song. Lin Xie said, then swiped the screen to answer. Hello, Sister Wu. Fong Song was about to pour out his grievances when a lazy voice directly interrupted him. Say what you need to say quickly. Brother Xie. Fong Song's tone became excited, as if he had seen a family member. Brother Xie, I've been bullied. Lin Xi's originally indifferent expression instantly changed. Who bullied you? Lin Xie fell silent, saying nothing. Lin Wu glanced at him, feeling that this kid was probably in a moral dilemma. He instinctively wanted to find some excuses for Yuanxi. Lin Xie fell silent, saying nothing. Lin Wu glanced at him, feeling that this kid was probably in a moral dilemma. He instinctively wanted to find some excuses for Yuanxi, but Fong Song was his close friend and loyal follower. Lin Wu took the phone from his hand and said to Fong Song on the other end, stay where you are. Lin Xie and I will be there in 10 minutes. Fong Song was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, okay. After hanging up, Lin Wu stuffed her phone into her bag, took out Lin Xi's phone, turned on silent mode, and handed it to him. Let's go. Lin Xie, what are you going to do? To treat Fong Song to a meal. Lin Wu stood up first. Lin Xie followed, while looking at his phone. Only after getting into the taxi did Lin Xie see the messages from Yuanxi. There were over a dozen messages. The first few urged him to come to the lunch banquet, while the later ones directly vented her anger. Lin Xie pursed his lips, turned his head to look out the window, his jawline smooth and defined. Lin Wu glanced at him, feeling a bit schadenfreude inside, but she restrained herself with all her might. She had been thinking about how to ruin Lin Xi's good impression of Yuanxi, but Yuanxi had taken care of it herself. Lin Xie might seem rebellious on the surface, but he was actually very sentimental deep down. Fong Song was not just his follower, he was also his good friend. Yuanxi probably only had a superficial understanding of Lin Xie, thinking that Fong Song was just an insignificant lackey. Even if Fong Song complained to Lin Xie, she could deny it and instead accuse Fong Song of lying. She was actually quite smart, but in all her calculations she didn't realize that Lin Xie regarded Fong Song as more than just a follower. The amusement park and Wanshan restaurant were not too far apart, but the traffic was a bit heavy, so it took 15 minutes to arrive. Fong Song had been sitting on the steps. His hair was rather long, and his clothes were very shabby, even frayed at the edges, making him look like a homeless person. The passers-by all steered clear of him. Let them avoid him, he didn't care anyway. Fong Song was like a hedgehog bristling with spikes until he saw the taxi. He instantly stood up from the steps and jumped down in 2 or 3 strides. Lin Wu got out of the car empty-handed, a bit surprised. Didn't I text you to wait in the private room first? Fong Song raised his hand, seeming a little embarrassed, and scratched the back of his neck. I wanted to wait here. All right then. Lin Wu patted his shoulder. Let's go. Sister Wu will take you to a feast. Okay. Fong Song responded happily, then looked at Lin. Lindsay was carrying a female handbag on one shoulder, his hair a bit messy. Noticing Fong Song's gaze, he asked sharply, what are you looking at? Fong Song sighed. Brother C, don't be sad. If you want to cry, you can lean on my shoulder. Lin C pushed him away expressionlessly, saying, thanks, but no thanks. Lin Wu never expected that during a class gathering dinner someone could be kicked out midway. She had witnessed something new today. She directly booked the private room next to He Wenxi's class, ordered all the signature dishes, and told Fong Song, eat whatever you like, as much as you want. Order more if it's not enough. Fong Song panicked, nodded quickly. When the dishes arrived, the next door party was almost over. The head waiter holding the bill smiled and approached He Wenxi. Miss He, how was the meal? The surrounding crowd instinctively fell silent at the head waiter's arrival. He Wenxi adjusted her earrings and smiled gracefully. Very good, the taste is as exquisite as before. The surrounding crowd instinctively fell silent at the head waiter's arrival. He Wenxi adjusted her earrings and smiled. He Wenxi nodded with feigned composure. She glanced at the bill. Nearly 90,000. She gave it a quick look and smiled. No problem. All right, the head waiter said. Then please enjoy your meal. Feel free to call us if you need anything. Okay. He Wenxi adjusted her hair again. After the head waiter left, Wang Shuyi leaned and took a look and exclaimed, so expensive. A girl from the next table couldn't help asking, how much? Wang Shuyi glanced at He Wenxi, who was sipping her soup with an unchanged expression. That meant it was okay to say. So she announced loudly, over 90,000. Most students from No. 1 high school came from ordinary families, many from surrounding urban villages. Most students from No. 1 high school came from ordinary families, many from surrounding urban villages and migrant backgrounds, generally not wealthy. 90,000 seemed like a fantasy to these students. Cece, you're really too kind. We're so lucky to benefit from this. Yes, Cece, if it weren't for you, I'd probably only see this kind of restaurant on short videos. You're all too polite. He Wenxi smiled. Don't thank me, thank my boyfriend. He was the one who offered to treat everyone. All right, Cece, please make sure to convey our gratitude to him. Exactly. When you meet such a good man, never let him go. Amid the flattery, He Wenxi lowered her head, picked up her phone, and sent a message to her top fan pinned at the top of her chat list. Xiaoxi, sleep early, brother, we're almost done. Top fan, baby, are you full? Xiaoxi, sleep early, I'm full. Top fan, good, as long as you're full. My flight lands at the capital airport tomorrow, and then we can finally meet. Xiaoxi, sleep early, looking forward to meeting you, brother. Top fan, me too. He Wenxi chatted with him for a while, and when he didn't offer to see the bill, she bit her lip and proactively brought it up. Xiaoxi, sleep early, the waiter just brought the bill. Top fan, how much? Brother will reimburse you. He Wenxi's lips curved into a genuine smile. Xiaoxi, sleep early, wait a moment, I'll send the bill to you, brother. Top fan, okay. He Wenxi took a photo of the bill and quickly sent it to the top fan. The top fan didn't reply. She thought he might be busy and would reply later, so she didn't dwell on it and started chatting with classmates at the table. She began to panic. Cece, we're leaving now. People from the next table were already heading out in groups. She began to panic. Cece, we're leaving now. People from the next table were already heading out in groups. He Wenxi, though extremely anxious, forced a smile. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Cece. Cece, this meal was absolutely amazing. You really went all out. Everyone left. It took only about 10 minutes. The once lively private room now felt deserted, leaving only He Wenxi and Wang Shuyi. Wang Shuyi sipped a few mouthfuls of hot tea from her cup. This upscale restaurant was indeed different, the tea far superior to any she had had before. He Wenxi, head bowed, was frantically sending messages to the top fan. Xiaoxi, sleep early, brother. Xiaoxi, sleep early, brother, why aren't you talking to me? Xiaoxi, sleep early, brother. Xiaoxi, sleep early, brother. Brother. He Wenxi sent nearly 20 messages. The top fan didn't reply to a single one. The chat screen was filled with green messages. He Wenxi's heart seemed to sink into an abyss. Cece. Wang Shuyi nudged He Wenxi's arm with her elbow happily, saying, this tea is so delicious. Get lost. Before she could finish, He Wenxi suddenly slapped her arm away with great force. Unprepared, Wang Shuyi's body tilted, and the full cup of hot tea spilled directly onto her own clothes. Wang Shuyi yelped and scrambled to her feet. She was wearing a thin white dress. The yellowish tea stained it vividly, the warm liquid seeping through the fabric and sticking to her skin. He Wenxi, what are you doing? Wang Shuyi demanded angrily. Little did she know that He Wenxi was even angrier. What am I doing? He Wenxi shot back. I should be asking you the same. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy? You're not good at studying, you have no ambition, you just drift through the days. I'm different. I have aspirations, and I'm very busy. So please spare me your nonsense. Wang Shi felt humiliated by these words, tears welling up in her eyes. She was furious and wanted to retort. Do you think you're so great? Do you really think everyone likes you? Do you honestly believe you're universally adored? But she choked back the words, afraid to speak them aloud. Because Wang Shi knew that Wensi was petty and held grudges, unable to tolerate harsh words. If she said those things, Wensi would never talk to her again. Staying on good terms with Wensi brought her plenty of benefits, like discarded cosmetics and gifts from boys that Wensi didn't want and would eventually pass to her. Wang Shi took a deep breath and swallowed her pride. She sat on the seat crying in grievance. And Wensi wasn't much better off. She was on the verge of tears. The top fan still hadn't replied. After so long, no matter how much she tried to deceive herself, Wensi had to suspect she might have been scammed. Maybe that person wasn't a rich second generation at all. Would she end up having to pay the 90,000 herself? She had saved for ages and her bank account had only just reached 100,000. This would almost wipe out her savings of the past few months. Do. Someone knocked twice at the door. Wensi whipped her head around. It was the head waiter again, smiling. Miss Wensi could no longer maintain her composure. We're not done eating yet. All right. The head waiter's smile didn't waver. She closed the door, and only then did her smile fade. She said to the nearby server, keep an eye on this room. The server nodded quickly yes. After the head waiter left, the room fell into dead silence again. Wang Shi felt awkward. She glanced at Wensi, who was bent over sending messages. Wang Shi hesitated for a moment, then decided to take the initiative to ease the tension. Cece, aren't we leaving yet? Wensi bit her lips, staring at the chat that yielded no response, drowning in despair. Just when she thought she would have to bear the huge expense, another person suddenly crossed her mind. Wensi's eyes lit up as if she had been rescued in an instant. She hastily found Lin's WeChat. Catching sight of their previous chat history, she silently bit her lip, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her face. After mentally preparing herself, she sent a message to Lin Si. In the adjacent private room, Fong Song was gossiping with Lin Wu about their school. Lin Wu listened with great interest. The two of them chattered back and forth, their conversation carrying the energy of 8 people. Lin Si remained silent, eating his meal, until his phone placed on the edge of the table chimed once. Only then did Lin Si stir slightly. He picked up his phone and glanced at it. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui. Lin Si, I'm sorry. I was so upset this morning that I said some nonsense. Lin Si stared at his phone for a long moment. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui. Lin Si, what are you doing now? Lin Wu noticed him holding his phone and glanced at him, asking, Lin Si, what are you up to? Wensi sent me a message, Lin Si said. Fong Song choked on the gossip he was about to share. Huh. She still has the nerve to message you. Lin Si casually typed, eating, and sent it back. She asked me what I'm doing now. Lin Wu took a calm sip of water and said, you know what? I bet. Lin Si looked up at her. Bet what? Lin Wu said, she's definitely going to ask you for help later. Fong Song chimed in, right, I agree. Wensi never comes to you without a reason. She only acts extra nice when she needs your help. Lin Si didn't say whether he believed it or not. After replying, he tossed his phone aside, took a few bites of fried rice, then picked up his phone again. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, what are you eating? Lin Si, fried rice. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, it must be delicious. Lin Si, it's okay. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, then after you finish eating, can you help me with something? Lin Si was taken aback. They had actually predicted it correctly. Lin Si, alright, let me finish eating first. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, okay. Wensi stared at her phone, falling into an anxious wait. After waiting about 10 more minutes, just as she was about to urge Lin Si, Wang Shi, who had returned from the restroom, said, Cece, guess who I saw in the hallway? Wensi asked impatiently, who? Wang Shi wanted to tease her, take a guess. Wensi snapped, I'm not guessing. Say it or don't. The smile on Wang Shi's lips froze. Suppressing her irritation, she said, it's Fong Song. Fong Song. Wensi was stunned. Fong Song couldn't even afford a single dish here, let alone a meal. That meant Lin Si must be there too. At that thought, Wensi grew excited. She opened the camera function, checked her reflection to ensure her makeup was still flawless, then stood up and knocked on the door of the adjacent private room. A knock came from outside. Fong Song, who had just sat down, stood up again. They'll get the door. Why open the door? Lin Wu gestured for him to sit back down, then called out, just come in. Hearing the familiar voice, Wensi felt a flicker of hesitation, but it was quickly dispelled by the thought of the dreaded bill. She pushed the door open, a flawless smile on her face. Spotting Lin Si at once, she said with a hint of grievance, Lin Si, why aren't you done eating yet? Lin Si paused his chopsticks, not expecting her to come directly. Is there something? How could she still be playing dumb? Wensi frowned in displeasure. With Lin Wu and Fong Song both present and neither of them being on her side, Wensi curled her lips into a smile and said, could you step outside with me for a moment? Lin Si had not yet reacted, but Lin Wu lazily propped her chin on her hand and said, "Sorry, but he's about to eat now. If you have something to say, you can just say it right here." The smile on He Wenxi's face slowly froze. She twisted her fingers, lowered her head, and her voice came out choked with tears, sounding aggrieved. "Lin Si, I just want you to know. Can I?" Lin Wu couldn't help raising an eyebrow. She cast a discreet glance at Lin Si. The boy's heart had indeed softened. A hopeless romantic, she thought with a sigh. She sighed inwardly. Lin Si seemed a bit guilty, put down his chopsticks, and looked at her. Lin Wu didn't want to meet his gaze, so she lowered her head and pretended to be absorbed in her phone. Lin Si followed He Wenxi out to the next private room. After they left, Fong Song blinked and glanced at Lin Wu. Sensing his gaze, she pursed her lips and said, "See that? In the future, keep your eyes wide open when choosing a partner." Fong Song nodded. "Master, I understand." Lin Si followed He Wenxi into the private room where the table was littered with leftovers and the air was thick with a sense of desolation and abandonment. Lin Si. He Wenxi turned around, looked up at him, and fluttered her long fake eyelashes. "Are you angry?" "No, I'm not." Lin Si looked down at her, speaking very seriously. It wasn't anger, just a kind of confusion. He had always known that He Wenxi loved money. It was only human nature. And since he happened to have money, he had been generous in giving it to her. Exchanging money for her care had seemed like a worthwhile deal to him. But now he was increasingly realizing that this care was utterly meaningless. So he wasn't angry. He Wenxi had no idea what was going through his mind. A smile hung on her face as she believed that Lin Si was devoted to her, that no matter what she did or said, he would be like the deeply devoted second male lead in a romance novel, unable to be driven away. "Lin Si," she smiled, her tone confident, even though her words were a question. "I need your help today. You'll help me, won't you? Tell me what it is first." Lin Si's eyes were not pure black, but a shade of blue-gray. His grandmother was a foreigner. He Wenxi said, "I didn't bring enough money today. Can you cover it for me?" "How much in total?" Lin Si asked. He Wenxi's eyes lit up. "Not much, just 90,000. Lin Si fell silent for a moment. "I only have 7,000 on me." "How is that possible?" He Wenxi's eyes widened. "If you don't want to help, just say so." Lin Si frowned in annoyance. "I do get a decent monthly allowance, but I have a lot of things to buy, and on top of that I've spent quite a bit on you before. I don't have any money left." He Wenxi pointed a finger at him. "Then ask your parents for money quick." Lin Si fixed his gaze on her. He Wenxi. His expression was serious, unlike anything she had ever seen before. She felt a twinge of guilt. "What do you want?" Lin Si said, "This was originally a dinner party hosted by your boyfriend. If you don't have enough money, you should ask him, not me." He had been willing to spend money on He Wenxi before, but that money was his own, his New Year's money and his usual allowance. He shouldn't have to drag his parents into it. He Wenxi's face turned ugly. "I can't reach him right now." "Then I have no money," Lin Si said. He Wenxi tossed her hair back, her expression impatient. "I just need 90,000. They'll pay you back later." Lin Si looked at her coldly. "If there's nothing else, will be—" Meanwhile, Wang Shui, who was waiting at the entrance, suddenly heard a commotion. She froze, turned around, and saw a group of people coming around the corner of the corridor, all of them classmates who had just left. Chen Jinghang was at the front. Wang Shui's eyes widened as she hurried over. "Class monitor, why are you all back?" Chen Jinghang adjusted his glasses and said gently, "We thought it over and felt we couldn't just take advantage of her. So we pooled some money at the mall nearby and bought a necklace for Cici. It's not too expensive, but it's the thought that counts." Wang Shui exclaimed, "Wow, how thoughtful." Chen Jinghang smiled. "It's the least we could do." A girl beside him asked, "Where's Cici?" "Cici is inside." Wang Shui pointed to the door of the private room. "Oh, okay." The girl nodded, and without a second thought she reached out and pushed the door open. Wang Shui's eyes flickered. She was also curious about what He Wenxi and Lin Si were saying alone, so she deliberately didn't stop her. The moment the girl pushed the door open, a woman's handbag came flying toward the entrance. She let out a startled gasp. He Wenxi, her back to the door, assumed it was Wang Shui and ignored her. Her voice was shrill. "Lin Si, I've misjudged you. You're just bitter because I found a boyfriend, so you're holding a grudge and pretending you have no money, right?" Lin Si was so angry he laughed. Without a word, he opened his phone and showed her his bank balance. "See for yourself." The classmates at the door were all stunned. He Wenxi still hadn't noticed them. She was too worked up, her mind entirely focused on Lin Si's phone screen. The balance indeed showed only 7,000. The pressure of the 90,000 debt was driving He Wenxi mad. If the money had been spent on herself, she could have barely accepted it, but now it had been used to treat a bunch of irrelevant people. "Lin Si," He Wenxi softened her tone. "I really have no money now. Those classmates were so tactless, ordering like crazy and blowing my budget. I'm really at my wit's end. Can you help me?" These words fell squarely on the ears of the 7 or 8 people behind her. He Wenxi, one of the girls who had long felt annoyed with her, called out in displeasure. He Wenxi's body stiffened. She turned around to see a group of people staring at her with displeased expressions. Even Chun Jinghang looked disappointed. Classmate He Wensi, none of us can afford a place like this, but we can fill our stomachs at a street stall. This gathering was entirely your invitation. What do you mean by this? He Wensi's mind went blank under all those stares. Some were angry, some sympathetic, some puzzled, and some gloating. He Wensi stood frozen, her hands trembling slightly. In her entire life, she had never felt so helpless, not even knowing how to explain herself. He Wensi, the girl with pure schadenfreude in her eyes, stared at her. Our families may not be as wealthy as yours, but a person can be poor without losing their dignity. You can't insult us like this. Exactly. Someone chimed in. No one begged you to treat us to dinner. If you're reluctant, then don't. But if you do, don't complain. He Wensi stammered a pale defense. I didn't. We all heard it. The commotion over there immediately caught Lin Wu and Fong Tsung's attention. They exchanged a glance, then stood up, pulled open the door, and turned to watch as if at a show. Lin Si stepped out holding one in each arm. Stop gawking, let's go eat. Don't interrupt. Lin Wu slapped his hand away. You don't have to watch, but I do. Fong Tsung, who had been obediently following, suddenly grew bold. I want to watch too. Lin Si. He turned and went back into the private room. Lin Wu whispered to Fong Tsung, he must be triggered. Fong Tsung nodded in agreement. I think so too. He Wensi was on the verge of tears. You misunderstand. I was just joking with Lin Si. Classmate He Wensi. Chun Jinghang raised a hand to adjust his glasses. Whether it was a joke or not, we all know. No need to explain. He stepped forward and handed the necklace box to her. This necklace may not be as expensive as your dinner, but it represents the whole class goodwill. He Wensi pressed her lips together, her eyes reddening. She only repeated weakly, that's not what I meant, and made no move to take the gift box. Chun Jinghang placed it on the table. I'm leaving now. As he left, the others followed. Lin Wu looked regretful. Missed it. Let's go. Fong Tsung nodded vigorously. After dinner, they all went home. On the taxi ride back, Lin Wu seemed in low spirits, leaning against the window with her hands in her pockets. The window was half-lowered and a strong wind blew into the car. The bangs on Lin Wu's forehead were tousled by the wind. The driver in front glanced back several times, hesitating to speak, until the car stopped at a red light. The driver turned around and said, Little beauty, the wind is strong today. It'll blow dust in. Could you roll up the window? Lin Wu said nothing and rolled it up. The driver nodded with satisfaction. Lin Si noticed something strange about her, but swallowed his words. Finally, the taxi stopped in front of Villainess 11 at Jiyue Bay. They got out, the sky still dim. Lin Si watched Lin Wu walk silently ahead, then caught up. What's wrong with you? Lin Wu stopped and turned to look at him. His face was etched with obvious confusion, but due to his awkward nature, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Lin Wu thought, not knowing how to say it. She just suddenly remembered the Lin Si from her past life, who had sold a kidney to buy a bag for He Wensi, leading to an infection and an early death. Lin Wu said casually, I had a dream last night. You sold a kidney in an underground market to buy a bag for He Wensi, and then you died young. Lin Si was silent for a long time, seemingly stunned by her dream. I'm not so broke that I can't even afford a bag. Lin Si clicked his tongue. Lin Wu said, Our family is bankrupt and deep in debt. Lin Si glanced at her. I wouldn't have guessed. Guessed what? That you dream of our family going bankrupt. Lin Wu's mouth twitched. Don't change the subject. I'm serious. I was really angry that you were so foolish. Lin Si pondered her dream and offered an explanation. If I really sold a kidney, it would probably be to pay off debts, not to buy her a bag. Lin Wu was startled. She suddenly recalled the last day she saw Lin Si in her past life. It was a cloudy day much like today, no clouds in sight, dim light, and a strong wind that dampened the mood. Lin Si knocked on her door carrying a boxed lunch of 2 vegetables and 1 meat dish bought for 10 yuan at the entrance of the housing complex. Lin Wu lived in a basement, so the light was even dimmer. She hadn't even turned on the light, just lying on the bed in a daze. When she heard the knock, she thought it was a debt collector and was terrified. Carefully, she picked up a baseball bat by the bed and tiptoed cautiously to the door. She peered through the peephole for a long time, barely making out the slim figure of a young man, then cautiously opened the door. Lin Si frowned, his gaze falling on the baseball bat in her hand, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Lin Wu asked, Why are you here? To see you, he replied stiffly, handing her the boxed lunch. Lin Wu had been surviving on steamed buns for nearly a month, and now she couldn't help but salivate at the sight of this lunch she once scorned. She turned on the light. The room was extremely small, with only an independent bathroom, a mattress, and a small folding table. Lin Wu had spent 10 yuan to buy a beanbag chair left by the previous tenant, barely enough for 2 people to sit. Lin Wu was too hungry to even exchange pleasantries. She tore open the plastic wrap on the disposable chopsticks, lifted the lid, and wolfed down the food. Lin Si frowned, his gaze moving from her small mattress to the blackened walls, the half-eaten steamed buns on the floor, and the spicy snack bought for 50 cents. He didn't say a word. Lin Wu didn't ask either. She finished all the rice and dishes, then wiped her mouth and said, Do you have any money left? Lin Xie was startled. His blue-gray pupils took on an inorganic quality in the pitch-black basement. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a 50 yuan note, handing it to Lin Wu. Lin Wu quickly pushed it back and pulled out 2 red bills from under her pillow. Lin Xie stared at the 100 yuan notes in her hand, stunned for a full half-minute, then asked, "Are you giving them to me?" Yes, Lin Wu said lightly. "Your big sister here is talented. I still have some money." She had found a part-time job, but the debt collectors tracked her down, so she quit in disgrace and hid for a month. In the silence, Lin Xie's phone rang. He frowned, looked at the caller, and answered. Whatever was said on the other end, Lin Xie replied, "I don't have money to buy you a bag right now." He hung up. Lin Wu asked, "Is that the girl you like?" Lin Xie seemed about to say something, but swallowed it and nodded. "Isn't she going to be mad if you don't buy her the bag? That bag costs 20,000. Am I supposed to sell a kidney to buy it for her?" Lin Xie's tone was irritated. Lin Wu said, "Oh." She pushed the money toward him again. Lin Xie said, "I don't want it." Lin Wu said, "Oh, come on. I can make good money. I just want to take it easy lately." Lin Xie stared at her, his young eyes probing, making Lin Wu's heart uneasy. "What's wrong?" Lin Xie asked flatly. "Did those people come looking for you again?" Lin Wu forced a smile. "No." The young man's face was devoid of any trace of a smile. He stared at her fixedly, his gaze, as if probing, as if appraising. Lin Wu's hands unconsciously clenched into fists. She tried to maintain her smile, her breath becoming shallow. In the end, Lin Xie asked no more questions. He picked up the trash and left again. At that time, Lin Wu never imagined that this would be her last sight of Lin Xie. Not until a week later did she receive a call from the police and retrieve Lin Xie's ashes. Meanwhile, Lin Xie was carrying the bag she had wanted. Thus, Lin Wu naturally assumed that Lin Xie had sold a kidney to buy that bag for Lin Xie. A hopeless romantic. Lin Wu had been silent for too long, her pupils somewhat unfocused. Lin Xie frowned, reaching out a hand to wave before her eyes. "Are you possessed?" "No." Lin Wu snapped back to reality. Her nose tingled, and she held back for a long time before preventing her tears from falling. "I didn't sleep well." She made up an excuse and hurried towards the living room. "I'm going back to catch up on sleep." Lin Xie watched her retreating figure, feeling that she was acting strangely today. Lin Wu hurried back to her bedroom, crouched on the floor, and tears fell like pearls off a broken string, one after another. How could she have been so muddled in her past life? Lin Xie maxed out her card just to barely cover the bill. She took a taxi, crying the whole way. When she finally returned home and opened the door, a strong smell of hot pot wafted out. Lin Xie's father and mother were sitting on the sofa. On the coffee table were a hot pot and various beef and lamb. The TV in front was playing a popular suspense drama. They were eating and laughing. Hearing the noise, they turned around. His mother spoke first. "Oh, Cici, you're back." His father raised his glass and said, "Want to have a few bites?" Lin Xie looked at them calmly. At that moment, her heart felt a chill. In the darkest moment of her life, her parents could still laugh. "I want to eat." She changed her shoes, walked to the TV, picked up the remote from the table, and under her parents' shocked gaze, turned off the TV. The room suddenly fell silent. His mother licked her greasy lips and said, "Cici, what are you doing?" Lin Xie's attitude was resolute. "He'll say this once, he'll only pay this month's rent. You pay next month's." "What?" His father had been lifting a beef ball to his mouth. Hearing this, his chopsticks faltered, and the beef ball rolled away with a clatter. "Cici, what are you doing?" His mother was frantic. The rent for this apartment was very expensive, 12,000 a month, not including utilities. She and her husband were currently unemployed with little savings. They couldn't afford such. "I'm only 16 this year." Lin Xie's voice rose, her eyes reddened. "The two of you are relying on me to support you now? Have you no shame?" "What kind of talk is that?" His father was a typical chauvinist. He could not stand being defied, especially by his own wife and daughter. He slammed the chopsticks onto the table and angrily roared, "Don't you think that just because you've earned a little money you can act like you're above everyone and lecture your elder?" His mother said nothing, only looking at Lin Xie with disappointment, as if supporting his father's words. Lin Xie suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation. Why were her parents like this? "Fine, I won't blame you," Lin Xie said, tears in her eyes. "But from now on, don't ask me for a single cent." "Cici, what are you doing?" His mother grew anxious. Lin Xie merely shot her a sarcastic glance, wiped her tears, and turned to head back to her bedroom. She flung herself onto the bed, burying her face in the blanket, and sobbed in grievance for a long time. After what felt like an eternity, her phone vibrated once. She pulled out a wad of tissues, dabbed at her tears, and glanced at the screen with red-rimmed eyes. It was a message from the top spender in her live stream. "Top spender, sorry Cici. Something unexpected happened." Just that one short sentence made Lin Xie feel as though her heart had come back to life. She typed resentfully, "Why didn't you reply?" "Top spender, my phone broke just now. I bought a new one temporarily and only finished downloading WeChat. All the chat history is gone. Really sorry. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, I sent you so many messages just now. I thought you were lying to me." "Top spender, how could I? I finally got you, my baby. He Wincy chuckled mollified. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, then you have to reimburse me, or he'll be mad. Top spender reimburse, of course I will. Top spender, it's just that I only have a few thousand left on me now. The rest is in the bank. He'll reimburse you when I get back to the country. He Wincy hesitated. When are you coming back? Top spender, soon, next week. Xiao Si Zhao Jianshui, okay big brother. He Wincy managed to breathe a little easier. Lin Wu woke up from a nap. It was 6 in the evening, and the sky had already grown somewhat overcast. She instinctively nuzzled the blanket, then picked up her phone to check for new messages. She hadn't looked at her phone much all afternoon, so there were quite a few messages. These girlfriends were nothing more than companions for eating, drinking, and having fun. The kind who never opened their hearts. They were experts at trimming their sails, which was why in her past life, after Lin, these girlfriends were nothing more than companions for eating, drinking, and having fun. The kind who never opened their hearts. They were experts at trimming their sails, which was why in her past life, after Lin Wu fell from grace, they all vanished, acting as if they didn't know her when they Lin Wu scrolled to the very bottom and saw that Shunming Luo had actually sent her a message. Qing Jiachong, she sure want to come out and have some fun tomorrow. The message had been sent 2 hours ago. Lin Wu quickly replied sure. Shunming Luo responded instantly, great. Great. What do you usually like to do? Yu Xiao Tian, I like everything. You plan it, and next time I'll take charge. Qing Jiachong, she sure okay. The next day the two agreed to meet at 4 in the afternoon. Shunming Luo lived in the neighboring complex, so she simply had her driver pull up right outside Lin Wu's building. Humming a tune, Lin Wu headed downstairs. Out of the corner of her eye she spotted Lin Si sitting on the carpet playing games. He glanced over at her. Going out? Yep. Lin Wu nodded. Lin Si remarked in a low voice, Xie Yanhuai is out too. Are you sure you're not going to see him? Lin Wu nearly slipped and fell flat on her face. She steadied herself with one hand on the door. Are you crazy? The boy held his game console staring at her coolly. Lin Wu said from the bottom of her heart. Lin Si, tell me the truth. Are you secretly in love with him? What the hell are you talking about? I'm just making a reasonable guess. Lin Wu continued. Have you noticed that lately you're the one who keeps bringing up that bastard surnamed Xia? Lin Si paused, raising an eyebrow. Really? Absolutely. Lin Wu said. Lin Si let out an oh, and said, I'm not blind. How could I possibly fall for that 13 brother? Absolutely. Lin Wu said. Lin Si let out an oh, and said, not only was Shun Mingluo's father a lucky charm, but he also doted on his only daughter. The car he allocated for her was a brand new model that had just hit the road. Shun Mingluo rolled down the car window and waved excitedly. Lin Wu. This girl's aesthetic had always been uniquely her own, and this time was no exception. She wore a pink ponytail wig, boldly applied blue eyeshadow, had glossy pink lips, and adorned her neck and wrists with expensive diamonds. Lin Wu's eyes were momentarily dazzled. Hey there. Shun Mingluo urged warmly, get in. Lin Wu had assumed that given Shun Mingluo's lively personality, they would go somewhere bustling. She never expected it to be an opera house. As she got out of the car, Lin Wu paused. I didn't see that coming. Shun Mingluo looked startled. What didn't you see coming? I didn't expect you to choose a place like this. Lin Wu replied. Shun Mingluo held the chain of her handbag and asked, isn't this the kind of place you socialites usually like to go? Lin Wu said, just killing time. You? Don't like it? Shun Mingluo asked. Lin Wu thought for a moment. I wouldn't say I like or dislike it. Shun Mingluo's eyes lit up. Actually, I don't like it either. So after we finish watching, let's go to the arcade. Arcade? Yeah. Shun Mingluo said. I absolutely love grabbing dolls. Okay. Lin Wu agreed readily. She hadn't been to one since she was very young. By the time they reached the arcade, it was almost dark. Shun Mingluo cheerfully exchanged money for tokens and split them evenly with Lin Wu. The arcade was quite large, with a whole side hall dedicated to claw machines. Since it was the National Day holiday, the place was packed even at 6 or 7 in the evening. Shun Mingluo, carrying a basket full of tokens, froze in her tracks when she passed a kitty cat claw machine. Lin Wu recalled the backpack she often wore and asked, do you really like this one? Yeah. Shun Mingluo nodded. I absolutely love it. Lin Wu said, then let's grab it. Given that it was National Day, the owner had probably secretly lowered the odds overnight. Shun Mingluo tried 50 times, used up half the tokens, and still didn't get it. So annoying. Lin Wu was wearing a thin hoodie today. She rolled up her sleeves. Let me try. Shun Mingluo pouted. Okay. Lin Wu rubbed her hands together, breathed on them, dropped in 2 tokens, aimed at the doll on the edge, and decisively pressed the button. The claw descended steadily, lifting the doll to the highest point without dropping it. Lin Wu stared at the claw with sparkling eyes. Shun Mingluo had already started praising her. Wu, you're so amazing. Just as the claw moved toward the exit, it suddenly let go, and the doll thudded down. Lin Wu. Shun Mingluo. I'm done with this. Shun Mingluo waved her hand grandly. I think this little chick next to it is pretty cute. Okay. Lin Wu nodded and stood by watching her try to grab the little chick. But deep down she wasn't convinced. She kept staring at the kitty cat machine next to her. A chubby little boy with a print of Bear 2 eating honey on his chest walked over. He looked about 7 or 8 years old. Looking at Lin Wu, he asked, "Auntie, are you still going to play?" Lin Wu sucked in a sharp breath, crossed her arms, and looked down at him. "Who are you calling Auntie?" The chubby boy was fair-skinned with an adorable face, big eyes, and round cheeks. "You? No manners. Call me sister." "Sister?" The chubby boy clutched 2 tokens. "So are you still going to use this machine?" "No." Lin Wu shook her head. The chubby boy let out an "oh," dropped in 2 tokens, aimed the claw at the doll, and casually slapped the button. The claw precisely aimed at the doll grabbed it, moved steadily, and delivered it to the exit. Lin Wu. "No way." She asked seriously, "Did you hack it?" What? Shenming Luo turned around and saw the pink doll in the chubby boy's hand. She felt like the sky was falling. "How did you manage to grab it?" The chubby boy clutched the doll tightly to his chest, staring at them nervously. "I grabbed it. It's mine. I know, don't be nervous." Lin Wu rested her hands on her knees, about to ask him for tips. But the chubby boy, apparently feeling threatened by 2 beautiful older sisters, started to tear up, clutched the doll, and ran off crying. "Boo-hoo." Lin Wu stood frozen. She turned to Shenming Luo in shock. "What's he crying about?" Shenming Luo looked blank, shaking her head. "No idea." Lin Wu quickly brushed off the little incident and was about to try again. Then she heard a familiar voice from behind, sounding aggrieved. "Big brother, these 2 aunties bullied me." Lin Wu instinctively turned around. But it happened to meet a pair of pitch-black eyes. Not seen for a few days, Su Jingwang seemed a bit thinner. It was cold lately, so he wore a black long-sleeved jacket zipped up to the top, hands in pockets. He was tall and lean, looking especially good in that outfit. The chubby kid was holding a doll in one hand and tugging at his sleeve with the other, pouting. Lin Wu was startled. She lowered her head slightly and glanced at the chubby kid, who looked utterly wronged. "Is this your little brother?" "They don't look alike at all." Su Jingwang's features were sharp and angular, with a straight nose bridge and firm lip line. His eyes were especially beautiful, with long and narrow outer corners and just the right width of eyelid crease. The chubby kid had a round head and face bearing no resemblance to Su Jingwang. "Cousin." "Oh." Lin Wu nodded, then lifted her head, her gaze falling on the young man's face. After a second she looked away. "Another miss." Shenming Luo angrily slapped the claw machine, then turned her head slowly, looking around in surprise. "What's going on?" Su Jingwang lowered his head and gently nudged the chubby kid. "Tell us what happened." The chubby kid sniffled. "Those 2 girls bullied me." "Hey." Shenming Luo tossed her hair and crouched down. "You little brat, why are you talking nonsense?" The chubby kid stared at her, then burst into loud sobs after 2 seconds. "Wah. She's threatening me again. Wah." Lin Wu was amused despite herself. She crouched down and looked the chubby kid straight in the eye. "Come on, kid, you've got quite an imagination." Shenming Luo spread her hands and explained to him. "I didn't mean to threaten you. I was just asking. You understand what asking means, right?" Su Jingwang lowered his eyelids lightly, his gaze soft and clear, falling on Lin Wu's face. This young lady, whenever she smiled, her smile was never wide. 2 deep little dimples would appear on her cheeks, and her eyes would slightly curve. But Su Jingwang had rarely seen her smile. The few times he had, it was always directed at Xie Yanhuai. "Brother," the chubby kid said, clutching his sleeve tightly. "I'm scared." Lin Wu. "All right." Su Jingwang reached out a hand, curled his fingers, and tapped the kid's head. "These 2 big sisters are both my classmates. Stop pretending." The chubby kid was stunned, blinked his eyes, and slowly said, "Oh," his expression of grievance disappearing. Lin Wu was impressed. "Impressive." Shenming Luo said, "This kid would be wasted if he didn't go into acting." Lin Wu looked up. "Has your cousin always been such a good actor since he was little?" The chubby kid's ears reddened as he pressed against Su Jingwang's long legs. Su Jingwang ruffled his hair. "He's been like this since he was little." "Lin Wu, what's his name?" The chubby kid answered, "Tang Yuan." "That's a cute name," Lin Wu said. Shenming Luo rubbed her chin. "Come on, tell me, how did you grab that doll? Any secret tricks?" "No secret tricks." Tang Yuan explained seriously. "It's all about probability. I've been eyeing this machine for a while. Before you 2 came, someone had already tried 50 times. You 2 added 14 more. The 100th try is guaranteed to win." Shenming Luo and Lin Wu both fell silent. What Shenming Luo couldn't accept was that she had tried so many times only to give up on the very attempt that would have succeeded. She asked again, "So if I want to try again, I have to do 100 attempts again?" Tang Yuan hesitated, then nodded. He instinctively hid the doll behind his back. Shenming Luo clicked her tongue. "No one's going to take it from you." Tang Yuan asked tentatively. "Really?" "Really," Shenming Luo said. Tang Yuan chuckled twice. "All right then, tell me what doll you like. I can help you grab it." "Didn't you say it's about probability?" Shenming Luo asked. It also depends on skill, Tang Yuan said with a serious bun-like face. Fine, Xinming Luo said. Help me grab that little chick. Tang Yuan took the basket full of game coins from her hand, and the two of them fiddled with the claw machine. Lin Wu and Su Jingwang stared at each other awkwardly. She tried to make small talk. Did you bring your cousin out to play today? He replied. Lin Wu rubbed her nose. Oh, I thought you were so cold. Aloof and didn't like kids. I don't like them, Su Jingwang followed her words. But leaving him at home is even more annoying. Although there were many people here, his tall, lean figure and superior features made him stand out in the entire hall. Many passing girls cast glances in his direction. But in Su Jingwang's eyes there was only Lin Wu. Lin Wu felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, but couldn't pinpoint why. Although she had been chasing Xie Yanhuai for quite a while, she was completely clueless about romance. Oh, Lin Wu responded. She felt that this topic was over and Su Jingwang could go on with his own business. But he was still looking at her. Lin Wu touched her earlobe, then her neck, and asked a bit awkwardly, "Why do you keep staring at me?" Su Jingwang probably hadn't expected her to ask so directly. He was stunned for a while, then coughed, and said, "I just wanted to ask, have you done your National Day holiday homework?" Lin Wu gave a cold face. No. She had been playing around these 2 days, and had almost forgotten about the homework. Su Jingwang, if you have any questions you can come to me. That sentence was clearly more pleasing to the ear. Lin Wu immediately agreed. Okay. That evening they returned with a full load. After arriving home, Lin Wu was carrying a big bag of dolls when Aunt Li came out of the kitchen. "Miss, you're back." Lin Wu said cheerfully as she changed her shoes. Aunt Li said, "There's a small cake in the fridge." Lin Wu, "It's too late. You'll eat it tomorrow." "All right," Aunt Li responded and went back into the kitchen. She planned to make small wontons for breakfast tomorrow and needed to prepare the meat filling tonight. Lin Wu first put the bag of dolls into her bedroom and picked out a few she thought were ugly. Then she hugged the dolls and knocked on the door of Lin Si's bedroom. Lin Si quickly opened the door. He hadn't gone out all day, so the room was relatively warm. He was wearing a sleeveless t-shirt, his golden hair a bit messy from sleep loosely falling over his forehead. He had a pair of over-ear Bluetooth headphones around his neck. "What's up?" "For you." Lin Wu raised her arm to show him the dolls in her arms. Lin Si frowned. "No, you have to take them," Lin Wu said crossly. She pushed past Lin Si and entered by herself. The desk was a bit messy, the game on the computer was paused. Lin Wu glanced around and finally tossed the dolls onto the bed. She explained seriously, "These were caught by your big sister herself." "Humph." Lin Si gave a cold laugh. "You thought they were ugly and didn't want them, so you gave them to me." "How dare you speak to me like that?" Lin Wu accused him. "Lin Xiaoxi, you are nothing but malicious speculation. How could you think so poorly of me?" Fine. Lin Si put on his earphones and sat down in the gaming chair. As he bent his arms, the movement revealed the seductive lines of his muscles. My fault. His tone was perfunctory, as if helpless. "That's more like it." Lin Wu ambled away again. Thanks to Su Jingwang, she finally remembered her National Day homework. Since it was a 7-day holiday, the school had cruelly assigned 42 test papers, one for each subject every day. Lin Wu's face was expressionless as she flipped through the math papers, then the chemistry papers, and finally the physics papers. She let out a heartfelt sigh. What a tragedy. She planned to start with 1 math paper tonight, finish 2 in the next 2 days, then tackle physics in the following 2 days, leaving chemistry aside for now. Lin Wu tore open the package in the corner, which contained all the study materials she had ordered. The first few multiple-choice questions were easy. Lin Wu could solve them all. As the questions grew harder, she reviewed the relevant knowledge points and examples in detail. It was already October, and the college entrance exam was next year. She had no time left for a systematic review. After finishing that paper, Lin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. She tilted her head back, massaged her neck, and picked up her phone. Her eyes widened. It was already 1 in the morning. She hadn't felt a thing. On her moments, other girls were traveling for the National Day holiday, posting beautiful photos everywhere. Lin Wu, however, was spending a perfect people versus papers festival with her test sheets. Though her skill level hadn't improved much, she could now quickly enter a state of study, commonly known as self-forgetfulness. On the first day of school, Xinming Luo sent Lin Wu over a dozen messages, all whining about not wanting school to start. Lin Wu sat in the car and replied, "Just hold on 1 more year. You'll be free next year. Please strengthen Xie. I can't even wait another day, damn it." When Lin Wu entered the classroom, the atmosphere was one of melancholy after the joy of the holiday. Her deskmate Lu Xiu was frantically finishing her homework. She glanced up to greet Lin Wu, then quickly lowered her head again. Lin Wu took out her error-correcting notebook from her backpack and began flipping through it. Lu Xiu looked at her in surprise. "Aren't you catching up on homework?" "I finished it," Lin Wu said. Lu Xiu stared at her in amazement. "That's not like you." Lin Wu was about to speak when a hand suddenly pulled out the chair in front of her. She instinctively paused. Xie Yanhuai, his expression cold, placed his backpack on the desk and sat down, not even glancing at Lin Wu throughout the entire. Lin Wu curled her lip. Pretentious bastard. She turned back to Luciu and said, people change, you know. Lin Wu's voice wasn't exactly sweet. It had a somewhat boyish quality, crisp and distinct, cutting through the noise. So even amidst the surrounding chatter, her words landed clearly in Xie Yanhuai's ears. A faint, slightly mocking smile curved his thin lips. He instinctively felt that Lin Wu had said that deliberately to get his attention, to make him care about her. Cheap tricks, he thought disdainfully. The last class of the afternoon was homeroom. Everyone was writing homework without exception. Near the end of school, someone pushed open the front door and walked in, tapping on the podium. Everyone stopped for a moment and listened to me. Lin Wu put down her pen, irritably closed her physics textbook, and looked up toward the podium. The boy leaning on the podium was tall and sturdy with a healthy, wheat-colored complexion. His thick eyebrows and big eyes were striking. When he saw everyone looking up, he grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. This was the class sports monitor Chen Ji, who also happened to be Shun Mingluo's deskmate. So the autumn sports meet will be held next Monday for 4 days. Everyone is welcome to sign up. I'll organize the events and send them to the class group tonight. Remember to look for me and sign up enthusiastically. On the way out of school after class, Shun Mingluo complained, that bastard Chen Ji kept pestering me to sign up for an event. Lin Wu asked, did you sign up? I signed up for the 3,000-meter race, Shun Mingluo said. Lin Wu stopped in her tracks, staring at her in astonishment. Are you crazy? Shun Mingluo let out a sigh. It's just. He kept begging me. Lin Wu squinted, scrutinizing her carefully. Shun Mingluo instinctively touched her face. What's wrong? Lin Wu said, do you like him? Shun Mingluo stammered. Why do you say that? Lin Wu started walking again, saying as she went, if it were me, unless I liked him, I wouldn't agree, even if he begged on his knees. Lin Wu's physical condition wasn't bad. She often skied, rode horses, and did extreme sports, but she hated long-distance running. All right, Shun Mingluo said, covering her face, maybe a little. Lin Wu thought back carefully. In her past life, she hadn't had much contact with Shun Mingluo, only exchanging brief glances at various grand occasions. She had no idea whether Shun Mingluo had been in a relationship or not. Does he like you? I don't know, Shun Mingluo said. Maybe a little. During the National Day holiday, he went camping with friends, and even video called me at night to show me the bonfire party. That does sound like a bit. Lin Wu grew worried again. But can you run 3,000 meters? Yes, Shun Mingluo said. I was a sports student in middle school. I planned to stick with it, but by high school I regretted it. Too exhausting. Lin Wu was a little surprised and raised an eyebrow. That's fine then. Shun Mingluo asked, are you signing up for any events? No, Lin Wu said. I can't run or jump. Shun Mingluo patted her on the shoulder. Perfect, then you can write me a few more cheering notes for the sports meet. Deal? Lin Wu agreed without hesitation. That evening after dinner, Lin Wu went back to her room to do homework. But tonight was different. Tonight little teacher Su would be giving her a lesson. At 8:30, Lin Wu made a video call to X. The other side answered quickly. It was quiet there, with only his soft breathing coming through the phone. The camera was aimed at tonight's math paper and scratch paper with nothing else on the desk. Lin Wu cleared her throat. Good evening. Good evening, Su Jingwang said. From his phone, he could see Lin Wu's face. Since she was in her bedroom, she must have changed into pajamas with her hair casually tied up, her features especially lovely. He pressed his lips together. Lin Wu rested her chin on one hand. Should we start with math or physics first? As she spoke, her gaze was particularly fixed on her phone. Her eyes opened wider than usual, clear and bright, shedding the usual arrogant condescension, looking rather. But Su Jingwang knew very well that this was an illusion. Lin Wu was someone who had nothing to do with the word obedient. Mathematics, Su Jingwang said. Lin Wu rested her chin on her hand and asked why. Su Jingwang replied succinctly, I've seen your previous grades. Your math foundation is slightly better than your physics foundation. Lin Wu was silent. Her ears reddened slightly from embarrassment. As far as she knew, Su Jingwang's math scores never fell below 145, and his physics was almost always perfect. She couldn't imagine what expression Su Jingwang would have when he saw her low scores. Su Jingwang picked up a black pen, and in the camera frame his slender pale fingers seemed to notice her unease. What's wrong? Lin Wu cleared her throat. After seeing my grades, do you think I scored too low? Su Jingwang didn't answer directly. Everyone is different, each with their own strengths. Your Chinese is much better than mine. Lin Wu pursed her lips. Not that much better either. She was a consistent 140 scorer, while Su Jingwang fluctuated between 120 and 130. Though their skill levels differed, the score gap wasn't huge. Su Jingwang tapped the draft paper with the black pen. It doesn't matter. There's still a year left, you'll make great progress. Lin Wu was skeptical. Really? She had always been bad at math and had studied physics for nearly 6 years without understanding a thing. Trust me. His voice was calm and steady. It was just a simple sentence, yet Lin Wu actually started to believe him. No wonder he had built a business empire from scratch in his past life and become a corporate director. His words were like a cult mantra, incredibly hypnotic. Clearly Su Jingwang had prepared in advance. As Lin Wu listened, her attention began to drift. She stared at the hand holding the pen in the camera frame. Su Jingwang was tall, so his fingers were naturally long. The callus on his middle finger was especially prominent, and though his skin was fair, the texture wasn't particularly delicate. It was a hand accustomed to labor. But Xia Ruoruo's hands were exceptionally soft. She mused idly, could it be that her nominal stepfather treated Su Jingwang poorly? Lin Wu. A clear, crisp voice interrupted Lin Wu's chaotic thoughts. She snapped back to reality and answered guiltily, huh? The pen tip stopped on the draft paper, leaving a black dot. What were you thinking? Su Jingwang released the pen as he finished speaking. His hand disappeared from the frame. His gaze was like a wet, viscous, irregular liquid fixed intently on Lin Wu's face in the camera. Lin Wu's eyelashes fluttered her face, showing a hint of embarrassment as she remained silent. So Su Jingwang took the initiative to ask, were you thinking about Xie Yanhuai? What? Lin Wu's eyes widened, nearly biting her tongue. What the hell? She instinctively rubbed her face and asked incredulously, what does this have to do with Xie Yanhuai? Su Jingwang said, it felt like you were spacing out. Lin Wu's mouth twitched. I was spacing out, but how could I possibly be thinking about him? Su Jingwang instinctively leaned back, and the wooden chair let out a creak. Aren't you in love with him? That was before Lin Wu said, I don't like him anymore. Su Jingwang, really? Really? Lin Wu ruffled her hair. I used to have something wrong with my eyes, but I've recently been cured. As she finished speaking, the sound of chair legs hitting the floor came from the other end of the phone. That hand reappeared in the frame. He picked up the black pen, pressing the shaft against the callus on his middle finger. Got it. Lin Wu pondered for a moment and said, little teacher Su, I never expected a top student as aloof as you to ask such a question. Of course I had to ask. Su Jingwang's voice was a bit low. If you two were together and he found out about our current relationship, he probably wouldn't be happy. Wait. Lin Wu felt there were too many points to unpack in that sentence. She asked in shock, is our current relationship shameful? The black pen twirled between the boy's fingers. He said, maybe I'm just not likable. He usually looks down on me, so naturally he wouldn't want you to interact with me. No. Lin Wu leaned closer to the screen. Can you see my face? Su Jingwang's Adam's apple bobbed. Yes. Lin Wu opened her eyes wide, her pupils gleaming under the desk lamp. She said sincerely, he hates you because you study better than him. He's incompetent and petty. It's not your fault. You must never think it's your problem. The black pen paused. Su Jingwang's lips curled up slightly. Is that so? Yes. Lin Wu nodded frantically. You're much better than him. Really? Yes, in so many ways. Better looking, nicer personality, and so kind. As Lin Wu spoke, she felt immense regret for helping Xie Yanhuai bully Su Jingwang in her past life. Such a pitiful, handsome poor boy. You're the first person to praise me, Su Jingwang said. Thank you. Lin Wu was stunned. Really? Really, Su Jingwang said. I don't have many friends and am not close to my family, so you're the first person to actually compliment me. A spoiled young lady like Lin Wu, who had grown up loving hot-blooded battle animations like Armor Hero and Super Beast Force, was most susceptible to Su Jingwang's approach, feeling a surge of protectiveness inside. Then I'll praise you more often from now on, Lin Wu said. Thank you. Su Jingwang gripped the pen and unconsciously drew a circle on the draft paper. So what were you thinking about just now? Naturally, Lin Wu couldn't say she was thinking about Su Jingwang's hand, so she casually changed the subject. I was wondering whether to sign up for this year's sports meet. Oh, the topic was smoothly brushed aside. Su Jingwang said, listen carefully and don't get distracted. Lin Wu nodded vigorously. Okay. Su Jingwang summarized all the key question types from the 3 years of high school, enough to go through in about a month. That night, Lin Wu's dreams were filled with scenes of battling math problems. The next morning, there were 2 math classes. Since her rebirth, Lin Wu was finally able to keep up with the teacher's train of thought, especially one problem that was the same type as one Su Jingwang had explained the day before, just a different guise. Lin Wu could even anticipate the next step ahead of time. It gave her an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. During lunch, Xinming Luo said, come on, let's go eat a big meal. I need to replenish my energy. Lin Wu laughed. What's wrong? Xinming Luo looked ashen. 2 math classes. Old Huang sprayed spit all over my face. He glared at me every time I got distracted. She sighed, feeling that math class was like enduring a tribulation. The 2 entered a northeastern restaurant famed for its generous portions and delicious food. They ordered 2 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable. Xinming Luo requested a large bowl of rice, while Lin Wu only took half. Lin Wu had eaten a bowl of wontons for breakfast and wasn't very hungry yet. Xinming Luo, head down as he shoveled rice into his mouth, chatted with her. Xia Ruoruo signed up for the 40-100 meter relay. I reckon she's aiming for the Huaguang sports meet always offered generous prizes. Gold medal smartphones, silver medals tablets, bronze medals reading pens along with a miscellaneous assortment of items, like exercise books, test papers, fountain pens, highlighters, and at the very least snack gift packs. That's Xie Yanhuai signed up for the men's 400-meter run. Most events are pretty much filled up now. Only the men's 5,000-meter run still has no one. Lin Wu took a sip of water and said that's normal. The other events are short, you might even get a chance to show off. But the 5,000 meters is too demanding on stamina. As they ate and chatted, a rather surprised voice suddenly came from behind Lin Wu, Xinming Luo looked up, recognized the person, quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth, cleared her throat, and asked, "What are you doing here?" From this series of actions, even without seeing the figure behind her, Lin Wu could guess who it was. She turned around, and sure enough, Chun Ji and a few of his buddies were placing their orders with the owner. After ordering, they went to sit at the table next to theirs. Chun Ji tapped the table. His seat was only an aisle away from Xinming Luo's. "Why aren't you looking at me?" The surrounding guys let out a chorus of teasing cheers. In student days aside from holidays, nothing was more exciting than teasing others about their love lives. Xinming Luo's ears reddened, as if they might bleed. "I'm eating." Chun Ji drew out his voice in an "oh," then said, "Fine, I guess I'm not as attractive as food." After a difficult meal, Xinming Luo grabbed Lin Wu and hurriedly fled. At that time at Yizhong, unlike Huaguang, Yizhong's cafeteria only had 2 floors with all tables being uniform 8-person seats. After lunch, students would go straight back to the classroom to nap on their desks. Wensi was a day student, she could go directly home at noon. Wensi, carrying her backpack and wearing a gloomy face, returned home to find the house empty. Wensi's father had recently found a job in courier logistics, while her mother worked as a cashier at the supermarket downstairs. There wasn't even a hot meal at home. Wensi had no appetite either. She tossed her school uniform jacket onto the sofa, went into her bedroom, and lay down on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, she felt a deep ache in her heart. Today in class, no one spoke to her except Wang Shui. After coming home, her parents had barely said a word to her in the past couple of days either. Previously, her mother would prepare breakfast for Wensi every morning and also make a large, sumptuous lunch in advance. She had grown accustomed to that life, and now there was a sharp sense of disparity. She hugged her doll, bit her lip, and after a long hesitation sent a message to Lin Si. "Xiao Si Zao Jianshui, are you like them, not planning to talk to me anymore?" Lin Si didn't reply for a long time. She bit her lips, sinking into disappointment, and then sent a message to the top donor. "Xiao Si Zao Jianshui, bro, when are you coming back to the country?" She waited a few minutes, but received no reply. At that moment, at the abandoned elementary school 2 streets away from Yizhong, a crowd of people stood in a dense mist. The sky was somewhat dark and overcast today. The wind was strong. Lin Si zipped up his school uniform jacket, his blonde hair wildly tousled by the wind. He squinted, hands shoved into his pockets. "Brother Si." Fong Song, holding a lighter, ran in quickly. "Got it." Lin Si pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, took the lighter from Fong Song, cupped his hand to shield the wind, and lit the cigarette. A guy with a crew cut leaned in. "Lin Si, we might have to wait a bit longer. That kid hasn't shown up yet." Lin Si's patience was wearing thin. His phone had long been dead. He turned to Fong Song and asked, "What time is it now?" Fong Song glanced at his phone and immediately reported, 1:20. "Wait 10 more minutes." Lin Si held the cigarette between his fingers, blew out a smoke ring, and the gray-white smoke was quickly dispersed by the wind. "If he doesn't come, I'm leaving." "Don't do that." The crew cut guy clicked his tongue. "You have no idea how arrogant that kid is. A freshman brat who doesn't know his place. We have to teach him a lesson today." Lin Si said, "Not my problem. I haven't eaten yet." The crew cut guy clicked his tongue again. He was a senior, and if it weren't for Lin Si's fighting skills, he wouldn't be bowing his head. "Fine, fine." Just as his words fell, the aggressive roar of a motorcycle suddenly sounded from the entrance. Lin Si couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A silver-gray motorcycle that looked somewhat familiar sped toward them, kicking up a trail of dust. "Damn, this kid is really asking for it." The crew cut guy cursed. The motorcycle stopped. The young man propped his long legs on the ground, took off his helmet with one hand. His mint green hair, light in color, almost bluish green, was blown back by the wind. The motorcycle stopped. The young man propped his long legs on the ground, took off his helmet with one hand. His mint green hair, light in color, almost bluish. Fong Song recognized him first. "Damn, it's this guy." He rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward first, and demanded, "What are you here for?" Zhou Sun raised an eyebrow, one hand resting on the handlebar. "Wild chicken, stop adding drama to yourself." "What the hell?" Fong Song knew this guy was arrogant, because his mother was pretty arrogant too, but he hadn't expected to underestimate just how arrogant this ugly green-haired punk was. He thought of his mother, who had been gloomy and depressed these past few days, clenched his fists, and glared at Zhou Sun. "You're as shameless as your mother." The faint smile on Zhou Sun's face completely vanished. He stared at Fong Tsung expressionlessly, his voice cold. If you've got the guts, say that again. Under normal circumstances, Fong Tsung would have backed down. But the thought of his mother secretly crying at home made his fear fade away. He gritted his teeth and repeated, I said your mother is nothing but a shameless, ugly mistress. The crew-cut guy was stunned. He instinctively looked at Lin Xie for help. What's going on? Does this underling of yours have a personal grudge against him? Lin Xie hadn't expected this. He quickly put out the cigarette in his hand. Just as Zhou Sun jumped off the bike and raised his hand to punch Lin, Xie was quick enough to grab his arm. Zhou Sun clicked his tongue in annoyance. What's up? He stared at Fong Tsung. Did you go straight to your master? Fong Tsung's temper flared. You're as foul-mouthed as your mother. The playful expression on Zhou Sun's face completely disappeared. Fong Tsung, you can curse my mother behind my back all you want, but not in front of me. He exerted force with his hand about to break free from Lin Xie's grip, but he couldn't shake it off after several attempts. He then looked at Lin Xie again. Bro, do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling so much? The wind was strong, and the scent of smoke on Lin Xie's body soon dissipated. He practiced boxing year-round, often sparring in the ring, and with a world champion as his master, his grip strength was formidable. Zhou Sun, who had never undergone systematic training and relied solely on brawling, was no match. His face turned green as he struggled, only to find Lin Xie unmoving. Lin Xie said, if you want to talk, just talk. Don't use your hands. His face shifted from green to purple. I want to use my hands. Only then did Lin Xie release him. Zhou Sun stared at Fong Tsung and said, it's wrong for my mother to be a mistress. You can curse her all you want, but you can't curse at me because she's my mother. If you curse at me, you'll have to fight. Fong Tsung asked with a dark face, since you know she's wrong, why don't you talk some sense into her? Mindful of the martial artist nearby, Zhou Sun was determined not to let himself suffer. He leaned casually, if I could talk her into it, I would. Zhou Sun had known since he was very young that Zhou Lian would bring different uncles home every month. Some uncles were kind and brought him snacks while others were annoyed just by his presence. As a child, Zhou Sun hadn't understood. He only knew to call them uncle. When he grew older and gradually came to understand, he realized they were his mother's new boyfriends. The older he grew, the more he understood. For instance, that his mother might not be a good person, that she might have destroyed many families, that she might have hurt many people. Zhou Sun was utterly helpless. No matter how much he reasoned, Zhou Lian would never listen. Most importantly, she was always good to him, saving the best things for him. As a mother, at least, she was beyond reproach. Hey, brat. The buzz-cut young man finally stepped in to assert his presence. I was the one who called you out today. Zhou Sun crossed his arms and gave him a lazy glance. Bro, I don't think I know you. Do you have something to say? The buzz-cut young man stared coldly at him. Do you know Xiao Ilan? Zhou Sun thought for a moment. You mean the girl who sits in front of me? That's her, the buzz-cut man said. She's my sister. I heard you made her cry yesterday. Zhou Sun spread his hands helplessly. Bro, she sent me a love letter. As a high school student in this new era, I have to focus on my studies. I definitely couldn't accept it. She cried. How is that my fault? You? A flicker of embarrassment crossed the buzz-cut man's face. Clearly had acted on impulse without knowing the full story. Lin Xie read the situation from his expression, lit a new cigarette, and didn't bother lighting it. Boring. Him out. Fong Tsung shot Zhou Sun a fierce glare and followed him. During the afternoon break, Lin Wu was buried in the exercise book Su Jingwang had compiled for her when a shadow suddenly fell before her. Assuming it was Xie Yanhuai back, she didn't look up, finished the calculation, and scribbled the answer at the end. Lin Wu. The voice wasn't Xie Yanhuai's. Lin Wu looked up in surprise to see Qin Ji smiling at her. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. What's up? It's like this. This sports meet, each class can nominate 2 referees. Are you interested? Qin Ji asked. Lin Wu didn't hesitate. Sure. Qin Ji nodded. Great, I'll put your name down. Lin Wu nodded in response. It wasn't until school was over that Lin Wu learned why Qin Ji had approached her. Shun Mingluo hugged her arm and said, Qin Ji lost a bet. He promised one of the referee spots would go to me. But I've already signed up for the 3,000-meter race, so it has to go to you. All right, Lin Wu said, laughing despite herself. The familiar car was parked across the street. She was about to say goodbye to Shun Mingluo when her phone buzzed in her pocket. She always kept it on silent at school. Lin Wu pulled out her phone and saw it was Lin Xie. Hello. Lin Xie cleared his throat. Sis, are you out of school yet? Lin Wu had never heard him call her sis so seriously before. She couldn't help raising an eyebrow. You're not asking me for a favor, are you? Lin Xie's tone was unusually earnest. Our homeroom teacher wants to see you. Lin Wu clicked her tongue. Just say you got called in. No need to be so subtle. He ground his teeth. So are you coming or not? Beg me, and he'll come. Lin Wu wasn't about to miss this golden opportunity. There was a full 30 seconds of silence on the other end. Please, sis. Lin Wu felt satisfied. All right, your sister is on her way. After hanging up, Shin Mingluo asked curiously, is he your biological brother? Yes, Lin Wu nodded. Xin Mingluo couldn't help saying, can I come with you? I've never met your brother. Lin Wu was taken aback. I'm not sure how long this will take. How about next time? You can come straight to my place. Great. Xin Mingluo's eyes curved happily. Uncle Ding was taken aback. Miss, you're not going home. I'm going out to hang with friends for a while, Lin Wu said with a Uncle Ding was taken aback. Miss, you're not going home. I'm going out to hang with friends for a while, Lin Wu said with a smile. He'll take a cab later. You can head back first, Uncle Ding. Uncle Ding quickly nodded. All right. After the door closed, his smile vanished. He peered through the window for a long moment, watching the slender figure in the school uniform walk toward the intersection. He frowned, opened his contacts, and dialed an unlabeled number. What is it? The voice on the phone was icy, unmistakably a middle-aged man's. Young Master Lin, Uncle Ding said. I feel like Miss has been avoiding me lately. The man paused. Did you slip up or expose yourself? No, Uncle Ding said. I've been very careful. That's strange, the man said. Lin Wu is as dumb as her father. There's no way she'd notice anything wrong on her own. Uncle Ding was silent. The man thought for a moment. Don't contact me for a few days. Uncle Ding replied, understood. Lin Wu took a cab to Yizhong High School. She had never been to Yizhong before, but fortunately, it wasn't as big as Huaguang and the office building was easy to find among the teaching blocks. Lindsay had texted her that the office was the last one on the third floor. Yizhong's architecture was rather stately with bright yellow walls and spotless floors. She had just stepped out of the elevator and was about to head to the office at the end of the hallway. A woman in her 30s suddenly emerged from the adjacent tea room. She wore a comfortable fitted sweater, held a transparent glass filled with green tea, and her black hair was casually pinned up with a claw clip. When she saw Lin Wu, she raised an eyebrow and asked, what brings you here? Lin Wu glanced at her own uniform. She had tossed her name badge into her backpack, but she couldn't change her clothes. I'm here to pick up my younger brother. Little brother. The female teacher gave her a once-over-her gaze not unkind. A look of realization dawned on her face. Oh, you're Zhou Sun's sister, right? Off. Lin Wu was taken aback. She stood at 168 centimeters, with excellent proportions. Beneath her deep blue pleated skirt were straight, slender legs. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and her small face was fair and delicate, her features exceptionally beautiful. She appeared quiet and demure, the kind of student teachers favored. The female teacher smiled and said, you and Zhou Sun really do look like siblings. I wonder how your parents managed to produce such a beautiful daughter and son. Wait a moment, Lin Wu interrupted. Teacher, I think you've misunderstood. I don't know Zhou Sun. I'm Lin's sister. The female teacher was taken aback. Her eyes lingered on Lin Wu's face, clearly taking a second look, probably puzzled inwardly, but she managed an apologetic smile. Sorry, my mistake. It's fine, Lin Wu smiled. Come with me. As the teacher finished speaking, the sound of an elevator door opening came from behind. Then came the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor. Lin Wu and the teacher turned their heads simultaneously. Lin Wu's mouth twitched. The woman, as if impervious to the cold, wore a form-fitting red dress, a bag draped over her arm, and tottered on sky-high heels, graceful and alluring. She had changed to a bun hairstyle. She was strikingly different from the frail woman who had knelt at the Fong family's doorstep that day. It wasn't until she drew closer that Lin Wu recognized her as the other woman. A very sincere smile appeared on Zhou Yan's lips. She extended a hand. Hello, teacher. I'm Zhou Sun's mother. Teacher. A very sincere smile appeared on Zhou Yan's lips. She extended a hand. Hello, teacher. I'm Zhou Sun's mother. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, then quickly switched her cup to the other hand and shook hands with her. Hello, Zhou Sun's mother. I'm his homeroom teacher. My surname is Wan. Oh, Zhou Yan said. Teacher, when you've worked hard, our Xiao Sun always causes you trouble. It's nothing. It's our job, teacher Wan said. Lin Wu followed the two into the office. The office was quite clean, with a faint scent of hand cream lingering in the air. Meanwhile, a teenager who had been lying on the neighboring desk suddenly jumped up. With a striking head of mint green hair, he ran toward. Meanwhile, a teenager who had been lying on the neighboring desk suddenly jumped up. With a striking head of mint green hair, he ran toward Zhou Yan. Mom. Zhou Yan smiled and patted Zhou Sun's shoulder. Fong Tsung felt a bit panicked when he saw Zhou Yan enter, and he instinctively glanced at his mother Lu Ji. Lu Ji stared at Zhou Yan without blinking. She had had no appetite to eat, recently lost a lot of weight, her clothes hanging loosely on her frame, and several more wrinkles had appeared on her face. She fixed her gaze on Zhou Yan. The gaze was too obvious, too obstinate. Zhou Yan frowned and looked over. When she recognized Lu Ji, her furrowed brow relaxed and her red lips curved into a slight smile. Sister-in-law. She walked over and Zhou Sun tugged at her, but couldn't pull her back. Zhou Yan continued step by step until she stood before Lu Ji, her high heels clicking against the floor. She always spent a lot of money on skincare, frequently visiting beauty salons for various treatments. Her face was almost free of wrinkles, and her hair was jet black. She smiled with eyes curved like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. with its colorful skin but a bite that could kill. Zhou Lian said, "Sister-in-law, how come you've become so haggard after just a few days?" This was pure schadenfreude. Lu Ji glared at her, though she wanted nothing more than to slap that annoying face. But she knew well that this was a school and office with 2 homeroom teachers present. She couldn't do that. She had to save face for her son. So she restrained herself, grinding her teeth, and said, "Get the hell out of here." The words were clearly audible throughout the office. Teacher 1 and Teacher Lu, Lin Sis homeroom teacher, exchanged a glance instinctively. Teacher 1 smiled, intending to ease the atmosphere. Both parents. Before she could finish, Zhou Lian said, "Sister-in-law, you're wrong about that. The one who should get out is you." She raised a forefinger, pressing it against Lu Ji's chest, and said, "Shengming Ge held me last night and told me his heart is with me." Shameless bitch. All of Lu Ji's defenses crumbled. No woman could easily face such a remark. She raised her hand and swung it down with all her might. Slap. A crisp slap echoed in the office, and everyone's face showed shock. Teacher 1 hurriedly said, "Parents, let's talk things over properly." Lu Ji said, "I have nothing to say to her." Zhou Lian, knocked sideways by the slap, stared at her incredulously. "You actually dared to hit me?" Lu Ji replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? You're the shameless one." "You?" "Oh dear parents, let's settle this privately. The reason I called you today is mainly about the student fight." Teacher Lu quickly interjected. With the 2 teachers' mediation, Zhou Lian and Lu Ji finally calmed down and restrained themselves for the moment. Teacher 1 stood up, a gentle smile on her face. "It's like this. This afternoon the school received a report that some students were brawling in an abandoned elementary school. The nature of this is quite serious, and the principal is quite displeased, so he asked Teacher Lu and me to have a proper talk with the parents." Hearing this, Lin Wu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She glanced at Lin Si beside her. Noticing her look, Lin Si silently mouthed, "What are you looking at?" "Shameful," Lin Wu muttered. "Fighting is one thing, but getting caught, truly shameful." "Not at all," Zhou Sun said, sitting up straight with sincere eyes. "I was just getting to know a few older brothers. We didn't fight." Teacher 1 was taken aback. "Really? Really?" Zhou Sun said. "If we had fought, we would have gotten hurt. How could we not have a single scratch?" Teacher Lu glanced at him, pushed up his glasses, and looked at Fong Tsong. "Is this classmate telling the truth?" Fong Tsong bit his lip. "Yes. Yes." Teacher Lu then turned to Lin Si. Lin Si replied vaguely, "Just chatted a bit." Since none of them admitted it, the 2 teachers had to produce a candid photo showing Zhou Sun about to strike, stopped by Lin Si. "The evidence is right here." Zhou Sun was choked for a moment, then his mind spun quickly. "I was just comparing." He instinctively looked at Lin Si, who sat on a stool, arms crossed, staring coldly at him. Zhou Sun still didn't know this guy's name. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "This older brother and I were comparing who was stronger." Teacher 1 was speechless. She felt a headache coming on and raised a hand to rub her temples. Although Zhou Sun often skipped classes and first high school wasn't very strict, the few times they had interacted left a deep impression on Teacher 1 of his tendency to talk nonsense. Teacher Lu looked at Lin Si. "Is that so?" Before Lin Si could speak, Zhou Sun stared at him with eager eyes and winked. Lin Si twitched the corner of his mouth. "Yes." Since none of them would admit it, and the photo could be explained away as arm wrestling, the 2 teachers had no choice but to let them go after a few words. Outside the office, Lin Wu covered her stomach and said, "Treat me to a meal." Lin Si unzipped his school uniform jacket and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Lin Wu thought for a moment. "I want steak." The elevator arrived, and they stepped inside. Just as the doors were about to close, a hand reached in. The person with a head of green hair and a bright smile said, "Thanks for earlier." Lin Wu looked at him, then at Lin Si. Although their temperaments were different, the eyes and brows were really. "It wasn't for you," Lin Si said. After saying that, Lin Si flicked Lin Wu on the head. "What are you looking at?" Lin Wu withdrew her gaze, letting out an annoyed tisk. "How dare you hit me?" Lin Si apologized with a particularly perfunctory tone. "Sorry, I was wrong." When the elevator stopped at the first floor, Lin Wu stepped out first, with Lin Si carrying his school uniform jacket and following behind her. Zhou Sun's pace slowed slightly, staring at their backs, a trace of envy unconsciously flickering in his eye. The clatter of high heels stopped abruptly. Zhou Lian stood beside him, asking with confusion, "What are you daydreaming about?" The young man's green hair was slightly tousled by the wind. He sighed and said, "Mom, if only you had given birth to one more child back then, a younger brother, younger sister, older brother, older sister, anything would be fine." A fleeting unnaturalness crossed Zhou Lian's face. She reached out and patted Zhou Sun's shoulder, feigning anger. "Having one child is enough for Mom to dote on. Having 2 would have me collapsing on the operating table." Zhou Sun was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his nose sheepishly. After eating steak outside, the siblings went home. Lin Wu picked up her backpack from the sofa and went to her room to do homework. The temperature had dropped noticeably these days. In the blink of an eye, all the leaves in the school had fallen. Yet the class was filled with a festive atmosphere akin to the New Year all because of the upcoming sports meet. The morning exercises were suspended, and the school allowed athletes who had signed up for events to train freely during this period. On Friday morning, after finishing a brief meeting for referees, Lin Wu hugged her notebook and headed to the playground. Xinming Luo was sweating it out on the playground. The wind was quite strong today. Lin Wu had tied her hair into a ponytail, which was now wildly disheveled by the breeze. Fortunately, she had no bangs, otherwise her image would have been completely ruined by the wind. Awakens track had just been renovated this past summer, and now it was full of people practicing running. Lin Wu squinted and looked around for a long time, but couldn't find Xinming Luo. Instead, she spotted Su Jingwang. He wasn't wearing his school uniform, just a sports jacket on top and Bluetooth earphones. His height made his running a particularly pleasing sight. He wasn't running fast, so Lin Wu easily called out to him. The young man seemed to have heard indistinctly. He took off his earphones, looked around blankly, and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Wu. Need something? His breathing was uneven. Lin Wu jogged over to him. Have you seen Xinming Luo? Su Jingwang shook his head. No. Lin Wu let out an oh. Considering that this person was good at teaching and kind-hearted, she asked with extra concern, what event did you sign up for? Su Jingwang, 5,000 meters. Lin Wu. Probably because Lin Wu's expression was too shocked. He thought for a moment and explained, no one signed up, so the sports committee asked me. Oh. Lin Wu drew out the sound, saying, you're quite nice then. Su Jingwang was taken aback. Is that really a compliment? Lin Wu couldn't help but laugh. Really? The two of them chatted, though it seemed like two robots talking. But to the eyes of those watching from afar, they appeared to be chatting happily, quite cheerful. Xie Yanhuai wore a sullen face as he put on his wrist guards. Han Shi grinned with a look of someone who loves to stir up trouble. No wonder Miss Lin hasn't come to see you lately. She's got a new flame. Xie Yanhuai wore a sullen face as he put on his wrist guards. Han Shi grinned with a look of someone who loves to stir up trouble. No wonder Miss Lin has— Sorry. Xie Yanhuai stopped in his tracks, coldly uttering the two words, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wu before he turned and ran off. Hiss. Su Jingwang covered his right arm with one hand. Lin Wu rolled her eyes at Xie Yanhuai's retreating figure, then turned to Su Jingwang, hesitated, and asked, are you okay? Hiss. Su Jingwang covered his right arm with one hand. Lin Wu rolled her eyes at Xie Yanhuai's retreating figure. His tone was soft, and the faint scent of soap powder on him was like an elusive breeze slipping directly into Lin Wu's breath. From Lin Wu's angle, she could see the boy's trembling eyelashes. He pursed his lips, his upper lip slightly full, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Lin Wu stammered, does it really hurt that much? Su Jingwang lifted his eyes to glance at her, then quickly lowered them, his dark eyes cast down. Lin Wu was not used to comforting people. She was generally more adept at cold sarcasm. She fell silent for a moment, racking her brains to think of how to console him. Su Jingwang said in a low voice, am I really that bad? Lin Wu's face went blank. Why would you ask that suddenly? It's just that I feel a lot of people hate me. Xie Yanhuai didn't bump into anyone else, only me. He paused. Even you used to hate me. Lin Wu. If anyone else had said these things to her, she would have rolled her eyes and called them a manipulative jerk. But the person in front of her was genuinely sincere, and she had indeed often picked on him before. A belated wave of guilt washed over her. It's not your fault. Lin Wu stared into his eyes with utmost sincerity. I was just out of my mind before, so I hated you. As for Xie Yanhuai, he's simply a bad person. Su Jingwang's dark eyes gazed at her without blinking. Really? Lin Wu nodded. Really? Su Jingwang asked again. Then will you hate me again in the future? If you don't provoke me, then no. Lin Wu said. The boy was stunned for a moment. I won't provoke you. Lin Wu caught sight of Xie Yanhuai, who had just finished a lap. She called out to him, Xie Yanhuai. Xie Yanhuai paused in his movements. His breathing was a bit ragged. He glanced at her, then quickly at Su Jingwang. He stopped and walked toward them. What is it? His voice was cold, as if he were condescending. The sight of the three of them standing together was rather eye-catching and somewhat dramatic. Those who noticed stole glances openly or covertly. Ruoruo. Look quickly. At the high jump platform, not far away, Zhou Qing tightly grasped Xia Ruoruo's hand, signaling her to look toward the track. Xia Ruoruo looked over in confusion. After seeing clearly, she bit her lip. Why were both of them going to find Lin Wu? A sense of loss welled up in her heart. She withdrew her gaze, lowered her eyelashes, and tugged at her best friend's hand. Qing, let's go back to the classroom. Don't go yet, Zhou Qing said. I'm really curious what the three of them are talking about. Let's go over and listen. I don't want to listen, Xia Ruoruo said stubbornly. Though she claimed she didn't want to listen in the end, she let Zhou Qing pull her along toward them. Xie Yanhuai. Lin Wu crossed her arms and asked, did you just bump into him on purpose? Xie Yanhuai was stunned, doubting his ears. He stared at Lin Wu in disbelief. What did you say? I asked if you deliberately bumped into classmates, Su. Lin Wu said. Xie Yanhuai's eyes widened slightly. He stared at Lin Wu for a moment, then a sardonic smile curled his thin lips. Me deliberately bumping into him. A person who has to work part-time because he's poor doesn't even have the qualifications for me to go out of my way to make things difficult for him. These words were calm, cold, and carried the inherent arrogance and contempt of the top-tier wealthy. They reached Xia Ruoruo's ears clearly. Her heart felt empty, and she was completely dazed. Her hand, which had been linked with Zhou Qing's, unconsciously loosened. Lin Wu was facing Xia Ruoruo, directly catching her pale expression. But at that moment, she didn't dare to look at Su Jingwang's face. She only stared at Xie Yanhuai in disbelief, unable to believe he could say such a thing. Why don't you change your name to Plastic Bag? Xie Yanhuai pressed his lips together. What do you mean? Lin Wu said, pretentious. Xie Yanhuai. The track is big enough, yet you managed to bump into Su Jingwang precisely. If you weren't intentional, then you must have a crush on him. With one sentence, Lin Wu successfully drove everyone present crazy. Su Jingwang looked over in shock. Xia Ruoruo forgot, even the tears at the corners of her eyes, staring blankly. Xie Yanhuai frowned deeply. Lin Wu, what nonsense are you talking about? You're the one talking nonsense. Lin Wu said. Bumping into someone on purpose to get their attention. Such a cliché trick, even a 3-year-old wouldn't use it. You? Xie Yanhuai took a deep breath, staring at Lin Wu, feeling as if she had lost her mind. He was used to seeing her smile, used to her always asking about him. Lin Wu knew what he was thinking. She said bluntly, you know in your heart whether you did it on purpose. I don't want to argue with you anymore. They'll say this once, don't bully him from now on. He's my person. Xie Yanhuai's face turned ashen as he stared at Lin Wu. His voice low, he said, do you even know what you're saying right now? I do. Lin Wu said casually. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. She looked at Su Jingwang. The boy sensed her gaze and looked back. His eyes were a little moist like the puppy Lin Wu had raised when she was young, dark and pure. She licked her lips. Does your arm still hurt? Su Jingwang, a little better. Lin Wu grabbed his other arm and said, come on, let's get you a rabies shot. Su Jingwang obediently followed her. Xie Yanhuai belatedly realized he was being insulted. He clenched his fists and roared Lin Wu. The girl didn't even turn her head. She lazily raised her hand and flipped him off. The taunt was maximum. Xie Yanhuai. Zhou Qing's eyes widened. She whispered to Xia Ruoruo, has Lin Wu gone crazy? Xia Ruoruo said nothing. Her mind was full of Xie Yanhuai's words just now. A person who has to work part-time because he's poor doesn't even have the qualifications for me to go out of my way to make things difficult for him. Xie Yanhuai. Xia Ruoruo took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and called out to the person about to leave. Xie Yanhuai paused at the sound, turned around, and was a bit surprised to see Xia Ruoruo. What are you doing here? Xia Ruoruo looked at him with hurt. Have you never looked up to me at all? Xie Yanhuai frowned. What nonsense is this? Xia Ruoruo bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. She stubbornly lifted her little face and said disappointedly, Xie Yanhuai, I thought you were different from those arrogant rich people who look down on everyone. I didn't expect I was overthinking. Ruoruo. Zhou Qing carefully tugged at her clothes. She didn't understand why her best friend had suddenly gone crazy. Was Xie Yanhuai someone they could afford to offend? After all, Huaguang was still within the confines of a campus where the disparity between rich and poor was not as stark as in society. Girls from ordinary families like them could at least exchange a few words with these favored children of fortune, or once they left the campus they might hardly even have a chance to meet, let alone offending them. Xia Ruoruo broke free from her hand, lifted her small face, and looked at Xie Yanhuai obstinately, tears glistening in her eyes. A sudden wave of irritation surged within Xie Yanhuai, though he couldn't pinpoint its source. As you wish, he coldly uttered those 3 words. He left only a merciless back to Xia Ruoruo. The tears that had been brimming in her eyes finally fell. Zhou Qing patted her shoulder. Ruoruo, what's wrong? Xia Ruoruo sobbed and replied aggrievedly, nothing. On the other side, once they had walked some distance, Lin Wu withdrew her hand. She cleared her throat, about to say something, but when her gaze fell on Su Jingwang, she was stunned again. He seemed to habitually zip his jacket all the way up. His ears were beautifully shaped, and from Lin Wu's angle, she could clearly see the side of his ear. His skin was fair, and a faint flush spread from his neck to his earlobes. No. Lin Wu's words changed midway. Why are your ears red? Su Jingwang was speechless. Before he could come up with a good excuse, Lin Wu's gaze grew increasingly strange. Could it be that I actually hit the mark? Lin Wu asked tentatively, do you actually have a crush on Xie Yanhuai? Su Jingwang's lips twitched visibly as if he had swallowed a fly. How is that possible? The wind is strong today, and my clothes are too thin. Lin Wu thought about it, and realized she had been overthinking. She gave an awkward smile. Then we're more next time. Su Jingwang nodded. Okay. Lin Wu patted his shoulder again. If Xie Yanhuai causes you trouble again, just come to me. Su Jingwang was silent for a moment. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Lin Wu was taken aback, not expecting him to ask that. Most of the time Lin Wu acted on impulse, doing whatever she felt like, without much thought. His sudden question made her pause. She thought seriously. Because you're a really good person and you teach exceptionally well. My family hired several tutors before to help me with my weak subjects, but I couldn't focus on any of them. It's rare to find someone I can actually learn from. If I miss this chance, there won't be another. Those tutors were all highly educated, careful, and gentle, but Su Jingwang was completely different. He explained things in detail, his voice was pleasant, and most importantly Lin Wu felt as if she wasn't in a class, but rather being flattered by someone. He knew every point she didn't understand. It was as if he was a born teacher. The young man stared at her fixedly. The autumn sky was always empty and vast, the light pure white. Her reflection shone in his eyes, and he lightly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? Lin Wu hissed thoughtfully. You're not satisfied with that answer? I am satisfied, Su Jingwang said, curving his lips. Lin Wu sniffled. Then I'll go find my friend first. Su Jingwang replied, watching her retreating figure. She was 168 centimeters barefoot, and with shoes on she reached 170. She was particularly tall and slender in the crowd, with long legs, a slim back, and an especially upright posture when walking. Su Jingwang's gaze followed her back, watching her search for someone across the playground until she disappeared into the bustling crowd. He could no longer see her. After school ended in the afternoon, Lin Wu went home carrying a backpack full of weekend homework. Lin Xi hadn't finished school yet. As she entered, she was surprised to find that Madame Jiang had actually come downstairs today. She was wearing a pure white cotton long dress, loose-fitting with dark circles under her eyes. She was sitting at the table holding scissors and trimming flowers. To her left was a vintage vase, and to her right a large bunch of fresh yellow roses. Lin Wu tossed her backpack onto the sofa. Did Dad send them? Jiang Fanqing was startled, her thoughts lost in the past. After a moment she came back to her senses and said with an indifferent expression, He's busy fishing, how could he possibly send me flowers? Lin Wu washed her hands and took the bowl of yogurt from Lima. Then who sent them? Jiang Fanqing replied, Your aunt, and Ying came. Ying refers to Lin Wu's cousin Lin Ying. When her aunt gave birth to Lin Ying, she suffered from dystocia and massive hemorrhage. Uncle Lin Xingyuan used his connections to summon all the experienced doctors in Jingqing, barely managing to save both mother and child. Since then Lin Xingyuan had not had any more children. Lin Ying was the only daughter of the second branch. Lin Wu's hand holding the spoon paused, and the faint smile on her lips froze. To this day the person she hated most had never been Xie Yanhuai or Xia Ruoruo. It was Lin Xingyuan, this little uncle whom she had once admired immensely and regarded as a father. Jiang Fanqing seemed to sense something off about Lin Wu. She released the scissors and looked over. Lin Wu's expression had long returned to normal. She plopped down on the sofa eating her yogurt bowl while asking casually, weren't they abroad? Why did they suddenly come back? Jiang Fanqing didn't notice anything unusual. She picked up the scissors and continued trimming the branches. They said the overseas company has stabilized, so the whole family moved back to Jingqing. A year ago Lin Xingyuan had taken his beloved wife and daughter to America to establish an overseas branch and expand into foreign markets. In her previous life the family of three had returned in the second semester of her senior year. This time why had they returned so much earlier? I see, Lin Wu responded. She finished her yogurt bowl, grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands, and sat down beside Jiang Fanqing. She propped her chin on one hand, watching Jiang Fanqing trim the branches. Her wrists were exceptionally slender, even thinner than Lin Wu's. Her skin was a pallor that never saw the sun, and the blue veins were particularly prominent. Lin Wu felt a lump in her throat. Mom! Jiang Fanqing's hand suddenly stopped. 2 seconds later she put down the scissors and looked over. What is it? Lin Wu met her almond-shaped eyes. Suppressing the urge to cry, she said, Since I no longer like Xie Yanhuai, can we break off the engagement? Jiang Fanqing was clearly stunned. Although Lin Wu had told her before that she didn't like him anymore, she hadn't believed it, thinking Lin Wu was just feeling wronged. Only now that she mentioned the engagement did she completely believe it. It can be done, she said after a moment of deliberation. But this matter involves a wide range of things. You'll discuss it with your father when he comes back. Okay, Lin Wu nodded. She traced the patterns on the vase, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to ask, Mom, I heard that you and Dad were truly in love when you got married. Do you not love him anymore now? Jiang Fanqing's body stiffened abruptly. She held the scissors in one hand and the flower in the other. Why are you suddenly asking this? Ms. Jiang likely didn't realize how grim her expression had become. The hand gripping the scissors was so tense that her fingertips turned pale. Lin Wu sensed that something was amiss, some old unspoken secrets buried in the past. After a few breaths, Jiang Fanqing seemed to compose herself, the corners of her lips curling faintly. Love is never eternal. As time passes it naturally fades. Lin Wu lay on the table gazing at her. Her face was small with firm skin. Even in this posture no excess flesh showed. Her dark, clear eyes stared unblinkingly at Jiang Fanqing. Few could resist that gaze. Jiang Fanqing put down the scissors, her hand lingering on the table for a long moment, as if wrestling with something. Finally, she reached out and gently touched Lin Wu's head, then quickly withdrew. Have you been under some kind of stress lately? Lin Wu knew why Ms. Jiang asked that. In her past life, her every thought had been consumed by Xie Yanhuai, and she harbored resentment toward Jiang Fanqing and Lin Chuanxiong. From childhood, Jiang Fanqing and Lin Chuanxiong rarely inquired about her affairs, nor did they take her out during holidays. In elementary school, Lin Ying had won a certificate, and her uncle and aunt joyfully took her to an amusement park. Lin Wu deliberately showed the certificate to Jiang Fanqing. She merely glanced at it, reached out to pat her head, and praised, "Wu Wu is amazing." And that was all. Without Lin Ying as a comparison, Lin Wu might have been happy. But the contrast left her feeling both disappointed and frustrated. Over time, she stopped seeking her parents' company. Behaviors like today, initiating closeness, asking about the past, were things the Lin Wu of her previous life could never have done. I am indeed stressed, Lin Wu thought. She bit her lip, longing to press for answers, even to confess that she had been reborn. But when she saw Jiang Fanqing's slender wrists, her pale, sickly complexion, and her sharply protruding shoulders, her throat tightened, and the words stuck. Jiang Fanqing now seemed like a paper figure. Any slight breeze could make her crumble. The previous life had been so sorrowful, so heavy. Why burden them with the knowledge? Her thoughts churned, then Lin Wu straightened up, one hand resting on the table edge. Yes, I've been struck by love's arrow. Jiang Fanqing said, when your father returns, I'll discuss canceling the engagement with him. Lin Chuanxiong had gone out with friends 3 days ago and hadn't come back yet. All right, Lin Wu responded with a beaming smile. Since Ms. Jiang was unwilling to speak, she would find out on her own. In this life, she would not repeat the same mistakes. Mama Li, wearing gloves, carried a tray of freshly baked cupcakes. Miss, would you like a cupcake? No, thank you. Xia Ruoruo wiped her tears, sitting on a small stool at a roadside stall. Her eyes were swollen from crying, her small chest heaving softly. Okay. Zhou Qing nodded, slightly picking up a chopstick full of Suran spicy noodles and bringing it to her mouth. Xia Ruoruo watched her eat in silence. Zhou Qing couldn't hold it in anymore. Didn't you say your mom went to her parents' home today and couldn't cook for you? If you don't eat now, you'll be hungry tonight. Xia Ruoruo pulled a tissue from the table, dabbing the tears from the corners of her eyes. I can't eat. Zhou Qing sighed. Xie Yanhuai, after all, is a rich second generation, probably third generation. He's different from us. Why should you be upset over him? Xia Ruoruo was stumped. A look of bewilderment crossed her face. I just thought he was different from those other rich people. But you heard him today. Zhou Qing blew on the steaming noodles. He looks down on us, just like the others. Xia Ruoruo fell silent. She stayed that way until she parted from Zhou Qing and returned home. Pushing open the screen door of the living room, she adjusted her backpack strap and changed into her slippers at the shoe rack by the entrance. Just as she was about to head to her room, the door of the opposite bedroom opened. Xia Ruoruo froze, then slowly turned around. The young man had changed into a black hoodie, the 2 white drawstrings hanging loosely in front of his chest. He held a cup, walked to the water dispenser, and poured himself a glass of water. Throughout, he didn't spare Xia Ruoruo a glance. Only when he was about to enter his room, cup full, did Xia Ruoruo call out, "Brother." Su Jingwang paused, hand on the doorknob, and turned around coldly. Something? Xia Ruoruo bit her lip. Are you and Lin Wu dating? Su Jingwang tilted his head. What's it to you? You are my brother. Xia Ruoruo sniffled. Of course it has something to do with me. Before Su Pan and Xia Fengxiang divorced, the 2 of them were still nominally a family. Don't worry, I won't tell Mom. Xia Ruoruo said earnestly with heartfelt advice. I just want to persuade you to wake up early. Someone like Lin Wu will never truly like you. You 2 really are from different worlds. She definitely still likes Xie Yanhuai in her heart. She's just feeling a bit of a novelty towards you. Xia Ruoruo's last words were very soft. She pursed her lips and looked at Su Jingwang. She had expected Su Jingwang to be angry, the kind of anger that comes from having his fig leaf courageously torn away. Unexpectedly, Su Jingwang looked at her in silence for a few seconds, then finally burst into laughter. He rarely smiled, especially such a broad smile. It was like withered winter branches caressed by spring light, and in an instant the entire cramped living room brightened. Xia Ruoruo stared at him blankly. Xia Ruoruo. He rarely called her by her name, causing her to pause. If you're a smart mouth, then be a smart mouth. Don't put on that pitiful "I'm doing this for your own good" act. Su Jingwang leaned against the doorframe, holding a cup in one hand, the other hanging casually at his side. His smile faded and his tone was calm. It's really fake, and the level is so low it just makes you look ridiculous. Xia Ruoruo's expression froze. She never expected Su Jingwang to say something like that. It took her a long time to find her voice. But I'm not wrong. Lin Wu is just stringing you along. She definitely still likes Xie Yanhuai in her heart. Don't say stringing me along. Su Jingwang's eyes curved. I'd even be her dog if she wanted. Xia Ruoruo's expression went completely blank. She had met Su Jingwang when she was 7 years old. Counting it up, they had lived together for 10 years. Although they weren't particularly close, she understood his personality. He was an extremely proud person, hating trouble and despising stupidity. Since starting school, Su Jingwang had never come in second. He was good-looking, intelligent, decisive, and resolute. Except for his humble origins, this man had almost no weaknesses. Such a person one day could actually utter words like being someone's dog. Are you possessed? Xia Ruoruo asked, looking dazed, murmuring. You are the one who's possessed. Lin Wu cursed irritably. She was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a small cake made by Li Ma on her knees. Holding a spoon, she dug into the cake and shoved it into her mouth, cursing vaguely. Lin Xie had just finished school. He took off his school uniform jacket and flopped onto the sofa beside her. Aren't you possessed? How did you start watching this kind of brainless drama? Lin Wu rolled her eyes, stretched her arm, picked up the tissue box from the coffee table, and threw it at Lin Xie. Don't insult my flying shadow armor. Lin Xie snorted disdainfully. He casually caught the tissue box and put it back on the coffee table. He watched for a while, then boredly lowered his head and opened his phone. Because tomorrow was the weekend, the little brother group chat was especially excited, constantly asking where to go have fun tomorrow. Lin Xie casually typed, anything works. Because tomorrow was the weekend, the little brother group chat was especially excited, constantly asking where to go have fun tomorrow. Lin Xie casually typed, Fong Song hug hug. Fong Song brother, see my shoulder is always here for you. Lin Xie. Lin Xie was utterly bewildered as he opened his moments. The latest post was from Xie Yanhuai, a selfie taken in front of a mirror with her hand forming a heart gesture. The caption read, finally meeting my baby. 10 minutes had passed since the post, and not a single like or comment had appeared. Xie Yanhuai had always been immensely popular. Her posts would usually garner likes and comments within moments. Now there was nothing but silence. Lin Xie returned to the group chat and typed boring. Fong Song replied, Sister Wu is right, thumbs up. Lin Xie instinctively glanced at Lin Wu. She was staring intently at the screen, oblivious to what was happening. He typed again, what did you say about me? Fong Song said, you're an aloof male god. Lin Xie, get lost. On the other side. Xie Yanhuai took a deep breath, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. Before her stood a moderately upscale chain hotel. The ride-hailing car quickly drove away. On a Friday night, the streets bustled with traffic, neon lights dazzling. Xie Yanhuai stood at the hotel entrance. The lobby inside was brightly lit, and a sudden timidity crept over her. The excitement and thrill she had felt ebbed away like receding tide, leaving her calm. Should I really go in? Stay in a room with an adult man? What if he's a fraud? These thoughts flashed through her mind one after another, but she quickly suppressed them. No, he's not a fraud. He can't be. She would get back that 90,000 yuan tonight. With that thought, she exhaled and felt lighter. She smoothed her dress, walked into the hotel, and gave the room number the top donor had sent her. The room was on the 9th floor. Xie Yanhuai took the elevator to the 9th floor, found the corresponding room, hesitated for a moment in front of the door, then bit her lip. Finally, she resolutely knocked on the door. Coming. A male voice answered from inside. Before Xie Yanhuai could discern whether the voice was pleasant or not, the door swung open from within. The scent of girl and men's cologne first hit her nostrils. Xie Yanhuai instinctively curved her lips into a smile, but as she looked up and saw the man, her smile froze on her face. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s with a buzz cut, a sturdy build, wearing a tight black t-shirt. Dark circles under his eyes were prominent, and his face was covered in a stubble of blue-black beard. Seeing Xie Yanhuai, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Baby, I've been waiting for you for so long. Xie Yanhuai felt dizzy and incredulous. She opened her phone and checked the room number the top donor had sent her again. Confirmed. She hadn't made a mistake. The man seemed amused, pulled out his phone, and typed something. Xie Yanhuai's phone vibrated. Top donor, baby, I'm standing right in front of you. Xie Yanhuai's face turned deathly pale. She swayed her mind, screaming. Staring at the man before her, she said, you lied to me. The man clicked his tongue in annoyance. What did I lie about? Xie Yanhuai pursed her lips. Didn't you say you were only 28? The man scratched his head, looking somewhat guilty. Baby, I was afraid you'd dislike me. So I lied. He grew more brazen. If you hadn't asked my age, how could I have lied to you? Xie Yanhuai's vision went dark with rage at his words. Looking at his nauseating face, she wanted to smash her bag into him, but then she remembered the 90,000 yuan. She bit her lip and asked, can we go to the bank now? The man's gaze roamed over her body lewdly from head to toe, missing nothing. Sure. Before Xie Yanhuai could smile at the affirmative answer, he added slowly, but I haven't had dinner yet. I'm starving. Xie Yanhuai took a deep breath. Then go eat. The man smiled. I want baby to eat with me. Xie Yanhuai's skin crawled at the word baby. Where do you want to eat? Order takeout and eat in the room, he said, stepping aside to make way. Xie Yanhuai paled. How about we eat at the restaurant downstairs? Oh, The man reached out and wrapped his arm around He Wenxi's slender shoulders. Baby, stay and eat with me in the room. After we finish, you'll go to the bank and transfer the money to you. A rank body odor mingled with the cologne created a sickeningly sweet and stale smell. He Wenxi suppressed her nausea with great effort. She thought as long as she ate one meal with this fraud got back the 90,000, she would go straight home. Then block and delete him. No more ties. The room was a single bedroom. On the floor lay a black suitcase, opened and stuffed with a messy pile of clothes. The blanket on the bed was also rumpled. The man smiled at He Wenxi. He'll go freshen up first. She bit her lip and nodded. Watching him disappear into the bathroom, she clutched her hands, nervously tempted to run away. But then her 90,000 would be lost. He Wenxi anxiously thought for a long time until the sound of the toilet flushing echoed from the bathroom. She quickly sent the hotel name and room number to Lin Si. Xiao Si Zhao Jian Shui, save me. As the message was sent, the bathroom door pushed open. The man smiled at her and leaned in. Baby. He Wenxi looked at his hands, clean without a single drop of water. She forced herself to ask, did you not wash your hands just now? The man raised an eyebrow. So picky. He Wenxi took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to scream. I'm a bit of a germaphobe. Hard to please. With that, he went back into the bathroom. He Wenxi bit her lip, a flicker of disgust in her eyes, and quickly glanced at her phone. Lin Si hadn't replied yet. Lin Si put down his chopsticks. I'm full. Me too, Lin Wu said, also setting down her chopsticks. Want to play some games? Hard to please. With that, he went back into the bathroom. He Wenxi bit her lip, a flicker of disgust in her eyes, and quickly glanced. Lin Si unlocked his phone and was about to say something when he saw the latest message from He Wenxi. His expression changed. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Lin Si started to speak, but swallowed his words. He stood up. I need to go out for a while. We'll play tomorrow. Lin Wu grabbed a napkin and wiped her mouth. Don't go yet. The boy stopped and turned to look at her. Lin Wu seemed to read his mind. Is it He Wenxi looking for you? Yes. Lin Si said. She seems to be in danger. I'm going with you. Lin Wu stood up and said, you're just a kid yourself. If she's really in danger, what can you do? Lin Si was stunned for a long time, still standing there in a daze, even after Lin Wu had changed her shoes and was about to leave. Lin Wu glared at him. What are you spacing out for? Lin Si rubbed his nose. Coming. It was an odd time for the two siblings to take a ride. Driver Uncle Ding asked, where to? Lin Wu looked at Lin Si. Lin Si gave the hotel name and said, step on it. Uncle Ding fastened his seatbelt and joked, why the sudden trip to a hotel? Lin Wu said, just felt like it. Her tone was curt. The driver only needed to know the destination, but Uncle Ding always tried to pry into her business. In her past life, Lin Wu thought Uncle Ding cared about her, so she told him everything. Looking back now, that was pretty naive. Uncle Ding paused, then quickly nodded, sure thing. Lin Wu buckled her seatbelt and turned to Lin Si. What's wrong with He Wenxi? She met up with her boyfriend, I guess. She sent me the hotel and room number asking me to save her. Lin Si finished, pursed his lips, and looked out the window. He rolled down the window halfway, letting the chilly wind blow in. The colorful lights outside reflected off his handsome features, his golden hair tousled by the breeze. Lin Wu looked at his profile and hesitated. So, do you still like her now? I don't like this. He Wenxi pushed the man's hand away in resistance. The man seemed a bit displeased. You're my girlfriend, what's wrong with holding hands? He Wenxi fought back nausea and said, but we just met today. The man smacked his lips. True. His earlier annoyance faded and his mood brightened. Is my baby shy? Yeah. He Wenxi forced herself to agree. Are you done eating? No. The man chuckled, lowered his head, and wolfed down his food. While gobbling, he took in the anxious expression on the girl's face. He swallowed the last bite and said, pour me a glass of water. The man raised his own sports bottle, which had a wide mouth. He Wenxi snatched the bottle, walked to the entrance, and said, only hot water. That's fine, hot water works too. The man's voice came from behind. He Wenxi filled the bottle to the brim, then walked to the table and handed it to the man. He took it, set it on the table, and a wicked grin curled at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at He Wenxi. He Wenxi filled the bottle to the brim, then walked to the table and handed it to the man. He took it, set it on the table, and a wicked grin curled at the— What are you doing? He Wenxi frantically picked up the cup. The water was scalding hot and had fully submerged the phone. She tentatively touched it, and the boiling water instantly burned her fingertips. Hiss! She sucked in a sharp breath, then rushed into the bathroom. A sour stench hit her, making her retch, tears streaming down her face. Ignoring everything else, she poured out the hot water. The phone was burning hot, so she rinsed it with cold water. But the phone was already dead. He Wenxi took a deep breath and walked out of the bathroom with the phone. She didn't want to say a word. She went to the table, grabbed her bag, and turned to leave. She had only taken 2 steps when her arm was yanked hard. Spoiled, aren't you? The man's face darkened. Where are you running? He Wenxi's chest heaved with anger. I have nothing to say to you. From now on, act like we don't know each other. Don't know each other. The man sneered. I've spent tens of thousands on you, that's my wife's savings. Since you took my money, you're going to be my wife. He Wenxi's eyes widened. Come on, get it straight. You were the one who tipped me voluntarily. If you didn't dress so slutty, why would I have tipped you? The man's grip was iron-tight, squeezing He Wenxi's arm painfully. She nearly fainted at the word, suppressing her humiliation, and said, I dress perfectly normally. Uncle, you're the one with the problem, aren't you? She always wore simple, youthful clothes and skirts because she aimed for a pure image. You're too beautiful. The moment I saw you, The man leered at her. He was a grown man, and He Wenxi couldn't break free no matter how hard she struggled. Her eyes reddened with fear. Don't touch me. The man just laughed. Don't be shy. Lin Xi was silent for a long time. I don't know. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. You don't know if you like her? I don't know, Lin Xi said. He looked out at the endless streetlights, tiny specks of light reflected in his eyes. At first he just saw He Wenxi being bullied by some thugs, and helped her. Later she always talked about how poor her family was, and how she couldn't afford the things she liked. He was about to nap on his desk. Fong Sung turned around, and said, Brother, see, the pretty girl from the next class is looking for you at the door. Probably wants to confess. He was about to nap on his desk. Fong Sung turned around, and said, Brother, see, the pretty girl from the next class is looking for you at the door. Probably wants to confess. Our brother C already has a girl in his heart, doesn't he? The boy at the front desk turned around and teased. Fong Sung, who does he like? He Wenxi, of course. The front desk boy analyzed. Giving gifts, walking her home after school. If that's not liking her, I'll eat my own crap. Lin Xi shifted his position. Amid the noisy brake chatter, he thought in surprise, so this is what liking someone feels like. Now in hindsight, he realized it probably wasn't love at all. He was just greedy for someone to be kind to him, even if it was fake. Don't overthink it. Lin Wu tapped his arm with a bottle of mineral water. Uncle Ding drove fast, and they had missed the evening rush, so the car quickly arrived at the hotel. Lin Wu knew that her rebirth had changed many things, and a lot of events had happened earlier. For instance, her uncle's family came back earlier than expected, and He Wenxi's meeting with her top fan. A man nearly 40 years old inviting a girl to meet at a hotel. You didn't need to guess his real intentions. Quick, what's the room number? Lin Wu asked as she pushed open the car door. 9021, Lin Xi said. The two took a little time at the front desk to get the key card. The hotel's front office manager, worried, followed them into the elevator. Inside room 9021. He Wenxi huddled in the corner, clutching the blanket, tears and snot streaming down her face. Please, I'll refund all the tips. I don't want that 90,000 either. Just let me go, okay? Wife, what nonsense are you talking? The man stripped off his clothes and opened the bedside drawer. We're family, don't be so formal. He Wenxi trembled with fear at the sound of the box being opened. Can you let me go? Please, I'm begging you. She repeated pitifully, her regret gnawing at her. What's there to fear when I can make you happy? The man said casually, pulling off her blanket. Besides, your phone is broken. Who could possibly save you? Who could possibly save you? Hearing this, a figure suddenly emerged in He Wenxi's mind. That person was always languid, with eyes that turned a deep blue under certain lights. His skin was fair, and his blonde hair made him even more striking. Someone will definitely save me, He Wenxi sobbed. All right. The man chuckled, reaching out to grip the girl's slender leg and forcing it apart. He Wenxi struggled desperately. Let me go. I'm still underage. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, who would know you're underage? The man leaned and kissed He Wenxi's neck and sighed. You smell so good, baby. He Wenxi's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, and she shook her head helplessly. At this moment, the 90,000 yuan, the isolation at school, and the misfortune at home all seemed to fade away. Just as the man was about to unbutton her top, the sound of a room card unlocking came from the door. The man froze, then turned around angrily. Who the hell is it? He Wenxi suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, and quickly pulled the blanket over herself. He got out of bed in a huff, slipped on his slippers, and glanced back, thinking it was a hotel attendant. He was about to curse when he saw that the first person was a pretty young girl. Her long hair fell softly over her shoulders. Her face was strikingly bright, with fair skin, dark eyes, and rosy lips. She looked at him with undisguised disgust. The man's anger instantly dissipated, and he said with a grin, Pretty lady, you're really hot. Before he could finish his lewd remark, a fist slammed into his face. The person was fast and strong. He fell to the ground, his teeth aching with pain. Fuck, which little bastard dares to hit me? He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, but before he could get up, his chest was stomped on. The young man looked down at him with icy eyes, as if regarding a dead man. If you've got the guts, say that again. The hotel lobby manager was a cool and chic woman standing pale-faced by the door watching. Lin Wu ignored the two men and quickly walked into the inner room, where He Wenxi was sitting on the edge of the bed, silently crying. Are you okay? Lin Wu picked up the tissue box from the bedside and handed it to her. I'm fine, He Wenxi sobbed. Lin Wu quickly scanned the floor. Aside from some scattered clothes, there was nothing else. She looked down at Xie, who was clearly frightened, hugging the blanket tightly around herself. Did he touch you? Xie wiped her tears and said, he did, but he didn't go all the way. That's good. Lin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. She picked up the clothes from the floor. The skirt below was still intact, but the fitted sweater on top was torn to shreds. Lin Wu handed the skirt to Xie and took off her own jacket. Put this on first. Xie, her eyes red, stared at her blankly. Previously, Lin Wu had always been harsh with her, speaking sharply, but this time, she was unusually gentle. Close enough, she could even clearly smell the faint jasmine perfume on Lin Wu, a fresh and elegant scent. She nodded. Okay. After confirming Xie's condition, Lin Wu went back to the entrance. The man was beaten so badly he couldn't get up, cursing a stream of profanities. Lin Xie, probably still fuming, was about to strike again. Lin Wu stopped him in time. Stop hitting him. Call the police. He just said you. Lin Xie paused, glaring at her. I know, Lin Wu said, pulling out her phone and dialing 110. But let the police handle it, and the law will punish him. Don't dirty your hands. Lin Xie glared at her a few times, then got up and went outside. After all, he was a man, and it was naturally inappropriate for him to be in front of Xie at this moment. The man who had been spewing filth panicked upon hearing this. I was just joking. Do you have to call the police for that? Lin Wu kicked his leg. And what about the little girl inside? The man froze for a moment, then shamelessly said, she's my girlfriend. Isn't it normal for a couple to have some fun? You can tell that to the police. Lin Wu said, her eyes curving, but devoid of any warmth. Meanwhile, at Jueyue Villainess, 11 had fallen silent. Lima received a phone call and cautiously knocked on the master bedroom door. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fanxing opened the door. She looked a bit tired. What's wrong? Lima swallowed nervously. The young master has been taken to the police station. You need to go. Jiang Fanxing said, let Wu handle it. Lima wiped the sweat from her forehead. The young miss went in too. Jiang Fanxing. Jiang Fanxing's expression was blank as she confirmed, are you saying they both ended up in the police station? Lima wiped her sweat and replied yes. Jiang Fanxing leaned against the doorframe, remaining silent for a long time. Finally she sighed, have the driver prepare the car. He'll pay a visit. Lima was startled. It had been a long time since Jiang Fanxing had last stepped out. She lived like a prisoner, her daily activities confined to this villa. All right, I'll notify the driver immediately, Lima said hurriedly. 10 minutes later, she was seated in the car heading to the police station. The weather was cold. She wore a caramel-colored shawl, her hair casually pinned up with a few loose strands falling by her ears. Her complexion was a sickly pallor from years of avoiding sunlight. The weather was cold. She wore a caramel-colored shawl, her hair casually pinned up with a few loose strands falling by her ears. Her complexion was a sickly pallor from years of avoiding sunlight. At the police station, Lin Wu emerged from the interrogation room, first taking a breath in the corridor. In her past life, this incident had occurred a bit later, and only Lin Xie had gone. Young and hot-headed, especially during the peak of his relationship with Xie, he had acted impulsively and recklessly. She didn't know the specifics, only that Lin Xie had caused excessive harm, and despite the Lin family hiring numerous lawyers, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison, even ruining his academic career. After his release, Lin Xie became even more taciturn, his long hair covering his eyes, always gloomy. Like an unyielding block of ice, he had little to say to Lin Wu before and afterward. They grew even more distant. So much so that the siblings were less familiar with each other than strangers. Officer, it's all a misunderstanding. A commotion from around the corner interrupted Lin Wu's chaotic thoughts. She instinctively turned her head. A young female police officer walked ahead, followed by the familiar green-haired figure. As they walked, the green-haired man grumbled, Officer, we really didn't fight. We just hadn't seen each other in a while, and were so thrilled that we gave each other a hug. The female officer remained unmoved. Every time you come in, you have 800 excuses. He had beaten someone black and blue, yet could still call it a friendly spar. His shamelessness was remarkable. Zhou Sun scratched his head, irritated, and sensing someone staring at him, he glared back impatiently. His eyes met a pair of clear, cold orbs. Zhou Sun was momentarily stunned. Lin Wu raised an eyebrow. This brat had an even worse temper than Lin Xie. What are you looking at? Zhou Sun shoved his hands in his pockets like a street punk, trying to assert himself. I know I'm handsome. Lin Wu's lips twitched. Are you sick or something? As Zhou Sun was about to retort, the female officer pushed open the door and said, stop bothering her. Get inside. Got it. Zhou Sun answered sullenly. Lin Wu stared at his back, clicking her tongue. This guy was clearly not right in the head. She was about to look out the window and breathe fresh air when another commotion echoed from the corridor. Wu Wu. It was Li Ma's voice. Lin Wu turned around in surprise, her eyes wide with shock. Madame Jiang held her shawl, her face pale, likely unaccustomed to being in public after so long. Her brows were furrowed, but they gradually relaxed when she saw Lin Wu. Are you all right? Her tone was as gentle as ever. I am fine, Lin Wu stammered, then shook her head frantically. Madame Jiang gave her a once-over. After confirming she was unharmed, she asked, "And your brother?" "It's inside," Lin Wu said, lifting a finger to point. Ms. Jiang nodded, and just as she was about to say something, a commotion suddenly erupted from not far away. "Oh, my poor daughter. Where is my daughter?" As the words tumbled out, a pair of anxious parents walked over hand in hand. His father and mother were originally resting at home ready to sleep when they suddenly received a call and hurriedly changed clothes to come over. "Are you He Wenxi's parents?" a young police officer inquired. Yes. His mother quickly nodded and replied. Her hair was unkempt, piled on her neck. The previously dyed wine-red color had faded considerably, and silver strands were impossible to hide. Her face was exhausted from days of fatigue, eyes redrimmed, likely having cried all the way here. "She's not in a good state right now," the young officer said. "Remember to comfort her emotions later." Okay. His mother nodded quickly. The officer nodded, and then looked at Ms. Jiang. "And you are?" Lin Wu said, "This is my mother." "All right, this way please," the officer gestured. After Ms. Jiang followed him inside, Lin Wu had a chance to ask Li Ma, "How did my mother come?" Li Ma smiled, raised her hand to tidy Lin Wu's hair, and said, "Since both you and the young master went in, she wouldn't feel at ease if she didn't come." Lin Wu was stunned for a moment, then slowly nodded. Fortunately, Lin Si hadn't gone all out. The man only suffered superficial injuries, paid medical expenses, received a verbal reprimand, and then was allowed to leave. After leaving the police station, a cold wind blew. Jiang Fanqing lifted Lin Si's hand to examine it. Her fingers were a bit chilly, and Lin Si slightly withdrew his hand, a bit uncomfortable. Jiang Fanqing pursed her lips and asked, "Are you hurt?" Lin Si shook his head. "No." "That's good." Jiang Fanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Si's hands fell to his sides, fingers curling. He glanced at Jiang Fanqing, then quickly lowered his eyes. Li Ma quickly said, "As long as no one is hurt, it's fine." Lin Wu stood at the bottom of the steps, looked up, and asked, "Where's the driver?" "He went to refuel, told us to wait a few minutes," Li Ma said. Lin Wu nodded. She was facing the police station gate. Zhou Sun walked out with his hands in his pockets, lounging and careless, his demeanor not like someone leaving a police station, but rather going home. Clearly a repeat offender. He saw Lin Wu first. Because only she was facing him, the others had their backs to him. Besides that familiar, annoying, obviously brain-damaged blonde, there were also two women. He saw Lin Wu first. Because only she was facing him, the others had their backs to him. Besides that familiar, annoying, obviously brain-damaged blonde, it was rare to see someone so thin in real life, as if she were seriously ill. Zhou Sun curled his lip. "Come on, just a trip to the police station, and they make such a big fuss to pick me up." In fact, from the first time he saw this brother and sister, he was deeply impressed. Since childhood, he had followed Zhou Lian moving around, changing many cities, mingling with all sorts of people, and had seen many kinds. The first impression this brother and sister gave Zhou Sun was that they were rich, not just ordinary rich. Seeing Zhou Sun not moving for a long time, Lin Wu clicked her tongue and raised her chin. "What are you looking at?" This sentence made the three people turn their heads in unison. Jiang Fanqing was a beat slow, so Zhou Sun's voice was the first to reach her ears. The youth's tone was lazy. "I wasn't looking at you. Why are you so anxious?" It was clearly a provocative remark, but when he said it, it sounded like teasing. Jiang Fanqing turned around. Above the youth's head was a bright light. Under this strong illumination, his hair color seemed a bit blue. His brows and eyes were curved, a hint of frivolous smile on his lips, and the diamond stud on his ear glistened brilliantly. He was tall and thin, hands in pockets, wearing a leather jacket, and jeans, long legs lazily bent, looking exactly like a thug squatting on the roadside smoking. But he had good looks, eyes clear and bright, not at all repulsive. At that moment, Jiang Fanqing's breath suddenly stopped. She had no reaction at all, her gaze tracing slowly from the youth's eyebrows to his lips. Lin Si had no good impression of this stinky green-haired guy, and Fong Tsong had told him before that this guy was on brotherly terms with the group of thugs outside school who collected protection money. He frowned with undisguised annoyance on his face. "Why are you here?" "I." Zhou Sun dragged out his tone, started laughing before he even spoke. He had two deep dimples at the corners of his mouth and began to talk nonsense. "I'm secretly in love with you, can't you tell? Wherever you are, I will appear." Before he finished speaking, he was hugged tightly. Zhou Sun suddenly fell silent. A faint scent of sandalwood entered his nose. It was the first time he had smelled such a pleasant fragrance. The person hugging him was very soft, much shorter than him, only reaching his chest. Zhou Sun's hands froze in place at a loss. "Mom." Lin Si's brows were deeply furrowed. "Mom, what are you doing?" Lin Wu shouted, and ran over, crossing the steps in 2 or 3 strides. When she saw Jiang Fanqing's expression, she was stunned. Jiang Fanqing had always been a very calm person, in a state of barely alive. In her past life, even when her husband was imprisoned and the family went bankrupt, she didn't cry. Now her eyes were brimming with tears. After a few seconds, she looked up, her voice very soft as if afraid to disturb someone. Xiaobao, is it you who came back? Xiaobao. Lin Wu's brows furrowed. Who is Xiaobao? Zhou Sun looked at Lin Wu for help, raising one finger to point at his own head. Lin Wu understood his meaning, twitched the corner of her mouth, and tentatively reached out to grab Jiang Fengxing's hand. Mom. Are you mistaking someone? Jiang Fengxing tightly gripped Zhou Sun's arm with great force, as if clutching the last straw. She shook her head no. She stepped back and let go. But before Zhou Sun could breathe a sigh of relief, both his hands were caught again. This strange, very beautiful, very thin woman looked up, her eyes red, staring at him with a gaze that was clearly sorrowful, yet she forced a smile. Her voice choked. Xiaobao, I'm your mother, can't you recognize me? Zhou Sun was startled. He instinctively looked to Lin Wu for help. But Lin Wu was staring at Jiang Fengxing with a stunned expression, as if her soul had left her body. Zhou Sun had to say, Auntie, you've mistaken me. I have a mother. The youth's face showed distance and confusion, as if her clinging was a burden. Jiang Fengxing's voice was very soft. Her eyes moved around as if she was thinking about the reason. How could that be? You were only 10 months old. When you got lost, you shouldn't remember. Zhou Sun took a deep breath and said, Auntie, you really have the wrong person. Jiang Fengxing came from an ordinary family born in a poor small county town. Her father was a high school teacher and her mother was a housewife. The family of 3 lived a peaceful and tranquil life. Until the summer after Jiang Fengxing's college entrance exams, her parents died in a car accident. She was left alone, a child nobody wanted. Her relatives all called her a jinx. Despite her excellent grades and acceptance letter from Hua University, after handling her parents' funeral, she went to the capital alone and met Lin Chuanxiong. Lin Chuanxiong was in his prime back, then a typical wealthy playboy. They went from mutual aversion to genuine affection. Jiang Fengxing knew he came from a well-off family, and she had prepared herself mentally, but she never imagined the extent of his wealth, far beyond what she could have conceived. Like the cliché trope in romance novels, his parents disapproved of their relationship. Jiang Fengxing could barely recall how many humiliations and hardships she endured before she finally married Lin Chuanxiong and became Mrs. Lin. She thought that time would reveal the truth, that given enough time his parents would understand she wasn't after their money, but truly loved Lin Chuanxiong. But what she never expected was that after carrying her first child for 10 months and giving birth on a foggy day, the baby was taken away before she could even hold it. Lin Chuanxiong's mother, whose maiden name was Wu, was a typical heiress who had lived a life of luxury since childhood. She had a sweet face, but even when she smiled it sent chills down one's spine. When Jiang Fengxing lay in the hospital bed, Ms. Wu personally fed her water. Dressed in all her finery with a dazzling emerald necklace around her neck, she said with a smile, Xingxing, how about this? Your father and I are just sitting at home with nothing to do, so we have plenty of time to take care of the child. Let me take Wu Wu home and you and Chuan can enjoy some time alone together. Ms. Wu had taken excellent care of herself. Even in her advanced age, her skin was fair and smooth. Her eyes were bright, and when she smiled, she seemed warm and approachable. Jiang Fengxing's breath caught in her throat. She knew all too well that this woman's tone might seem consultative, but her mind was already made up. She simply looked down on Jiang Fengxing's family background, believing she couldn't raise a noble lady. She feared that her daughter would grow up to be as unrefined as her mother. From then on, Jiang Fengxing only saw Lin Wu during holidays and when visiting the family mansion. Over the course of a year, she seemed to sink into depression, until she became pregnant again with Lin Xi. Lin Xi was born on a sunny day and she named him Xi, hoping he would be free and fearless. Lin Xi was frail and she breastfed him and watched over him constantly until he gradually grew stronger. That lasted until the 1-month celebration ended. Once again, Ms. Wu took her child away. Jiang Fengxing begged, kneeling on the ground and pleading, but the woman furrowed her delicate brows and said, Xingxing, why do you have to think so badly of your mother? It truly breaks my heart. Lin Chuanxiong naturally sided with Jiang Fengxing, but Ms. Wu promptly fell gravely ill, infuriating Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, a businessman, didn't care who raised the children, he just wanted to avoid family disputes. The contract that was supposed to go to Lin Chuanxiong was instead handed to Lin Xingyuan. Though Lin Chuanxiong and Lin Xingyuan were brothers in such a family, they were competitors. Lin Yuan used this as a warning to Lin Chuanxiong. Filial piety comes first. If he couldn't even be filial, he had no business taking over. Though Lin Chuanxiong and Lin Xingyuan were brothers in such a family, they were competitors. Lin Yuan used this as a warning to Lin Chuanxiong. Filial piety comes first. Jiang Fengxing endured the worst 2 years of her life. She became almost neurotic, visiting countless famous temples, drawing countless fortune sticks, and changing jobs repeatedly. Until Lin Wu's 3rd birthday party, when she fainted and discovered she was 2 months pregnant. Jiang Fengxing had hoped this child would be her salvation. But when the baby was 10 months old, it disappeared. It was an overcast day, and Jiang Fanqing dared not even recall the details. She fell gravely ill and nearly didn't survive. Lin Chuanqiong abandoned his company and insisted on bringing the two children back. Lin Wu was 4, Lin C 3, both too young to remember clearly. When the two children timidly called her mom, Jiang Fanqing found the strength to carry on. Many said the baby had died. At first Jiang Fanqing refused to believe it, but as years passed, 1, 2, 3, she seemed to slowly accept it. Until that day, when she saw Zhou's son. Jiang Fanqing felt her heart racing impossibly fast. She stared at him with a dazed expression and whispered, "It can't be. Look at your eyes and brows, they're exactly like a sis." Anyone else, and Zhou's son would have called her crazy and walked away. But this woman seemed genuinely heartbroken, tears streaming endlessly. As Zhou's son hesitated, a sharp scream came from nearby. "What are you doing?" A familiar voice. Zhou's son's eyes lit up. Zhou Lian, carrying a bag and wearing high heels, rushed over with rapid footsteps. She yanked Jiang Fanqing's hand away, shielding Zhou's son behind her, and glared at Jiang Fanqing. "Who are you? Who gave you the right to bully my son?" Having worked various part-time jobs for years, she was strong. "Ms." Jiang nearly fell to the ground, but Lin Wu caught her in time. Lin Si clicked his tongue in annoyance. "What do you think you're doing?" "What am I doing?" Zhou Lian shot back, eyes wide. "I should be asking you that. All of you ganging up on my son." "Mom," Zhou's son tugged at Zhou Lian's sleeve. "You've got it wrong. They weren't bullying me. You, son." Jiang Fanqing straightened up, her gaze locking onto Zhou Lian's face. Zhou Lian was about to curse, but when she caught sight of the shawl Jiang Fanqing was wearing, she swallowed her words. She had seen that shawl before online and loved it, but the authentic version cost 6 figures. Naturally, Zhou Lian couldn't afford it, so she bought a knockoff. She knew the difference between a fake and the real thing. This woman was wearing the genuine article. "That's right," Zhou Lian puffed out her chest. "I gave birth to this son after 10 months of pregnancy." Jiang Fanqing took a deep breath, then turned to look at Lin Si. "But he looks so much like my son." Zhou Lian instinctively glanced at Lin Si. Her grip on Zhou Sun's arm tightened, fingers turning white. "So what? There are plenty of people in the world who look alike. What's so strange about that?" Jiang Fanqing opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it, her face deathly pale. Lima interjected, "Excuse me, how old is your child?" 15, Zhou Lian replied without flinching. Lima sighed. The ages didn't match. If the young master were still alive, he would be 14 this year. Jiang Fanqing stared blankly at Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun hid behind Zhou Lian, and it was evident that he trusted her thoroughly, the kind of trust a child has for their mother. 15, Jiang Fanqing murmured. She looked so pitiful. Zhou Sun was a reckless soul who smiled at everyone, but his heart was cold, and it was hard for him to soften. At that moment he was slightly moved. "Auntie, you really misunderstood. I've lived with my mom since I was a child, we've never been apart." "Exactly." Zhou Lian's expression was cold. "We have birth certificates, hospital delivery records, and neighbor testimonials. Xiao's son is my own flesh and blood, born by me." Lin Wu couldn't help but say, "Whether it's true or not, a DNA paternity test will tell." Yes, Aunt Li nodded hastily. "Once we test, we'll know. They'll contact a doctor." Stop. Zhou Lian was so angry she laughed, a mocking smile curling on her lips. "You people are just too ridiculous." The surroundings suddenly fell into dead silence. Zhou Lian looked around. In the early autumn night, the wind was bitterly cold. "I know you're wealthy, but being wealthy doesn't mean you can snatch a child off the street. Zhou's son is my child. I won't agree to any paternity test, it would be pointless." Lin Wu smiled. "Just a strand of hair, and we'll cover the cost." "I disagree." Zhou Lian glared at her, her tone hardening. "If every parent who lost a child could just grab any kid on the street and claim it's theirs, and then demand a paternity test when refused, where would justice be? I'm telling you, my son and I have no obligation to cooperate with your paternity test. The police station is right behind us. If you force us, we'll call the police. I'm taking my son home now." Zhou Lian grabbed Zhou Sun's arm and glared at everyone. Lin Si glanced at Lin Wu. Lin Wu shook her head, signaling him not to act rashly. Given Zhou Lian's temperament, she would indeed call the police. When Zhou Lian arrived, she was riding a small electric scooter. She pulled Zhou Sun's arm and walked toward the scooter. Zhou Sun seemed to sense something. He turned around and saw that unfamiliar, beautiful woman staring at him blankly, as if she couldn't bear to part with him. A vague, indescribable feeling suddenly arose in his heart. But Zhou Sun was the kind of person who easily spoke of love on the surface, but found it hard to express his true feelings. He thought they must have mistaken him. His surname was Zhou, he was just Zhou Lian's child. After the driver arrived, the car was shrouded in silence. Lin Si gazed out the window. The dim, dappled light fell on his brows and eyes, making his expression hard to discern, until a faint vibration came from the phone in his pocket. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Lin Wu had sent him a message. "Yo, you Xiao Hian, isn't that green-haired guy from your school?" Find a chance to pull out a strand of his hair, or steal his cup if you can. Lin Si okay. 20 minutes later they arrived at Xie Yanhuai. They changed their shoes. Jiang Fanqing sat wearily on the sofa. Aunt Li, go rest first. Aunt Li had worked as a nanny in this family for over a decade, and she was adept at reading people. She nodded and quickly returned to her bedroom. Jiang Fanqing pinched the bridge of her nose and pointed to the sofa. You two sit. Lin Wu and Lin Si exchanged a glance, and each found a seat. Lin Wu, in fact, still hadn't come to her senses. Counting her past life, she had lived over 20 years, and only now learned that she had a lost younger brother. She was utterly shocked. Judging from Lin Si's silence all the way, he was probably shocked too. Jiang Fanqing rubbed her face. I thought Xiao Bao couldn't be found, so I didn't tell you. Actually, you have another younger brother. Lin Wu, how did he get lost? How did he get lost? That question was like a sharp thorn. For Jiang Fanqing it was a dark, chaotic nightmare she dared not recall. Her breathing even grew rapid because of the question. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Wu moved to her side, took her hand, and gently patted her shoulder. We'll talk about it another time. Jiang Fanqing took a deep breath, lowered her eyes, and thought for a moment. Maybe I was mistaken today. We'll definitely find him. Lin Wu said softly. But Mom, you're not in a good state right now. You need to go rest. Jiang Fanqing nodded a beat later. After helping her back to her room to rest, Lin Wu knocked on Lin Si's door. It's unlocked, come in. A slightly muffled voice of a teenager came from inside. Lin Wu turned the doorknob, entered, and closed the door. The window was open, letting in the cold wind, making the whole room chilly. Lin Si, as if unafraid of the cold, sat in front of the computer playing a game, wearing only a short-sleeved shirt. Lin Wu walked over and saw he was playing Plants vs. Zombies. No wonder he wasn't even wearing headphones. She plopped onto the beanbag chair beside him. Tomorrow is the weekend. Remember to find that little green-haired guy on Monday. Lin Si clicked the mouse and gave a nonchalant grunt. Lin Wu leaned back comfortably on the sofa, arms crossed. Why do you sound like you're not too happy? Lin Si didn't answer, clicking the mouse heavily. Lin Wu sighed. If you don't talk, I'll leave. As she stood up, Lin Si said sullenly, isn't it obvious? Lin Wu raised an eyebrow and asked, why are you unhappy? Lin Si stared at the computer screen, the faint blue light illuminating his handsome face. I don't know. Perhaps he did know. He just couldn't bring himself to say it. Lin Wu propped her chin on one hand. Then take your time thinking. I have nothing to do tonight, anyway. I'll wait until you think it through. With that, she pulled out her phone. She hadn't checked her phone all evening, and there were quite a few unread messages. Shenming Luo asked if she wanted to hang out tomorrow. Lin Wu casually replied with a sure. She then opened Su Jingwang's message. X, come to the library tomorrow. Lin Wu changed his contact name. Yo Yu Xiaotian, what for? She was about to exit, but Su Jingwang instantly replied. Little teacher Su tutoring. Lin Wu's mouth twitched. Little teacher Su, the sports meet is over and the monthly exam is coming. It mainly covers first-year high school material. Try to pass. Yo Yu Xiaotian. Yo Yu Xiaotian, bro, do you know what the passing score is? Little teacher Su 90. Little teacher Su, is it that hard? Lin Wu. She had come to realize that academic overachievers were like ancient wealthy families. They had no idea of the struggles of a poor student. Yo Yu Xiaotian said tactfully, a little bit. Little teacher Su can't go any lower. Lin Wu was helpless. Yo Yu Xiaotian got it. After chatting, she sent a message to Shenming Luo. Let's go to the library tomorrow. Please strengthen. She sure. Go to the library. What for? Study. Quick, tell me, who are you? Get off Lin Wu now. Lin Wu rubbed his nose guiltily. If you don't want to go, we can go out the day after tomorrow. Yes. Lin Si waited for a long time, but Lin Wu really didn't leave. He even hugged a pillow with interest, as if ready to start scrolling through videos. He had no choice but to let go of the mouse. His long legs propped on the floor, and the gaming chair spun around. He looked at Lin Wu. I guess I'm just a... Lin Wu put down her phone. Worried about what? Lin Si fell silent again. Lin Wu smiled. Is it because you're afraid that little green-haired kid might really be from our Lin family, and once he's here, no one will care about you anymore? Lin Si frowned. He wanted to say that wasn't what he meant, but the words caught in his throat, and he didn't want to deny it anymore. After a long pause, he said, I don't know. Lin Wu stood up and patted his shoulder. I understand. No matter if Xiao Bao is that little green-haired kid or someone else, as long as he comes back, it just means one more person in the world loves you. Lin Si stared at her blankly. A few seconds later, as if he felt embarrassed by his own sorrow, he turned his face away. Got it. Then I'm off. I need to get up early tomorrow for the library. Lin Wu stretched. Lin Si turned his head back, scrutinizing her, even raising an eyebrow in shock. What did you say? Lin Wu clicked her tongue and repeated, I'm going to the library early tomorrow. Lin Si, what for? To study. What else would I do? Lin Wu glared at him, displeased with his reaction. Lin Si, you go to the library. To study. Yes. Lin Wu nodded vigorously. Lin Si's mouth twitched. Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. In a rundown residential building, Zhou Yin sat cross-legged on the bed speaking softly on the phone. Her best friend Lu Sui said, "Can't be right. Didn't that woman earlier say that Xiao Sun was from an ordinary family and they abandoned him because they couldn't afford to raise a son?" "That's true," Zhou Yin said worriedly. "But Xiao Sun does look a bit like her son. Just similar, that's all," Lu Sui said. Lu Sui, a clothing store owner, added, "A new customer came to buy clothes today, and she looked a lot like one of my regulars. I almost mistook them." Zhou Yin said, "I'm just worried, you know." "Put your mind at ease," Lu Sui said. "You and Xiao Sun have such a close bond. Even if those people really are his parents, he might not even acknowledge them." Zhou Yin thought for a moment and smiled. "You're right. That makes sense." Lu Sui said, "You're just too anxious." In the next bedroom, Zhou Sun lay on the bed, arms crossed behind his head, staring at the ceiling. Flakes of plaster had fallen off in places. He recalled the family at the police station entrance, especially the crying woman. He shifted his position and clicked his tongue in irritation. How could he possibly be a lost young master from a wealthy family? Apart from novels, where would such absurd and ridiculous plots exist? But still the image of that woman crying lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. Zhou Sun jumped off the bed, slipped on his slippers, walked to the living room, opened the fridge, and took out a bottle of cola. The cola had been chilled for nearly a week, its surface icy cold. Zhou Sun twisted off the cap and took a sip. The cold liquid slid down his throat, seeming to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Suddenly the door to the master bedroom opened from inside. Zhou Lian, clad in pajamas, said, "Xiao Sun, what are you doing?" Zhou Sun raised his hand, shaking the bottle. "Thirsty. Drinking water would be more effective for thirst." Zhou Lian knew her son well. When he was agitated or upset, he always turned to something cold to calm the fire inside. She stepped closer, pursing her lips, looking slightly hurt. "Xiao Sun, I'm sorry." Zhou Sun was taken aback. "Why are you saying that all of a sudden?" "I just feel like I've let you down." Zhou Lian sniffled. "I'm useless. I can't give you a family as well off as the child from tonight. Are you jealous?" "No, not at all," Zhou Sun quickly said. "This is fine just as it is. With my personality, I wouldn't even know how to live a rich man's life." "Really?" Zhou Lian's eyes glistened with tears. "Really?" Zhou Sun nodded vigorously. "I'm not jealous. I just feel a bit sorry for that Annie." "That's true," Zhou Lian nodded. "If I ever lost you, I wouldn't be able to go on." Zhou Sun quickly hugged her, his eyelashes slightly damp. "I'm right here. I won't get lost." Zhou Lian choked out, "Good." The next day, Lin Wu stared at the ceiling as she woke up, still finding the events of the previous night surreal. Suddenly learning she had a brother, one who had been lost since childhood. No wonder Mrs. Jiang was in such a state. Lin Wu herself felt a bit gloomy now. She lay in bed for a while longer. When it reached 8:30, she got up to wash up. After washing up, she pulled open the curtains. The sky outside was overcast. Lin Wu checked the weather forecast, which showed it would be cloudy, but not rainy. She decided to trust the forecast. She changed clothes, packed her bag, got into the car, and asked Uncle Ding to drive to the neighboring neighborhood to pick up Shinming Luo. Since they were going to study today, Shinming Luo didn't wear her wig. She had braided her hair into 2 pigtails and started giggling as soon as she got in the car. With the simpler hairstyle, her makeup was also lighter. Lin Wu felt she might see her real face for the first time. Her eyes weren't large, but they had a beautiful shape. Though she had single eyelids, her facial proportions were great, with a small face that looked very harmonious. "You look especially beautiful today," Lin Wu complimented. "Really?" Shinming Luo covered her cheeks in delight. Really?" Lin Wu nodded. Lin Wu nodded. Shinming Luo happily crossed her legs and leaned in to whisper. "I usually sleep until noon on weekends, but today I woke up pretty early. When I went downstairs for breakfast, my dad was shocked. After hearing I was going to the library, he was even more stunned and gave me an extra month's allowance." "Lin Wu, you should try to go more often. That way your dad will be happy and you'll get a lot of New Year's money." Shinming Luo grinned. "Good point, he." Half an hour later, they arrived at the city library. Before getting out of the car, Lin Wu said to Uncle Ding, "You can go back first. Luo's family driver will pick us up in the afternoon." Uncle Ding nodded. "Okay." Lin Wu had never stepped foot into a library before. She and Shinming Luo searched for a while before finding the study room Su Jingwang had mentioned, one where they could whisper while discussing problems. It wasn't entirely quiet inside. Standing at the entrance, she scanned the room. Perhaps it was because Su Jingwang was exceptionally handsome, or because he was seated by the window, but she spotted him at once. The temperature was rather cold today. He wore a gray hoodie, head lowered as he worked on problems, casually scribbling on scratch paper with a pen. His long lashes drooped, and the dim light from outside fell upon him, rendering him almost unreal, like a figure blurred at the edges. Shinming Luo had known Su Jingwang would be there before they came. She leaned in to whisper, "Isn't he way more handsome than that poser Xie Yanhuai?" Yes. Lin Wu nodded frantically. The spot Su Jingwang had taken was a 4-seat table. Lin Wu tossed her backpack across from him, but the boy looked up and tapped the empty seat beside him with his black pen. Sit here, easier to explain. Oh. Lin Wu picked up her bag and dropped it into the empty seat. Shen Mingluo sat opposite her and clicked her tongue. No, I'm too lonely. I need to call someone else. Who? Lin Wu unzipped her backpack. Chenji. Shen Mingluo's cheeks flushed. You actually guessed it. Lin Wu's lips twitched. Was that really so hard to guess? Shen Mingluo. Lin Wu pulled out her math test, and seeing Su Jingwang so focused on his work, she felt a rare curiosity. Over the past few days she had realized that his brain was extraordinarily sharp, the kind of luck that came from winning the genetic lottery. The problems their math teacher deemed difficult he solved with ease. Now seeing him actually using scratch paper and writing so seriously, she curiously leaned over to take a look at his practice problems. When the girl leaned in, the scent of jasmine was like a damp mountain mist, subtle and tangible, yet it seemed to envelop her entire being. Su Jingwang's pen paused on the paper, instantly spilling a black dot. Lin Wu, oblivious, asked, what problem is this? I can't understand a single one. Su Jingwang said flatly, advanced mathematics. Lin Wu instinctively moved away. Sorry for disturbing you. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Jingwang's mouth. He quickly finished calculating the problem, wrote down the answer, and closed his exercise book. Which ones don't you understand? Lin Wu pushed the test paper she had worked on during yesterday's self-study session over to Su Jingwang like ordering dishes. Problem 3, Problem 4, Problem 6, Problem 8. These test papers were all key problem sets he had compiled, and he had sent her the electronic version. Lin Wu had printed them out herself. The first time she worked on them, Su Jingwang told her to use a pencil. For any problem or knowledge point she didn't understand, she was to review the corresponding section connecting the dots and achieving mastery. After finishing, she would erase and redo them until she got it right. This was completely different from Lin Wu's previous study methods. She usually started by opening a reference book and memorizing formulas. Su Jingwang took the test paper, glanced at it, then flipped to a fresh page of scratch paper and began explaining the problems in a low voice. By the time Shen Mingluo finished texting Chenji and looked up, the two across from her had already huddled together. Lin Wu was wearing a light blue embroidered hoodie, one hand supporting her chin as she stared at the scratch paper. Su Jingwang's shoulders were much broader than hers, as if they could completely envelop Lin Wu. Shen Mingluo clicked her tongue. Broad daylight, yet it made her want to fall in love again. Lin Wu had practiced calligraphy since childhood and naturally admired people with beautiful handwriting. Especially Su Jingwang's handwriting. It struck every chord of her aesthetic preference. Lin Wu's own handwriting was exceptionally neat, resembling printed regular script from a copybook. Su Jingwang's was cursive with a wildness that contradicted his personality, yet the overall effect was stunningly beautiful. As Lin Wu listened, her mind wandered. Your handwriting. Did you ever practice it? Su Jingwang's pen paused. He glanced down at the person so close to him. Never systematically. Then you're amazing. Your handwriting is really beautiful, Lin Wu said. I'm touched by your praise, but... He shifted his tone. Pay attention. The boy's expression was cool, his brow bone strikingly handsome, giving off an unexpectedly strong sense of pressure. Lin Wu quickly reined in her wandering attention. All right. Chenji had been napping at home when he received Shen Mingluo's call and rushed over in a hurry. He arrived in half an hour, having made himself look particularly presentable. He was holding a cup of milk tea. When he caught sight of Lin Wu, his expression turned awkward. Sorry, Mingluo, didn't mention you'd be here when she texted. No worries, Lin Wu said with a smile. Shen Mingluo looked up at him. Chenji was very tall, nearly 1.9 meters, the tallest boy in their class. He sat down in the empty seat next to Shen Mingluo, and upon seeing the pair across from him explaining problems, he raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Shen Mingluo. Shen Mingluo took a sip of her milk tea, but their brainwaves didn't align. She said slowly, bro, I think you're wearing mismatched socks. Chenji froze and looked down abruptly. Left foot white sock, right foot black sock. He stood frozen. Shen Mingluo swallowed the pearls in her mouth and suppressed a laugh. It's okay, I think I'm the only one who noticed. Chenji covered his face, unwilling to face reality. Although Chenji was weaker in Chinese and English, his science grades were decent. As he solved one problem, Shen Mingluo craned her neck to copy it. Before lunch, Shen Mingluo finished copying the math and physics homework, thoroughly satisfied. Since they had to study in the afternoon, they grabbed a quick bite at a nearby restaurant. The generous Miss Lin footed the bill without hesitation. During the chat, Chenji was shocked to learn that Su Jingwang was Lin Wu's tutor, not her love interest. Why don't you switch to the humanities track? Well said, Lin Wu replied, taking a sip of the complimentary sour plum soup. Do you think politics and geography are any less torturous? Chenji shuddered at the thought. Torturous, absolutely torturous. Lin Wu clinked her cup with his. Great minds think alike. Shen Mingluo propped her chin on her hands, torn. But I find both science and humanities torturous. No opinion, but humanities requires more writing. Lin Wu. She gritted her teeth. Just eat your food. It was pointless to talk about such topics with a top student. Right. No opinion, but humanities requires more writing. Lin Wu. She gritted her teeth. Just eat your food. It was pointless to talk about such topics with a top student. A waste of time, and a way to humiliate yourself. Her phone lying aside buzzed. Lin Wu picked it up and saw a message from Lin Si. Stupid little brother, what time will you be back today? Suddenly receiving such a caring message from her foolish younger brother Lin Wu was pleasantly surprised. Melancholy sweetie, missing me. Stupid brother. Stupid brother, no, just asking. Lin Wu let out a snicker. Melancholy sweetie poser. Stupid brother didn't reply. Lin Wu understood. Young boys all cared about their pride. However, since Lin Si had taken the initiative to send a message, she packed her school bag at 5 in the afternoon and prepared to head home. Shen Mingluo and Shen Ji had left at 3, saying they wanted to go out for a stroll. Now only Su Jingwang remained at the table. Lin Wu suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. She loosened her grip on the school bag and said, "When are you heading back?" Su Jingwang closed his book and replied, "Around 6. 6. Lin Wu hesitated, then opened her school bag again. "Then he'll study for another hour." Su Jingwang's Adam's apple bobbed. "Didn't you say you were going home for dinner?" "An hour later won't make much difference," Lin Wu said. Su Jingwang silently watched her. She had returned to her studious state, flipping a fresh sheet of draft paper and working on the next problem. Her long hair cascaded softly behind her. Her expression utterly focused, the profile of her face clear and exquisite. The corners of his lips lifted faintly. Lin Wu turned her head and asked suspiciously, "Why do you keep staring at me? Are you?" Her voice trailed off mysteriously. The corners of his lips lifted faintly. Lin Wu turned her head and asked suspiciously, "Why do you keep staring at me? Are you?" Her voice extraordinarily pretty, Su Jingwang replied. Lin Wu was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. "Thanks." Throughout her life, she had never lacked compliments about her looks, but Su Jingwang's words were exceptionally earnest, giving her a genuine feeling. It wasn't just her beauty. She was also exceptionally kind. Su Jingwang twirled a pen in one hand, struggling to rein in his runaway thoughts. Since Shen Mingluo had left halfway with her deskmate, Lin Wu took a ride-hailing car home that evening. The sky at 6:30 was a hazy gray. The security at Jiayue Bay had always been strict. Cars without registered license plates couldn't enter. When the ride-hailing car was stopped, Lin Wu rolled down the window to show her face, and the guard let them through. Along the fountain square, the ride-hailing car cruised at a steady pace. When they reached Building 11, a familiar Maybach was parked on the driveway. Uncle Ding had just stepped out of the car. He was about to enter the house when he saw the ride-hailing car stop, and his footsteps halted. Lin Wu pushed open the car door and got out, carrying her school bag. Uncle Ding, wearing a black suit and gloves, looked puzzled. "Miss, didn't you say you were coming back in Miss Shen's car?" The wind was strong today, and Lin Wu's hair was a bit tousled. She smoothed her long hair, unconcerned. She had something to do and left early. Lin Wu walked ahead with Uncle Ding following behind. The Lin family home was sparsely populated, and the west side hall was very quiet. As she stepped onto the front steps, she heard Uncle Ding say, "Miss." Lin Wu stopped and turned around. "What's wrong?" Uncle Ding's tone was respectful. "Do you have some misunderstanding about me?" Lin Wu's expression didn't change. "No, I don't." Uncle Ding said, "Then you must be dissatisfied with me, miss." "Really, no." Lin Wu tilted her head. "Why do you ask so suddenly?" Uncle Ding looked up and said, "It's just that I feel you've been wary of me lately." Lin Wu met his eyes. "No, don't flatter yourself. You're not worth my being wary of." This remark was extremely rude, as arrogant as ever. Uncle Ding breathed a silent sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on his face. "I was overthinking," he said. Lin Wu was too lazy to respond and turned away. In her past life, she was indeed arrogant and rude. After falling from grace, her personality changed a lot. But it must be said that sometimes being a bit haughty could solve many problems. Lin Wu changed her shoes at the entrance and casually put down her backpack. Aunt Li, hearing the commotion, quickly took the backpack. "Shall I put it in your bedroom?" Lin Wu nodded. "Where is Lin Si?" "Next door," said Aunt Li. The next room was the living room, where Lin Si was lying on an L-shaped sofa playing games. He was wearing comfortable loungewear and had probably not gone out all day. "Have you eaten?" Lin Wu bent down and picked an orange from the fruit bowl. "Not yet," Lin Si said, staring at his phone. "Why haven't you eaten?" Lin Wu sat down on the opposite sofa. Lin Si let out a cold snort. "Didn't you say you'd be back at 5? Oh, so he was waiting for her. Lin Wu guiltily peeled the orange. These oranges had just been delivered today, large with a bright yellow color. They tasted sweet and sour. She racked her brain for an excuse. "I got addicted to doing math problems and lost track of time." Lin Si sat up, his golden hair a bit messy with a red mark pressed on his cheek. Discontentedly, he said, "Can't you come up with a better excuse to fool me?" "I'm not lying to you." The orange was juicy, bursting in her mouth. Lin Wu mumbled, I really studied very seriously all afternoon. Lin Xie was noncommittal. He stared at her for a long time, and after seeing nothing suspicious, he lowered his head to continue playing the game. He'll take your word for it this time. After Lin Xie finished this round of the game, the two moved to the small dining room. The dining table in the small room was round, suitable for meals when there were few people. Although Lin Wu was hungry, she stopped after eating half a bowl of rice. She was not used to eating too much at night, as it would make it hard to sleep. Lin Xie ate while replying to messages. He slowly took a sip of water. Xie sent me a message. Lin Wu leaned back against the chair. What did she say, eh? Nothing much, Lin Xie said. She just said that when school starts on Monday, she wants to thank me in person. Although Lin Wu was hungry, she stopped after eating half a bowl of rice. She was not used to eating too much at night, as it would make it hard to sleep. Lin Xie ate while replying to messages. Having learned her lesson, Xie should have restrained herself a bit. Lin Wu didn't think much about it, and went upstairs to take a shower. On Monday, the temperature dropped sharply. Lin Xie was woken up by the alarm clock. He groggily put on his school uniform, quickly washed up, and when he came out of the bedroom, the corridor window was half open and a cold wind blew against him. Lin Xie suddenly woke up. Without a word, he went back to the bedroom and put an extra sweatshirt under his autumn school uniform jacket. He usually liked to arrive at school right on time, but today he left 20 minutes early because Lin Wu's school had a sport. When Lin Xie arrived at the classroom, there were only a few scattered people. Xie was sitting in her seat memorizing vocabulary. When she saw the young man come in through the front door, her gaze fell on him. Lin Xie had his hands in his pockets, tall and lean. His hair was a bit messy from the wind on the way to school. The zipper of his school uniform was undone, revealing a white sweatshirt underneath. His eyelids drooped lazily as if he hadn't woken up. His seat was in the last row, and he had to pass by Xie's seat. Xie tightened her grip on the vocabulary book, nervous about how to greet him naturally. But Lin Xie simply walked past the aisle beside her. He didn't speak, didn't stop, not even a glance. She stared blankly at Lin Xie's back. After Lin Xie pulled out his chair and sat down, she hastily averted her gaze. She stared at the vocabulary book again, but couldn't focus, let alone remember. Why is he treating me like this? Does he think I've lost my purity? But clearly nothing had happened. Xie's nose tingled. She endured the first 2 classes with difficulty. During the big break, she saw Lin Xie go out through the back door of the classroom. She made up her mind and followed him out. Lin Xie had slept through 2 classes. Waking up a bit hungry, he planned to go to the convenience store to buy something to eat. Fan Song was going to go with him, but he hadn't finished his math homework, and the next class was math, so he had to copy his math homework with her. Lin Xie, a girl's voice, soft and slightly nervous, came from behind. Lin Xie paused and slowly turned around. Xie ran up to him, took a couple of deep breaths. That night, thank you and your sister. It's nothing. Lin Xie had zipped up his school uniform jacket when he left the classroom because it was too cold. The zipper was pulled up to the top. He spoke with his head slightly lowered, his tall nose tip touching the collar. His golden hair was a bit messy from the wind, revealing deep and intense eyes. This half-hidden look highlighted the boy's handsomeness. Xie felt a lump in her throat, a regret, like discarding a pearl and mistaking a grain of sand for a treasure. You? Her voice choked. After a long pause, she said, do you mind this matter? Do you think him not clean anymore? The last words were so soft they were almost inaudible. Xie thought back to that chaotic Friday night. After returning home, her mother carefully wiped her face, but after closing the door, she worried to her father, saying, if our daughter is not clean, can she still find a partner? No, Lin Xie answered without hesitation. The laziness in him was gone. He looked at Xie sincerely and seriously. Clean is not a word that can describe a girl. What happened that night was not your fault. In my eyes, you are the same as before, no different. Xie stared at him in shock. 2 full days had passed since that incident. During those 2 days, she didn't dare to confide in anyone for fear of it spreading. Her parents were more devastated than she was worried that she wouldn't find a good family in the future. She had already accepted the fact, but she never expected that it would be Lin Xie who told her, it's not your fault. Tears uncontrollably fell like pearls off a broken string, large drops. I'm sorry. She tasted a belated apology. I shouldn't have treated you like that before. It's fine. Lin Xie rubbed his nose against the zipper head, breathing cold air into his lungs. He looked at Xie, his narrow black eyes devoid of any emotion. It's already in the past. Xie was stunned. Her eyes red, she met the young man's gaze. What do you mean? I don't like you anymore, Lin Xie said flatly. Perhaps he had never liked her. Xie's first reaction was disbelief. She stared at Lin Xie incredulously. His school uniform was washed clean with a lingering subtle fragrance, light and cool. It was just like when Xie first saw him, a detached, world-weary aura that almost materialized, making him hard to approach. He had withdrawn his previous indulgence. Xie's eyes reddened further. I will change. Xie. Lin Xie seemed a bit impatient, calling her by her full name. Let's part on good terms. It was not a question but a statement. With that he turned and walked away, not giving Xie Yanhuai a chance to speak. Xie Yanhuai stared at Lin Si's back. He was tall with long legs, and despite his thick clothing his figure retained the unique slimness of youth. Standing alone, he was quite conspicuous. Previously when Lin Si walked Xie Yanhuai home, he would stand at the entrance of the residential compound and watch her. As long as Xie Yanhuai turned around she would inevitably meet his gaze. But this time he never once looked back. The weather was freezing cold, the wind lashing against the face like a knife. The tears on Xie Yanhuai's face quickly dried. Passing classmates, perhaps finding it strange, occasionally glanced at her. She usually cared about her pride, but now she seemed rooted to the spot, unable to move for a long time. The youth gradually disappeared from her sight. Xie Yanhuai was filled with regret. She belatedly realized that there would never be another Lin Si. Fate, you can't force it. Same school, different fates. While students at Yizhong were worrying about the next class, Huaguang was holding its sports meet. Today was the first day of the sports meet, and all teachers and students gathered on the playground for the opening ceremony. Every time there was an event like this, Huaguang was especially lively. Hundreds of drones hovered above, and each class was arranged in an orderly manner like small plots of land. From the drone's perspective, it was truly a pleasing sight. Currently, it was the sophomore year's formation. It took quite some time to go from the domestic college entrance exam classes to the art classes, and then the international classes. Lin Wu hid in the crowd to whisper to Shun Mingluo, "What did you two do yesterday?" Shun Mingluo was drinking yogurt. "I went to get a manicure." She raised one hand to show off to Lin Wu. She always liked shiny things, and her manicure was covered with many rhinestones with brilliant colors. Lin Wu glanced at Shinji. The seats were assigned randomly, but boys and girls were separated. Shinji was relatively tall and sat in the last row among the boys. Su Jingwang sat in front of him. Lin Wu's gaze naturally swept over him. Today they had to march in formation, so everyone wore their class uniforms. Class 1's uniform was simple hoodies and sweatpants. Pink for girls, blue for boys, all in light pastel shades. Before, when she saw Su Jingwang, his clothes were mostly black, white, or gray. Today he suddenly wore a light blue hoodie of very striking color. With his naturally cool fair skin, he was especially conspicuous in the crowd. The youth seemed to sense something. The moment he looked up, Lin Wu quickly averted her gaze and said to Shun Mingluo, "Did Shinji go with you?" At the mention of that name, Shun Mingluo's cheeks flushed a little. She nodded slowly. A sweet smile appeared on her face, the shy look of a girl's first love. It took 4 whole hours, and it was already dark. He wasn't impatient at all, and even complimented my manicure. There really aren't many patient guys nowadays. Lin Wu linked her fingers with hers. Shun Mingluo laughed and bumped into her. "What about you? How are things with your little teacher, Su?" "Just so-so. There's nothing between us," Lin Wu said casually. The phone in her pocket vibrated slightly, and she immediately lowered her head to check it. It was a message from Stupid Brother. Lin Wu eagerly opened WeChat. After so long, only now did she learn she had another close relative. It was hard not to be excited. Stupid Brother, he didn't come. Lin Si bought a bun at the convenience store. When he came out, he happened to pass by the freshman building. He was a bit nervous on the way, but when he arrived at the classroom, he found that Zhou Sun hadn't come at all. Melancholy Sweet, did he ask for leave? Stupid Brother, no, his classmate said he rarely comes to class. Only about 1 or 2 days a month. Melancholy Sweet, did you find out anything else? Stupid Brother, no. Stupid Brother, he usually doesn't come to class. Even when he does, he just sleeps. He doesn't talk much or socialize. His classmates only know his name, they don't know anything else. Lin Wu clicked her tongue in frustration and tugged at her hair. Shun Mingluo waved her hand. "What's wrong?" Lin Wu looked down and typed, "Brushing it off. Arguing with my brother." Shun Mingluo said, "Oh," and didn't ask further. She craned her neck to watch the formation. Melancholy Sweet, do you have his home address? Stupid Brother, I do, but no specific apartment number. Melancholy Sweet, send it to me. He'll go this afternoon. Stupid Brother, he'll go with you. Melancholy Sweet, don't go. I have no class this afternoon, but you have to attend class. Stupid Brother, I'm worried about you going alone. Melancholy Sweet, okay. As long as there were no classes, time flew by. The whole morning passed in the blink of an eye. There were 3.5 hours for lunch, plenty of time. Shun Mingluo suggested eating off campus, and Lin Wu immediately agreed. Huaguang and Yizhong were adjacent, and nearby, there was a whole snack street. Affordable, delicious, and with, although it was famous, Lin Wu rarely came. She had a bit of a cleanliness obsession and used to be extremely particular about restaurants when eating out. After experiencing poverty in her past life, Lin Wu completely changed this habit. When a person is truly hungry, even a roadside stall's boxed lunch tastes incredibly delicious. The snack street was very long, stretching as far as the eye could see. With every breath, the aromas of various foods filled the air, especially the deep-fried smell that wafted for miles. "What do you want to eat?" Shun Mingluo shook her arm. There were too many choices. Lin Wu found it hard to decide. "Anything is fine." Shun Mingluo grinned. "Then let's walk around and see." "Okay." Lin Wu looked at her suspiciously. Why are you so happy? Because in the past I always came here to eat alone. Shun Mingluo said, this time finally someone is with me. Lin Wu was silent for a long time. Shun Mingluo favored wigs. Today she wore a vibrant purple twin-tail wig. She shook her head visibly happy. You are the first good friend I've made since coming to the capital. After saying that she hesitated, am I really your good friend? Yes. Lin Wu dispelled her hesitation and said firmly. She used to think that good friends had to play together for a long time, and only time could reveal true hearts. But now she realized that for some people it's a regret to meet too late. The two of them walked through the whole street from start to finish and finally chose a fried noodle shop. As soon as they entered, a chair was thrown out. Shun Mingluo screamed. Lin Wu quickly pulled her aside. She was also startled and looked inside with lingering fear. There were not many customers in the shop. It seemed some diners had started arguing and were about to fight. At the table by the window, a youth with green hair stood with one foot on the table holding a wooden stool in his hand. The youth exuded a fierce aura, clad in a black leather jacket with the front open, revealing a white t-shirt beneath, as if impervious to the cold. Even surrounded by burly men older than him, he showed no fear, like an untamed beast instinctively bristling with thorns. Come on, who's the coward today? Zosun, you're too damn arrogant. The leading burly man spat on the floor. Getting a cut at all is already generous. I'm pushing my luck today. What can you do about it? Zosun wore a smirk. His eyes were naturally narrow, and when they slightly tilted they exuded a flirtatious charm, like a spoiled playboy from ancient times. The provocative tone coupled with that smirk only fueled the anger. Damn it, then you won't get a single cent. The burly man had long noticed the two schoolgirls at the entrance, but paid them no mind. Zosun, think it through. If you refuse this 5,000, you'll end up with nothing. Shen Mingluo tugged Lin Wu's arm and whispered, maybe we should find another place. Lin Wu whispered back, no, I recognize that little green-haired guy. Shen Mingluo's eyes widened. But they outnumber us. Oh, forget it. Moreover, there was an 80% chance that this green-haired kid was her long-lost younger brother. Lin Wu freed herself from Shun Mingluo's grip, adjusted her clothes under the girl's astonished gaze, and walked into the shop. The tense atmosphere in the shop seemed to freeze. Lin Wu, as if oblivious, addressed the owner hiding behind the counter. One serving of beef stir-fried noodles. The owner clutched a towel, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to lose any customer or miss out on a sale. Sure thing, sure thing. Want chili? Lin Wu, a little. The owner responded loudly and turned into the kitchen. Lin Wu scanned the room. The group of people were all staring at her. She showed no sign of panic or fear, walking straight to Zosun. Are you done eating? The noodles on the plate were barely touched, likely only a bite or two. Zosun looked at her baffled. What do you want? I like the seat by the window. Lin Wu crossed her arms, seemingly satisfied with the table. If you're done, I'll eat here. Zosun was speechless, momentarily losing all words and expression. He took a deep breath, his head buzzing, and gritted his teeth. Can't you see we're about to fight? And she still had the nerve to eat here. For the first time, he wanted to pry open someone's brain to see what was inside. Lin Wu glanced at him, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Why fight? None of your damn business. Zosun snapped. Lin Wu stared at him silently. Zosun felt a pang of guilt, but puffed out his chest. Don't think everyone is your little brother who listens to whatever you say. Like some spineless little puppy. He wouldn't obey. Lin Wu remained silent. Her gaze fell on the back of Zosun's hand, where a fresh narrow scar extended into his sleeve, disappearing from sight. Her eyes traveled upward to the boy's exposed slender collarbones, his Adam's apple rising and falling slightly. Today he wore a silver earring that gleamed with a sharp edge, accentuating the angular contours of his face. Like a stray beast wandering alone, pretending to be fierce with bared fangs, yet no one wanted it. I say, how long are you two going to chat? The leading burly man had reached his limit. Lin Wu pressed her lips together and looked at him. This man seemed even more impervious to the cold, wearing a thin shirt that revealed his developed chest and arms. What should I call you? Lin Wu stood up, grabbed 2 bottles of water from the cooler, handed one to Shun Mingluo, who had sneaked in to watch, and twisted open the other as she sat back down. The burly man paused. Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan had navigated the underworld for years, surviving by collecting debts, and had seen all kinds of people. The girl before him in a school uniform looked young and delicate, with a beautiful face that seemed easy to bully. But her entire demeanor, that fearless and arrogant aura, clearly marked her as no ordinary child. Ordinary wealthy families couldn't raise such a child. So Wu Laosan reluctantly reined in his temper and gave his name. Lin Wu hummed softly, took a sip of water, and said, tell me why the fight. Zosun crossed his arms, annoyed. What's it to you? I wasn't asking you. Lin Wu raised her chin, pointing at Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan was taken aback, but before he could speak, one of his henchmen blurted out angrily, I wasn't asking you. Lin Wu raised her chin, pointing at Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan was taken aback, but before he could speak, one of his henchmen blurted out angrily. To speak. He didn't hold back, hitting him like a bouncing ball. The henchman shrank his neck and dared not say another word. Wu Laosan, a veteran of the underworld who knew when to bend and when to stand, gritted his teeth. I did a business deal with this kid, but his appetite was too big, he wanted too much. Bullshit. Zhou Sun glared at him. We agreed on a 60-40 split, and now you think you can brush me off with 5,000. Wu Laosan glared back, his eyes blazing. 5,000 is already more than you deserve. Go to hell. Zhou Sun shot back. Do you know what the punishment for lying is? Wu Laosan snorted, looking down on him, thinking Zhou Sun was as childish as an elementary schooler. A long nose. No. Zhou Sun curled his lips, slightly a hint of glee in his smile, as if savoring the misfortune. From now on, ITLL lasts 3 seconds at most. Someone in the henchman group couldn't hold back a laugh. Wu Laosan's face turned ashen, and he beat the man up. Then he glared at Zhou Sun, pointing a finger at him. Just you wait. He'll wait. Zhou Sun shrugged nonchalantly. Lin Wu listened for a while, then pondered. What kind of business? At the mention of the topic, Zhou Sun fell silent. Wu Laosan said vaguely, just driving a big truck to deliver goods. Lin Wu squinted, uncertain if she believed him. So you initially agreed on a 60-40 split, but now you want to settle with Zhou Sun for 5,000, right? Wu Laosan felt his pride wounded, but finally admitted yes. Lin Wu turned to Zhou Sun. How much were you supposed to get? Zhou Sun held up 2 fingers. 200,000. She raised an eyebrow. Zhou Sun's expression was complicated. 20,000. Truly a rich young lady throwing out 200,000 so casually. Lin Wu remained silent for a moment, then turned her gaze to Wu Laosan. She leaned back slightly, her posture somewhat languid, pressing against the chair back, while crossing her arms over her chest. In business, integrity is paramount. The price is what it is, no more, no less. Wu Laosan's face darkened. That's not for you to decide. Then who decides? Lin Wu seemed amused. You. Her tone was slightly flippant. It was infuriating. Zhou Sun felt that if he were Wu Laosan, he would have been so angry he'd have a stroke and be rushed to the hospital on the spot. Wu Laosan narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to stand up for Zhou Sun? The moment he said this, the entire restaurant fell into a sudden hush. Shun Mingluo blinked and instinctively looked at the man. He leaned against the table with one hand, neither smiling nor speaking. His long, slender lashes hung quietly, casting deep shadows on his eyelids, making it impossible to read his thoughts. Miss, your noodles are ready. The owner broke the silence cheerfully, placing a steaming bowl of noodles before Lin Wu. The aroma was so enticing that Shun Mingluo took a deep breath and sighed. Boss, give me the same thing. Coming right up. The owner ambled off again with a smile. Lin Wu casually pushed the plate toward Shun Mingluo, her tone lazy, but certain. Isn't it obvious? Shun Mingluo glanced at her, didn't stand on ceremony, and pulled a pair of disposable chopsticks from the bamboo holder on the table, his appetite whetted. Zhou Sun suddenly turned to look at Lin Wu. He looked down at her, his long lashes drooping, thin lips pressed together lightly. I don't need it. Lin Wu retorted. Shut up. Zhou Sun was taken aback. Wu Laosan stopped his subordinate, who was about to curse, and asked warily, what's your relationship with Zhou Sun? Lin Wu countered, does it matter? Wu Laosan was speechless. It didn't seem to matter much. Lin Wu tapped the table with her knuckles and said, 20,000, not a cent less. Pay him now. Wu Laosan's face turned ashen. And if I don't? Lin Wu smiled. Then you might not be leaving today. Boss, this bitch is threatening you. Before Wu Laosan could speak, his underlings erupted. Wu Laosan's face was as black as ink. Though he didn't want to provoke the girl before him, this was too much to bear. If he swallowed this today, word would spread, and he'd become a laughingstock. Wu Laosan's expression hardened. Do you think you and your 2 companions here can stop me? You can try. Lin Wu nonchalantly unscrewed a bottle cap and took a sip of water. Lin Xuanqiong occasionally brought business partners to the study at home to negotiate, and Lin Wu had seen how her father handled such talks. Keep your expression calm, pretend to sip tea as if a failed deal wouldn't matter. Everything under control. Unfortunately, in her current setting, she could only drink bottled water, which lacked some dignity. Heh. Wu Laosan sneered, dismissing Lin Wu's words. I've changed my mind. He looked at Zhou Sun, a smirk forming on his lips. You won't get a single cent. Zhou Sun's face turned ugly. You really have no shame. What's shame worth? Wu Laosan scoffed. I'm leaving now, and I'd like to see how you little brats plan to stop me. With that, he turned and started to walk out. Lin Wu sat calmly in her chair, showing no reaction. Zhou Sun whispered seriously. You're just letting them go. Good riddance, good riddance. The owner carried a freshly fried bowl of noodles, beaming. Better not come back. What's the rush? Lin Wu glanced at the other plate of fried noodles that had barely been touched and asked, aren't you hungry? He was hungry. But Zhou Sun twitched his mouth. Your priorities are always remarkably impressive. Beyond his expectations. Wu Laosan made it out of the restaurant smoothly, and the daylight poured down on him. He scoffed disdainfully. His underling behind him said that woman sure knows how to talk big. Yeah, anyone can make threats. The group burst into laughter. Wu Laosan stretched his arms planning to find another restaurant for lunch when a black car suddenly stopped in front of him. The door slid open. Inside were a group of well-trained bodyguards in black suits. Wu Laosan froze his arms still in the air before someone grabbed him by the arm and dragged him back into the restaurant. The owner, who had just stepped into the kitchen with his smile still lingering on his face, was speechless. Why are they back? His smile vanished. Lin Wu crossed her legs, a smile on her face, looking at Wu Laosan. So, Wu Laosan. Damn it. The boss was dragged inside, and his underlings scurried in with pale faces. Wu Laosan gasped for breath a couple of times, and immediately said, I'll pay, okay. Pay now, Lin Wu said. Wu Laosan gritted his teeth. Fine. Lin Wu waved her hand, and the two bodyguards holding Wu Laosan released him. Suppressing his anger, Wu Laosan transferred 20,000 yuan to Zhou Sun via his phone. Can I go now? Answer one more question. Lin Wu said. What question? Wu Laosan asked. Lin Wu glanced at Zhou Sun and asked leisurely what exactly was this business about. Wu Laosan replied sullenly, chasing a debt. Chasing a debt? Lin Wu was taken aback. Why did you bring Zhou Sun along? He came to me himself, Wu Laosan said. I saw he needed money and could fight, so I agreed. Lin Wu waved her hand. You may go. Wu Laosan and his underlings slunk away. The bodyguard captain nodded to Lin Wu. Miss, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Call me if you need anything. Lin Wu nodded. After the bodyguards left, the restaurant fell into complete silence. Lin Wu turned to look at Zhou Sun, utterly baffled. Are you that short of money? She had met Zhou Lian before. That woman was decked out in brand-name clothes. Although not the most expensive brands, it was still enough that Zhou Sun shouldn't have to skip school to earn money by debt collecting. Zhou Sun wanted to say, mind your own business. But as he stared at the 2,000 transfer on his phone, the words lingered in his mouth, refusing to come out. He clenched his phone, his knuckles turning white. Lin Wu's gaze fell upon his fingers. Pale, slender, with distinct knuckles like an immaculate work of art untouched by dust. The tension in his grip made his fingertips whiten. His expression was cold, but the subtle details betrayed the youthful embarrassment of a student too proud to admit his empty pockets. Lin Wu felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. She rose, fetched a bottle of mineral water from the cooler, and handed it to Zhou Sun. You're a student. Your job now is to study hard. Zhou Sun's spine stiffened. Instinctively, he resisted the topic. He took the bottle, twisted off the cap, and drank a few gulps. I'm not smart. Bad at studying. He didn't even attend class, brushing it off with a simple excuse of being slow-witted. Lin Wu sighed, seeing through him, but saying nothing. It seemed this person carried many unspoken burdens. She sounded both curious and casual as she asked, Does your father keep a tight rein on you? Zhou Sun tightened his grip on the bottle. Why the sudden question? Because my father is extremely strict with me. Lin Wu draped an arm over Shun Mingluo's shoulder. My friend's father is the same. We can't even skip class, so I'm especially envious of you. Shun Mingluo paused for a second, bit off a strand of noodles, and played along. Yeah, my dad's nagging drives me crazy. Zhou Sun pressed his lips together and decided to lie. He doesn't really control me. Lin Wu, oh. Today. Zhou Sun was usually good at fighting sarcasm and talking nonsense, but he was terrible at saying thank you. In his over a decade of life, few had ever helped him. When he was little, he lived with Zhou Lian in Zhou family village. Without a father, the villagers said he was the child of Zhou Lian and a client, that she had entertained so many men that no one knew who his father was. From elementary school, he hated going to school. Whenever he was there, the kids would gang up on him, insult him, and give him all sorts of nicknames. He didn't look good back then either, malnourished, skinny as a skeleton with a sallow face and a shaved head, a target for everyone. Middle school was in a town, and many of his elementary classmates were there. Rumors spread like the wind everywhere. He remained alone, an outsider. Now, even in high school in the city, he still refused to go. His foundation was too weak, and he had no desire to study. Zhou Sun bit his lip as the pains surged through his cortex. He forced out the words of gratitude. Thanks. He sounded too formal. So Lin Wu replied earnestly, You're welcome. They'll head out now. If you ever need help, just say the word. Zhou Sun said. Then let's exchange contacts. Lin Wu fiddled with her phone. All right. Zhou Sun scanned her WeChat QR code. After they became friends, he took the water bottle and phoned to leave. Wait. Lin Wu called out. Zhou Sun turned back, puzzled. What's up? Lin Wu, leave the bottle here. Let the boss sell it. The boss wiping a table nearby. He looked at Lin Wu with deep gratitude. Zhou Sun paused, then placed the bottle on the table. He had drunk quite a bit, leaving only a little. After the boy left, the boss was overwhelmed with emotion. Miss, thank you so much. No need. Lin Wu said. I'm taking this bottle back to sell it. Boss. Shin Mingluo looked at the bottle, then at Lin Wu, confused. After a few seconds of mental brainstorming, she suddenly understood. Oh, I get it. Lin Wu swallowed her food, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. What do you get? Xie Luo wore a mysterious smile. Don't worry, you'll help you pursue him. That handsome guy is really something. Lin Wu spat water onto the floor. What are you thinking? Xie Luo quickly grabbed a tissue for her. Isn't it? Lin Wu wiped her mouth. No, I don't have a crush right now. Oh. Xie Luo tilted her head and didn't ask further. After the meal, Lin Wu paid, then casually picked up the bottle Zhou Sun had drunk from. She first returned to the classroom, stuffed the bottle into her backpack, and sent a message to Lin Si, saying she wouldn't need to come in the afternoon. Stupid brother got it. Melancholy sweet, don't you want to know why? Stupid brother. Miss Lin, in a fury, defended her beloved at the noodle shop. The story has spread across both schools. Melancholy sweet. Stupid brother. Lin Wu was annoyed by that emoji. Sensing something, she opened the school forum. The forum was always lively during school events, and this time was no exception. But Lin Wu never expected the hottest post to be teasing her for acting on impulse for a handsome guy. Lin Wu scrolled through it feeling dizzy. Half thought she had moved on, half thought she was just seeking novelty. What a bunch of idle gossips. Lin Wu browsed other posts. Someone entered the front door of the classroom. The heavy footsteps echoed distinctly in the empty room. She looked up instinctively. Su Jingwang had changed out of his class uniform into a black jacket, his expression cold. Lin Wu greeted him. Hey, hey. The boy paused, his gaze turning to her somewhat obscure. Back. Lin Wu nodded. Su Jingwang said no more. He returned to his seat, pulled out a set of problems from his desk, and handed it to Lin Wu. Physics. Lin Wu took it, noticing his poor expression. Are you sick? No. He answered lightly. Just a little unhappy. Lin Wu was taken aback. Why are you unhappy? He didn't speak, just stared at her. Lin Wu tilted her head. If it's inconvenient, forget it. It's not inconvenient. Su Jingwang pressed his lips. I just feel. I'm a bit inadequate. Huh? Lin Wu quickly asked. Why do you think that? You're not inadequate at all. Don't sell yourself short. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Lin Wu guessed it was Li Ma calling. She had called Li Ma earlier, asking her to bring Jiang Fengxing's hair to Huaguang. The ringtone kept vibrating. Sunlight spilled and the boy was right in front of her. His trembling eyelashes, his slightly parted lips, his heavier breathing, his eyes that spoke volumes. Everything was reflected in Lin Wu's pupils. She didn't answer the call, waiting for Su Jingwang's reply. The moment the ringtone ended, Su Jingwang said, You seem to have so many friends. I can't even be considered a friend. Your attention is always drawn to others. I am helpless. Lin Wu was stunned. She stared into those pitch-black eyes like a tranquil sea under the night sky, calm on the surface, yet exuding a sense of impending danger. There was also a touch of pity. Oh dear, she said, reaching out a hand to pat the young man on the shoulder, speaking with great loyalty. Don't overthink it. You are my friend. Su Jingwang's lips curled into a faint smile, vanishing in an instant. Really? Truer than gold, Lin Wu declared firmly. She secretly muttered to herself that someone with such a fragile heart could build an empire from scratch was nothing short of a miracle. After a few seconds of silence, Su Jingwang said slowly, Thank you. I'm very happy to have my first friend. Why did that sound so pitiful? Lin Wu consoled him. You'll have more friends in the future. Su Jingwang shook his head. Probably not. Lin Wu blinked, puzzled. Why wouldn't you? The young man stared at her fixedly, then suddenly broke into a smile after a few seconds. A pearl before swine, he said in a low voice. None of them can compare to you. So it was hard to accept anyone else. Those two simple lines made Lin Wu understand why this man could build an empire from scratch. He really knew how to flatter. Every word lifted one's spirits. Having grown up surrounded by praise and compliments, she had long become immune to such remarks. Yet coming from Su Jingwang, someone so cold, shy, and reserved, it carried a different weight. You'll remember that, she said. She hinted, I'm just afraid you'll ignore me later. After all, in her past life, this man's achievements had surpassed all imagination. I won't, he said firmly. I will never ignore you. Before Lin Wu could feel touched, a teasing voice from Han Qi interrupted from the back door of the classroom. I won't, he said firmly. I will never ignore you. Before Lin Wu could feel touched, a teasing voice from Xie Yanhuai's face was as dark as water. When his eyes met hers, he paused, then pressed his thin lips together and looked away in irritation. Lin Wu pursed her lips. Having grown up with Xie Yanhuai, she knew well that he was deliberately giving her the cold shoulder. In the past, she would have rushed to care for him. Her pursuit methods were simple: gifts, surprises, and constant care. This time Lin Wu simply pretended not to see him. She looked at Su Jingwang, resting one hand on the edge of the desk. He'll remember what you said. Su Jingwang was startled. He could feel the glare from Xie Yanhuai. Disgust, disdain, contempt, and confusion, as if wondering why Lin Wu was now willing to talk to him. Su Jingwang's fingertips trembled with excitement. So close he could clearly smell the faint jasmine fragrance on her, hazy and moist. She was devoted to this scent, both in her past life and this one. Su Jingwang knew this perfume. It was expensive. In his past life, after earning his first pot of gold, he bought many bottles like an addict. but the scent never matched the one on Lin Wu. Okay, he said, maintaining his composure, his voice hoarse. Lin Wu nodded with satisfaction. I'll head off. Okay, he said, maintaining his composure, his voice hoarse. Lin Wu nodded with satisfaction. I'll head off now. I have something to do. Okay, he said, maintaining his composure, his voice hoarse. Lin Wu nodded with satisfaction. I'll head off now. Lin Wu pulled out a bottle of water from her backpack. She hadn't expected Li Ma to arrive so early, otherwise she wouldn't have returned to the classroom and could have waited at the entrance. After Lin Wu left, Su Jingwang also departed. Only Han Shi and Xie Yanhuai remained in the classroom. Han Shi mused, lounging casually on Xia Ruoruo's desk. He looked at Xie Yanhuai's blackened face and raised an eyebrow. Why didn't Lin Wu pay you any attention? Shut up, Xie Yanhuai said irritably. He pulled out an athlete's number from his desk, took a couple of deep breaths. It's fine if she ignores me. I was sick of her pestering anyway. Han Shi propped himself on the desk, his shirt unbuttoned at the collar, revealing his deep collarbones. He leaned back. I get the feeling her ignoring you bothers you more than you let on. Xie Yanhuai fell silent. Girls throw tantrums, oh, a little coaxing goes a long way, Han Shi said with a smile. Your birthday is coming up. Miss Lin will definitely prepare a gift. Just approach her and give her an out, and she'll be happy. Xie Yanhuai looked up. Really? Really? Han Shi winked at him. Trust a friend of the ladies. Xie Yanhuai tightened his jaw and nodded coldly. Lin Wu made her way out of the school without any hindrance. A taxi was waiting at the school gate. Li Ma stood by the front of the car, craning her neck. When she saw Lin Wu, her eyes lit up, and she waved on tiptoe. As Lin Wu approached, Li Ma quickly said, Miss, I followed your instructions and took a taxi. Good, Lin Wu said quietly. Did you bring the hair? Li Ma took out a sealed bag from her purse containing a strand of jet black hair. Are you sure it's my mother's? She confirmed. Li Ma nodded. I took it from Madame's comb. Lin Wu handed the bottle of water to Li Ma. Notify me as soon as the results are out. And don't tell anyone without my permission. Li Ma hesitated. Not even Madame and Master. If it turns out we're not biological mother and child, there's no need to mention it. If we are. Lin Wu paused, feeling the complexity. The problem was that Zhou Sun was 14 or 15, not 4 or 5. He already had his own thoughts. He and Zhou Lian had relied on each other for years. Despite their meager life, the bond was real. The debate between birth and upbringing was endless. Moreover, from their encounter at noon, she had found Zhou Sun to be extremely guarded. Even if he left Zhou Lian, he didn't seem like someone who could easily integrate into a new family. He appeared optimistic and talkative, but inside he was deeply insecure and withdrawn. Mrs. Zhang was already somewhat depressed. Lin Wu needed to think carefully about how to tell her. She sighed. Do as I say. Li Ma clutched the bottle, staring dazedly at Lin Wu. She vaguely felt that this young woman before her seemed different, not the familiar girl she had known. After a few breaths, Li Ma made up her mind. All right, I'll listen to you, miss. She watched Li Ma get into the taxi. Lin Wu turned and walked back into the school. Just as she entered the school gate, a voice both familiar and unfamiliar came from behind. Wu Wu. Lin Wu froze, stopping in her tracks. The autumn sky was always vast and silent. Lin Wu felt as if her feet were rooted to the ground. She didn't even turn her head. The person behind her approached step by step, finally tapping her on the shoulder and calling her name playfully. Lin Wu, why didn't you react? A second later, Lin Wu turned around, a warm smile plastered on her face. How could that be? I just didn't catch on. Lin Ying had shoulder-length hair, a wheat-colored complexion, and crescent-shaped eyes. When she smiled, her teeth showed. She said cheerfully, did you miss me? Steward Feng from the second branch, wearing white gloves and holding a briefcase, said courteously, Miss Lin Wu, long time no see. Lin Wu nodded perfunctorily at him, then answered Lin Ying with a fake smile, of course I missed you. Without you I had no heart to go out and have fun. Lin Ying hugged her arm, her tone rising. You're just sweet-talking. I don't believe. When she leaned in, every hair on Lin Wu's body stood on end. She suppressed the urge to retch and asked in a normal tone, why are you here? I just came back to the country, didn't I? Lin Ying said as she pulled her along. Today I'm here to handle the transfer procedures. Lin Wu nodded. She chatted with Lin Ying about interesting things abroad, and when they reached Xie building, she slowed her pace. Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, a familiar figure came down the steps at the entrance of Xie building. When she recognized the person, Lin Wu didn't even have the energy to complain. Had she not checked the almanac before going out today? Why was she so unlucky? Bo Shan. Lin Ying let go of Lin Wu's arm and waved cheerfully, long time no see. Bo Shan wore a white tracksuit with a slender waist and long legs, but her expression was as sour as ever. She stood on the steps without any reaction. Her gaze first swept over Lin Wu coldly. Lin Wu avoided her eyes. Bo Shan pursed her lips, then descended the steps. You're back. Yes, Lin Ying said with a grin. She was naturally outgoing, got along well with everyone in the circle, and was known as the life of the party. It's been so long, and you've become even cooler. She never hesitated to praise. Lin Wu glanced at her. In her past life, she had been deceived by Lin Ying's appearance. Lin Ying was a vivid example of honeyed words, a sword hidden behind a smile. She got along with everyone, always acting cheerful and generous, making people think she was an easygoing person who didn't set up defenses. Once someone believed her, they would completely fall into her trap. Thanks, Bo Shan said, shoving her hands into the pockets of her jacket. I have things to do, so we'll be going. With that, she turned and left without even giving Lin Ying time to speak. Lin Ying stared at her back, then turned to look at Lin Wu, asking with concern, "Did you have a falling out with Bo Shan?" They didn't exchange a single word. Lin Wu curled her lips. Isn't the answer obvious? Lin Ying choked for a moment, then quickly said, "It's okay, Wu Wu." She raised her hand and patted Lin Wu's shoulder as if to comfort her. "I believe you. You definitely weren't wrong. It's just that others don't understand, but other people's opinions don't matter, right?" Lin Wu met her smiling face, her own lips curving upward. "So cousin, you also think it's Bo Shan's fault?" Lin Ying's smile froze for a moment. Lin Wu nodded to herself. "With your support, that's great. I must tell Bo Shan that cousin also thinks she has a problem." "No." Lin Ying instinctively wanted to backtrack. Lin Wu tilted her head, deliberately asking, "What's wrong? Does cousin think it's my fault that Bo Shan and I had a falling out?" Lin Ying was speechless. She suspected Lin Wu was doing it on purpose. But when she met Lin Wu's pitch black, clear eyes, Lin Ying instinctively denied that guess. How could that be? Lin Wu's mind was full of Xie Yanhuai, her intelligence nearly zero. She could only interpret it as Lin Wu seeking support, so she smiled and said, "It's not your fault. It must be Bo Shan's fault." "Cousin, you're so kind." Lin Wu hugged her with emotion. Lin Ying barely maintained her expression, then turned and entered Jiji building with Steward Feng. In the area of Class 1, Grade 12. Shenming Luo was kicking her feet out of boredom, scrolling through Weibo Hot Topics until someone sat down in the seat next to her. She immediately looked up, surprised. "You're back." Lin Wu sighed wearily. "What's wrong?" Shenming Luo put away her phone. Lin Wu leaned her head on her shoulder, tired. "You're just like my dad," she muttered. Lin Wu raised her head again. "Why do you say that?" "Every time my dad finishes a business deal, he comes home and lies down on the sofa with the same expression as you now. But he also curses a few old dogs." Shenming Luo said. Lin Wu stroked her chin. "Learned." Shenming Luo was stunned. "What did you learn?" "Cursing words," Lin Wu said seriously. "He'll use them from now on." Shenming Luo was speechless. Lin Wu was a referee. After a busy afternoon, when she returned to Jiayue, she changed shoes and lay down on the sofa. Motherly quickly brought a glass of warm water. "Miss, have some water." Lin Wu struggled to sit up, took a sip. "How is it?" Motherly said softly. "The hospital said the results will be out in 2 days." "Good," Lin Wu nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." "Miss, you're being too formal." Motherly chided. After finishing the water, Lin Wu lay down again. She opened her phone and checked her moments. Half an hour ago, Lin Ying had posted a selfie standing in front of Huaguan with the caption, "New school, looking forward to a new life, peace sign." Lin Wu and Lin Ying had many mutual friends, so she could see a lot of comments. She showed no expression, simply scrolled past, and after a boring scroll exited and directly opened Zhou Sun's moments. Zhou Sun's profile picture was a fluffy little dog, and he posted frequently, "Brother is handsome like this." The image was a game screenshot. Lin Wu hadn't played this game much and couldn't quite understand it, but the screen was full of victories. "The price keeps rising, the portion of chicken cutlet gets smaller. Go ahead, keep it up. Wore new clothes out and almost stunned passers-by with my handsomeness. Stop raining, damn it, my underwear is going to get moldy. No dating, no dating. Handsome guys belong to everyone, understand. Stop asking." The image was white text on a black background, a huge word, "annoying." It was quite amusing. Lin Wu liked each post as she scrolled. Zhou Sun's moments weren't set to 3 days. He posted every 2 or 3 days. Lin Wu had been scrolling for nearly 20 minutes and still hadn't finished. She pinched the bridge of her nose, about to look for something to eat, when a new message popped up. She instinctively clicked it. "Your father, Zhou. Your father, Zhou, have a secret crush on me. Lin Wu. Melancholic sweet. Zhou Dai, you even like the year-old moments post. Your intentions are far too obvious. Yo Yu Xiaoyan. Zhou Dai, sorry, but you're not my type. Zhou Dai, moreover, a perfect man like me is destined to belong to the masses, not to any single person." Zhou Dai got it. Lin Wu's mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and started typing. "Yo Yu Xiaoyan, sorry, I prefer men over 1.8 meters tall. You're probably not that tall, are you?" Zhou Dai, "Bullshit. Yo Yu Xiaoyan, my brother is 185 centimeters. You stood next to him and looked much shorter, around 175. Zhou Dai." Lin Wu continued her ruthless attack. "Drink more milk. Girls nowadays all like tall guys." Zhou Dai didn't reply. Lin Wu curled her lips. "Little brat trying to challenge me." A sound came from the entrance. Thinking it was Lin Si, she asked without looking up, "Did your school let out early?" "It's me." Lin Wu was startled and turned around. Lin Xuanxiong stood there in a wrinkled suit, travel worn. "Daddy." She was a bit surprised. You're back from your business trip, eh? Lin Xuanxiong poured a glass of water, drank it hastily, and asked, has everything been okay at home these days? Everything's fine, Lin Wu said. Are you done with your work? No, Lin Xuanxiong said. Your uncle is back. There's a board meeting tomorrow. Lin Wu looked up at him. Dad, will you go back to work at the company after the meeting? Lin Xuanxiong was silent for a long time. The company will be fine with your uncle. Okay, Lin Wu changed the subject. Dinner will be ready soon, Dad. Go change your clothes first. All right, Lin Xuanxiong replied and shuffled upstairs in his slippers. Lin Wu watched his back, wondering what he had been through. The black suit was wrinkled as if he had worn it for days. She had once seen photos of a younger Lin Xuanxiong. The suit was crisp and his features were handsome and rebellious, exuding high spirits. She guessed that this change was because of Sambao. Only when Sambao returned would he reignite his fighting spirit. After dinner, Lin Xuanxiong went up to the third floor. As he passed the master bedroom, he paused for a long time, then finally pushed the door open and entered. Jiang Fanqing was curled up on the sofa, a book resting on her knees. Her jet black hair lay smoothly over her shoulders. She turned a page without saying a word. Lin Xuanxiong said hoarsely, "I'm back." Jiang Fanqing remained motionless as if she hadn't heard. Lin Xuanxiong was used to it. He talked to himself. I went to Xin County. That child wasn't our Xiaobao. The trail went cold again. Jiang Fanqing pinched the corner of the page. Lin Xuanxiong said, but I will keep looking. I promise you I will find Xiaobao. Jiang Fanqing turned another page. Lin Xuanxiong waited for a long time, then finally closed the door and left. The moment the door shut, Jiang Fanqing raised her head. The next day at 11 in the morning. After the meeting concluded, Chairman Lin Yuan remained seated at the head of the table. He raised his hand to signal the others to leave, and soon the spacious conference room was left with only the two brothers Lin Xuanxiong and Lin Xingyuan. Though born of the same parents, the two brothers had completely different styles. Unlike Lin Xuanqiang's sharply aggressive features, Lin Xingyuan had gentle brows and eyes, always wearing a smiling expression. Lin Yuan looked at his two sons, took a slow sip of tea, and said, "Do you know why I kept you here?" He first turned his gaze to Lin Xuanxiong. Lin Xuanxiong lowered his head and remained silent. Then Lin Yuan turned to Lin Xingyuan. Lin Xingyuan smiled. "I want to compete with my elder brother. There's no need to be modest." Lin Yuan said, "Let each prove his ability. Whoever is more suitable to lead the company will get it." After he finished, the room fell into another silence. Lin Yuan glanced at Lin Xuanxiong's side and said, "One project each. They'll only look at the final results." With those words, he stood up and left. After the conference room door closed, Lin Xingyuan leaned forward slightly and looked at his elder brother opposite. "Brother, on this trip to Xin County, did you find any clues?" "No," Lin Xuanxiong shook his head. "The trail went cold." Lin Xingyuan sighed. "How did it go cold again? Did you find that nanny?" "No," Lin Xuanxiong shook his head. "The trail went cold." Lin Xingyuan sighed. "How did it go cold again? Did you find to defy our Lin family?" "I don't know who." Lin Xuanxiong lifted his head. On the day Xiaobao was lost, he was in a meeting at the company, while Jiang Fanqing had gone to the Lin family's old residence to visit the two children. The nanny Ying Sui had run off with the child and had been missing ever since. Last week she surfaced in Shen County, but by the time he arrived she had vanished. The nanny Ying Sui had run off with the child and had been missing ever since. Last week she surfaced in Shen County, but by the time he arrived, Lin Xuanxiong responded and patted the back of Lin Xingyuan's hand. "They'll leave the company to you for now." Lin Xingyuan's eyes flickered, but he said, "Brother, you know I'm easygoing and have limited ability. I can't take over such a big company." "I trust you," Lin Xuanxiong said, standing up. He patted Lin Xingyuan's shoulder and left the conference room. Lin Xingyuan stared at his back, then pulled out his phone and made a call. The other end answered quickly. "Mr. Lin." Lin Xingyuan's face was devoid of any smile, his brows carrying a hint of gloom. "What did the nanny say?" "She said that child died long ago, and even if you dig 3 feet deep you won't find him." "Good." Lin Xingyuan was relieved. "As long as he doesn't suddenly pop up." The other side said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. That child is probably nothing but bones now unless a miracle happens." Lin Xingyuan let out a sigh of relief, completely at ease. He hung up the phone, straightened his tie, and when he pushed open the door to step out, a smile had once again settled on his face. It rained this morning. The sports meet was moved indoors, and the swimming event originally scheduled for the 4th day was rescheduled to today. The swimming pool at Huaguang was vast, and this event had always been a popular highlight of the sports meet. A large crowd of onlookers gathered, their lively chatter seeming capable of piercing the dome. The temperature inside the venue was higher than outside. Lin Wu felt a bit warm, so she removed the hair tie from her wrist, gathered her long hair, and casually tied it into a ponytail. The girl to her left was a classmate, a rather quiet one named Li Ruo. Lin Wu found the name quite striking. The surname and given name had a contrasting feel. Lin Wu Li Ro called out softly. The venue was noisy, so Lin Wu leaned closer. What's up? Li Ro said, it seems your lane is Xie Yanhuai's. Huh? Lin Wu was stunned. Really? Before Li Ro could answer, cheers erupted from the surrounding audience. Lin Wu instinctively covered her ears, frowning in slight discomfort. She looked toward the entrance. The first group of athletes entered, and leading the way was none other than Xie Yanhuai. A white towel draped over his shoulder, revealing a toned chest and clearly defined abdominal muscles. He wore black swim trunks and walked with a leisurely pace. As he walked, he furrowed his sword-like brows, his expression aloof yet tinged with disdain, as if baffled by the girl's screaming. Lin Wu found it eye-straining. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, its presence impossible to ignore. Before the competition began, she quickly pulled it out. It was a message from Shun Mingluo. Please strengthen Xie, you know he's quite big there. Lin Wu was utterly shocked, frozen for a full half-minute. She stood there, a whirlwind of emotions flooding her, rendering her speechless. Please strengthen Xie, I saw you lower your head. Why aren't you saying anything? Melancholy sweet eye. Melancholy sweet, it's just the angle. Though Lin Wu had only glanced briefly before looking away, belittling Xie Yanhuai had long become her habit. Please strengthen Xie. Please strengthen Xie. Alright, I get it now. How much you despise him. Melancholy sweet. Xie Yanhuai had loved sports since childhood, and whenever he was present, the championship was his. This time was no exception. He was the first out of the water. The forums were all abuzz about his physique. Han Qi sat in the locker room, scrolling through the posts with keen interest. Xie Yanhuai finished showering and emerged from the stall, drying his hair as he walked over. So focused. What are you looking at? Han Qi smiled. The forums are all praising your body. Xie Yanhuai snorted lightly. A bunch of fangirls. They're adorable, Han Qi said with curved eyes. Xie Yanhuai dropped the topic, tossing his towel aside. I'm starving. Let's go eat. You go ahead, Han Qi said. Xie Yanhuai frowned. You have something to do. Bo Shan signed up for freestyle. Of course I'm staying to watch her make a fool of herself. Han Qi's smile was a bit rakish, tinged with malice. Xie Yanhuai shot him a glance. You're sick. He strode out of the locker room with his short, dripping wet hair, turned a corner, and came upon the meeting room. The first group of judges had finished their meeting and filed out. Lin Wu walked at the very end, wearing a loose white sweater, her face bare, and striking among the crowd. Xie Yanhuai deliberately pretended not to see her, quickening his pace as he passed the judges. Wow, it's Xie Yanhuai. So handsome. Murmurs arose from the crowd. A faint smile curved at the corner of Xie Yanhuai's lips as he strode out of the swimming venue. Outside, a fine rain fell to drizzle like threads of silk. The ground was slick, the sky dim, and the whole world seemed draped in a gray filter, visibility low. Xie Yanhuai stopped by a pillar and turned to look at the group of judges. Lin Wu was still at the very end, looking down at her phone, seemingly unaware of him. As she passed him, Xie Yanhuai cleared his throat and coughed. Lin Wu seemed to sense something and looked up. She paused, then frowned, and after a few seconds looked down again. Xie Yanhuai's brows knitted together. He crossed his arms and said irritably, Lin Wu. What? Lin Wu looked at him impatiently. She hadn't brought an umbrella today and was contacting someone to bring her one. Xie Yanhuai was annoyed by her attitude. He restrained himself and said, next week is my birthday. Oh. Lin Wu responded with little enthusiasm and started to walk away again. Xie Yanhuai's temple twitched. I'm giving you this one chance. If you don't cherish it. He paused, stepping closer to Lin Wu, and finished, there will be no future for us. With that, Xie Yanhuai turned and walked away. He stood at the top of the steps, opened his umbrella, and glanced back at Lin Wu. The corner of Lin Wu's mouth twitched. Fine, just wait for your birthday gift. A faint smile tugged at Xie Yanhuai's lips as he walked away with his umbrella. Lin Wu called Li Ma. Li Ma thought it was about the paternity test, and quickly said, I've already urged the hospital. It's not that, Lin Wu said. I'm calling to ask you to buy something for me. Li Ma replied, oh, what is it? Lin Wu said succinctly, a funeral wreath. Li Ma fell silent. After hanging up, Lin Wu scrolled through the comments on her moments. She had just posted a status, bring an umbrella to the south side of the swimming pool and get 100 yuan reward within 5 minutes. There were quite a few comments. Lin Wu had just read one when she sensed someone approaching from the steps below, finally stopping. Lin Wu's thumb paused on the screen. She looked up. Across 5 steps, Su Jingwang stood under a black umbrella, silently meeting her gaze. In the hazy light of the sky, his expression was somewhat obscure. The hand gripping the umbrella handle was exposed to the air, his skin pale and fingers slender. The crossed collar of his black hoodie rested below his Adam's apple, revealing a hint of a deep collarbone that invited imagination. Amid the drizzle, his dark eyes quietly gazed at Lin Wu. It was like the puppy Lin Wu had petted as a child, always looking up with black wet eyes. Lin Wu felt a strange itch in her heart. She cleared her throat. Did you come to pick me up? He answered softly. Lin Wu quickly ran under the umbrella. Thank you, you're such a good person. I'll transfer you the money right now. As she spoke, she tapped her phone screen. No need, Su Jingwang said, pressing her hand gently. I was just passing by. His fingers were a bit cool. Lin Wu's hand paused. Oh. She quickly deleted the previous post and made another one saying she had an umbrella, then turned off her phone. Su Jingwang asked back to the classroom or back to the dorm. Lin Wu said, just drop me off at the girls' apartment building. All right, he replied again. The two walked quietly under the umbrella, the rain drizzling endlessly. Lin Wu cleared her throat, making small talk. Did you watch the competition? I did, Su Jingwang answered quickly. His Adam's apple bobbed. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, did you like it? Lin Wu was taken aback, catching on a beat late. Like what? Xie Yanhuai's physique. Lin Wu was taken aback, staring at him, as if she couldn't fathom why he would ask that. Su Jingwang pursed his lips and added, I just saw you two. I don't like it, Lin Wu said without hesitation. He annoys me, so I never paid close attention. Good. The corners of his lips lifted almost imperceptibly. Unfortunately, Lin Wu's attention wasn't on him, so she didn't notice. When they arrived safely at the female dormitory, Lin Wu thanked him again. Little teacher, Su, you're really a good person. Su Jingwang received another good person card, responding calmly, it was nothing. Lin Wu stepped up the stairs, and as she approached the gate, she turned back as if sensing something. The young man stood at the foot of the stairs in the midst of the drizzling rain, lifting his eyes slightly and gazing at her in silence. Lin Wu couldn't describe the feeling in her heart. Her mind went blank, so she raised her hand and waved at him bye-bye. Su Jingwang nodded lightly in response. Lin Wu's dormitory was on the top floor. After returning, she first went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and found a box of small grapes. She tore off the plastic wrap, turned on the tap, and the clear water drenched the deep purple skin of the grapes. Suddenly Lin Wu recalled the moment when Xie Yanhuai walked out of the passage in the swimming pool. Then she thought of the questions Su Jingwang had asked her outside the venue. Actually, compared to Xie Yanhuai's half-hidden body, the first person she had seen completely naked was Su Jingwang. Even though she wished to forget, that memory was always vividly etched in her mind. She remembered his trembling Adam's apple as he moved the bulging muscles on his arms, the strength in his grip when he held her wrist to stop her from pinching others. And those eyes veiled with desire, illuminated by moonlight in the darkness. A knock on the door jolted Lin Wu from her chaotic thoughts. She suddenly snapped back to reality, seeing the grapes flying everywhere under the rushing water. Without bothering to dry her hands, she hastily rubbed her face. A hint of inner collapse crept in. Lin Wu, have you lost your mind? She silently scolded herself, turned off the tap, and opened the door. Outside stood Shen Minglua holding 2 packed boxes of curry rice. She raised an eyebrow. Time to eat. Lin Wu pulled the door open, making way. Come in quickly, I've washed some grapes. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Xie Yanhuai sat alone by the window, leaning against the back of the sofa, the steak on the table untouched. He lowered his head, scrolling through posts on the school forum with a grim expression. Han Shi walked over with a bottle of cola and plopped down into the opposite seat. Why the long face? Xie Yanhuai said nothing. Han Shi leaned in to take a look. Someone had taken a photo in front of the female dormitory. Lin Wu stood on the steps, and Su Jingwang held an umbrella over her head. He raised an eyebrow knowingly, then sat back, crossing his legs, and twisted open the cola as bubbles overflowed. Jealous? How could I be jealous? Xie Yanhuai snorted disdainfully, tossed his phone aside, and closed it. Han Shi took a gulp of cola. Relaxed, the young lady just didn't bring an umbrella. She even posted a moments asking for one. No umbrella. Xie Yanhuai was stunned. He hadn't noticed that earlier. The rain grew heavier, blurring the glass. At a cemetery in the northwest corner of the capital, Zhou Sun struggled to hold a black umbrella. Heavy raindrops pounded down, merging into streams along the ribs of the umbrella. A cold wind swept over, and Zhou Sun frowned. Puddles had formed on the ground, and his new shoes were already looking worse for wear. Zhou Lian usually loved to dress in flashy colors, but every year on this day, she would go barefaced, all in black, with her hair tied in a low, understated bun. The tombstone bore no name or inscription. According to Zhou Lian, she had been too poor back then and could only bury him hastily. The person buried here was said to be a younger brother she had recognized when she first ventured into society. Zhou Lian had always made Zhou Sun address him as little uncle. Having never met him, Zhou Sun found it hard to feel any emotional connection. While Zhou Lian wiped her tears, he stared at the rolling mountains in the distance, the sky hazy and misty. Perhaps because of the deep bond, Zhou Lian stayed for an entire day. She chatted about mundane household matters, but most of the time she simply gazed at the tombstone. After returning home, Zhou Sun's legs were numb, feeling as heavy as lead. Little Sun, take a shower, or you'll catch a cold. Zhou Lian, wearing a nightgown and holding a bottle of hair oil, came out of the bathroom. Zhou Sun nodded. He entered the bathroom, stripped off his soaked clothes, and turned on the old, unreliable water heater. It soon turned cold in the middle of his shower. He didn't mind, finished his shower, quickly changed into his pajamas, and slipped into bed. Zhou Sun picked up the exhilarating Infinite Loop novel he had been reading last time, flipped through a couple of pages, and soon felt his eyelids growing heavy. The phone slipped from his hand onto the pillow, and he closed his eyes. Zhou Lian had been on the phone with her best friend in the bedroom for nearly half an hour. After hanging up, she ordered takeout. While waiting, she went to the kitchen to boil 2 eggs, planning to use them for a warm compress on her eyes later. 20 minutes later, the delivery guy knocked on the door. Zhou Lian placed the takeout on the table, tore open the packaging, and called out, "Little Sun, time to eat." The side room was silent. Zhou Sun was an obedient child. Normally, he would come out as soon as she called. Frowning, Zhou Lian opened the door to the side room. After taking in the scene inside, she sighed with a frown. "He's fallen asleep at this hour. What will we do tonight?" As she spoke, she walked in and shook Zhou Sun's arm. The young man showed no response. Seeing his flushed cheeks, a sense of dread crept into her heart. Her hands trembled, and she lost all sense of time. Her well-cared-for hand quivered as it touched Zhou Sun's forehead, only to be scalded by the heat. Zhou Lian's face turned pale in an instant. She seemed to be transported back to that cold late autumn over a decade ago. The child in her arms had a red face, crying weakly, too young to even speak. She called Xie Yanhuai over and over again. Over and over she heard, "The number you have dialed is not available." Those unanswered calls were like a slow-acting poison, harmless at first, but festering over time. In the end, Zhou Lian, desperate, held her child and dialed 120. She had thought it was just a common fever. How could she have known it would take her own son's life? Her son had barely turned 2. Zhou Lian was frantic, as if reliving that hopeless day. She dialed Xie Yanhuai's number again, refusing to believe it. The phone rang as the Xie family of 3 was having dinner. Xie Yanhuai had just finished filming a drama recently, and her skin hadn't recovered, yet with fine lines around her eyes. She was asking Xie Yanhuai with a smile, "Did you have fun at the sports meet these past few days?" Xie Yanhuai replied with a flat tone, "It was okay." Xie Yanhuai was about to speak when his pocket phone rang. Assuming it was a business partner, he pulled it out without much thought. But when he saw the caller ID, he froze. Xie Yanhuai sensed something was wrong, and the smile on her face faded. "Who's calling?" Xie Yanhuai pressed the end button and chuckled, "A business partner." Xie Yanhuai's face showed no trace of a smile as she asked blandly, "Since it's a business partner, why didn't you answer?" Xie Yanhuai tossed his phone onto the table. "It's after work hours, I don't want to answer." The atmosphere at the table instantly turned awkward, and the maids nearby lowered their heads. Xie Yanhuai suddenly lost his appetite. He put down his chopsticks and took a sip of warm water. Xie Yanhuai stared silently at Xie Yanhuai. The man, now aged, no longer resembled the carefree playboy of his youth. His brows were furrowed with undisguised irritation. She curled her lips mockingly. Was it that mistress who called? Xie Yanhuai's face darkened. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" Xie Yanhuai let out a scornful laugh. "Don't you find that question utterly ridiculous?" Xie Yanhuai looked at her coldly, his gaze devoid of the former tenderness and indulgence. Xie Yanhuai said, "I've already done my utmost by allowing that illegitimate child to grow up healthy. Don't think you can give him a single cent. Look at yourself now." Xie Yanhuai's face was full of disgust. "Do you still resemble a proper matriarch? And whose fault is that?" Xie Yanhuai's voice turned icy. "You were the one who cheated, the one who got another woman pregnant. Of course you can speak so glibly." Xie Yanhuai wiped his hands with a handkerchief in irritation, tossed it casually onto the table, and went upstairs. Whenever this topic came up, the two would inevitably argue for at least 20 minutes, endlessly dredging up past grievances. In their youth, Xie Yanhuai and Xie Yanhuai had been something of a legend in Suzhou City. A dashing young aristocrat fell in love at first sight with a rising starlet at a banquet. Despite his parents' objections, he insisted on marrying her, charging headlong into the fortress of marriage. When they were in love, there were no conflicts. But after marriage, living together day after day, contradictions multiplied instead. The day Xie Yanhuai first met Zhou Lian, he had just had a huge fight with Xie Yanhuai. Unable to stay at home, he went to a bar intending to drown his sorrows in liquor. At that time, Zhou Lian had just broken up with her first love. She couldn't spend her life with a man who hesitated even over a meal out. After the breakup, she had neither a degree nor a decent skill. Fortunately, she had a pretty face, so she took up part-time jobs at various nightclubs and bars. She was a waitress. When she served drinks, Xie Yanhuai cast her a few extra glances, because there was a faint resemblance between Zhou Lian and Xie Yanhuai around the eyes and brows. That night, he drank heavily and was helped into a private room. One of his drinking companions, acting on his own, summoned Zhou Lian. In the haze of alcohol, Xie Yanhuai mistook her for Xie Yanhuai coming to take him home. The sheets were tossed, and they spent a night of passion. The next morning, when Xie Yanhuai woke up with a sore head and saw Zhou Lian, clearly his first instinct was to hide it from Xie Yanhuai, terrified that she would find out. He paid Zhou Lian off. Who would have guessed she became pregnant? By the time Xie Yanhuai learned of it, Zhou Lian was already close to giving birth. At that time, Xie Yanhuai was far away abroad filming a movie, and she would be away for. During those 6 months, Xie Yanhuai frequently visited Zhou Lian and their newborn child. Compared to Xie Yanhuai's fiery temper, Zhou Lian's gentleness was far more alluring. He gradually fell deeper. Perhaps he was too indiscreet, or Xie Yanhuai found out soon enough. She traveled across the ocean and slapped a divorce agreement in front of Xie Xingbang, demanding he choose between the two. One was his lawfully wedded wife, the other was a bar waitress with nothing but a pretty face. Which was more important was clear at a glance. He broke things off with Zhou Lian planning to secretly look her up again once Xie Yanhuai left. But Zhou Lian, taking her son, left the capital and returned to her hometown. It was then that he realized he had underestimated Zhou Lian's pride. Years passed, and Xie Xingbang grew increasingly regretful of his choice back then. What one cannot have forever stirs restlessness, a man's innate flaw. He often reminisced about the time he spent with Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian dialed the number over and over again, but still no one answered. Her face turned deathly pale. She swayed, needing to steady herself against the bedside table. Zhou Lian had been beautiful since childhood, articulate and sweet-tongued, always prevailing in social circles. Back then she had no idea that Xie Xingbang was already married, until Xie Yanhuai showed up at her door. Only then did she realize she had become the other woman. That woman wore expensive clothes that Zhou Lian had only ever seen on her phone. She looked down on her with a gaze of contempt, scrutiny, and disgust. Even now, more than a decade later, Zhou Lian still remembered it vividly. She had thought Xie Xingbang would pity her. At least she had some advantage. But she never expected the man to cast her aside so ruthlessly and decisively. Over the years it had become a deep-seated wound in Zhou Lian's heart. "Mom." A faint voice snapped Zhou Lian back to reality. Her eyes reddened, she turned to look at the single bed. Zhou Sun had woken up on his own, his cheeks flushed with fever. "Why are you crying?" Zhou Lian paused, then said, "I'm just worried about you." She pulled a thick coat from the wardrobe. "You have a fever. Put on some clothes, and I'll take you to the hospital." Zhou Sun nodded slowly, his movements sluggish. Meanwhile, at the Lin family mansion, it was a rare family dinner. Servants had been bustling about since the afternoon. Jiang Fanqing preferred peace and disliked having too many people in the house. So at Xie Yanhuai, only Aunt Li lived in permanently, while other maids came during the day and left in the evening. The Lin family mansion was teeming with servants. Butler Uncle Song carried a plate of pastries into the study. Lin Xuanxiong and Lin Yuan were seated by the window playing chess. Lin Qingyuan watched from the side. Uncle Song quietly placed the pastries on a nearby table. Lin Xuanxiong tossed the black piece casually onto the board, conceding defeat. "I lost. Let Qingyuan play with you." Lin Yuan snorted. "You can't even focus on the game." That worried. Lin Xuanxiong took a sip of tea. "She's been off lately. Your mother isn't going to eat you." Lin Yuan waved his hand helplessly. "Go on, get out of here. You're annoying me just by looking at you." In the living room outside, Song Xian was recounting amusing stories from her time abroad, making Wu Mingjin laugh incessantly. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sat together on a long sofa, appearing to have an excellent relationship. Jiang Fanqing sat alone on a single-seater sofa. Her expression was blank, or rather she had grown accustomed to it. Song Xian was a daughter of the Song family, a match well-suited to the Lin family. Wu Mingjin was very satisfied with this second daughter-in-law. From Wu Mingjin's lips, Jiang Fanqing forever heard only criticism and discontent. Lin Xuanxiong saw this scene the moment he entered. Jiang Fanqing looked particularly thin, her silhouette appearing even more solitary. He took a deep breath, walked straight over, picked a tangerine from the fruit basket, and began peeling it slowly and deliberately. Wu Mingjin glared at the rascal. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xuanxiong handed the tangerine to her, curling his lips into a smile. "I heard Dad say you got a new cat. Take me to see it, will you? Then hurry up and come over." Wu Mingjin took the tangerine, stood up, and walked toward the door. Lin Xuanxiong followed. Song Xian swallowed the rest of her words. She picked up a tangerine, feigning casualness. "Big brother really cares about you." Jiang Fanqing said nothing. Song Xian tilted her head. "I heard there's news about Xiao Bao. Have you found him?" Jiang Fanqing turned her head to look at her. Song Xian had a very gentle face, and when she smiled her eyes curved like crescent moons, making her look extremely deceptive. With no one else around, the malice in her eyes was undisguised, bared openly before Jiang Fanqing. Jiang Fanqing gazed at her silently, without uttering a word. Finding none of the expected sorrow or grief, Song Xian felt rather bored. "Sister-in-law seems to have moved on, doesn't look too heartbroken anymore." Jiang Fanqing replied expressionlessly. "Not everyone is like you, sister-in-law, blessed with a blissful family and an unchanging nature. As time passes, people always change." Lin Wu, who had just arrived at the hall entrance, heard these words and unconsciously halted. Little Aunt Song Xian was also stunned. She remained silent for a long time, and when she spoke again she stammered, Is that so?" "Yes, it is." Jiang Fanqing looked at her and smiled softly. "After studying abroad, dear sister-in-law, you are still as foul-mouthed and foolish as ever, with a heart dirtier than a toilet bowl. How enviable, isn't it?" "You?" Song Xian snapped, flustered and exasperated. How can you be like this? Lin Wu cleared his throat, struggling to suppress a smile as he walked and pretending not to have heard their earlier conversation. What's going on? Why are you so angry? Before the second branch of the family went abroad, Lin Wu had been closer to his uncle and aunt. This time Song Xian had brought back many gifts for Lin Wu. But they had just gotten off the car in a hurry and hadn't had time to catch up. Song Xian, always aware that Lin Wu wasn't close to Jiang Fanqing, sniffled and put on a hypocritical look of forbearance. It's nothing. Your mother is in a bad mood and scolded me a bit. I can take it. What? Lin Wu's eyes widened, his tone rising. My mom scolded you, eh? Jiang Fanqing's eyelashes trembled slightly. She bent down, picked an orange from the fruit bowl, and focused on peeling it, as if uninterested in the topic. Song Xian took a tissue, folded it, and dabbed at the corner of her eye. Just a few harsh words. Your mother is in a bad mood, so it probably wasn't intentional. Off. Lin Wu drawled, blinking in confusion. Can't be right. My mom usually doesn't talk much, as she's not the type to say hurtful things. Song Xin's wiping motion paused, and she looked at Lin Wu in surprise. What did you say? Lin Wu wore a concerned expression. I mean, you might have misunderstood, Andy. My mom is usually very quiet. Ask 10 questions, and she might answer one. So she probably wouldn't yell at anyone. Song Xian was displeased. Are you implying I'm falsely accusing her? That's not what I meant, Lin Wu continued, playing dumb. I just think you might have misunderstood. Song Xian frowned. She just said I have a mouth dirtier than a toilet bowl. Is that a misunderstanding too? Lin Wu blinked. Well, that statement needs to be viewed dialectically. How do you view it dialectically? Song Xin's face turned green. Lin Wu said with a straight face, a freshly used toilet bowl is definitely dirty, but once you flush it with water, isn't it clean? Song Xian nearly choked on her breath. She glanced at Jiang Fanqing, who was eating her orange with her head down, seemingly indifferent to the topic, and showing no interest in her own daughter siding with an outsider. In front of Lin Wu, she had always maintained the persona of a considerate little aunt. Suppressing the urge to curse him out, she bit her lip and said, You have a point. I might have misunderstood. A servant stood at the door and announced respectfully, dinner is ready. Please move to the West Hall. Meanwhile, at Huada-affiliated hospital, it was still packed, even in the evening. Lima paced anxiously in the corridor. The test results hadn't come out yet, and she couldn't hold it in any longer, so she hurried to the restroom. When she came out of the stall, a woman in a long dress walked toward her. Her face was well maintained, but she had sprayed far too much perfume. The cheap perfume smelled unpleasant, so Lima took a closer look. After washing her hands and shaking off the water, she stepped out of the restroom and noticed a teenage boy crouching by the pillar opposite. He was very young, dressed all in black with flushed cheeks, and looking listless. Lima took a few steps, then backed up again, her eyes wide with bewilderment and astonishment. Zhou Sun crouched too low, his upturned collar raised too high. Lima, with her backside sticking out and bent over, strained to study the young man's face from a few steps away. Zhou Sun vaguely sensed someone watching him, but he was too exhausted to even muster the strength to speak. It was Zhou Lian, who emerged from the restroom humming a tune while applying hand cream, until she saw a middle-aged woman leering at her son. What are you doing? Zhou Lian hastily tossed the hand cream into her bag and strode over aggressively. The fruity scent of the hand cream mingled with the cheap perfume on her body, and when it blew straight into Lima's face, she was almost blinded by the stench. Lima paused for a breath, a smile plastered on her face. I just saw this child, didn't seem well, wanted to check on him. Is he your child? He's my son. Zhou Lian crossed her arms and glared at her. No need for your concern. Lima was taken aback. Why was this woman so aggressive? I didn't mean anything by it, Lima explained. I have 2 children at home about the same age as this kid, so I just took a closer look. Oh. Zhou Lian bent down to help Zhou Sun up, saying flatly, well, thank you then. Lima was speechless. In those few brief exchanges, she concluded that this woman had a short temper and wasn't easy to get along with. So she had no choice but to silently follow the 2 of them. She noted the room number and quietly left. At the Xie family's dining room, the atmosphere was as freezing as sub-zero temperatures, the air thick with suffocating silence. The usually glamorous movie star and CEO in public had shed their veneer of civility, their faces twisted in fury. Xie Yanhuai stood by the long table, one hand propped on it, staring at Xie Xingbang expressionlessly. Xie Xingbang held his phone, replied to a message. He straightened his tie, which had been pulled askew, and rose in silence. Xie Yanhuai curled her lips mockingly and asked, do you absolutely have to go to that hospital? Xie Xingbang raised a finger and pointed at Xie Yanhuai. I'll say it one last time, Xiao Sun is just as much my flesh and blood as Xiao Huai. He's sick and in the hospital now. I must go and no one can stop me. Xie Yanhuai let out a scoff. Hospitalized? It's probably just a cold or a fever. Xie Xingbang. What do you mean? Nothing. Xie Yanhuai turned around. Go ahead if you must. Congratulations on your family of 3 reuniting soon. She went upstairs and stopped at the corner, pressing one hand against the glass railing. The icy sensation transmitted clearly to her mind, but it couldn't compare to the chill in Xie Yanhuai's heart. She waited in silence, hearing the roar of the engine as the car sped away. She was an actress. In her 20-year career, she had played too many joys and sorrows, immersed herself in countless different lives. She knew well that love was fleeting. Xie Yanhuai had long since changed his heart. What she should do now was let him go. But trapped in the situation, she hesitated, wanting to give up, yet unwilling. Footsteps sounded on the stairs. Xie Yanhuai snapped back to reality and looked up. Xie Yanhuai stood at the top of the stairs with a cold expression, asking, "Where did he go?" Xie Yanhuai pressed her lips together. "The hospital." "Which hospital, eh?" Xie Yanhuai pressed on. Xie Yanhuai evaded the question. "What are you planning to do?" "My little brother is sick. As his older brother, it's only natural I go visit him." Xie Yanhuai stepped down the stairs and asked again, "Which hospital?" Xie Yanhuai gave the name of the hospital. Xie Yanhuai left without looking back. Lima hid in the hot water room. When she saw a nurse passing by, she put on a kind smile and asked, "Nurse, what happened to the patient in bed 23? The nurse looked at her in confusion. "Are you a family member of the patient in bed 23? "No." Lima quickly corrected herself. Yes. The nurse let out an, "Oh," and said, "Then why don't you just go in and ask?" Lima was speechless, her face turning green. The nurse frowned. "Are you the family member of the patient in bed 23? "I am," Lima said quickly, thinking on her feet. "I'm the child's grandmother. I had a little disagreement with his mother, and she's not talking to me now." "I see," the nurse said. "Don't worry, it's just a simple fever and cold." After the nurse left, Lima pondered and felt that the young man looked a bit like Lin Wu. Although many people in the world look alike, a slight resemblance was nothing unusual. But Lima couldn't shake the unease in her heart, feeling deeply worried. She had always trusted her intuition. Lima took a deep breath, pulled out her phone, and made a call to Lin Wu. When the phone rang, the dinner table was maintaining a facade of pleasantness. Lin Wu pulled out her phone, glanced at the caller ID, cleared her throat, and stood up. Just as she was about to step out, someone tugged at her clothes. "What?" She was in a hurry to leave, so her tone was harsh. Lin was taken aback and asked irritably, "What call is so important you have to step out?" At that, everyone at the table turned to look. Lin Wu silently cursed him out in her mind. She gave an awkward smile and made an excuse. "My best friend called me. It's quieter outside." Lin Yuan was always lenient with the younger generation. Go ahead. Lin Wu took her phone and went out. The evening wind was chilly, so she tightened her sleeves and answered the call. "Did we get the results?" "Not yet." Lima spoke rapidly. "I just ran into someone at the hospital who looks a lot like Xiaoxi. He seems young, but his style is a bit flashy." Lin Wu's heart skipped a beat. "Is it that green-haired kid from the police station last time?" Yes, that's him. And he has earrings too," reminded Lima, suddenly recalled. Lin Wu frowned. "Is he sick?" "Yes, he has a fever," Lima said. Lin Wu hung up and was about to go inside to grab a jacket when Lin Si leaned against a pillar by the small garden, one long leg supporting his weight, the other slightly bent. The wind tousled his golden hair. His narrow black eyes narrowed. Who has a fever? He had clearly just arrived and missed the earlier part of the conversation. Lin Wu patted her chest, still shaken. "You really scared me." Lin Si gritted his teeth. "Is Xie Yanhuai the one with a fever?" "No." Lin Wu glared at him in exasperation. "I'm seriously starting to suspect you have a crush on Xie Yanhuai." With that, she turned and walked into the West Hall, leaving Lin Si alone with goosebumps. Light and shadow flickered. Zhang Fanqing sat by the window, the chandelier illuminating her entirely. She said nothing, leaning back in her chair, appearing to listen to others, but also seeming detached. She stood out from those around her. "Mom." Lin Wu spoke with difficulty. Zhang Fanqing turned his head at the sound. "What's wrong?" Lin Wu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The report still hadn't come out, and he couldn't explain Zhou Sun's identity. After a long hesitation, Lin Wu said, "My friend is sick. Can you come with me to see him?" Zhang Fanqing's face showed unmistakable surprise. Even Lin Chuanqiong looked over. He put down his chopsticks, a hint of shock in his voice. "Your mother knows your friend?" "Yes," Lin Wu nodded. Lin Chuanqiong turned to Zhang Fanqing, his eyes filled with both surprise and delight. He knew how agonizing the past decade had been for Zhang Fanqing. On the day Xiao Bao was lost, she hadn't originally planned to go out. She had decided to leave on a whim. Right after Xiao Bao disappeared, Zhang Fanqing's anger was directed at the nanny. As time passed, it turned inward. She began to regret why she had gone out that day. She started to believe it was her own fault. Once a person feels they are in the wrong, their spirit fades away. Zhang Fanqing froze. "I don't." The memory of that night at the police station suddenly surfaced, and her hands began to tremble. Is it the one from last time?" "Yes," Lin Wu nodded. Zhang Fanqing said, "I'll go see him." She stood up, but Song Xian put down her chopsticks and demanded, Hey, we're having a family dinner. Where are you going? Something urgent came up, Jiang Fanqing said, slipping on her coat. Sorry, I need to leave first. Stop right there. Wu Mingjin set down her soup spoon to clink against the porcelain bowl, neither too loud nor too soft. Her tone was flat. What urgent matter could be more important than a family reunion dinner? Throughout this, Lin Yuan ate slowly, saying nothing, his expression unchanged. He was always like this. As long as things didn't escalate or involve him directly, he just became invisible. Lin Xingyuan smiled placatingly. Mom. Before he could finish, Song Xian stomped hard on his foot. She wore high heels and didn't hold back. The pain nearly made Lin Xingyuan lose his composure. He glared at Song Xian unhappily. Song Xian met his gaze without flinching. With everyone at the table watching, Lin Xingyuan had no choice but to swallow his words. Now that Xingyuan is back, there will be plenty of opportunities for family dinners. Lin Chuanxiong used the serving chopsticks to place a piece of Wu Mingxin's favorite dish on her plate. Let Fanqing go this time. Lin Chuanxiong. Wu Mingjin glared at him irritably. Lin Chuanxiong kept a smile on his face. He wiped his hands and instructed, Wu, take your mother with you. Lin Wu clicked her tongue. She hadn't seen her father look so cool and defiant in a long time. It was a bit unfamiliar. Got it, she replied. Driver Wang was waiting outside. Lin Wu told him the hospital name. Just as she and Jiang Fanqing got into the car, Lin Si squeezed in as well. I'm coming too. Lin Wu leaned against the window and snorted. Copycat. Lin Si rolled his eyes. Don't flatter yourself. I'm doing this for Mom. Jiang Fanqing was startled. She seemed a bit unused to the atmosphere. After a quiet moment, she smiled. All right. She repeated those two words, patting Lin Wu with one hand and Lin Si with the other, as if to comfort them. Lin Wu suddenly felt a sting in her nose and turned to look out the window. She couldn't quite describe her feelings. There was sadness, heartache, and a sense of grievance. She ached for all the suffering Mrs. Jiang had endured, yet she also felt sorrow that she had never experienced much maternal love growing up. She could understand that Mrs. Jiang's past experiences had led her to neglect her, but grievances were not rational. Emotions churned within her like a storm. Lin Wu stared out the window. The dazzling neon lights flickered before her tear-filled eyes, blurring into a hazy glow. People were truly strange. As children, they laughed and cried loudly, desperate for others to notice. As adults, they hid their joys and sorrows. She held back for a long time, biting her lip to stifle the tears. But her phone vibrated softly in her pocket. Lin Wu took a deep breath and pulled it out. Teacher Xiao Su, have you done your math homework? Lin Wu. Such a cold remark. Melancholy sweet, don't want to do it. Teacher Xiao Su, why? Melancholy sweet, I'm really sad and melancholy right now. Teacher Xiao Su, Teacher Xiao Su, then go ahead and be sad first. After you're done, do the homework. Melancholy sweet. All her sadness was cast aside. Lin Wu asked from the bottom of her heart, are you a demon? Teacher Xiao Su, doing math problems will make you feel less sad. Below there was a cute emoji of a kitten raising its paw. He never used WeChat's own emojis when chatting, let alone sent stickers. This was his first time, and Lin Wu found it a bit novel. Though the sticker was clearly stolen from her. Melancholy sweet, who told you that? The chat box showed typing for a long time, and Lin Wu waited patiently. Teacher Xiao Su, I've always been like this. Lin Wu was stunned. Teacher Xiao Su, I've been through many sad times and I got through them by doing math and physics problems. Teacher Xiao Su, your physics foundation isn't solid, yet so math problems are more useful for now. Lin Wu rested her arm against the window, propping her head on her hand, her phone on her lap. She stared at that message for a long time. Melancholy sweet, many sad times. Teacher Xiao Su, yes. Teacher Xiao Su, I'm always sad when you bully me. Lin Wu was instantly overwhelmed by guilt. Melancholy sweet, but you always seem so calm about it. Teacher Xiao Su, do you want me to cry for you? Lin Wu. That won't be necessary. She typed earnestly, don't worry, I won't bully you anymore from now on. Teacher Xiao Su, you can bully me as long as it's not because of Xie Yanhuai. Melancholy sweet, what's the difference? Teacher Xiao Su, there is. Lin Wu. Could it be that you like me? The thought flashed through her mind, but was quickly dismissed. Impossible. She had always bullied him. Who would like someone like that? Unless Su Jingwang was a masochist. She followed his lead and replied, don't worry, from now on I'll only bully him because of you. Su Jingwang didn't reply for a long time. Lin Wu put away her phone. At the hospital, the ward was brightly lit. The four dripped in, and Zhou Sun's whole body burned with fever. He sank into the soft pillow, his breath hot. It's just a fever. I don't need to be hospitalized. He didn't want to spend extra money. Xie Xingbang sent living expenses every month, so they weren't actually strapped for cash, but Zhou Lian was always extravagant. She loved wearing designer clothes and watches. Zhou Sun was already used to saving money. Your father will be here soon, Zhou Lian said, sitting to one side. Just stay and show him. Zhou Sun wearily closed his eyes. He was still in a private room, with only Zhou Lian present. The room was quiet, though some commotion drifted from the corridor outside. fragments of footsteps and conversations seeping through the slightly ajar door. The sound struck Zhou Sun's ears with a surreal quality. He raised his other hand to his forehead, wanting to say something, but the words died on his lips. From a very young age he had known that Zhou Lian had suffered greatly to give birth to him, enduring all kinds of harassment from Xie Xingbang's wife, and even having a premature delivery. With that premise in mind, he had no confidence to utter any words. He owed too much and had no way to begin. After an unknown length of time, the ward door opened. He heard Zhou Lian's voice brimming with grievance. "You actually came. Since I promised I would come, I won't go back on my word." A deep voice rang out abruptly in the room. Zhou Sun slowly opened his eyes. Through blurry vision, he saw Xie Xingbang impeccably dressed in a suit standing by the bed with a look of concern. Zhou Sun found this concern somewhat laughable. Throughout his entire upbringing, the role of father had always been absent. When Xie Xingbang reached out to feel his forehead, Zhou Sun instinctively turned his face away. The man's palm carried the scent of tobacco smoke. It paused for a few seconds before being withdrawn without a trace. Xie Xingbang asked Zhou Lian, "What happened? Why the sudden fever?" Zhou Lian's ability to lie was masterful. Sun was out playing with some friends and got caught in the rain on the way back. Xie Xingbang sat down on the sofa nearby. The driver had brought a fruit basket and he picked out an apple, beginning to peel it with unpracticed hands as he spoke, his tone carrying a faint reproach. "You're not a child anymore. How could you make such a basic mistake?" Perhaps it was the day spent in the rain, or maybe it was because he was ill, but the taut string that had been tightly wound inside him suddenly snapped. Zhou Sun braced himself with one hand on the bed and struggled to sit up. He shivered, his dark eyes fixed unblinkingly on Xie Xingbang. "In front of me, drop that CEO act of yours." Xie Xingbang was taken aback. No one had ever dared to be so brazen in his presence before. Even Xie Yanhuai would only show his displeasure through a sour expression, never daring to say anything. Moreover, Zhou Sun usually played the part of the obedient child in front of him. He stared at Zhou Sun in shock, his voice full of incredulity. "What did you say?" Zhou Lian also froze for a moment, lightly patting Zhou Sun's shoulder. "How are you talking to your father?" Zhou Sun's tone was calm, but firm as he repeated himself. "I said in front of me, drop that CEO act of yours. It carries no weight at all. It's utterly ridiculous." The driver, who had been waiting by the door, heard this and quietly slipped away, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Xie Xingbang glared at Zhou Sun for a long moment, then turned his head and unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Zhou Lian. "Look at the fine son you've raised, utterly devoid of manners." Zhou Lian defended herself weakly. "I didn't." Xie Xingbang placed his hands on his hips, took 2 sharp, deep breaths, and then stared at Zhou Sun with bewilderment. The young man's one hand hung by his side, while the other within 4 drip rested on the blanket. His hair was a messy tumble over his forehead, and his pale cheeks bore a flush from the fever. Yet his eyes were pitch black, staring back with a cold, detached gaze. A strange pang struck Xie Xingbang's heart. He assumed the stern demeanor of a father. "Look at yourself now. Do you have any upbringing left?" "I never had a father," Zhou Sun replied, as if finding the statement absurd. He gave a faint wry smile. "Where would I have learned manners?" The ward fell silent for a brief moment. "Zhou Sun," Zhou Lian, frantic, was the first to scold. "How dare you speak to your father like that?" Zhou Sun curled his lips into a thoroughly frivolous smile. "I don't have a father." "Zhou Sun," Xie Xingbang's voice deepened. When he was angry, he didn't raise his voice or sharpen his tone like Zhou Lian. Instead, he remained polite and dignified, yet his tone and gaze made you feel as though you were the one at fault. "Look at yourself now." Xie Xingbang stood by the bed, his suit with a notched lapel, his tie impeccable. He looked down at Zhou Sun on the hospital bed. "Do you deserve the love your mother has given you all these years?" Before Zhou Sun could answer, Xie Xingbang's tone was utterly arrogant. "And look at this hair of yours. What color have you dyed it? How is that any different from a street punk?" "No difference." His head throbbed with sharp pain. Zhou Sun endured it. "No difference. I am a punk." "Zhou Sun." Zhou Lian stepped over and tapped Zhou Sun's shoulder, not holding back her strength. His body swayed. Her voice was shrill. "How dare you speak to your father like that? When he gives you a few words of advice, you just listen obediently." Xie Xingbang continued. "I've seen your report card. It's utterly dreadful." Zhou Sun didn't look at Zhou Lian, yet he could still feel her gaze upon him like an invisible net, vast, dense, suffocating. He instinctively clutched the bedsheet, trying to muster some courage. "I'm terrible at school." Zhou Sun raised his head to look at Xie Xingbang. "Isn't that good son of yours a top student?" "Go find him then." Xie Yanhuai, who had just arrived at the inpatient building entrance, heard these words. He stopped in his tracks. He wanted to know how Xie Xingbang. Throughout his upbringing, Xie Xingbang had always been a kind father to Xie Yanhuai. Ji Huai was a typical strict mother. When Xie Yanhuai was very young, she already arranged a good marriage for him, hired a team of nutritionists for meals, engaged many tutors to teach various skills, and meticulously analyzed every test score since he started school. Xie Xingbang didn't interfere much. He rarely asked about Xie Yanhuai's grades. Most of the time, he would grant whatever Xie Yanhuai wanted. Xie Yanhuai stood there with a cold, hard expression, tall and slender. He wore a high-quality black coat, hands in his pockets, and looked over with a blank face. When he learned that Xie Xingbang had an illegitimate child outside, his sense of insecurity reached its peak. Why bring him up out of nowhere? Xie Xingbang finished scolding, then quickly softened his tone. He's my son, and so are you. Besides, I want you to succeed more. Zhou Sun was stunned. Before he could react, the ward door was suddenly kicked open. The three of them turned to look at the entrance. Xie Yanhuai stood there with a cold, hard expression, tall and slender. He wore a high-quality black coat, hands in his pockets, and looked over with a blank face. Xiaohuai. Xie Xingbang spoke, first clearly surprised. What are you doing here? Can't I come? Xie Yanhuai retorted expressionlessly. Oh, come as you please, right? Zhou Yin smiled, and tried to smooth things over. She picked an orange from the fruit basket, and, oh, come as you please, right? Zhou Yin smiled, and tried to smooth things over. She picked an orange from the fruit basket, and walked forward while peeling it. She originally intended to hand it to Xie Yanhuai, but his expression was too terrifying. Afraid, she stopped 2 steps away and offered it. Have an orange. It's really sweet. Zhou Sun gripped the blanket tightly. He rarely saw Zhou Yin with such an expression, as if she were ingratiating herself, and she seldom peeled an orange for him. Now he suddenly realized, oh, so she could be like this too. It was just that she had never been this way with him. I find it dirty, like a little princess who needed to be pampered. Now he suddenly realized, oh, so she could be like this too. It was just that she had never been this way with him. I find it dirty. A look of clear disgust flashed across Xie Yanhuai's face. Zhou Lian's smile froze. She could no longer maintain her surface gentleness, silently put away the orange, and sniffled. As she expected, Xie Yanhuai was indeed irritated. What are you pretending to be hurt about? Zhou Lian's years of acting skills manifested in that moment. She let out a soft sob and choked out. You might have misunderstood. I'm not pretending. I just wanted to show you some care. Zhou Lian's years of acting skills manifested in that moment. She let out a soft sob and choked out. You might have misunderstood. Tears welled in Zhou Lian's eyes, strands of hair falling by her face. She turned her gaze to Xie Xingbang. Xie Xingbang was startled, then his heartbeat quickened. Zhou Lian spoke. You look like your father, so I wanted to be kind to you. Xie Xingbang was moved and took a step forward. Lian. Xie Yanhuai watched coldly from the sidelines. As the two embraced, he took out his phone, opened the camera, and pressed the shutter. Click. The embracing pair instantly separated. On the hospital bed, Zhou Sun watched expressionlessly, as if viewing a farce. Xie Xingbang pointed at Xie Yanhuai. What do you think you're doing? Xie Yanhuai held up his phone. You haven't divorced my mother yet. Do you know what this behavior of yours is? He said softly. Adultery. Xie Xingbang seemed to find it absurd. What are you trying to say? Xie Yanhuai put away his phone. My mother has quite a few followers on Weibo, doesn't she? Who do you think will be more embarrassed if this blows up? For years, Xie Xingbang and Ji Huai had been known in the entertainment industry as the sweetest couple in history. Ji Huai's grand wedding with Xie Xingbang had generated much discussion. Many thought a celebrity marrying into a wealthy family wouldn't last, and some even predicted they would divorce within 10 years. More than a decade passed, and their relationship remained stable with no scandals exposed. Xie Xingbang had built a good image through this. More than a decade passed, and their relationship remained stable with no scandals exposed. Xie Xingbang had built a good image through this. Xie Xingbang narrowed his eyes. Zhou Lian felt a secret joy but still pretended to care about Xie Xingbang. Xiaohuai, your father and I have nothing to do with each other now. Don't misunderstand. This is not a place for you to speak. Xie Yanhuai twisted his brows in disgust. An orange flew through the air, heading straight for Xie Yanhuai. He quickly stepped back and the orange grazed his shoulder, hitting the door with a dull thud. He looked toward the hospital bed. The young man's lips were pale, his face sickly. And who the hell do you think you are? Xie Yanhuai stared at him for a few seconds, then let out a laugh. Zhou Sun, if I were you, I wouldn't have the face to keep living in this world. Zhou Sun looked back at him expressionlessly. Your mother is a homewrecker, a mistress who destroyed another family. And you're the bastard child who stole someone else's father. Shamelessness runs in the blood. Xie Yanhuai's words were venomous. Zhou Sun watched him, his face unchanged, but a gaping hole was torn through his heart. His fingers instinctively loosened their grip on the blanket. The very second they relaxed before he could even react, Zhou Lian suddenly embraced him. The cheap perfume on the woman was pungent, mingling with the scent of hand cream. Zhou Sun was startled. Zhou Lian held him, her face buried against his shoulder, sobbing. Xiao Sun, it's all Mom's fault. I've ruined you. Zhou Sun was silent. His dark eyes shifted, and he watched Zhou Lian quietly. He had seen her cry many times before, but each time it was an act. Except on the anniversary of that nameless person's death. This time was also an act. There were hardly any tears, only a great deal of noise. Xie Xingbang's heart softened. He stepped forward hesitantly, reaching out to pat Zhou Lian's shoulder. Xiao Lian. Zhou Lian gave no response, only sobbing against Zhou Sun's shoulder. From Xie Yanhuai's perspective, the three of them looked like a happy family. He curled his lips in mockery. What's this? Trying to disgust me deliberately. Veins bulged on Xie Xingbang's temple. Shut up. As father and son confronted each other, Zhou Sun remained motionless. When Zhou Lian finally straightened up, he unconsciously touched the side of his neck. Zhou Lian's tears had fallen there. His middle finger was slightly wet. Zhou Sun lowered his hand, staring at the glistening moisture on his fingertip. How much of these tears was genuine? Or perhaps none at all? The fever slowed his thoughts, and he muddled over the question, does she truly love me? Zhou Sun looked back on his brief life of a little over a decade. From childhood in a rundown village suffering scorn, then following Zhou Lian from city to city. Just as he grew accustomed to one life, and made a few playmates, they would uproot and move again. As a result, he had no lasting friends now. He disliked school, and Zhou Lian indulged him. Unless the homeroom teacher called, she rarely forced him to attend. He loved motorcycles. Zhou Lian bought him a cheap second-hand one as a birthday gift, yet her handbags cost more than that bike. Whenever he caught a cold or fever, Zhou Lian fussed over him, urging him to go to the hospital, but once there she seldom stayed to care for him. Truth mixed with lies, lies tangled with truth. He couldn't tell the difference. Apart from Zhou Lian, no one else was kind to him. A sharp slap suddenly jolted Zhou Sun from his dazed thoughts. He looked toward the sound. Xie Xingbang's hand was suspended in midair, trembling slightly, his face flushed with anger. Xie Yanhuai's cheek was turned slightly, his fair skin bore a distinct red handprint. Zhou Lian was stunned. Belatedly, she tried to mediate. Don't do that. The child is grown. I have no such disrespectful son, declared Xie Xingbang without hesitation. Xie Yanhuai's words had been too harsh, and Xie Xingbang was now at the peak of his rage, deaf to any persuasion. Xie Yanhuai instinctively raised a hand to touch his cheek, then let it fall. His narrow eyes glinted with hatred. Good. Then I don't want a faithless, cheating, womanizing father either. With those words, he turned and walked out. Zhou Lian's heart rejoiced, but her face showed concern. Oh dear, he's just a child, too young to understand. Why bother arguing with him? Xie Xingbang's temper cooled slightly, though he remained stubborn. He's been spoiled rotten by his mother. He needs discipline. Discipline doesn't mean this kind of punishment, Zhou Lian said softly, patting his shoulder. Go after him before something happens. Xie Xingbang was silent for a moment, then tugged at his tie and left. Zhou Lian followed. The ward fell silent again. The clamor receded like the tide withdrawing from the shore. Yet Zhou Sun still felt as if he were drowning. His ears muffled his breath, failing, the salt water stinging his eyes until they ached and burned. He wanted to cry, but no tears would come. He leaned back against the headboard, one hand on the blanket, the other picking at his nails. Over and over he picked at his thumb, then his ring finger, middle finger, pinky. A repetitive cycle. It seemed this small gesture could soothe his emotions. Xie Yanhuai stepped out of the inpatient building, and a gust of cold wind swept toward him. He instinctively turned up his collar, but it was useless. He had rushed out in such a hurry, thinly dressed, and the wind poured in through his collar and sleeves. Yet the cold outside was nothing compared to the chill within. Xie Yanhuai walked aimlessly. As he passed the southeast parking lot, he was about to move on when he caught sight of a familiar figure. Lin Wu was walking slightly behind, wearing a white fitted dress. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and the vintage heavy metal tassel earrings at her side were hard to miss. She had likely just come from some formal event. The jade bracelet on her wrist was clearly valuable. Glittering jewels and costly diamonds paled beside her face. With a light touch of makeup, even in the biting autumn wind, she looked like a masterpiece painted by a meticulous artist. Her black hair lifted, brushing against her jawline, settling on her cherry-red lips. She casually brushed it away. Lin Wu. The name escaped his lips without a thought. Lin Wu was startled, her earrings swaying as she looked around in confusion. Xie Yanhuai stood in a somewhat secluded spot, so she didn't see him at first. But Lin Si noticed him first. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, tugged Lin Wu's arm, and tilted his chin in Xie Yanhuai's direction. Over there. Oh. Lin Wu caught sight of Xie Yanhuai and couldn't be bothered to move. She raised her voice. What? Jiang Fanqing glanced at Xie Yanhuai and stood by in silence. In the past, she would have greeted him for her daughter's sake, but since Lin Wu didn't like him anymore, she couldn't even be bothered with a hello. Xie Yanhuai had no choice but to walk over. His voice was rough. Why are you at the hospital? Obviously I'm here for a reason. People don't come to the hospital for no reason, Lin Wu replied impatiently. Xie Yanhuai pressed his lips into a thin line. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Lin Si with his head down, chuckling. He clenched his fists at his sides, annoyance creeping in. What's with that tone? I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to chat with you, Lin Wu said without looking back. I'm off. Xie Yanhuai stared at her retreating figure, his fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. He turned and made a phone call. Han Shi answered quickly. Hello. Come out for a drink, Xie Yanhuai said. Maybe next time. Hanshi declined. I still have some things to take care of. Hanshi declined. I still have some things to take care of. Aunt Li was sitting on the bench on the first floor. She held a half-drunk bottle of coffee bought from the vending machine, glancing back and forth. When she caught sight of the three people entering, she instantly sprang up with excitement and rushed over. Oh, you're finally here. Lin Wu smiled and said the traffic on the way was terrible. That area was packed with students getting out of school. Jiang Fanqing asked eagerly which ward. Aunt Li said 5th floor. Let's take the elevator first. The elevator was crowded. Lin Wu stood beside Aunt Li and whispered, did the results come out? Aunt Li shook her head. The doctor said we still need to wait for the stamp. Lin Wu was speechless. Why is it so slow? Aunt Li covered her mouth. This identification process is troublesome enough. This is already an expedited case. Lin Wu. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor. Jiang Fanqing was the first to step out. The door of the ward was pushed open. Zhou Sun lifted his heavy eyelids and glanced. 2 nurses entered to change his foredrip. One nurse asked, where's your mother? Zhou Sun said she went out. The nurse paused. Where did she go? Zhou Sun stared at the foredrip, his voice hoarse. I don't know. The nurse nodded. You can't be left alone. They'll check the hot water room. The other nurse, presumably an intern, stood by the bedside waiting for the first nurse to return. She seemed a bit awkward and asked, does your hand hurt? The young nurse quickly smiled and said, your mother is here. Zhou Sun's eyelashes trembled. He lifted his head to look. It wasn't Zhou Yan. It was the woman who had helped. The young nurse smiled awkwardly, too embarrassed to say more. That's good. Half a minute later the ward door was pushed open. The young nurse turned around as if saved. In came a beautiful woman. More striking than her face was her aura, like a lily glistening with morning dew. The young nurse quickly smiled and said, your mother is here. Zhou Sun's eyelashes trembled. He lifted his head to look. It wasn't Zhou Yan. It was the woman who had held him and cried outside the police station last time. He was stunned. Jiang Fanqing stood at the ward door frozen for a long moment. Last time they met she had truly believed it was a misunderstanding. After all, there were so many people who looked alike, and this child's age didn't match Xiao Bao's. The age alone had completely extinguished the hope in her heart. Seeing him lying in the hospital bed today looking weary and miserable made her heart ache as well. It was like the time when Lin Wu was 9 and fell gravely ill. She couldn't sleep night after night, tending to him with the utmost care, lighting incense after incense before the Buddha. Jiang Fanqing snapped back to reality. She quickly stepped forward, stood by the bedside. Jiang Fanqing snapped back to reality. She quickly stepped forward, stood by the bedside, examined the foredrip, and asked softly, what happened to you? Her voice was so gentle, her tone careful, her face filled with evident concern. Zhou Sun said involuntarily, fever. Jiang Fanqing nodded, relieved. It's getting cold now. You should wear more clothes from now on. For Zhou Sun, this remark was a bit presumptuous. But he also liked this feeling of being cared for. He was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. On the bench by the door, Lin Wu sat in the middle with Lin Si on his left and Aunt Li on his right. Aunt Li whispered in Lin Wu's ear, except for the age, he's exactly like the young master in every way. Lin Wu was taken aback, then said, anyway, the report will be out soon. Well, no then. Even as she said this, deep down, she was already leaning toward the belief that Zhou Sun was the lost Xiao Bao. But why was he 15? How did Zhou Lian manage to pull off such a deception? The nurse looked around the hot water room, but found no one. When she returned to the ward, she was somewhat surprised to see Jiang Fanqing. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that someone is here. If you feel unwell, call us anytime. With that, she left with the intern. Zhou Sun sat on the bed, gazing silently toward the window. The curtains were not drawn, outside was a pitch-black, deep sky. Jiang Fanqing stood by the window, her dark hair coiled up with a few stray strands falling by her ear. She seemed a bit uneasy. Her gaze fell on his face, then quickly shifted to the bedside table beside him. The bedside table was bare except for an exquisite fruit basket. Jiang Fanqing's hands hanging by her side curled slightly. Would you like some water? She asked. Zhou Sun was taken aback. He had thought Jiang Fanqing would not give up, mistaking him for her lost child. He had expected her to be stubborn and unreasonable. He never imagined she would ask if he wanted water. Zhou Sun, at a loss, pressed his lips together. The dryness of his lips made it impossible for him to refuse. During the few seconds of his silence, Jiang Fanqing carefully studied his expression. If you don't want any, that's fine. Zhou Sun clutched the blanket and said in a low voice, there's no cup. They'll go buy one for you, Jiang Fanqing said quickly. Zhou Sun looked at her blankly. She soon left the ward. As soon as she stepped out, Lin Wu asked in surprise, Mom, why are you out? Jiang Fanqing said, I'm going to the supermarket to buy him a cup. Nanny Li quickly said, let me buy it. No need, Jiang Fanqing said. They'll go. Xie Xingbang and Zhou Lian, like headless flies, searched the vast hospital for a long time, but could not find Xie Yanhuai. Even the driver did not know where he had gone. Xie Xingbong loosened his tie and said irritably, spoiled by his mother. Can't even say a few words to him. Zhou Lian patted his shoulder. Oh, he's still young. He'll understand when he grows up. Xie Xingbong lowered his eyes to look at her. She had taken good care of herself, seemingly unchanged from her younger days. A mix of emotions churned within him. He sighed and patted the back of Zhou Lian's hand. Thank you. Zhou Lian curved her lips. Between us there's no need for such distant and formal words. Xie Xingbong was moved and held Zhou Lian's hand. I have wronged you. Zhou Lian froze, staring at Xie Xingbong in astonishment. The words, I'm sorry, still echoed in her ears, yet she found she was not as excited or thrilled as she had imagined. She had waited for this apology for so long, year after year. She had known despair, depression, and confusion. The waiting had been too long, and she no longer. There's no need to say sorry. Zhou Lian curved her lips. I know it wasn't your intention. We just weren't meant to be. Xie Xingbong was moved and hugged her. Xiaoyan, you are truly so understanding. Zhou Lian hid in his arms. Her smile gradually faded, and her eyes turned cold and indifferent. The driver had almost crushed the cigarette in his hand. He paced for a long time, and only when the two separated did he dare to come out and say the madam just called. She said she'll be here soon. The young master has not gone back. Xie Xingbong adjusted his tie. All right, I understand. The driver perceptive walked away. Xie Xingbong pressed his lips together and tucked a strand of hair behind Zhou Lian's ear. Go back to the ward first. They'll go find Xiaohuai. Okay, Zhou Lian nodded. After walking away, Zhou Lian hummed a cheerful tune. She entered the inpatient building, took the elevator, and arrived at the 5th floor. Zhou Sun's ward was at the end of the corridor. When she caught sight of the 3 people sitting in a row at the door, she was startled. Recognizing them as the ones from the police station, that night her expression changed. Who allowed you to come? Lin Wu was originally scrolling on her phone. She looked up upon hearing this. I'm Zhou Sun's friend. I heard he was sick, so I came specially to visit him. Not needed. Zhou Lian said. You'd better leave now. Our Xiaoxuan doesn't need friends like you rich people. Lin Si clicked his tongue, unable to hold back any longer. The 12th floor is the psychiatry department. Why don't you go register for a checkup? Why do you snap at everyone you see? Lin Wu struggled to suppress her laughter. Zhou Lian's eyes widened. You're so young, why do you speak so rudely? The one speaking rudely is you. Lin Si continued to provoke her. We came to visit the one lying inside, not you. Did you ask for his opinion? Did you ask him if he needed us? The noise outside was loud. The ward door was not fully closed, so the voices clearly reached inside. Zhou Sun stared at the ceiling. Zhou Lian's rather sharp voice, heated with anger, entered his ears. He is my son, so naturally, I have the final say. Lin Wu was amused. Having a mother like you is truly unfortunate. Although Mrs. Jiang rarely asked about her and Lin Si's matters, she always fully supported whatever they wanted to do, and would find ways to give them what they desired. In contrast, Zhou Lian's imperial-style maternal love was suffocating. Zhou Lian took a deep breath. Please leave. Lin Si refused to cooperate. This hospital isn't yours. You can't control us. Zhou Lian pointed at him, paused for 2 seconds, and said fine. With that word, she turned and entered the ward, latching the lock from inside. The 3 at the door looked at each other in bewilderment. Nanny Li said, this person has quite a temper. Lin Wu nodded in agreement. Lin Si clicked his tongue. Zhou Lian closed the door and lashed out at him. How did you end up friends with people like that? She helped me before, Zhou Sun said in a low voice. The 4 fluid was cold, entering his body, making his hand and arm feel cold. He didn't listen carefully to what Zhou Lian said. He only regretfully thought that he might not get to drink that water. Jiang Fanqing hurried over from the corridor, holding a thermos cup. The cup had been washed clean and filled with warm water suitable for drinking. Mom. Lin Wu stood up and walked toward her. Jiang Fanqing patted her hand and tried to turn the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. She looked at Lin Wu in confusion. Why is the door closed? Lin Wu met her eyes and cleared her throat. His mother is back. Jiang Fanqing was silent for a long time. She responded softly, as if a little disappointed. There were only 3 seats on the rest bench. Lin Wu gave up her seat and pulled Jiang Fanqing to sit down. Nanny Li quickly said, they'll go downstairs and check. Miss, you sit here. Lin Wu was startled and looked at her. Nanny Li tapped her phone. Lin Wu understood. All right. Lin Si squinted, not knowing what secret code the two were exchanging. Jiang Fanqing had barely sat down for 2 seconds before she stood up again. He still needs to drink water. I saw the child's lips were dry. With that thought, she knocked on the door. After a full minute, Zhou Lian opened the door. When she saw Jiang Fanqing, she frowned impatiently. What? Come to snatch my son again? Jiang Fanqing pressed her lips together. You misunderstand. I just came to give him some water. Zhou Lian instinctively looked at the thermos cup in her hand. As if seeing a ferocious beast, she directly refused, not needed. Don't bother my son anymore from now on. Jiang Fanqing lowered the hand holding the thermos cup. Then you can pour him some water to drink. He's not thirsty now. We don't need your misplaced kindness here, Zhou Yan said. His lips are dry. Jiang Fanqing said urgently. He must be thirsty. Zhou Yan gripped the doorknob tightly, her voice rising. Stop pretending to be nice here. The green tea act is overflowing. My son won't fall for your tricks. Mom. Zhou Sun's hoarse voice sounded from behind her. Zhou Yan's anger flared even more. She looked at Jiang Fanqing with disgust. Are you going to keep this up? The one who wants stop is you, someone retorted. At the word green tea, Lin Xi sprang up, instantly grabbed Jiang Fanqing's arm, and pulled her behind him. Who are you calling a green tea? His brows carried a heavy ferocity, and his unusual hair color made him look even more unruly. Zhou Yan's heart skipped a beat. She pretended to be calm. What? You're going to hit someone? Not going to hit anyone, not going to hit anyone. Lin Wu quickly patted Lin Xi's arm, signaling him to calm down first. Starting a fight in a hospital would make them lose any moral high ground. If they had to fight, do it privately. She looked at Zhou Yan with a forced smile. Auntie, you really misunderstood. It was me who dragged my mom here. Zhou Sun and I hit it off right away, so I thought you. Zhou Yan looked her up and down, her mind spinning through several thoughts, and finally became condescending. Sorry, our Xiaoxuan has high standards. He wouldn't be interested in you. Lin Wu was speechless. She could no longer keep the smile on her face. Why don't you go check the 12th floor? Mom. Zhou Sun, unable to take it anymore, pulled out the 4-needle, got out of bed, and walked over in his slippers. His face was deathly pale. Don't be like this. Like what? Zhou Yan stared in shock, unable to understand why Zhou Sun was siding with outsiders. She seemed to be back in the days when she was targeted by Xie Yanhuai, isolated and helpless. Her voice turned shrill. I went through 10 months of pregnancy and hard labor to give birth to you and raised you with all the hardships. Now you treat your own mother like this. Have you no conscience? The commotion was so loud that even deep in the corridor, many patients and family members came over to watch the show, and even nurses arrived. The head nurse advised, "Ma'am, please talk things out properly. No need to argue." Zhou Yan acted as if she hadn't heard. She grabbed Zhou Sun's hand where blood oozed from the needle puncture. She looked into his eyes and asked word by word, "Do you also despise me for being poor and look down on me?" To outsiders, it seemed like the son was at fault. Oh dear, how could anyone despise their mother for being poor? Kids these days are so hard to please. The murmurs came from all sides. Zhou Sun's head throbbed with pain. I don't despise you for being poor, and I don't look down on you. Then what are you bewitched by this woman? Zhou Yan pointed at Jiang Fanqing. Jiang Fanqing frowned. His hand is bleeding. Zhou Sun's long eyelashes trembled. He was a man of strong pride. At this moment, the surrounding murmurs and the force of Zhou Yan's grip on his hand intertwined like countless invisible swords stabbing into his wounds. I don't, he swallowed and denied. Zhou Yan stared at him. Fine. Then tell the three of them to get lost now. Zhou Sun was stunned. His gaze slowly fell on Lin Wu's face. Lin Wu was standing with her arms crossed, looking as if she was furious. Then he looked at Lin Xi. Lin Xi noticed his gaze, paused for a moment, then turned away. Finally, Zhou Sun looked at Jiang Fanqing. Jiang Fanqing held a thermos cup, her face full of worry as she looked at his hand, as if afraid he was bleeding too much. A needle prick, how much blood could it really shed? He thought bitterly. Seeing Zhou Sun's lack of reaction, Zhou Yan was consumed by rage, as if completely losing her mind. When she spoke, her voice trembled slightly. Zhou Sun, if you play dead, now don't ever call me mom again. Zhou Sun's brain processed this sentence a beat slow. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He looked at Zhou Yan as if seeing her for the first time, and asked with some confusion, Do you have to push me like this? Zhou Yan's voice was hoarse. You are the one pushing me. As her words fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Sun seemed to feel no pain from the needle prick. He clenched his hand, rubbing the skin on the outer edge of his thumb repeatedly with his index finger. In the midst of the silence, footsteps came from the corridor. Nanny Li ran while shouting, Miss Madam, young master. The results are out. A single word startled everyone. Jiang Fanqing glanced at Li Ma, then at the report she held up, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. What report? Lin Xi instinctively looked at Lin Wu. Lin Wu stepped forward, taking the report from Li Ma. How is it? I haven't read it yet, Li Ma said honestly. I grabbed it and rushed over as soon as I got it. Zhou Yan, leaning against the doorframe, watched the paper report in Lin Wu's hands, and a sudden chill ran through her heart, a foreboding sense of dread. She grabbed Zhou Sun's wrist, shoved him into the room, and tried to close the hospital door with her other hand. Lin Wu, opening the report without looking up, said, Lin Xi, don't let her inside. Who are you ordering around? Lin Xi retorted, but in the next second he obediently reached out and blocked the door. Zhou Yan's strength was no match for his. Flushed with anger, she demanded, Let go. Lin Wu flipped directly to the last page. Before reading the results, she glanced at Zhou Yan, taking in her panic and fury. Feeling Lin Wu's gaze, Zhou Yan looked up. Through the distance between them, the girl's clear black and white eyes seemed to see through everything. Their eyes met, and Lin Wu's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on Zhou Lian's back. "Xiaoxuan," she whispered, helplessly calling out to Zhou Sun. Lin Wu glanced down at the final result, then handed the report to Jiang Fanqing and walked toward Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian gripped the door tightly. "You? What are you going to do?" Lin Wu said nothing, reached out and grabbed Zhou Lian's chin. The action stunned everyone around. Even Lin Sis' eyes widened slightly. For Lin Wu was typically the epitome of laziness. She never moved unless she had to. To have provoked her to this extent. The answer to the paternity test was obvious. He fell silent, instinctively glancing at Zhou Sun. This brother he had never met. The boy's expression was dazed, his cheeks pale, the blood on the back of his hand seemingly staunched, but the entire hand was a blur of red. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he pulled a folded tissue from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun's dark eyes shifted, his brows furrowing faintly, as if puzzled by this sudden kindness. Looking back, Lin Sis' attitude had indeed been rather harsh. He wanted to say something but swallowed the words and shoved the tissue into Zhou Sun's hand. The soft tissue landed in his palm. Zhou Sun clutched it. Zhou Lian was trembling all over. "You? What are you doing?" Lin Wu leaned in closer, her voice calm and steady, though she was suppressing her anger. "I'm a bit protective of my own. I can't stand seeing anyone bully someone. You? Are you crazy? Who bullied your people?" Zhou Lian raised her hand to slap Lin Wu away, but Lin Wu's grip remained unyielding. The report was lengthy. Jiang Fanqing read every word, not missing a single detail, until she saw the final result. Based on this DNA test, excluding special circumstances such as identical multiples, close relatives, and external interference, the results support a biological relationship between Jiang Fanqing and Zhou Sun. The opinion supporting Jiang Fanqing as the biological mother of Zhou Sun. Her hands began to shake violently. She stared at those lines, reading them over and over until the words blurred before her eyes. "Madam." Seeing her condition, Li Ma quickly supported her arm. "Are you all right?" Jiang Fanqing did not respond. She kept staring at the report, her gaze fixed. Li Ma took a look as well, and her eyes widened. It really was the young master. Before this, Li Ma had not held much hope, because the young master had been lost for 14 years. 14 whole years. Too long, too long. Waiting was a long, painful process. Hope flaring and then dying out. The ordinary person could hardly imagine the torment. "Madam," Li Ma wept with joy, shaking Jiang Fanqing's arm. "Found him! Found him!" Jiang Fanqing extended a hand, gently brushing her fingers over the last few lines of the report. Finally, she closed the report and looked at Zhou Sun. The boy, as if he had understood, bit his lips until they turned white. He tried his best to conceal his unease, but his eyes betrayed his helplessness and fear. Jiang Fanqing's nose suddenly stung, and 2 lines of clear tears streamed down her face. She pulled Zhou Sun into her arms, just as she had done before. Unlike the sharp, cloying perfume on Zhou Lian, Jiang Fanqing carried a faint, pleasant scent, like some medicinal herb. Her embrace was warm and soft, like a plush blanket shielding him from the chill of autumn. "Bao Bao," she choked out. "Mommy has finally found you." Buddha had finally heard her prayers. Jiang Fanqing had never believed in gods or spirits. She had come from a small town, studied hard, and entered a top national university, a standard exam candidate. She believed in materialism, and anything she wanted she would achieve through her own efforts. But after Bao Bao was lost, even with all the resources she and Lin Chuanqiong could muster, they found nothing. Desperate, with no other recourse, she finally placed her hope in these elusive deities. Zhou Sun was stunned. His hand hovered in midair as Jiang Fanqing's tears fell on the tip of his middle finger. He lowered his lashes, staring at the glistening droplet. They had met only a few times, yet he instinctively felt that each tear was immeasurably precious. So precious that his fingertip twitched as if burned. "What are you doing?" Zhou Lian, frantic, found a burst of strength from somewhere, pushed Lin Wu aside, and grabbed Zhou Sun's arm. "This is my son." Lin Si steadied Lin Wu, took the paternity test from Li Ma, and threw it at Zhou Lian. "Whether Zhou Sun is your child or not is written in black and white. What's there to argue about?" Zhou Lian quickly opened the report and looked, then ruthlessly tore it to shreds. The room fell silent. She sneered mockingly. "You're so rich. Forging a paternity test is as easy as turning your hand, isn't it?" Lin Wu, a few steps away, looked at her with pity. "Do you think burying your head in the sand will help?" Zhou Sun picked up the torn pieces from the floor. The paper was thick. Zhou Lian had only torn it into 4 pieces. He pieced them together roughly, running his finger over the crumpled edges, and when he read those 2 lines, his mind felt as if struck by a heavy blow, suddenly blank. Lin Wu chose that moment to speak. "Last time at that fried noodle shop, I took the mineral water bottle you drank from and my mother's DNA for testing. The results came out tonight with the signatures of the relevant personnel. Zhou Sun kept his eyes downcast, his green hair hanging limply. The strands in front were a little long, obscuring his brows and eyes, making his expression unreadable. Only the tips of his fingers gripping the torn paper were white. Zhou Lian grabbed his arm urgently. Xiaoxuan, don't believe them. They're lying. We've been mother and son, depending on each other for all these years. You are my son, I am your mother. How could that be wrong? What had started as a simple quarrel suddenly escalated into a melodramatic family saga. The Chinese are inherently fond of gossip, and more onlookers gathered, murmuring in a cacophony of Zhou Sun remained silent, merely watching Zhou Lian's disfigured visage in stillness. Her long fingernails dug into his skin, bringing a pain that was both indescribable and seemingly etched into his very bones. Zhou Sun showed no response. It was as if the radio station had gone dead, unable to receive any signal or utter a single word. Zhou Lian's eyes reddened. Seeing him silent for so long, she frantically shook his arm, her voice choked with tears. Say something, Zhou Sun, say something. I've raised you for 15 years. Now you see her family has money and you want to leave, don't you? Say something. What do you want him to say? He's only a few years old. Jiang Fanqing could no longer restrain herself. She grabbed Zhou Lian's wrist. You've already drawn blood from his arm. Zhou Lian had completely fallen into a state of hysteria, her eyes bulging. What business is it of yours? I'm talking to my son. Jiang Fanqing peeled her hand away while saying, not anymore. Who the hell do you think you are? He was my son, is my son, and will always be my son. Enraged by these words, Zhou Lian released Zhou Sun's arm and shoved Jiang Fanqing away. Jiang Fanqing, already exceptionally thin and frail, stumbled from the push and nearly fell to the ground. Lin Si, with sharp eyes and quick hands, caught her arm. Lin Wu took a deep breath. Help Mom into the ward. Lin Si glanced at her and obediently complied. Once the two had entered the ward, Lin Wu walked over to Zhou Sun, took his wrist, and examined it. On the inside of his pale, slender forearm, 4 or 5 bloody nail marks were clearly visible. She asked softly, are you all right? In the few times she had met Zhou Sun before, he always wore a lazy, carefree smile, cynical and glib, cracking jokes that were hilarious. This was the first time she had seen him so anxious and somber. His hair, tinted a greenish blue, fell over his forehead. At Lin Wu's words, his thin eyelids lifted and his dark pupils gazed at her quietly. After a few seconds, he shook his head. Lin Wu patted his shoulder. Let's go inside first. Zhou Lian quickly grabbed Zhou Sun's arm as if clutching a lifeline before drowning. Xiao Sun, you can't go anywhere. You have to stay with Mom. Zhou Sun paused in his step. Lin Wu, at the end of her patience, wished she could slap Zhou Lian senseless. If you have something to say, say it inside. Do you think it's honorable to discuss all this in front of so many people? Zhou Lian suddenly snapped back to reality. She lifted her head and looked around. A circle of curious onlookers had gathered. She murmured something and followed them into the ward. Just as Li Ma was about to follow, Lin Wu stood at the door, closing it, while saying, call my dad. Tell him Xiao Bao has been found. Li Ma was taken aback, then nodded quickly. All right. She took her phone and stepped out. Lin Wu closed the door, shutting out the murmurs from outside. The blood on Zhou Sun's hand had already dried. He sat on the sofa, pale-faced, wiping the tip of his nose with his other hand. Jiang Fanqing stood to his left and handed him her thermos, saying gently, have some warm water. Lin Si lounged around, picked a banana from the fruit basket, peeled it, and began eating. No need for your fake kindness here. Standing on Zhou Sun's right, Zhou Lian reached out, as if to push her away. Zhou Sun looked up, his voice low. I'm a bit thirsty right now. The words Zhou Lian was about to speak died in her throat. She fell silent, a rare quiet, and with red-rimmed eyes, she glanced at Zhou Sun, rubbed her cheeks with her hands, and sat down on the other sofa. Thank you. Zhou Sun took the thermos from Jiang Fanqing. It was a very ordinary one. He unscrewed the cap, worried it might be too hot, and tested the temperature with his lips. To his surprise, the steam was barely noticeable. He took a sip. The water was actually warm. He was stunned, genuinely taken aback. Though Jiang Fanqing was gentle and soft-spoken, her temperament and attire were even more opulent than the wealthy Madame Zhou Sun had seen on TV. She clearly looked like someone who was used to being served. He couldn't imagine she would notice such a detail. Don't stand on ceremony with me. Jiang Fanqing smiled softly. Zhou Sun had left in such a hurry earlier that his 4-needle had been tossed onto the bed, causing the medicine to spill and soak a large patch of the sheets. She casually turned off the drip and looked at Zhou Sun. Is your hand all right? It's fine. In a quiet bar, Xie Yanhuai said in a hoarse voice. He sprawled his long legs casually on the table, clutching a bottle of wine, and said with drunken, bleary eyes. Xia Ruoruo, dressed in a server's uniform, bit her lip, holding a tray. If it's fine, why are you drinking so much? Xie Yanhuai was irritable and about to tell her to mind her own business, but when he saw the obvious concern in Xia Ruoruo's eyes, he stopped himself. Just a little bothered. Xia Ruoruo hesitated, then sat beside him. If you don't mind, I can comfort you. Don't talk about it. Xie Yanhuai gave a mocking smile. Some messy family stuff. Oh, Seeing that he was unwilling, Xia Ruoruo didn't press further. She just let out a low, disappointed, "Oh." Xie Yanhuai was already drunk and didn't even notice her reaction. His phone slipped out of his pocket, fell onto the sofa, and kept vibrating. Xia Ruoruo reminded him, "Xie Yanhuai, your phone is ringing." Xie Yanhuai clicked, his tongue squinted, picked up the phone, glanced at it, then hung up expressionlessly and tossed it aside. The dial tone buzzed through the line. Ji Huai's face was ashen as she put her phone into her bag. The driver arrived just in time to open the door. Stepping out of the car in her high heels, she saw Xie Xingbong and immediately demanded, "Where exactly has Xiao Huai gone?" Xie Xingbong frowned, disliking her interrogative tone. "How would I know? You raised that son of yours well. He was fine when he left the house." Ji Huai crossed her arms, wearing a long coat that accentuated her slender figure. "He came to the hospital with you, and then disappeared. He won't answer his calls. If I don't ask you, who should I ask? Then let's just wait it out." Xie Xingbong was seething with anger. Ji Huai pressed her lips together, looked at him with disappointment, and then strode straight toward the hospital's inpatient building. "Where are you going?" Xie Xingbong asked. Ji Huai replied without looking back, "To see that mistress, of course." Xie Xingbong recalled Zhou Lian's tearful, pitiful face, and feeling uneasy followed her. Meanwhile, in the smoking room of the Lin family's old mansion, Lin Xuanxiong stood by the window, biting a cigarette. Lin Xingyuan walked in, his eyes flickering. What did they say? The lead was a dead end. Lin Xuanxiong exhaled a ring of smoke. Lin Xingyuan sighed and patted his shoulder. "It's all right to take it slow." Lin Xuanxiong bit the cigarette filter, his inner turmoil nearly tangible. Just then his phone rang again. Lin Xuanxiong glanced down at the caller ID. It was from Li Ma, and worried about his wife and child, he immediately answered. Without putting it on speaker, Li Ma's voice came steadily into his ears, trembling slightly. "Sir, the young master has been found. I've sent the address to Shaowang." Even after the call ended, Lin Xuanxiong remained motionless, still as a statue, silent and still standing in place. Lin Xingyuan, sensing something amiss, quickly asked, "What's wrong? Who called?" "The housekeeper." Lin Xuanqiang's voice was hoarse, as if he feared this was a mere illusion. He had dreamed such dreams countless times before, tasting the bitterness of dashed hopes and the spread of despair. Now, hearing Li Ma's call, his first instinct was that this was a dream. He pinched the back of his hand with his nail, and a sharp pain shot through. Not a dream. It was real. Seeing his almost manic demeanor, Lin Xingyuan frowned in confusion. What happened? Lin Xuanqiang's expression was caught between a smile and a sob. Little Bao has been found." With that, he threw aside all dignity and sprinted toward the parking lot. Lin Xingyuan was left dumbfounded, his mind a blank. He stared at Lin Xuanqiang's retreating figure, eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be? He was supposed to be dead. Even his bones were lost. Driver Wang, an old hand around Lin Xuanxiong, knew the Lin family affairs well. Hearing such good news, he floored the accelerator, unconcerned about future fines or demerits. They raced to the hospital. In the car, Lin Xuanxiong crumpled his tie, then rushed to the inpatient building, reaching out to stop the elevator doors just as they were closing. As the door slid open, a familiar yet surprised voice came from inside. "Brother Chuan." Breathing heavily, his chest heaving, Lin Xuanxiong looked up to see Xie Xingbong staring at him with delight. "What brings you here?" Li Ma had only said, "Little Bao has been found," before hastily hanging up. Given the gravity of the matter, he was always cautious, so when answering Xie Xingbong, he merely smiled and said lightly, "Visiting a patient." Xie Xingbong nodded and asked, "Which floor are you going to, Brother Chuan? He'll press the button for you." Watching his obsequious demeanor, Ji Huai stood with arms crossed, observing coldly. Lin Xuanxiong kept one hand in his pocket. The journey of a few dozen minutes had barely calmed his emotions. In front of acquaintances, he put on the mask of steady composure, glancing at the elevator buttons. "No need, I'm going to the 5th floor." "What a coincidence." Xie Xingbong smiled. "My wife and I are also going to the 5th floor." Lin Xuanqiang's mind was far from the conversation. He nodded hastily. "Quite a coincidence." The elevator reached the 5th floor, and Xie Xingbong stepped aside. Lin Xuanxiong didn't stand on ceremony and exited first. He only knew the room number, so he hesitated in the corridor. Xie Xingbong walked past him and said politely, "Brother Chuan will be off now. Next time, let's have a proper drink." Lin Xuanxiong gave a casual nod, noticing that the right side had rooms with lower numbers, so he turned left. Xie Xingbong and Ji Huai were walking ahead. Lin Xuanxiong walked slowly, scanning the room numbers. Xie Xingbong had already reached Zhou Sun's door, and seeing Lin Xuanxiong searching, he asked warmly, "Brother Chuan, which room are you looking for?" 5019. Lin Xuanxiong answered instinctively. Xie Xingbong froze. 5019. Ji Huai was a bit surprised. "Are you sure it's 5019? Lin Xuanxiong couldn't be bothered to reply to such a time-wasting question. Over the past few years, though, his energy had been consumed by searching for the lost little Bao across the country. His temperament had not changed at all. In the entire Fourth Nine City, his arrogance was legendary. Lin Yuan was a typical businessman consumed by ambition. Though he had little feeling for Wu Mingjin, he remained faithful his whole life and never took another woman. Hence, compared to other wealthy families with illegitimate children everywhere, the Lin family of this generation was quite clean. It had only two children, Lin Chuanqiong and Lin Qingyuan. Wu Mingjin, though fiery, doted on her sons, constantly checking on them and rarely scolding. Lin Qingyuan had been delicate since birth, quiet in nature, and always smiled gently at everyone. Of the family of four, only Lin Chuanqiong was a little devil. He had always gotten whatever he wanted, never yielding to anyone. Before marrying Jiang Fanxing, everyone who met him was intimidated. It wasn't his wealth that scared them, but his wealth combined with his arrogance. He followed the room numbers past 5017 and was startled to see Xie Xingbang and Xie Yanhuai standing right at the door of 5019. Lin Chuanqiong subconsciously adjusted his tie, pushed Xie Xingbang's shoulder aside, and said politely, "Excuse me, thank you." Xie Xingbang. Lin Chuanqiong tentatively turned the handle of the ward door and pushed it open easily. His gaze first fell on Jiang Fanxing. Jiang Fanxing looked up at the sound, their eyes met, and she seemed dazed, as if just coming to her senses. She stood up, hastily grabbed Lin Chuanqiong's hand, and said in a trembling voice, Little Bao has been found. Come see him." Lin Chuanqiong's Adam's apple bobbed as he followed her gaze. On the sofa sat a young man with his head down, wearing a thick black jacket. His chin was half hidden in the collar, his eyes a little timid, contrasting sharply with his striking green hair. His brow bone was beautifully shaped, somewhat resembling Lin Si. Zhou Sun clenched his fists under his sleeves, his body tense as he watched this unfamiliar man. The man walked up to him in 2 or 3 steps, scrutinizing him carefully. "Little Bao," he called. Zhou Sun pressed his lips together and didn't respond. Xie Xingbang was standing at the door, looking around in confusion, wondering why, after he had stepped out, the ward was suddenly filled with so many members of the Lin family. Seeing Zhou Sun silent, he immediately scolded, "Zhou Sun, Uncle Lin is talking to you. Why aren't you answering? Have you no manners?" Zhou Sun didn't even hear him, not bothering to spare a glance. Xie Xingbang quickly forced a smile. "Brother Chuan, I'm sorry, my son has been spoiled by his mother." The words struck like a thunderbolt, stunning everyone in the ward. Zhou Lian was the calmest, unsurprised by Xie Xingbang's remark, and let out a disdainful sneer. This man was always shifting blame. Lin Chuanqiong looked at Xie Xingbang with an enigmatic expression, retorting, "Your son." His tone rose at the end, carrying a hint of danger. Xie Xingbang, oblivious to what was happening, kept nodding. Yes, rubbing his face like a worried father. "My son here is quite rebellious, not much of a student, and likes to defy his elders. Please excuse him. He'll make sure." Zhou Sun stared at his own shoe tips, listening impassively to the belittlement. Those words weren't wrong. He was exactly that kind of person. "Uncle." Lin Wu couldn't take it anymore, interrupting him. "What is your relationship with Zhou Lian?" Hearing Lin Wu speak, Xie Xingbang's tone softened again. He sighed and said, "It was a foolish mistake of youth. Xiao Sun was born unexpectedly." Lin Wu's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. She had tried to find out about Zhou Sun's father earlier, but after half a day of searching she had no leads, and assumed he was dead. She never expected it to be Xie Xingbang. So the illegitimate child who had come to the Xie family asking for money was Zhou Sun. At this thought, Lin Wu felt a pang of regret. If only she had gone to see him back, then maybe they would have recognized him earlier. All thanks to Xie Yanhuai. After blaming Xie Yanhuai, Lin Wu felt a bit lighter. She looked at Xie Xingbang and said, "Since you're here today, there's something I need to discuss with you. See how you want to resolve it, or well, take legal action." Her main goal now was to deal with that White Lotus uncle. She really didn't want to fight on 2 fronts. In her previous life, their family was so miserable, and that uncle was the most insidious one. The Xie family were just dirty rats scavenging behind the White Lotus uncle. When Xie Xingbang usually met Lin Wu, though, she still held her head high. She would show some courtesy for Xie Yanhuai's sake. This time that courtesy was gone. He asked in confusion, "What is it?" Lin Wu gazed steadily at Xie Xingbang. After a few seconds, she picked up the torn paternity test report on the bedside table and handed it to him, saying, "Take a look for yourself." "What is this?" Xie Xingbang was completely puzzled. He took the report with one hand, while flipping through the tattered pile of paper with the other. When he realized it was a paternity test report, he became even more confused. He knew that the Lin family had lost a child, but what did that have to do with him? Xie Xingbang was full of confusion. When he saw the test result on the last page, his mind went blank, as if struck by a heavy blow. The hand holding the corner of the page revealed bulging veins. His first reaction was disbelief. He frowned at Lin Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, are you playing a joke on Uncle Xie?" Lin Wu, with a poker face, folded her arms and said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" "This?" Xie Xingbang took 2 steps back, his eyes vacant. "How is that possible? Xiao Sun is clearly the flesh and blood of me and Xiao Lian. I've watched him grow up since he was a child. Lin Xuanxiong took the report from his phone and glanced at it. Unable to conceal his joy, he threw the report back onto the bedside table and looked at Xie Xingbang. No wonder we searched for so long without any news. It was right under our nose. Sensing the coldness in his tone, Xie Xingbang snapped back to reality. He looked around, then hurriedly walked up to Zhou Lian, his face full of anger. What's going on? Zhou Lian's eyes were filled with tears, wearing her usual helpless expression. I don't know. Xiao Sun is the child I carried for 10 months. This paternity test report, it must be fake. Zhou Lian pointed sharply at Zhang Fanqing. It's them who want to steal our son. Xie Yanhuai, who had been listening for a while, forgot to look for her own son. She picked up the paternity test report from the bedside table, glanced at it, and then covered her mouth in surprise. Seeing her gleeful expression, Zhou Lian gritted her teeth. She grabbed Xie Xingbang's wrist and said, Xiao Sun, how could he be someone else's child? You've watched him grow up since he was little. Hearing this, Xie Xingbang seemed convinced. He looked at Lin Wu and said, Xiao Wu, is there some misunderstanding here? The corner of Lin Wu's mouth lifted slightly. If you don't believe me, then do another paternity test right now in front of everyone in this room. Before Xie Xingbang could speak, Zhou Lian grabbed his wrist again. Her long nails dug into his flesh, causing him to wince in pain. He was about to curse, but when he saw Zhou Lian's expression, the words died in his throat. Zhou Lian's eyes were bloodshot, tears hanging at the corners. Her expression was somewhat ferocious. We can't do the paternity test. We can't. Before the Lin family members could say anything, Xie Yanhuai, who had always been at odds with her, spoke up first. Her tone carried a hint of mockery. Why can't we do it? Are you feeling guilty? You're the one who's guilty. Zhou Lian glared at her. Instead of watching the show here, you might as well go find your good son. He just got slapped, and now he might be on the rooftop ready to jump. Xie Yanhuai's face instantly changed. She walked over to Xie Xingbang on her high heels, grabbed his collar, and demanded, You dared to hit my son. He was disrespectful. As his father, what's wrong with disciplining him? Xie Xingbang retorted with righteous indignation. Although Xie Yanhuai's character was questionable, her professional skills were formidable. When she appeared in public, she was always impeccably made up, dressed elegantly, and acted with poise and grace. Even her haters could hardly find a single photo of her with a flawed expression. At this moment, she stared intently at Xie Xingbang, veins bulging on her forehead, completely lacking her usual dignity. Xie Xingbang, you usually ignore him and only use him as a tool to show off. What right do you have to discipline him now? Lin Wu's mouth twitched. She was the most speechless of all. What was supposed to be a heartwarming family reunion had turned into a chaotic battle between the wife, the mistress, and the scumbag. Stop, stop, stop. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Wu grabbed Xie Yanhuai's fist that was about to punch Xie Xingbang. Xie Yanhuai, with red eyes, looked at Lin Wu and asked, Are you going to stop me? You misunderstood. Lin Wu quickly clarified. I just want to know why my brother turned out to be Zhou Lian's son. Once this matter is resolved, you can hit him however you want. Xie Yanhuai took a few heavy breaths, then finally lowered her hand and walked wearily to the side. Xie Xingbang straightened his tie and spat, Wicked woman. Zhou Lian pleaded with him pitifully, Don't agree to do the paternity test. Now, even without anyone saying anything, Xie Xingbang, no matter how stupid, realized something was off. Why can't we do it? If Zhou Sun is our son, the child you carried for 10 months, why are you afraid to do it? A tear slid from the corner of her eye and finally fell onto Zhou Lian's hand. She choked back a sob. Seeing the undisguised disgust in Xie Xingbang's eyes, she finally realized that just like the time Xie Yanhuai came to her door, no one would help her. She was the one who had been deceived. Yet in the end, all the blame fell on her. She had thought Xie Xingbang was single, believing she had met her true love and immersed herself in the river of love, unable to extricate herself. Until Xie Yanhuai crossed the ocean to find her, shattering her beautiful dream. She became a despised mistress, like a rat crossing the street, shunned by everyone. Xie Xingbang didn't say a word. He simply brushed off the dust and went back home to live a happy life. She had thought about exposing their affair, making the netizens who praised their happy marriage turn against her, just to spite Xie Yanhuai. Xie Yanhuai's agent looked down on her and said, Xie Yanhuai has achieved her current status entirely because of her professional skills and acting ability. As for the Xie family, a behemoth like that cannot be shaken by a black-hot search. Do you think if you expose this, who will suffer more? Zhou Lian seemed trapped in a nightmare from the past. She looked at Xie Xingbang. The man, though older, hadn't gained weight, and his youthful handsomeness could still be seen. But every time he would resolutely abandon her. She sniffled and said, No need to do it. Xie Xingbang was startled. What do you mean? Zhou Lian said, dazed and lost. Xiao Sun is indeed not my child. Zhou Sun suddenly lifted his head. His fever had not yet subsided. His body alternated between hot and cold, as if he were drowning. Zhou Lian's words reached his ears as if through a layer of water. He thought sluggishly, Then what am I? Although Xie Xingbang found it strange that Zhou Lian refused to do the paternity test, he never expected that Zhou Sun was truly not his child. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then where is our son? Zhou Lian looked up at him, saying nothing. She had stopped crying, just quietly staring at him with an eerie, hollow gaze. Xie Xingbang couldn't help but step back. What kind of reaction is that? Zhou Lian curved her lips and said with a smile, he's dead. Those 3 simple words stunned everyone in the ward.